Chu Xian gave him a sweet, ingratiating smile. To show my gratitude, I'll knit you a light sweater myself. What color do you want? I want a sky blue and white striped sweater. I'll take care of the yarn, you just do the knitting. Okay. It would actually be tough for Chu Xian to find sky blue yarn. Supplies were scarce in those days, some things couldn't be bought even if you had money. They packed up, took their things, and headed back, chatting as they walked. Chu Xian, do you want to buy a bicycle? Of course I do. But I don't have a ration ticket. 200 yuan each, no ticket needed. Do you want one? But you can't ask where it came from. Chu Xian didn't pry. She just said, I'll buy it. When you come to my place tonight to pick up the grilled fish, I'll give you the money. All right. I'll try to have it ready for you to ride back tomorrow. That's awesome. Thank you. Muchenza purposely said, What did you say? I didn't catch that. Chu Xian raised her voice. I said thank you. But just saying thanks doesn't seem sincere enough. How about I knit you a pair of gloves and a scarf too? Muchenza's lips curled into a smile. Now I heard you loud and clear. Great. Let's do that. No rush, just get them to me before it gets cold. Okay. It's my first time knitting a sweater and such, so don't be too picky. I'll decide whether to be picky or not after I see what you make. They chatted all the way back. When they reached the village entrance, they split up without a word, as if by tacit agreement. Muchenza went home, boiled water in the kitchen, locked the courtyard gate since no one else was home, and took a hot shower. Half an hour later, he lay down to catch up on sleep. As he closed his eyes, memories of the day replayed in his mind like a movie. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He hadn't expected teaching Chu Xian to swim would be so much fun. But next time, he'd better prepare a pair of sunglasses to wear after coming ashore, so he wouldn't see anything he shouldn't. Chu Xian's figure really wasn't much to look at right now, but he hadn't had the heart to tell her. Looks like he'd have to keep supervising her exercise and diet. He gradually drifted off to sleep. After 8 in the evening, Muchenza pulled his cart to Chu Xian's house. Chu Xian had already prepared 200 yuan and handed it to Muchenza. Count it. Muchenza didn't even bother, just put it straight in his pocket. Chu Xian took this as a sign of his deep trust in her. In reality, Muchenza didn't care how much money she gave him. If he weren't worried she'd refuse, he'd have just given her a bike outright. After loading up the grilled fish, just before leaving, Muchenza asked Chu Xian if she wanted to continue swimming lessons the next day. Chu Xian politely declined. I'm not feeling well this week. I can't go to the shore or swim. Her period had been irregular before, and after drinking Chinese medicine for a while, it had finally come this month. She needed to take care of herself. Muchenza looked concerned. What's wrong? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Chu Xian blushed. It's just that time of the month for girls. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Why wouldn't I? No cold water, no heavy labor. Muchenza rattled off a whole list of do's and don'ts. Chu Xian stared at him in shock. How do you know all this? Dr. Zhang told me. Don't get any funny ideas. I just asked offhand and didn't expect him to go into so much detail. How much free time do you have, going to ask Dr. Zhang about these things? It's not that I'm free, I want to have my pulse checked. I'm going to get married someday, so I figured I'd ask in advance for my future wife. Is that so wrong? Of course not. So, what did Dr. Zhang say? Are you healthy? Nothing serious, but he did advise me not to mess up my sleep schedule. Especially between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. I need to get good rest. I'm planning to adjust my trips to the city. I support you. By the way, I never asked, whose truck have you been using lately? Lin Yang's arm hadn't fully healed, so he couldn't be helping Muchenza with deliveries. Muchenza looked mysterious. I can tell you, but you have to keep it secret. Chu Xian replied earnestly, Okay, I promise. Tell me. I rented Brother Lin's truck and drive it myself. When did you learn to drive? I've been secretly learning these past few months. But you have to keep it quiet. If my mom finds out, she'll force me back onto the fishing boat. Then I won't be able to do business in the city. Qin Mahua was dead set against Muchenza driving. In his previous life, Muchenza had bought a truck against his family's wishes, and later, because of something involving Chu Feng, he got into an accident. This time, with Chu Xian's persuasion, Mu Chenza didn't buy a truck, just rented one. Chu Xian didn't know whether to object or support him. If she objected, maybe she was just being paranoid. If she supported him, and something happened, she'd regret it for life. Mu Chenza, have you considered going in with me to buy a boat? You'd be my partner, and I know you'd never cheat me. Mu Chenza refused flatly. I make over 1,000 yuan a day now, way more than I'd earn fishing. I'm not buying a boat with you. You've just had too many easy days lately. Sure, you're making good money now, but it's risky. Fishing is risky too. Don't bother trying to talk me into it. I'm leaving. Mu Chenza pulled his cart and left. Chu Xian remembered that in his previous life, Mu Chenza had lost money a few times, and his truck had even been sabotaged more than once. She couldn't remember exactly when should she wait until he lost money again to persuade him to buy a boat together? But she didn't want him to lose money. Chu Xian couldn't help but suspect that in her previous life, Mu Chenza's truck had also been sabotaged because of her. If someone who couldn't stand to see her doing well found out that Mu Chenza was helping her sell grilled fish snacks, would they target him too? That night, whether it was because her period had come or because she had a premonition that something was about to happen, she slept restlessly. When she got up the next morning, her dark circles were heavy. Around 9 in the morning, Qin Mahua and Fu Qing didn't show up for work. Gao Meiwan brought some bad news. Mu Chenza had been injured and was being treated at the county hospital. The details were still unclear. Chu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He knew self-defense. If he still got hurt, he must have run into someone truly vicious. Worried sick, Chu Xian entrusted the house to Gao Meiwan, grabbed all her bank books and cash, and rushed to the county hospital. She didn't remember anything like this happening on this day in her previous life. Back then, she'd been at the hospital taking care of Feng Chunhua, who'd hurt her leg. She'd even paid Feng Chunhua's medical bills. Maybe Mu Chenza had been injured too, but her in-laws hadn't told her. In this life, she'd already fallen out with Feng Chunhua, who'd been discharged early. It was obvious now that she'd been the sucker in her past life. Chu Xian felt like she was the one dragging Mu Chenza down. No matter how much his treatment cost, she was willing to pay. An hour later, Chu Xian arrived at the county hospital. Not knowing Mu Chenza's room number, she wanted to ask Dr. Zhang for help. But Dr. Zhang happened to be out. Chu Xian had to check the rooms one by one. After 10 minutes or so, she found him. There was only Mu Chenza in the ward, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Was he unconscious? Where were Auntie Qin and sister-in-law Fu Qing? Why weren't they here? Chu Xian pushed open the door and went straight to Mu Chenza's bedside. She called softly, "Mu Chenza, how are you? Are you all right? Where are you hurt? Can you hear me?" In a daze, Mu Chenza heard Chu Xian's voice. He struggled to open his eyes, his voice hoarse and tired. "Why are you here? Where am I hurt? I can't remember." "How could you not remember? Did you hurt your head? Let me see." Chu Xian's gaze fell on his head. There was no visible wound on his forehead, but she couldn't see the back of his head. She cupped his head in her hands, about to check. Mu Chenza hurriedly stopped her. "Don't move. I'm the patient here." Startled, Chu Xian immediately let go. "Sorry. I was just too worried about your injury." Mu Chenza looked extremely weak. "I remember now, I have a head injury. I need surgery, and it'll cost a lot. My mom and sister-in-law went to raise money." Chu Xian immediately pulled out all her bank books and cash from her pocket. "I have 13,000 yuan, plus the 2 bank books you left with me. That's 17,000 in total. Is that enough for the surgery?" Mu Chenza was deeply moved. He knew the money Chu Xian had was meant for her own mother's medical treatment, yet just because he mentioned needing money, she handed it over without hesitation. Did this mean, in Chu Xian's heart, he was as important as her own mother? "Chu Xian, thank you. If you ever need money in the future, I'll do everything I can to help. Let's not talk about the future now. I'll go pay the surgery fee first." Before she could finish, Mu Chenza chuckled. "I was just messing with you. It's not that serious. I don't need surgery. Put your money and bank books away. I really don't need them." Chu Xian stared at Mu Chenza for a while. "But you look terrible. Your eyes can barely open. You seem so weak." Muchinza rubbed his face and forced his eyes wide open. Better now? I couldn't open my eyes because I didn't sleep all night. I was catching up on sleep when you woke me. I look bad because I'm tired. If anyone else had woken him up, he would have lost his temper. But when it was Chu Xian, he felt no anger at all. Chu Xian didn't put away the bank books and cash. You must be hurt, otherwise you wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed. Where exactly are you injured? Tell me. A trace of delight flashed in Muchin's eyes. Are you really that worried about me? Chu Xian stubbornly replied, Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just worried you got dragged into my mess. You know, there are people who want my grilled fish workshop to fail, and they don't want my partners to do well either. You getting hurt makes me feel really guilty. Muchinza was already used to Chu Xian's stubborn mouth and soft heart. This time, it really wasn't because of you. Let me put your mind at ease first. The payment for the goods is safe. Just in case, I had my mom deposit it in the bank. Today, it was my competitor. He couldn't stand that my seafood was better quality and sold for a higher price, so he followed me by car to the county. When I got out for breakfast, he egged on his brother, who's a bit crazy but knows martial arts, to ambush me and hit me on the head with a club. What? You got clubbed? Doesn't that mean you have a concussion? It's a mild concussion. I dodged in time and blocked with my arm, so most of the force was absorbed. Otherwise, my head would have split open. The doctor said I just need to stay in the hospital for observation for 2 or 3 days. I won't be able to help you sell fish snacks for a while. And you're still worrying about that? Let me see your arm. The one that got hurt. What's there to see? Men and women shouldn't touch. I'm not letting you. Chu Xian was exasperated. Why didn't he say that when she was teaching him to swim? If you won't show me, I'll just do it myself. She wouldn't be at ease until she saw his injury for herself. Before Muchinza could protest, she rolled up the sleeve of his hospital gown. Chu Xian immediately saw a large bruise on his left arm and felt a pang of distress. It's not broken, is it? No. What's the name of the guy who hit you? Why do you want to know? Are you planning to beat him up for me? He's just an idiot, not worth the trouble. If anyone deserves a beating, it's his brother. What's his brother's name? Feng Jun. Hearing that name, Chu Xian suddenly remembered what happened in her previous life. Feng Jun was Muchinza's competitor from the neighboring town. He often started price wars with Muchinza. Because of that, Muchinza's profits kept shrinking from earning over 1,000 yuan per truckload at first to barely making 100 or 2 later on. Muchinza, out of stubbornness, kept competing even when profits were low. In her past life, Chu Xian hadn't cared about any of this. As long as Muchinza gave her money to spend, she was happy. In this life, Chu Xian was determined to persuade Muchinza that price wars weren't worth it. But secretly giving Feng Jun a beating was definitely an option. And she could use someone else's hand to do it. Chu Xian knew a secret about Feng Jun. I know Feng Jun. He's having an affair with a woman in the county. I'll go call her husband right now and let him know. No rush. Feng Jun is at the security team office right now. My mom and sister-in-law are there too, negotiating compensation. His brother may be mentally unstable, but he has no money. Feng Jun is his legal guardian, so he has to pay. I told my mom, if they don't pay at least 2,000 yuan, I'll insist he put his brother up to hitting me. Once we get the compensation, then we'll deal with him. Revenge is a dish best served cold. No need to wait 10 years, just a few days will do. Muchinza yawned several times in a row. He shoved the bank books and cash back into Chu Xian's hands. I appreciate the gesture, but you'd better put this away. If someone sees you carrying so much cash, they might get ideas. There were pickpockets around here. Chu Xian knew that, so she quickly put the cash and bank books away. She stood up. Get some more sleep. I'm going to the security office. She was worried that Annie Qin and sister-in-law Fu Qing wouldn't be able to handle Feng Jun and get the full compensation. Since Muchinza wanted at least 2,000 yuan, she'd make sure they got it. Muchinza didn't stop her. There's strength in numbers. Go ahead. But you'd better deposit your money in the bank first. He was worried someone might steal Chu Xian's money. Chu Xian waved him off. Don't worry. I'm always on guard. With a wave, she left. As soon as Chu Xian walked out of the hospital, she sensed that someone was watching her. She couldn't help but curse inwardly. Are pickpockets' eyes really that sharp? Can they tell at a glance that she's carrying a lot of cash? She glanced down at her pants pocket. It was bulging. Lucky she hadn't been robbed on the way here. She'd better listen to Muchinza and deposit the money at the bank. Chu Xian quickened her pace toward the bank. The person following her grew anxious when he realized she was heading to deposit her money. He decided to take a risk. Rob her. When Chu Xian reached a quieter spot, a skinny man ran toward her. She dodged him, though not very nimbly. At the same time, she saw the knife in his hand. He didn't stab her, but tried to slash at her pocket. He failed. He didn't try a second time. Instead, he dashed into a deserted alley. By the time Chu Xian chased after him, he had already climbed over a wall and escaped. It was the first time Chu Xian had seen someone scale a wall and flee so deftly. If this guy ever tried to steal from Feng Chunhua, even if he didn't succeed, he'd probably still get away unscathed. An idea formed in Chu Xian's mind. But first, she needed to talk to Feng Jun about compensation before anything else. She decided not to go to the bank for now. Once the compensation matter was settled, she could use her bulging pocket as bait for pickpockets. About 10 minutes later, Chu Xian arrived at the security office. She happened to run into Wei Chong. After explaining the situation, Wei Chong led her into a meeting room. Feng Jun, Qin Mahua, and the others were in the middle of negotiating compensation. They sat across from each other at a table. Feng Jun looked resolute. I won't pay a cent over 500. Qin Mahua slammed the table. If it's less than 2,800, this isn't over. Feng Jun acted shamelessly. It wasn't me who beat up Muchinza. It was my brother, and he's got mental issues. If you want to sue him, go ahead. You won't get a penny out of it. Fu Qing spotted Chu Xian and immediately stood up. Xiao Xian, you're here. Come sit next to me. Seeing Chu Xian was like finding their backbone. Feng Jun didn't recognize Chu Xian, but seeing her imposing presence, he couldn't help but lose some of his bluster. Who are you? I don't remember there being another woman in the Mu family. If you're not a Mu, you'd better stay out of this. Qin Mahua and Fu Qing both snapped at once. Feng Jun, shut up. Chu Xian sat down next to Fu Qing. I'm not a Mu, but I'm Muchinza's boss. He works for me, so of course I'm involved. 2,800 is too little for compensation. 3,000, not a cent less. Medical expenses are extra. Feng Jun looked at Chu Xian as if she were crazy. Qin Mahua and Fu Qing were stunned, too. Honestly, anything over 2,000 would have been enough. But they couldn't say that now. Wei Chong was curious to see if Chu Xian could actually get 3,000 in compensation, so he sat by and waited patiently. Feng Jun finally came to his senses. 3,000? Don't even think about it. Not happening. I won't even give you 300. Go ahead and sue my brother. Lock him up, and I'll save myself the trouble of cooking for him. And forget about medical expenses. He made as if to get up and leave. Chu Xian smiled calmly. You know Niu Ping, don't you? Feng Jun stopped in his tracks. Of course he knew Niu Ping. Niu Ping was his lover in the county. He looked at Chu Xian, trying to read her expression. Chu Xian's face was calm, making Feng Jun think she was bluffing. I don't know her, he denied flatly. Chu Xian had expected this. She picked up a pen and paper from the table, quickly wrote a line, and slid it over to Feng Jun. After reading it, Feng Jun hurriedly tore off the note and stuffed it into his pocket, planning to burn it later. That secret could never get out. Otherwise, he'd be finished. He had no choice but to change his tune. I'll pay 3,000. Medical expenses are extra. He walked over to Chu Xian and whispered, You have to keep this secret for me. Chu Xian replied quietly, I promise. But if your own carelessness gets you exposed, don't blame me. Feng Jun grunted in agreement. Wei Chang hadn't seen what was written on the note and planned to ask Chu Xian about it later. Fu Qing and Qin Mahua were shocked, looking at Chu Xian as if to ask, Is this for real? Chu Xian nodded at them. Auntie Qin, just wait to count the money. Then she turned to Feng Jun, her tone cold. Call your family and have them bring the money over right now. Feng Jun forced a smile. No need to call. I've got the payment money on me, exactly 3,000. He pulled 3 stacks of cash from his pocket and set them in front of Qin Mahua. Chu Xian reminded Qin Mahua and Fu Qing to count the money. With the compensation settled, Wei Chang could proceed with the paperwork, signing where needed and closing the case. When Qin Mahua and Fu Qing left the security office, they were still in a daze. After all their arguing, they hadn't managed to get compensation, but Chu Xian had settled it in under 2 minutes. Thinking back to how Chu Xian had helped Mu Chenza avoid being set up before, they were even more convinced that Chu Xian was Mu Chenza's lucky star. Chu Xian didn't leave with them. Wei Chang had called her back. They wanted to wait for her, but Chu Xian said she still had things to discuss with Wei Chang and told them not to wait. Wei Chang invited Chu Xian to his office. Before he could ask, Chu Xian spoke up. Feng Jun agreed to pay 3,000 because I know one of his secrets. As for what it is, I promise not to say. But you'll find out soon enough, he'll expose himself. Wei Chang didn't press further. Chu Xian took her leave. Wei Chang watched her go before looking away. He knew Chu Xian wasn't really Mu Chenza's boss, but since she was willing to stand up for him, their relationship must be close. The thought left him with mixed feelings. After leaving the security office, Chu Xian was followed by Feng Jun. With no one else around, he got straight to the point. Chu Xian, who told you about that? Chu Xian sneered. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. I won't tell anyone that Niu Ping's son is actually your biological child. But from now on, you're not to compete with Mu Chenza for business and no price wars. Otherwise, you know what'll happen. Got it. Feng Jun wished he could kill Chu Xian. He needed to have a serious talk with Niu Ping. Without another word, he left. Chu Xian didn't go back to the hospital. Instead, she wandered around crowded places. She wanted to find that pickpocket. She had a business proposition for him. But after several rounds, she didn't see him again. With other matters to attend to, she decided to look for him another day. When Chu Xian arrived at Mu Chenza's hospital room, only Qin Mahua was there. She learned that Fu Qing had already returned to the village. Qin Mahua had just heard from her son that Chu Xian had brought all her savings to help pay his medical bills. She was deeply grateful to Chu Xian. Mu Chenza also heard from his mother that without Chu Xian, they never would have gotten 3,000 in compensation. The Mu family owed Chu Xian another favor. Qin Mahua warmly grasped Chu Xian's hand, expressing her thanks. Chu Xian felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly changed the subject. Who's staying with Mu Chenza tonight? Qin Mahua looked at Mu Chenza. Xiaozhe, should I stay or should your big brother come? Mu Chenza, looking a bit tired, waved his hand. No need. Other than being dizzy, I'm fine. Mom, you should go home. Treat these days as a little vacation. Oh, and in the payment I gave you, there's 320 yuan for Chu Xian. Make sure she gets it. Chu Xian has other things to do and won't be going back with you. Qin Mahua nodded, took 320 yuan from her pocket, and handed it to Chu Xian. I'll head off now. Leaving Chu Xian and Mu Chenza alone. After watching his mother leave, Mu Chenza spoke up. Can I trouble you with something? Chu Xian replied without hesitation, no problem. Go ahead and tell me. Even if it were 10,000 favors, she'd help. Mu Chenza lowered his voice deliberately. I need you to find someone. He lives in a courtyard at the northeast corner of the intersection of Jixiang Road and Xingfu Road. The gate is black. When you get there, give my name and say, a friend from afar has come. He'll give you the yarn and the bicycle. Chu Xian smiled. This isn't me doing you a favor, it's you helping me. You're really efficient, aren't you? It's just a coincidence he is what you need. I've already paid. Just pick up the goods. The source. No problem with the source. That man doesn't steal, rob, or cheat. All right. Anything else? The county security team should be searching Feng Chuanhua's place by now, right? I'm not sure about that. Mu Chenza probed, you could ask Wei Chong. Chu Xian answered calmly, I'm not that close with Wei Chong. Really? Not close. Mu Chenza's tone was a little sarcastic. Chu Xian picked up on it. What do you mean by that? Speak properly. Realizing he'd overstepped, Mu Chenza quickly reined in his emotions. I just mean, even if you're not close, you could get to know him. One more friend, one more path. But if you don't want to ask him, that's fine. I'll ask my classmate to help. No need to trouble your classmate. Once I pick up the bike and the yarn, I'll go ask Wei Chong. You're right, one more friend, one more path. I'll try to make Wei Chong a good friend. Hearing this, Mu Chenza instantly felt like he'd shot himself in the foot. There went his chance to shine. Little did he know, Chu Xian just didn't want him getting involved in these matters. Seeing that Mu Chenza didn't need anyone to look after him, she left the hospital. She went to the bank to deposit money. She had a lot to do today, so the pickpocket catching plan would have to wait for another day. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the courtyard Mu Chenza had described. The gate was tightly shut. Chu Xian knocked. A man's hoarse voice came from inside. Who is it? Chu Xian replied softly, Mu Chenza sent me. A friend from afar has come. After giving the code phrase, the gate opened. The man was burly, with clear eyes, not the look of a shady dealer. He pointed to a brand new 28-inch bicycle in the yard. Take it. The cloth bag on the handlebars has the yarn he wanted. Thank you. Chu Xian stepped forward, checked everything over, and, seeing nothing amiss, wheeled the bike out. Just then, a small, delicate-looking young man, about 20, entered the yard. Bro, made another sale? He glanced at Chu Xian, eyes darting away nervously. Afraid of being recognized. Chu Xian thought he looked familiar. Wasn't this the pickpocket who'd tried to slash her pocket? Talk about things falling right into your lap. But in that instant, she started to doubt whether the bike in her hands was legitimate. She imagined the scene, the pickpocket stealing bikes, his brother finding buyers. If it was stolen, she absolutely couldn't take it. She parked the bike and said bluntly, refund. I don't want the bike or the yarn. The burly man looked annoyed. You think you can just demand a refund? I worked hard to get these. Unless you give me a proper reason, forget it. He squatted down, trying to keep his temper in check. Chu Xian pointed at his younger brother. Him. He tried to slash my pocket with a knife on the street. If he can steal money, he can steal bikes. And yarn. I'm not taking anything that isn't legit. She wasn't the least bit afraid of falling out with the brothers. After all, they were close to the main road. If she shouted, people would hear. The man stood up and looked sternly at his brother. Is what this chubby girl said true? Xiaoning, are you back to your old tricks? What did you promise me? Have you forgotten how our mother died? Xiaoning hung his head. Bro, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I just saw you get cheated out of so much money, and the creditors came knocking, so I got desperate. He immediately bowed to Chu Xian in apology. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xiaoning's brother's anger at Chu Xian vanished, and he bowed as well. I'm sorry. I didn't teach my brother well. Please give him a chance to change, and don't report him to the security team. If you want a refund, I'll give you all your money back. Xiaoning quickly added, the bike and yarn my brother got are definitely legit, he is proof. There's a sales slip from a department store in another city, with the official red stamp. I'll show you. He rushed into the bedroom. Chu Xian remained calm. If you can prove they're legitimate, I won't return them. Xiaoning's brother looked grateful. Thank you. About my brother. Let me see the receipts first. All right. Soon, Xiaoning came running back with 2 receipts. They were genuine. The goods were legitimate. But Chu Xian also learned that the bike cost 220 yuan. Mu Chenza had only asked her for 200. How much did you sell the bike to Mu Chenza for? She asked. Xiaoning's brother blushed. 260 yuan. Don't blame me for the markup. There's no stock around here, and I had to go out of town to get it, plus travel, lodging, and food expenses. Chu Xian silently cursed Mu Chenza for being a patsy, just to help her get a bike. He was willing to lose money. Seeing Chu Xian remain silent, Xiaoning added cautiously, we can give you a discount. How about we refund you 15 yuan? Chu Xian waved her hand. No need. I'll take the bike and the yarn. But if you help me with one thing, I won't report you, and I'll pay you an extra 10 yuan for your trouble. Xiaoning, eager to earn money for his family, agreed without hesitation. Just say the word. I'll do it. His brother eyed Chu Xian warily. You're not asking Xiaoning to steal something, are you? Previously, Chu Xian had considered letting slip that Feng Chanhua was hiding valuables in her county house, hoping Xiaoning would be tempted to steal them and cause Feng Chanhua a big loss. But now she'd changed her mind. No. I'll come back another day to discuss it. See you. She needed to ask Muchinza about the brothers before coming back. She kicked up the bike stand, waved, and rode off. On the way, she bought a heavy chain lock for the bike. Then she went to the security team to find Wei Chong. When Chu Xian showed up again, Wei Chong couldn't help but smile. Looking for me? Chu Xian smiled and asked quietly, "Can I borrow 10 minutes of your time? Can we talk outside?" "No problem. I'll let the captain know." "Wait a moment. I'll wait outside." Chu Xian quickly walked out to a big locust tree in front of the security office. Soon, Wei Chong came over and stopped 2 meters away. "Go ahead. What's up?" Chu Xian looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then said softly, "Feng Chuanhua's been bad-mouthing me, but Auntie Li is still really nice to me. That must be because you put in a good word for me with your mom." "Thank you." Wei Chong looked skeptical. "You called me out here during work just to say thank you?" Of course, Chu Xian wasn't here to express her gratitude, but it wasn't easy to directly ask how the investigation into those suspicious items hidden in Feng Chuanhua's courtyard was going. "Actually, Feng Chanhua and I have a grudge. I wanted to ask if you know of any dirt on her. If I had something to hold over her, she wouldn't dare go around bad-mouthing me anymore. I don't plan to get married, so my own reputation isn't a big deal, but it could affect my brother's future. That's why I can't just sit back and do nothing." Wei Chang frowned, looking helpless, and spoke in a low voice. "Feng Chanhua really is out of line, but it's very hard to get anything on her. Someone reported that she had valuable items of unknown origin, but by the time we got the search warrant and arrived at her house, there was nothing to be found. She must have gotten tipped off and moved everything. Let me warn you, Feng Chanhua has connections." Chu Xian was secretly relieved that when she called Feng Chanhua, she hadn't used her real voice. "Thank you for telling me this. I'll be going now." She turned to leave, looking a little disappointed. Wei Chang stopped her. "Wait a moment." Chu Xian turned back, trying to sound casual. "Is there something else?" Wei Chang lowered his voice even more. "Actually, I've seen Feng Chuanhua's old criminal record. If you want to bring her to justice, Qin Xiahong is the key. Be patient and wait for Qin Xiahong to wake up." With evidence in hand, no matter how powerful Feng Chuanhua's backers are, the Qin family won't let her get away with it, especially since they have their own connections. You alone can't take on Feng Chuanhua's supporters. You need to learn to use others' strength to your advantage. Chu Xian was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Wei Chang to be so considerate. "I'll remember that. Thank you so much." She unlocked her bike and rode away. Wei Chang only looked away after watching her disappear from sight. He couldn't understand why he'd told her so much. About 10 minutes later, Chu Xian walked into Muchinza's hospital room, carrying a bag of yarn. Muchinza was fast asleep. Even though Chu Xian had things she wanted to ask, she didn't have the heart to wake him. So she simply went out again and bought a set of knitting needles. She sat on the stool in the hospital room, knitting a sweater. Every half hour, she'd stop, gaze out the window into the distance to rest her eyes. She went out for lunch, and when she came back, Muchinza was still asleep. She kept knitting. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that Muchinza finally woke up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Chu Xian, completely absorbed in her knitting. "You didn't go straight home? You've been waiting for me to wake up? Is there something you want to talk about?" Chu Xian didn't stop knitting since it didn't affect her ability to talk. Feng Chuanhua's valuables were moved before the authorities arrived. Someone tipped her off. The security team didn't find anything? That's right. Doesn't that risk alerting her and making things harder? Who knows? Anyway, let's not talk about that for now. There's something else. What is it? How much did you really pay for that bicycle? Muchinza insisted. 200 yuan. Why? Chu Xian didn't bother beating around the bush. I saw the receipt from the department store out of town. It was 220 yuan. But you sold it to me for 260. Why did you tell me it was 200? Were you trying to secretly subsidize me? Or do you just like being taken advantage of? She shot Muchinza a helpless glare. Realizing he'd been found out, Muchinza stopped hiding. Actually, I wanted to give you a bike, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. So I figured I'd secretly cover part of the cost for you. 60 yuan is not a small amount. Muchinza, can't you value your hard-earned money a little more? You work late every night delivering and selling goods. It's not easy to make money. I don't think it's hard at all. 60 yuan isn't much to me. Even if I paid for the whole bike and gave it to you, it wouldn't matter. He meant what he said. He never minded spending money on Chu Xian. Chu Xian put down her knitting. Shouldn't you be saving your money for your future wife? Why are you always buying me gifts? You're my best buddy. What's wrong with giving you gifts? I give Ji Ping gifts all the time too. As soon as he finished, Chu Xian counted out 60 yuan from her pocket and put it in his hand. Take it, or I'll send the bike to your house and say you bought it for your mom. Muchinza surrendered immediately. All right, I'll take it. His stomach growled. Chu Xian felt a little guilty. Why had she rushed to settle accounts with him? He must be starving. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. I want your homemade hand-pulled noodles. You'll have to wait until you're discharged for that. How about I go buy something ready-made for now? I promise it'll be something you like. Before Muchinza could reply, Chu Xian had already run out. Muchinza suddenly realized that when he spent money on her, she always insisted on settling up. But when she spent money on him, she didn't care at all. She even seemed happy about it. Maybe he should change his strategy, spend more of her money, eat more of her food, take more advantage of her. Then she wouldn't insist on keeping accounts so clearly. A dozen minutes later, Chu Xian came back with a steaming lunchbox full of wontons. It was a new lunchbox she'd just bought. She'd washed it in the hospital cafeteria and scalded it with hot water before filling it with wontons. Muchinza estimated there were at least 30 wontons inside. Just right for his appetite. He blew on them and quickly finished eating. Chu Xian, is this a new lunchbox? Yes. Why? Can I have it? Of course. I bought it for you. Thanks. My family came in a hurry and only brought a thermos, a wash basin, towels, and such. They forgot a lunchbox, toothbrush, toothpaste, and a cup. Now that I have your lunchbox, could I trouble you two? No problem. I'll go buy toothpaste and the rest right now. Soon, Chu Xian came back with a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a cup. Muchinza accepted everything and shamelessly declared that since Chu Xian gave them to him, he wasn't going to pay her back. Instead of getting mad, Chu Xian was delighted. This only made Muchinza more certain of his thoughts. But he didn't say anything out loud. Chu Xian, aren't you going home? Chu Xian smiled. One more question, then I'll go. Go ahead. What's the story with the guy who sold you the bike? Was his brother really a pickpocket? That guy's name is Shan Ningxuan. He's honest and hardworking. His brother, Shan Ningxuan, really did used to be a pickpocket. He got caught and was about to be sent to the security team. When their mother heard, she knelt and begged for mercy, but no one would listen. She said she'd failed as a mother and would atone with her life. She killed herself on the spot. With a death involved, the victim couldn't bear to press charges, so Shan Ningxuan wasn't reported. After that, he never stole again. Why do you ask? Did he steal your money? Chu Xian hadn't expected such a tragedy in the Shan family. There are many ways to resolve things. Sacrificing your life isn't worth it. She felt a mix of emotions. That's right. But I don't plan to report him. I want him to help me with something. Muchinza looked worried. You're not thinking of having him steal Feng Chuanhua's valuables, are you? If you two get caught, your lives will be ruined. Besides, the valuables have already been moved. It won't be easy to find them. Or do you have another idea? Chu Xian suddenly recalled some things from her previous life. Actually, I just want him to help bring those valuables to me so I can take a look at them and then quietly put them back. I think I can guess where they've been moved to. At this point, it seemed pointless to report Feng Chuanhua again. She might as well investigate on her own. Muchinza agreed readily. I support you. Can you tell me where you think they've been moved? In her previous life, besides taking Chu Xian to that courtyard in town, Feng Chuanhua had also brought her to see a courtyard in the county seat. She'd encouraged Chu Xian to keep saving money, hoping to help the Chu family buy that courtyard in the county. It was near the department store, not the place Mu Chenza had previously investigated. If her guess was right, Feng Chunhua had at least 2 courtyards in the county. But she couldn't reveal the truth, so she casually made up a reason. I once accidentally saw Feng Chunhua go into a courtyard near the department store. So I suspect that's one of her properties too. Mu Chenza gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Is there anything I can help with? Not for now. You should rest a bit more. After dark, I'll go find Dan Ningquan. Then call the village office so Xiaofeng and the others don't worry. Good point. I'll do that right away. Soon after, Chu Xian finished the call and returned to the hospital room, continuing to knit. Mu Chenza watched her hands. He blurted out, I didn't expect such chubby hands to be so nimble. Chu Xian blushed. If you've got nothing to do, close your eyes and rest. Why are you staring at my hands? Men and women should keep their distance. Watch yourself. Mu Chenza's face turned red at her words. Realizing he'd lost his composure, he scolded himself inwardly. Why was he looking at her hands anyway? What's so interesting about chubby hands? He closed his eyes and stayed quiet. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Mu Qinlao and Mu Chenfu came home after selling their fish. When they heard Mu Chenza was injured and hospitalized, they wanted to go to the county hospital to stay with him, but Qin Mahua stopped them. Knowing Chu Xian, as long as the family didn't go, she'd never leave Xiaozhe alone in the hospital. Qin Mahua decided to be a little shameless. Let Chu Xian take care of Xiaozhe a bit longer. It was the perfect chance for the two to build their relationship. There's plenty to do at home. You two help out for now. Around 10 tonight, we'll arrange for the village tractor to go to the county hospital. Mu Qinlao and Mu Chenfu were both confused and asked almost in unison, why? We have bicycles at home. No need for a tractor. Fu Qing explained with a smile, because we need to bring Chu Xian back. Mu Chenfu looked his wife up and down. You and Mom are both staying home, leaving Chu Xian to take care of the second son? Isn't that a bit much? Qin Mahua slapped him on the back. Don't you know Xiaozhe likes Chu Xian? She didn't intend to keep hiding it for Mu Chenza. She even told them about how Chu Xian helped get compensation today. The whole family supported Mu Chenza's feelings for Chu Xian. No one thought Chu Xian wasn't good enough for him just because Mu Chenza was handsome and charming. On the contrary, they believed whether Mu Chenza could marry Chu Xian depended on Chu Xian's own wishes. A woman being chubby wasn't a big deal, it was a sign of good fortune. They all agreed, before Chu Xian made her feelings clear, no one would say anything to make her uncomfortable. At around 8:30 that evening, after having dinner with Mu Chenza and washing the lunchboxes and chopsticks, Chu Xian left the hospital on her bicycle. A few minutes later, she knocked on the Dan family's courtyard gate. Dan Anquan saw it was Chu Xian and quickly invited her in. Ning is reading in the main room. Just go find him. But I'll be listening in on your conversation. He really couldn't relax. He was afraid Chu Xian would use Xiaoning's pickpocketing skills. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. She entered the main room and saw Dan Ningquan absorbed in his book. Chu Xian bent down to glance at the cover. It was a technical book on mechanical drawing. Dan Ningquan, you can read that later. Dan Ningquan reluctantly looked up. Sorry, I didn't notice you came in. Chu Xian smiled. It's fine. I just got here. I've got a 10-yuan job for you, interested? Dan Ningquan was about to say yes. But Dan Anquan cut in first. What kind of job exactly? Chu Xian lowered her voice. Help me find some valuables in a certain courtyard, bring them out for me to look at, and then put them back where they were. Dan Anquan refused flatly. No way. If anyone sees him, my brother could get arrested, and you'd be implicated too. I don't want either of you doing this. It was risky, otherwise Chu Xian wouldn't have considered Dan Ningquan. I trust your brother's skills, he won't get caught. Dan Ningquan said confidently, Bro, trust me. I won't get caught. Even if I am, I can get away. Ever since their mother died, he'd trained hard at escaping. Scaling walls and rooftops wasn't an exaggeration. That was exactly what Chu Xian valued, his ability to get away. Brother Dan, I've seen your brother's escape skills. They're top-notch. He can wear a mask when the time comes. Dan Onchuan still wanted to refuse. I still don't feel comfortable. Chu Xian had no choice but to threaten, if you won't help, I'll report him to the security team for slashing my pocket with a knife. There were definitely people on the street who saw it. If they testify, that shut Dan Onchuan up for good. What he feared most was Xiao Ning getting mixed up with the security team. If they heard he was back to his old ways, they might reopen his old cases. Chu Xian looked at Dan Ningquan as if asking, do you dare? Dan Ningquan nodded, he dared. He grabbed a flashlight, mask, gloves, and homemade shoe covers and followed Chu Xian out. Chu Xian thought to herself, pretty well prepared. She took him on her bike toward the department store. Dan Onchuan didn't follow. He ran into a room with a long table where his mother's portrait, incense burner, and offerings were placed. He lit 3 sticks of incense and bowed. He murmured, Mom, please keep Xiao Ning safe. About 10 minutes later, Chu Xian and Dan Ningquan arrived at the back wall of a courtyard. They'd already checked, the gate was locked. The neighbors had all closed up for the night. During the day, this street was busy, but at night it was deserted. That worked in their favor. After Chu Xian quietly gave a few instructions, Dan Ningquan put on his mask, gloves, and shoe covers and nimbly scaled the wall into the courtyard. He headed straight for the locked bedroom. Picking the lock was no problem for him, and the locks he picked could still be used afterward. By flashlight, he carefully checked the spots Chu Xian had mentioned. He finally found 3 gold necklaces and a jade pendant hidden in the bed leg near the wall. He held them in his hand and climbed back out over the wall. He handed them to Chu Xian. Chu Xian had already put on gloves. By flashlight, she carefully examined the gold necklaces and jade pendant. The necklaces were all from old, established shops in Beijing. As for the jade pendant, she'd seen a similar one in her previous life, twice as big as this one. Back then, a man had handed Feng Chunhua a jade pendant, told her a few things about caring for it, and left in a hurry. Chu Xian happened to see and hear it. Feng Chunhua told her she'd just bought it from that man. But Chu Xian hadn't seen her pay. Maybe the man had given it to her. He was a delicate-looking man in his 40s, with a Beijing accent. Chu Xian didn't have time to think more. She handed the items back to Dan Ningquan. Thanks, put them back where you found them. Dan Ningquan did as told, returned everything to its place, and wiped away all traces of their visit. After riding her bike to deliver Ningquan home, Chu Xian, right in front of his older brother, took out 10 yuan and handed it to Dan Ningquan. Dan Ningquan thanked her and immediately passed the money to his brother. Dan Onchuan patted his younger brother lightly on the shoulder. As long as you're back safe, that's all that matters. Then he turned to Chu Xian. You went out of your way to bring my brother home. Are you worried he might go back and steal those valuables? Actually, Chu Xian didn't have to bring Dan Ningquan home at all. Dan Ningquan waved his hands frantically. Bro, don't say that. Those things are of dubious origin. I wouldn't dare steal them. I don't want to get into trouble. Chu Xian smiled at Dan Onchuan. I trust Dan Ningquan. I came back because I wanted to discuss a business opportunity with you. Are you interested in selling grilled fish jerky? My family makes it. Mu Chenza had told her that Dan Onchuan was an honest man, and Chu Xian was more than happy to work with someone like that. Normally, Dan Onchuan would travel out of town to buy rare goods and resell them for a profit. If he took the grilled fish jerky to sell in other cities, he could make a tidy sum too. The grilled fish jerky that Mu Chenza brings into the city, is that from your family? That's right. He gave me over a jean last time. It was delicious. Both Xiao Ning and I love it. How much are you planning to sell it to me for, per jean? The lowest price is 1.6 yuan per jean. Once you're outside the city, you can sell it for 3 or even 4 yuan a jean. People will buy it. Of course, that doesn't apply to coastal cities. In 3 days, I'll be hiring a truck to go out of town to look for rare goods. How about I take 1,000 jean to try it out? No problem, but I don't do credit. All right. I'll prepare 1,600 yuan. Give me your address? Write it in my notebook. Dan Onchuan casually pulled a palm-sized notebook and a ballpoint pen from his pocket. He always carried them. Chu Xian took them and quickly wrote down her address. Before leaving, she couldn't help but ask, "I'm curious, when did Muchunza ask you to buy the bicycle? And when did you tell him it had arrived?" Dan Onchuan replied straightforwardly, "He asked me half a month ago. I told him it was here just yesterday." Chu Xian couldn't help but marvel at how considerate Muchunza was. He treated her even better in this life than in the last. She chatted with Dan Onchuan a bit longer before riding off. She planned to stop by the hospital to see Muchunza, bring the sweater she was a fifth of the way through knitting, and then head home. As she entered the hospital room, just as she picked up the bag with her yarn and was about to share her day's news, Mu Qinlao and Mu Qinfu pushed the door open and came in. After exchanging greetings and chatting for a bit, Chu Xian found out that the village tractor was waiting outside. With the tractor there, she didn't need to pedal her bike home, so she left the bike keys with the Mu family. She didn't even need to ask to know they'd make good use of it. The Mu family gladly accepted. Today, the tractor driver was Sun Ren. On the way back, he couldn't help but ask Chu Xian, who was sitting in the trailer, "You just bought that bike, and you're willing to leave it for the Mu family to use?" "If it were me, I'd never give it up." Chu Xian smiled calmly. "Because the Mu family treats me well. I'm willing to share with anyone who's good to me." Sun Ren curled his lip. "You and Mu Chen's engagement didn't work out, yet his family has no hard feelings toward you? Maybe it's because his mother and sister-in-law work for you and have made a lot of money from your family." "No, it's because his family is broad-minded." Just then, Chu Xian suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Wei Chong, running toward the department store. "Sun Ren, stop the tractor." Sun Ren hit the brakes. Chu Xian called out, "Comrade Wei, it's so late. Where are you headed?" "Need a lift on the tractor." Wei Chong's face was serious. "Actually, yes. Could you take me near the department store?" He jumped into the trailer as he spoke. Sun Ren recognized Wei Chang and guessed something urgent was up, so he quickly drove toward the department store. Wei Chang leaned over and spoke quietly to Chu Xian. "There's been a theft at a courtyard near the department store. I just heard that the victim is Feng Chunhua. She's on her way here now." Chu Xian feigned shock. "Feng Chunhua has a courtyard in the county town? She's that rich." "She really is. She owns 2 courtyards in the county. You should really look into where her money comes from." In her previous life, Feng Chunhua could use Chu Xian's support for the Chu family as a cover, but in this life, she didn't have that excuse. Wei Chong chuckled. "You're right." Soon, they arrived at Feng Chunhua's courtyard near the department store. Wei Chang jumped down from the trailer. Both the courtyard gate and the bedroom door locks had been pried open, and the house had been set on fire. Fortunately, the fire was put out in time and didn't spread to the neighbors, but there were still a few small fires and smoldering spots inside. Sun Ren said to Chu Xian, "Let's stay and watch for a bit?" Just what she wanted. But Chu Xian pretended to agree reluctantly. "All right. It's already 10:30, let's watch for a bit and then go." "Okay, we'll leave soon." Sun Ren parked the tractor out of the way. They could see the damage from there. The windows had shattered, the doors were warped from the heat, and the walls were blackened. None of the furniture inside had been spared, some were still burning. Chu Xian stood in the trailer, not getting down. As long as the fire didn't threaten anyone else, she saw no need to help put it out. Wei Chang had already joined the firefighting efforts. Sun Ren also ran into the courtyard. Whether he was helping or looking for loot, Chu Xian couldn't say. Chu Xian was puzzled. She and Dan Ningxuan had only just left, and someone had already come to steal and set a fire. Could it be that when Dan Ningxuan showed her the gold necklace and jade pendant, someone saw them? Impossible. She had checked the surroundings at the time, there was no one, and they were well hidden in a corner. How strange. Could Dan Ningxuan have come back to do it? Did he give in to the temptation of those valuables? 10 minutes later, Sun Ren came back, hands in his pockets. Chu Xian noticed his bulging pockets, but said nothing. Who knew what he'd swiped? He couldn't help himself. When no one was looking, he pulled out 2 handfuls of candy and showed them to Chu Xian. "I snuck these out of the candy jar. They didn't get burned." "One half." Chu Xian refused flatly. "I think her stuff is dirty. You keep it." "Hey, free candy is free candy." "Oh, and look what else I found." Soonrin held up a metal kerosene lighter. Can you believe this thing didn't explode? Pretty good quality. Feng Chunhua's family uses fancy stuff. Well, it's mine now. Don't tell anyone. Don't worry, I couldn't care less. After watching the commotion for a while, just as they were about to leave, Chu Ji arrived with Feng Chunhua on the back of his bike. Feng Chunhua was too focused on her house to notice Chu Xian and Sunren. Who the hell set fire to my house? She rushed into the bedroom. Seeing the empty bed frame, Feng Chunhua finally lost it and screamed, "My family's heirloom gold necklace and jade pendant have been stolen." Chu Xian and Sunren didn't stick around to hear the rest. After all, Sunren had swiped something and was feeling guilty, so he drove Chu Xian away on the tractor. It was nearly midnight by the time Chu Xian got home. Chu Feng was still up, looking worried. "Sis, why are you back so late? Didn't you say on the phone that Brother Chinzo was fine?" Chu Xian brushed him off. "I'll tell you later. Don't bother me for now, I have something important to do." She went to her room, found paper and pen, and, relying on her memories from her previous life, began to sketch a man. If it hadn't been for that jade pendant, she wouldn't even have remembered this person. 10 minutes later, the image of a man in his 40s with delicate features appeared vividly on paper. In her previous life, she'd seen this man in mid-March of next year. Should she wait patiently another half a year, or ask someone to investigate now? Maybe if she found this man, she could uncover Feng Chunhua's secret. Perhaps those gold necklaces and the jade pendant were all gifts from him. That man had a Beijing accent. Most likely, he lived in Beijing. But Beijing was so big, and it was 600 or 700 kilometers from here. Finding someone there would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. She sighed helplessly, locked the portrait away in a drawer, put the yarn she'd brought back into the cupboard, and stashed her bankbook in a metal box hidden in the ceiling. She got up, went to the kitchen to heat up some herbal medicine, drank it, then walked into Xiao Feng's bedroom. She put on a relaxed front. "Xiao Feng, I came home late today because I went to see the commotion at Feng Chunhua's place. She has 2 houses in the county, and one of them caught fire and was robbed. I heard she lost several gold necklaces and a jade pendant." Xu Feng's face lit up with excitement. "That's really great news. The worse things get for Feng Chunhua, the happier I am. She's so rich, but always so stingy with us. Now it's all gone to the thieves." "Exactly. I'm in a great mood too. Let's get to bed early. We have to get up early tomorrow." "Jia, tell me more details." "I want to hear. How bad was the fire? Where exactly is her house?" Chu Feng pestered Chu Xian for more details, and it wasn't until midnight that she finally let Chu Xian go back to her own room to rest. Chu Xian washed up, changed into pajamas, went to the bathroom, and lay down on the kang bed. She felt a bit down. Her period had ended in less than 2 days. 3 to 7 days was normal. She hadn't even reached the minimum of 3 days. In the days that followed, although Mu Chinza couldn't help her sell goods in the city, she'd already contacted a big client. In 3 days, Dan Onchuan would come to pick up 1,000 jin of grilled fish fillets. Thinking of Dan Onchuan made her think of his younger brother. Was tonight's theft at Feng Chunhua's house related to him? She'd have to go to the county tomorrow anyway. She wouldn't feel at ease unless she asked in person. The next morning, Chu Xian heard Xiao Feng's voice in her sleep. "Jia, I'm heading out. There's breakfast in the kitchen. Don't forget to eat." "Okay." Chu Xian mumbled a reply, lay there a bit longer, then got up. She went to the kitchen to steep her herbal medicine, then opened the gate and saw Grandpa Chi waiting outside with his horse cart. Only then did she realize it was almost 8 o'clock. She'd overslept. She hurriedly carried 50 jin of grilled fish fillets to load onto Grandpa Chi's cart. Not long after Grandpa Chi left, Widow Nio came over to start work. She noticed there were still quite a few grilled fish fillets in the kitchen. "Xiao Xian, are we making more grilled fish fillets today?" Chu Xian replied while squeezing toothpaste, "Of course. I just got a big order for 1,000 jin yesterday. The boss will come pick them up the morning after tomorrow." Hearing this, Widow Nio was happy for Chu Xian and for herself too. After a bit of small talk, Widow Nyo went to the dock to get more skinned fish and called everyone over to help with the fish. Chu Xian finished washing up, opened the kitchen pot, and saw the breakfast Xiao Feng had prepared for her. After eating, she started boiling her herbal medicine. She planned to drink it before heading to the county. Half an hour later, Widow Nyo came back with a cart full of skinned fish and unloaded them in the yard. Gao Meiwan, Miao Dakui, Lu Zhaodi, and Hua Daling all arrived one after another and got to work. Soon after, Qin Mahua and Fu Qing also showed up. Gao Meiwan asked about Mu Chen's condition, and Qin Mahua answered cheerfully. Just from Qin Mahua's upbeat mood, it was clear Mu Chenza was fine. After asking about Mu Chenza, the conversation turned to Feng Chunhua. None of them had expected Feng Chunhua to have a house in the county, let alone lose so many valuables. Chu Xian didn't even need to ask, she knew the news had come from Sunren. She chimed in with a few details from time to time. While boiling her medicine, she also made egg pancakes and stir-fried shredded potatoes. An hour later, she drank a bowl of herbal medicine. She said goodbye to everyone, packed 8 egg pancakes and some potatoes in a lunchbox, and headed out. Qin Mahua guessed the food was for Xiaozhe and worked even harder. While waiting for a cart at the village entrance, Chu Xian saw Feng Shui walking over, dressed in trendy clothes and canvas shoes. He looked like he'd struck it rich. Feng Shui greeted her, Boss Chu. Heading somewhere? To the county. Chu Xian looked him up and down and couldn't help asking, did you hit the jackpot or something? No way. I just made a bit of money selling grilled fish fillets, so I bought myself some new clothes in the county. Couldn't bring myself to buy new shoes though. Are you here to see me today? Yep. Didn't you say you'd introduce me to a sales job? Can you give me a hint? I'd like to know what to expect. Don't worry. I already talked to our village chief. There's a sales position reserved for you, base salary plus commission. How much you earn depends on how hard you work. Thank you. Just then, Wang Dipin walked over. Feng Shui hurried up to him with a big smile, took a lighter and a freshly opened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered Wang Dipin a smoke and a light. Chu Xian's gaze landed on the lighter. It was identical to the one Sunren had found last night at the scene of the fire at Feng Chunhua's house. She couldn't help but wonder, was Feng Shui the one who stole the gold necklaces and jade pendant and set the fire? She didn't ask. Just then, Grandpa Qi arrived with his cart. Chu Xian said goodbye to Wang Dipin and Feng Shui, then hired the cart to go to town. When she got to town, she didn't rush to catch the bus to the county. Instead, she headed to Uncle Long's shop. But to her surprise, the shop was closed and the back gate was locked. She had no choice but to go wait at the bus stop. Just then, Xiao Huan happened to walk by. Chu Xian, heading to the county? Chu Xian smiled. That's right. Brother Xiao, I was looking for Uncle Long today, but his shop is closed. Do you know where he went? I do. Xiao Huan glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. Last night, one of the guys got his hands on some good stuff and begged Uncle Long to go with him to Haishur today to sell it. Chu Xian whispered, wouldn't happen to be 3 gold necklaces and a jade pendant, would it? Xiao Huan gave her a thumbs up. You're amazing. That's exactly right. How did you know? Chu Xian lowered her voice even more. Last night, Feng Chunhua's house in the county was robbed and set on fire. She lost 3 gold necklaces and a jade pendant. Try to warn Uncle Long to be careful. Avoid Beijing and Haishur if possible, so he doesn't get into trouble. Is there still time to catch up? Xiao Huan clenched his fist. Even if there isn't, I have to try. Thanks for the heads up. He dashed off. Chu Xian didn't get a chance to ask who had sold the items to his friend. She wanted to chase after him, but Xiao Huan was already gone. Just then, the bus pulled up. Chu Xian had other business in the county, so she didn't hesitate and got on. 20 minutes later, Chu Xian walked into Mu Chen's hospital room with the lunchbox. Seeing Mu Chenfu there, she couldn't say much, so she just greeted them and left. Her bicycle had been borrowed by Mu Qinlao, so she walked to Dan Anchuan's house. When she got there, she asked quietly, after I left last night, your brother didn't go out, did he? Shan Anchuan answered with absolute certainty, he hasn't gone out. I was worried he wouldn't be able to resist temptation and might go steal something valuable. I shared a room with him last night. Why are you suddenly asking? Did something happen? Chu Xian smiled. Looks like you haven't left the house yet today. If he had, he'd definitely have heard about Feng Chuanhua's courtyard being robbed and set on fire. Shan Anchuan pointed toward the kitchen. I got up early to make pancakes and I'm still not done. Haven't had time to go out. But Xiaoning did leave early this morning and hasn't come back yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Shan Ningchuan ran in the door. Bro, I have something to tell you. He greeted Chu Xian with a smile before continuing. A courtyard near the department store got robbed, 3 gold necklaces and a jade pendant stolen, and half the place was burned down. Shan Anchuan glanced at Chu Xian, then at his brother, and immediately understood. He lowered his voice. Don't tell me it was the house you two visited last night? Shan Ningchuan nodded. Chu Xian looked helpless. That's right. Your brother and I had just left last night when someone broke in right after us. Shan Anchuan shuddered a little. Good thing you left quickly. If you'd run into them, it would have been a huge mess. Shan Ningchuan looked pained. So many valuables, just stolen like that. I didn't take a thing last night. Shan Anchuan smacked him on the back. Good. That's how it should be. Just wait and see. Whoever stole those gold necklaces and the jade pendant is bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Chu Xian didn't stay any longer and took her leave. She wasn't worried about the thief getting into trouble, but she was worried about Uncle Long and the others. There were some things she couldn't figure out on her own, so she wanted to ask Mu Chunzi for his opinion. She headed back to the hospital ward. Mu Chunfu wasn't there, but other patients and their family members were in the room. That made it even less convenient to talk. Mu Chunzi could tell what Chu Xian was thinking. Before she could speak, he got up and pointed outside, suggesting they go for a walk. The two of them walked to a quiet spot. Chu Xian looked at him with concern. If you feel dizzy, you have to tell me. I'll carry you back to the ward right away. Mu Chunzi's face flushed bright red. He couldn't even imagine the sight of a big guy like him being carried by Chu Xian. I'm not as weak as you think. Go ahead, what's up? Just as Chu Xian was about to share all her clues, she suddenly remembered the Mu family's tragic fate in her previous life. She changed her mind and said, I just wanted to ask what you'd like to eat tomorrow. I'll make it at home and bring it over. If she could avoid dragging Mu Chunzi into this, she would. Mu Chunzi looked at her suspiciously. That's all? Nothing else. That's right, nothing else. Chu Xian tried to act casual. Mu Chunzi knew her well. If she didn't want to talk, no amount of questioning would get it out of her. I want to eat your homemade dumplings. Actually, you don't have to bring them to the hospital. I'll be discharged tomorrow. How about you make the dumplings and have Xiaofeng bring them to my house at noon? Chu Xian didn't think much of it and agreed right away. No problem. When she returned to the ward, Mu Qinlao happened to come back and mentioned what he'd heard outside. He told Mu Chunzi about the burglary at Feng Chuanhua's house. Chu Xian didn't linger. She took the bicycle keys from Mu Qinlao and rode off. She had no idea that at noon, Mu Chunzi would call the village office, ask accountant when to get Chu Feng on the phone, and give him some instructions. Chu Feng agreed repeatedly. At 8 p.m., Chu Feng walked into Chu Xian's bedroom. First, he expressed his excitement about buying a bicycle, then his face turned serious. Sis, I'm a man now, the future pillar of this family. I don't want you hiding things from me. Chu Xian was surprised. I'm not hiding anything from you. Chu Feng pointed at the locked drawer. Then what's with the portrait inside? Chu Xian checked the lock, it was intact. You don't have the key for that, do you? Chu Feng pulled a key from his pocket. Your key happened to fall by the door today, and I picked it up. Last night, you ran straight to your room when you got home, and I heard you open and lock the drawer. Today, with the key in hand, I couldn't resist and opened it to see what was inside. He looked determined. He continued, Sis, I know you wouldn't keep a portrait of a strange man in your drawer for no reason. There must be something going on. He was clearly not going to let it drop until she explained. At that moment, Chu Xian realized her little brother had grown up. Maybe there were some things she shouldn't hide from him anymore. This man might be the one who gave Feng Chuanhua those valuables. If we find him, we might be able to uncover Dad's origins. Chu Feng couldn't help but mutter, he doesn't look anything like Feng Chunhua or Chu Dashan. No way he's Feng Chunhua's eldest son. Chu Xian smiled. I don't think he's Feng Chunhua's eldest son either. But he could very well be the one who gave her those valuables for free. If we follow this lead, we're bound to dig up a lot. The problem is he's not easy to find. All I know is that he speaks with a Beijing accent. Should we hire someone to quietly look for him? It's not that easy. And where would we even hire someone? Go to Beijing? We don't know anyone there. Sis, maybe Uncle Wu knows people in Beijing? Next time he calls, could we ask him for help? That suggestion reminded Chu Xian. Uncle Wu had traveled abroad. Maybe he really did know people in Beijing. Xiao Feng, you're pretty sharp. Chu Feng asked a few more questions, which Chu Xian answered one by one, reminding him to keep it a secret and not tell anyone else. Chu Feng immediately promised not to tell outsiders. The next morning, Chu Xian got busy making dumplings, enough dough and filling for 10 people, and told Gao Meiwan and the others to stay for lunch. They didn't stand on ceremony. After finishing with the skinned fish and cleaning the yard, they helped with the dumplings. Many hands make light work. By noon, the fragrant dumplings were ready. Chu Xian packed a lunchbox full and sent Chu Feng to deliver it to Muchinza. Everyone understood what was going on and didn't tease Chu Xian. Chu Feng stayed in Muchinza's room for over half an hour and left something behind for him. After Chu Feng left, Muchinza unfolded a piece of paper that had been folded several times. When he saw the portrait on it, he quickly finished his dumplings and hurried out. Chu Xian had no idea that Xiao Feng had secretly copied the portrait of that man and passed it to Muchinza. Chu Feng had only promised not to tell outsiders. He considered Muchinza one of their own, so of course he wouldn't hide it from him. At 8 p.m., Muchinza didn't need to go to Chu Xian's house to pick up grilled fish, but he still went out for a walk. Passing by Chu Xian's house, he saw the courtyard gate open and lights on inside. He couldn't help but stand under a tree outside the gate for a long while, hoping Chu Xian would come out and say a few words to him. In the end, he left disappointed. In fact, Chu Xian had seen him, but didn't go out to say hello. The next morning, just after 8, the truck Shan Anchuan hired arrived at Chu Xian's house to pick up 1,000 jin of grilled fish. Payment was settled on the spot. He also brought Chu Xian a piece of news. Someone wanted to teach her a lesson and had bribed people in the village to keep an eye on her. If she went to the county seat, that person would know right away. He suggested she avoid going to the county for now. Chu Xian guessed who it was. It seemed Feng Jun was already preparing to take revenge on her. She wasn't afraid of his revenge, she was only afraid he wouldn't try. After seeing Shan Anchuan's truck off, Chu Xian said goodbye to Widow Niu and the others, and headed to the county to pick up some Chinese medicine. She rode her bike to town, and first stopped by Uncle Long's shop. The door was open. She guessed Xiao Huan had already brought Uncle Long back. She parked her bike, locked it, and walked into the shop. As expected, Uncle Long was there. After exchanging greetings, Uncle Long brought it up himself. Xiao Xian, it's thanks to your reminder to Xiao Huan that he was able to warn me. Before this, I hadn't examined the jade pendant carefully. Otherwise, I might have gotten into serious trouble. There was no one else in the shop at the moment, so Chu Xian felt at ease and asked directly, Uncle Long, have you already found out where the jade pendant came from? I can only say I found out a little. Come with me to the backyard. Okay. Chu Xian followed Uncle Long to the backyard. She saw Xiao Huan there, carving a wooden box. Uncle Long sent Xiao Huan to watch the shop. Xiao Huan nodded at Chu Xian as a greeting, then took the wooden box and his carving tools inside. Uncle Long led Chu Xian into a study. The furnishings were very simple. There was only a desk and 2 chairs, plus a 2-meter-high bookshelf with a few scattered books. Uncle Long took a 10-centimeter thick book from the shelf and opened it. The inside was hollowed out, with a jade pendant placed inside. Chu Xian recognized it at a glance. It was Feng Chunhua's pendant. The round jade pendant was carved with 2 monkeys, one big and one small, the big one carrying the little one on its back. Uncle Long pointed at the pendant. Xiao Xian, do you know the meaning behind this jade pendant? Chu Xian smiled. I'm not very knowledgeable, so I really don't know. Uncle Long explained, this pendant symbolizes generations of nobility. It's round, and at the hole for the string, there are two tiny characters carved inside, Jing Yuan. You can only see them clearly with a magnifying glass at the right angle. This means it comes from the Yuan family in Jing City. The Yuan family? Chu Xian had never heard of them, but immediately felt she'd found a clue. Uncle Long, I can draw a portrait of a man. He might be from the Yuan family. Could you take a look and see if you recognize him? Uncle Long said a little sheepishly, I've only had the honor of meeting the head of the Yuan family once. I don't know the other members. I'm afraid I can't help much. But go ahead and draw. As he spoke, he took out paper and pen. All right. Chu Xian took them and focused on her drawing. In less than 15 minutes, she'd finished a portrait of a refined-looking man in his 40s. Uncle Long studied the portrait carefully, then shook his head apologetically. I don't know him, but I can send someone to ask around. I'll cover the expenses. Chu Xian took a wad of cash from her pocket and handed it to Uncle Long. Uncle Long didn't take it. No need. I should thank you for providing clues. I wanted to get to the bottom of this jade pendant's origins anyway. Chu Xian reminded him, once you find the seller, get your money back and return the item. That way you won't have to take any risks. Xiao Xian, to tell you the truth, I just found out who the seller is. Who is it? Chu Xian thought to herself, could it be Feng Shui? Uncle Long replied in a low voice, it was Feng Shui. That day, my guy offered a very low price, 3 gold necklaces and the jade pendant for a total of 1,500 yuan. Feng Shui agreed without hesitation. My man suspected the items might have a dubious origin, but didn't expect they'd be connected to the Yuan family in Jing City. The Yuan family's carving skills are famous nationwide. They're not people you can just make connections with. If I could use this opportunity to get in touch with them, my jade business could reach a new level, and I could sell pieces for double or even 10 times the price. So you mean, this jade pendant might have been stolen from the Yuan family and then ended up with Feng Chunhua? That's possible. But it could also have been bought from them, or maybe someone from the Yuan family stole it themselves. That's why I need to get to the bottom of it. Let me keep this portrait of the man. I'll send someone to Jing City to investigate as soon as possible. In the end, Chu Xian's money stayed in her pocket. After chatting a bit more, Chu Xian took her leave. She used a public phone to call the security team and asked for Wei Chong. There's someone in the county who wants to harm me. Could you bring a few colleagues and protect me in secret? Wei Chang agreed without hesitation. No problem. Where are you? I'll be at the north gate of the county in about 20 minutes. Those people know I'm coming to town today. They've got lookouts. As soon as they know I'm here, they'll send word. Got it. After hanging up, Chu Xian rode her bike to the county seat. Wei Chang slapped his forehead. Why did he agree without asking for details? But there was no time to think. He called 2 close colleagues, put on plain clothes, and went out on patrol. Patrolling the streets was part of their usual work, so he didn't specifically mention Chu Xian's situation. About 10 minutes later, he suggested to his colleagues that they check out the north gate. That area was also under their jurisdiction. Let's go. When they arrived at the north gate, it wasn't long before they saw Chu Xian pushing her bike through. Wei Chong thought to himself that Chu Xian was smart. Pushing her bike was safer than being pulled off it by thugs. They followed her from a distance, blending in, and saw someone leave to report back. Wherever that person went, Wei Chang and his colleagues followed. They chatted as they walked. 3 minutes later, Chu Xian caught sight of not only Wei Chang and his colleagues, but also other people tailing her. She deliberately turned into a secluded alley. Soon, 6 burly men surrounded her. Chu Xian remained calm. What do you want? The leader grinned. Someone hired us to erase part of your memory. Chu Xian sneered. Erase my memory? How? The thug rubbed his hands, looking lewd. By smashing your head open, of course. Even if you don't die, you'll be a vegetable. But before that, we're going to let you have a taste of. Before he could finish, Chu Xian kicked him hard, right in the groin. Then she shouted for help at the top of her lungs. Wei Chong heard her and quickly called his colleagues over. They saw 5 thugs cornering Chu Xian, while another was on the ground clutching his crotch, screaming that he was going to kill her. Wei Chang flashed his badge. "We're with the security team. You all need to come with us." The 5 thugs froze, then scrambled, some climbing walls, some running. Wei Chang was quick and caught one trying to scale the wall. His 2 colleagues each caught one as well. The one Chu Xian had kicked tried to run too, but she tripped him. They caught 4, the other 2 got away. Wei Chang and his team took the thugs back for questioning. Chu Xian went along to give her statement. It didn't take long to find out that the person who hired them was a man named Sheng Fong. Sheng Fong was brought in for questioning. Chu Xian was surprised. The person who wanted to harm her wasn't Feng Jun or Niu Ping. How could it be Niu Ping's husband, Sheng Fong? Feng Jun and Niu Ping were the ones who most wanted her dead. Sheng Fong insisted he hadn't hired anyone to attack Chu Xian. When the thugs saw Sheng Fong, they realized the man who'd paid them wasn't him. Sheng Fong was 1.65 meters tall. The man who hired them was much taller. Chu Xian suspected Feng Jun had used Sheng Fong's name. She borrowed paper and pen from Wei Chang and drew a portrait of Feng Jun. She suggested Wei Chang show the picture to the thugs. Wei Chang took the portrait and agreed. Chu Xian waited patiently in his office. After about 10 minutes, instead of Wei Chang, one of his colleagues came in. "You're Chu Xian, right? Wei Chang asked me to tell you to go home and wait for news." Chu Xian muttered under her breath, "So it wasn't Feng Jun?" Those thugs never saw the employer's face. "Where's Wei Chang?" Someone from the city security team came and asked to see him. "He won't be back for a while, so he sent me to let you know. You'd better head home." Chu Xian's first reaction was that she couldn't delay Wei Chang's work. After thanking Wei Chang's colleague, she got up and left. She rode her bicycle toward the county hospital. Once there, she headed straight to Dr. Zhang's clinic. He checked her pulse and adjusted her prescription. Just as Chu Xian was taking her prescription to the window to pay, she saw Feng Jun holding his head as he walked into the emergency department. She couldn't help but follow him. She stood outside the emergency room, waiting for a while. She saw a stylish woman hurry into the ER and stop in front of Feng Jun. "Who hurt you?" Feng Jun was waiting to have his wound treated in the waiting area. There was still another patient ahead of him, so he had time to talk. "I didn't see clearly. Let me see your wound." "I can't let go yet. It's still bleeding." "It's still bleeding? What's wrong with this nurse? You're so badly hurt and they're still making you wait." The nurse, who was treating another patient, shot them a glare. "Keep it down. This patient is much more seriously hurt than your man." The stylish woman wanted to say more, but Feng Jun stopped her. About 10 minutes later, Feng Jun's forehead was bandaged, and he left the ER with the woman. Neither of them noticed Chu Xian quietly following them with her bike. The two of them entered a courtyard near the hospital and spoke in low voices. "You don't think Mu Chenza is taking revenge on you, do you?" "I don't know. Whether it is or not, you should go to the public security team and say someone attacked you. Say you suspect Mu Chenza and let them investigate." "No. I can't go against Mu Chenza openly anymore. Don't forget that fat girl knows the secret. Weren't you planning to have her killed? Once she's dead, the secret will stay buried forever. I just found out that group didn't manage to kill her. 4 of them even got caught. So what now? Will they rat you out?" "No way. How can you be so sure?" "Because I gave your husband's name. Go to the kitchen and make me some chicken soup." "You bastard. That's the Xing family's kitchen. You're getting bolder. Aren't you afraid Chu Xian will suspect you after today's scare?" "Of course I'm afraid. After I drink your chicken soup and you take good care of me, I'll go kill Chu Xian myself. Even if I have to die with her, I'll protect you and our son." "June, thank you for thinking of me and our son. But I want to divorce Xing Fong and be with you. That way you won't have to take the risk." "Not yet. I'm not as rich as Xing Fong. When I have more money than him and can give our son a good life, then you can leave him. Right now, he's a golden goose." "All right then." Chu Xian didn't listen any further. She rode her bike to the public security team. By coincidence, Xing Fong was just leaving, accompanied by an officer. Chu Xian went straight up to the officer and said, "Comrade, I just learned something. Feng Jun impersonated Sheng Fang and hired people to kill me. I want to file a report." The officer looked at Sheng Fang. Sheng Fang was baffled. He knew Feng Jun. He was a distant relative of his wife's. Why would Feng Jun impersonate him? Chu Xian remained calm and continued, "I saw Feng Jun and a stylish woman acting intimately, like lovers. They were talking about how Sheng Fang is infertile and how Feng Jun is raising his wife and son for him. They're still together now in the Sheng family's courtyard. Feng Jun wanted her dead. She had no reason to keep his secret anymore. The more people who knew, the less likely he could kill her all." Sheng Fang stormed off in anger. The officer, who was on good terms with him, followed. Chu Xian didn't go with them. Instead, she went to Wei Chang's office to wait. She couldn't rest easy until she told Wei Chang herself. If Sheng Fang was willing to be cuckolded and cover for Feng Jun for the sake of his adopted son, wouldn't all her efforts be wasted? After waiting more than 10 minutes, Wei Chang returned. "Why are you still here? Didn't I have my colleague tell you to go home and wait for news?" Chu Xian explained softly, "Your colleague did tell me. I left, but then I came back. I went to the county hospital for my herbal medicine and happened to run into Feng Jun, so I followed him. I overheard him talking with a woman. She told him everything in detail." Wei Chang immediately reported to his superiors and requested Feng Jun's arrest. At that moment, Sheng Fang caught Feng Jun and Niu Ping in bed at his house. Sheng Fang had long known he was infertile and that he'd been made a happy father when he married Niu Ping. Even so, he'd always treated Niu Ping and the child wholeheartedly. He just never imagined Niu Ping had been cheating on him all along. And with the very man who'd made him a father in the first place. Today, if he didn't kill Feng Jun, he'd no longer be a Sheng. When Niu Ping and Feng Jun finished dressing and came out of the bedroom, they were greeted by Sheng Fang's cleaver. Niu Ping shrieked and hid to the side. The officer present never expected the usually calm Sheng Fang to suddenly snap. By the time he stopped Sheng Fang, Feng Jun had already been slashed in the neck. Soon after, Wei Chang arrived with reinforcements. They subdued Sheng Fang. At noon, Chu Xian walked out of the public security office, her feelings mixed. Feng Jun had died despite emergency treatment. Sheng Fang and Niu Ping were both arrested. In her previous life, Feng Jun and Niu Ping's affair hadn't been exposed at this point. Feng Jun had fought against Mu Chenza for years. Later, after Sheng Fang died in an accident, Feng Jun and Niu Ping openly got together and revealed the truth about their son's parentage. But in this life, because of Chu Xian's intervention, their fates had changed. Mu Chenza had one less rival. Still, Chu Xian wondered who had hit Feng Jun on the forehead. Could it have been Mu Chenza? With that question in mind, she went to the hospital to get her medicine and then returned home. After 7 p.m., everyone was off work, and only Chu Xian and her brother were home. Chu Xian didn't hide her conversation with Uncle Long from her brother. Chu Feng was excited after hearing it, feeling like the truth was finally coming out. After 8 p.m., Mu Chenza came by with his cart to pick up grilled fish snacks. Chu Xian sent her brother to his room, then quietly told Mu Chenza, "Feng Jun is dead." Mu Chenza was very calm. "I know. Sheng Fang killed him." "How do you know?" "My classmate told me. He happened to be at the county public security office today." "I see. Does your classmate know Wei Chang?" "Yes. They used to work together. Wei Chang asked for a transfer, and my classmate stayed in the city." Besides being killed by Sheng Fang, Feng Jun was also hit on the forehead by someone else. "Did you know that?" Mu Chenza's gaze flickered. "No." Chu Xian's heart skipped a beat, worried Mu Chenza was involved. "You're lying." Honestly, he deserved payback, but now that he's dead, this is serious. "You must know who hit him on the head." Mu Chenza looked helpless. "I know who it was." "Who?" "I don't want to tell you." "Why not?" "Don't ask." No matter what she said, Mu Chenza wouldn't say more, and Chu Xian had no way to make him. The next morning, just as Chu Xian got up, there was a knock at the door. She thought it was old Shi coming to pick up fish snacks. She opened the gate and saw Wei Chang standing outside. "Is there something you need?" Wei Chang nodded, his expression complicated. "I need you to come with me." Can you tell me what it's about? I can't say now. Someone will tell you when you get to the public security office. Just as Widow Niu arrived for work, Chu Xian gave her a few instructions and then rode her bicycle out with Wei Chang. On the way, Wei Chang didn't ride fast, so Chu Xian was able to keep up. She could tell that Wei Chang wanted to say something but was holding back. Comrade Wei, if you have something to say, just say it. Wei Chang quickly waved his hand. I can't say anything now. You'll find out when we get there. When they arrived at the county security team, Chu Xian finally learned what was going on. The injury on Feng Jun's forehead before he died had been caused by a young woman. That woman was named Guahalian. She insisted that it was Mu Chenza who had encouraged her to hurt Feng Jun. The security team had sent Wei Chang to bring Chu Xian over for a confrontation. Guahalian insisted that she was with Mu Chenza at 8 p.m. the night before last, and that was when he incited her. Mu Chenza, on the other hand, insisted that he was with his family that night, and then went out for a walk. Chu Xian could vouch for him. The night before last, Mu Chenza had just been discharged from the hospital and didn't need to go to Chu Xian's house to help with grilled fish. He went out for a walk, circling the village, and happened to pass by Chu Xian's house at exactly 8 p.m. He even lingered for a while under the tree outside her house, but he wasn't sure if Chu Xian had seen him. They had to bring Chu Xian in as a witness because there was no one else. Chu Xian was questioned alone. Chu Xian, did you see Mu Chenza at 8 p.m. the night before last? Chu Xian replied crisply, yes. Where did you see him? Outside my house. Did you two speak? No. It was late, and it wouldn't have been appropriate for a man and woman to talk alone. He was standing under the tree outside my house, either admiring the moon or deep in thought. I saw him from my bedroom window. He left about half an hour later. Wei Chang wasn't responsible for the questioning, but he was in charge of taking notes. Hearing this, he suddenly realized that Mu Chenza might like Chu Xian. He glanced at Chu Xian out of the corner of his eye. She was pretty chubby and looked ordinary. Mu Chenza was such a handsome young man. Could he really like a plump girl? Guahalian was questioned again. Wei Chang didn't take notes this time and instead brought Chu Xian to his office. Sorry. Because of work, I couldn't tell you anything on the way here. Chu Xian was very understanding. It's fine. You did the right thing. Can you tell me what's going on now? Wei Chang looked troubled. All I can tell you is that Guahalian claims Mu Chenza incited her to attack Feng Jun. The moment she heard Guahalian's name, Chu Xian didn't even need to ask. She could guess that Guahalian liked Mu Chenza, and since she couldn't have him, she wanted to destroy him. She'd heard the name in her previous life too. But Chu Xian didn't remember Guahalian ever attacking Feng Jun. Maybe she really did, but at the time Feng Jun was fine, and the Feng family didn't pursue it. Fortunately, Chu Xian knew a bit of Guahalian's secret. I heard Guahalian has some mental health issues. Maybe you should take her to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. Wei Chang immediately reported this to his superiors. The security team sent someone to escort Guahalian to the hospital for assessment. Chu Xian didn't leave. She waited in Wei Chang's office for the results. Wei Chang told her that Mu Chenza was in the office next door, accompanied by his friend Min Yi, and that he was fine. At that moment, Min Yi handed Mu Chenza a cup of water. I read Chu Xian's testimony. Honestly, I have to ask, do you like her? Mu Chenza quickly waved his hands, not even taking the cup. She's so chubby, how could I possibly like her? I like skinny girls. Min Yi could see right through him and set the cup on the table next to him. Have some water and calm down. What a guy, saying one thing and meaning another. He didn't call him out on it. Mu Chenza picked up the cup and took a sip, nearly burning his mouth. Min Yi looked at him speechlessly. Chenza, what's going on? You stayed calm when Guahalian slandered you, but as soon as Chu Xian is mentioned, you lose your composure. The thing you asked me to look into last time, that was about her, wasn't it? Mu Chenza tried to stay calm. Yeah, it was about her. We're just buddies. The reason I'm acting differently is because once, she and I accidentally kissed, and people in the village saw it. It's not that I like her, I just feel embarrassed. Don't get the wrong idea. Especially don't mention anything about liking her in front of her. He was worried that if Chu Xian found out, she'd avoid him even more. Minnie acted like he suddenly understood. Got it. I have to head back to the city, so I won't keep you company. Once Guohalian's evaluation comes out, you should be able to go home. Thanks. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Chuxian. Minnie left. Mu Chenza glanced outside. There were security staff on duty, so there was no way he could leave yet. He waited patiently for Guohalian's psychiatric evaluation. At noon, the security team provided a free meal, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and coarse grain steamed buns. Mu Chenza wasn't picky and ate everything. Chu Xian wasn't used to the food. Around 3 p.m., Guohalian's evaluation came back: delusional disorder, schizophrenia. Mu Chenza was finally allowed to leave. Chu Xian could have left at any time, but she waited for Mu Chenza. The two exchanged a smile and walked out of the security team together. Wei Cheng watched their figures. One plump, one slim, they looked like a perfect match. The Mu family was waiting outside the security team. As soon as they saw Mu Chenza, they rushed over to surround him and Chu Xian. They would have liked to testify for Mu Chenza like Chu Xian did, but unfortunately, their statements wouldn't have helped. Every time the Mu family got through a crisis or made a fortune, it was always thanks to Chu Xian. The way they looked at Chu Xian was full of gratitude, affection, and hope. That evening, Qin Mahua hosted a dinner at home, inviting Chu Xian and her brother over to celebrate Mu Chenza's safe return. After dinner, Mu Chenza walked the siblings home. Once they arrived, Xu Feng tactfully went straight to his room, leaving his sister and brother Chenza some space to talk. Chu Xian quietly asked, Mu Chenza, when did that Guohalian start clinging to you? Mu Chenza looked like he'd been caught doing something wrong. When I was in the hospital. Her brother was my roommate. She heard from my brother that it was Feng Jun who incited his younger brother to hurt me, and she immediately said she wanted to get revenge on Feng Jun. I stopped her. She promised not to, but I didn't expect she'd go anyway. Yesterday she came to my house and confessed her feelings, but I turned her down. She got angry and said if she couldn't have me, she'd destroy me. Unless I agreed to be her boyfriend, she'd turn herself in and drag me down with her. You know the rest. When you were in the hospital, you didn't notice she had mental problems? No. I was just blind this time. Not only did I get tangled up with her, but I dragged you into it too. I'm really sorry. If you're really sorry, then teach me to swim again tomorrow. No problem. You should head home now. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Only after his figure disappeared did Chu Xian look away. She went to take down the laundry from the line. After she finished, just as she was about to lock up and go to bed, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Mu Chenza's voice came from outside. It's me. I forgot to ask you something just now. Chu Xian opened the door. What is it? In the light from the courtyard, Chu Xian caught a glimpse of shyness on Mu Chenza's face. Is this guy about to confess? Even if he did, she couldn't say yes. Mu Chenza, you'd better not ask. Whatever it is, let's talk about it later. I'm tired. Chu Xian made as if to close the door. Mu Chenza quickly used both hands and feet to block the courtyard gate. You're really strong. Let go first. I just want to ask you one thing. Has your period ended? My period? Chu Xian repeated, then realized what he meant. A grown man asking about this? She replied helplessly, if it hadn't ended, would I have asked you to teach me to swim? It's long gone. Mu Chenza remembered the old Chinese doctor saying a girl's period usually lasts 3 to 7 days. Which day did it end? Chu Xian answered carelessly, the day you were admitted to the hospital. Mu Chenza waved his hand and left. Once he was out of sight, Chu Xian smacked her forehead. Why did she answer him? He's really attentive, even caring about how many days her period lasts. Was he this considerate in their past life? Seems like he was. After they got married, he was always the one to buy her sanitary pads. Thinking of this, Chu Xian scolded her past self again for not cherishing him. Where could you find a man this good? On his way home, Mu Chenza's face felt hot. How did he even manage to ask that? Would Chu Xian think he was weird? Even if she thought he was weird, he had to ask and make sure. Tomorrow, he'd find time to consult the old doctor again. He just wanted her to be healthy and live a long life. The next morning, a little after 10:30, Chu Xian arrived at her secret spot for foraging by the sea, carrying her gear and a basket. Her eyes lit up. The beach was full of swimming crabs, each one bigger than her palm. Swimming crab meat is snowy white, tender, and delicious, rich in protein, and both the roe and the fat are nutritious. But the fat in swimming crabs is different from that of land animals. It's mostly unsaturated fatty acids, which are great for the blood and nervous system, and help lower blood lipids. This was a gold mine. Chu Xian put down her basket, took out her long tongs, and in less than half an hour, caught over 50 crabs. She ignored the small crabs and clams. This season, swimming crabs are at their fattest and fetch a good price. She went over to the tidal pools and caught another 30 or so, mostly female crabs. There were also lots of mantis shrimp, plump, lively, and jumping around. Mantis shrimp, also called prawns that crawl, are best eaten as females in spring and males in autumn. They're expert ambushers. Even lobsters and crabs often fall prey to them. Their club-like appendages can destroy a crab's nervous system in an instant, and their spiny forearms strike prey as fast as a mantis. Chu Xian caught over 60 mantis shrimp in a row. Just then, Mu Chen's voice sounded from the shore. The tide's coming in. Bring your catch up to the bank. Chu Xian knew when to quit. Got it. When she put her basket down on the shore, Mu Chen came over carrying 4 tied-up sea ducks. He glanced at her basket. You had good luck today. Yeah. Are you taking these to sell in the city or selling them to Li Tong? I'll take them to the city. I can get twice as much for them. All right. Chu Xian looked at the beach. The tide was coming in. Mu Chen took out a long rope he'd prepared, tying one end to a tree trunk and handing the other end to Chu Xian. She took it and tied it around herself. Seeing Mu Chen in good spirits, she smiled. Did you come over after catching up on sleep? Mu Chen tossed his head and raised an eyebrow, trying to look cool. That's right. I got back at 6 this morning. Over 200 jin of grilled fish was bought up by Lian Mei's relatives. I'll deliver the payment this afternoon. No rush. You tie yourself up too. Chu Xian handed him another rope. Mu Chen said deliberately, no need. I'm a great swimmer. No way. You have to tie it. So troublesome. Unless you help me. Chu Xian laughed heartily at his request. No problem. Come here. Mu Chen stepped closer. Chu Xian quickly tied the rope for him. Mu Chen suddenly noticed Chu Xian's profile was quite pretty. He couldn't help but praise her. Chu Xian, if you keep up with your weight loss, your face is already looking much better than before. Thanks for the compliment. You never miss a chance to encourage me to lose weight, do you? Chu Xian thought back. He hadn't encouraged her like this in their past life. He's much sweeter this time around. Mu Chen was in a good mood. I'm just telling the truth. Chu Xian just smiled and tied the other end of the rope to another tree. She was about to take off her shoes when Mu Chen stopped her. There are a lot of crabs on the beach today. Better keep your shoes on. So she wouldn't get pinched. Chu Xian hesitated, but I didn't bring any spare shoes. Look what I've got here. Like a magician, Mu Chen produced 2 pairs of cloth shoes. One men's, one women's. Both black, the most basic style. There weren't many styles in this era. Mu Chen, do you think we could make money by selling new styles of cloth shoes? If you sell a lot, sure. Small quantities aren't worth it. And new styles are hard to find. But I'll keep an eye out since you mentioned it. Do you think these shoes are ugly? Chu Xian quickly replied, not at all. I really like the shoes you bought. Liar. I can see you think they're ugly. Just wear them for today. I don't mind. She left the cloth shoes on the shore, waded into the water in her own shoes, planning to change into the cloth ones when she came back. Mu Chen immediately followed. They chose a waist-deep spot to practice swimming. Floating, treading water, simple strokes. Chu Xian did very well. After an hour, Mu Chen praised her generously. I thought you'd have to relearn everything after a few days off, but not only did you remember, you've improved a lot. Chu Xian was delighted. But soon, her foot cramped. She used the self-rescue method Mu Chen had taught her. Gradually, the cramp eased. Mu Chen watched her the whole time, only relaxing when he saw her pain disappear. Why are you cramping again? Maybe you swam too long and used up too much energy, causing muscle fatigue and spasms. Chu Xian shrugged. I'm fine now. Maybe I just burn a lot of energy with any activity. For someone like me, losing weight should be easy. I'll try to swim an hour every day from now on. You have to promise me, don't go swimming alone without me. Mu Chenze was very serious. The more serious he was, the more Chu Xian wanted to tease him. What if I don't promise? Will you cancel our partnership? Mu Chenze was at a loss for words, swimming in circles for a bit before realizing she was teasing him. So he decided to tease her back. I've decided, if you don't promise, I'll tickle you. He made as if to tickle Chu Xian. She clumsily tried to dodge, but her limbs weren't coordinated and she slipped under the water. Mu Chenze, afraid she'd choke, reached out to grab her arm. He missed her arm but ended up catching her around the waist instead. His first thought, she's really heavy. Second thought, his hand was in a rather inappropriate spot. No matter how easygoing Chu Xian was, she realized something was off. Mu Chenze was taking advantage of her. Once she steadied herself, she snapped, "Take your hand off me." Her tone was very stern, and Mu Chenze quickly let go, startled. Chu Xian walked toward the shore. Mu Chenze thought anxiously, oh no, I've made her mad. Will the consequences be serious? Will she refuse to let me teach her to swim again? On the way back to shore, Chu Xian was filled with mixed emotions. In her previous life, she and Mu Chenze had been husband and wife. They'd done everything together. But in this life, they weren't married. Thinking about where his hand had just been, Chu Xian felt both shy and helpless, but to her surprise, she didn't dislike it. That was dangerous. If this kept up, she might not have enough self-control. In her past life, she'd never cherished the little moments with Mu Chenze, only ever caring about money. In this life, she knew to treasure those things, but right now, she couldn't date him, let alone marry him. Otherwise, she'd only be hurting him. Mu Chenze followed behind her, calling out, Chu Xian, don't be mad. I just meant to grab your arm just now. I'm sorry. I can take responsibility, I'll marry you. He felt like this was even more serious than a kiss. Chu Xian's heart raced. She could tell Mu Chenze wasn't joking. If she agreed, marriage would be a done deal. But she couldn't marry him now. Without looking back, she refused. I know you didn't do it on purpose, I'm not mad. But don't bring it up again. Let's just pretend it never happened. With that, she kept walking toward the shore. Mu Chenze trailed after her, cautious. But you were clearly angry just now. It's only right that I take responsibility. Chu Xian didn't respond, hurrying to get out of the water. She took off her shoes and put on new cloth shoes, trying to act calm. It's just like that time we kissed. It was a misunderstanding. We're just buddies. I don't need you to take responsibility. She quickly changed into clean clothes. But she didn't take off her wet clothes. Mu Chenze came ashore too. A gust of sea breeze made him sneeze, his voice a little stuffy. So, will you still let me teach you to swim? Chu Xian's expression was calm. To avoid any more misunderstandings, I'll just teach myself from now on. That won't do. It's dangerous to swim alone. I'll tie a rope to myself. It won't be dangerous. Mu Chenze felt a bit frustrated. He didn't want to lose his job as her swimming coach. He quickly thought of an idea. If you don't let me come, it means you mind what happened. And if you mind, then I have to take responsibility. I'll go propose marriage today. Chu Xian surrendered immediately, changing her tune. You can come. But you have to promise nothing like today ever happens again. If it does, all our cooperation is over. Mu Chenze promised right away, from now on, when I teach you to swim, I'll keep my distance. Unless you're in danger, I won't touch you at all. Achoo. Chu Xian didn't want him to catch cold. All right. Hurry up and change your clothes. Okay. Achoo. Mu Chenze found a sheltered spot and changed into dry clothes. Half an hour later, Chu Xian arrived home to find the gate locked. Luckily, she had her key. She unlocked the door and headed straight for the kitchen to boil some hot water for a bath. Gao Meiwan and the others were already back from work, but Xiao Feng wasn't home. There was hot water in the stove, though she wondered who had so thoughtfully prepared it. She carried a bucket of hot water to her room, took a hot bath, and changed into fresh clothes. At that moment, Muchenza was taking all the seafood to the dock. He planned to buy more swimming crabs and mantis shrimp to sell in the city. He was still renting Lin Yong's truck, even the days he'd been in the hospital. He'd had to pay the rental fee. Around 4 in the afternoon, Gao Meiwan and the others returned from work. Only then did Chu Xian find out it was Qin Mahua who had boiled the water for her. Everyone chatted as they cleaned fish. Gao Meiwan had just heard about Feng Jun's death. She looked at Qin Mahua and asked, "Now that Feng Jun's gone, will you still be able to get compensation for Chinza's medical bills?" Qin Mahua deftly gutted a fish in seconds. "Luckily, we got it before his accident. Otherwise, it would have been hard." It was Chenfu who went to ask, and Feng Jun paid up right away. "We have Xiao Xian to thank for that. She had something on him." At the mention of something, everyone looked at Chu Xian with curiosity. Especially Hua Daling, who couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Xian, you knew about Feng Jun and Yo Ping's affair, didn't you? How did you find out?" "I heard even Feng's family didn't know." Chu Xian had already thought of an explanation for this matter. "That's right, I knew about it a long time ago. When I went to the county before, I accidentally overheard a conversation between Feng Jun and Yo Ping. They mentioned that Yo Ping's son was actually Feng Jun's. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, nor did I tell anyone. Later, I just forgot about it. It wasn't until I heard Feng Jun's name again that day that I remembered." Everyone present believed her explanation without question. They chatted as they worked, not finishing until after 7 in the evening. A little after 8, Muchenza came by to pick up some grilled fish fillets. Before leaving, he stood outside the courtyard gate and asked Chu Xian in a low voice, "Are you sure you don't want me to take responsibility?" Seeing that no one was around, Chu Xian reached out and patted him exactly where he had taken advantage of her before, then quickly withdrew her hand. "Now we're even. Neither of us owes the other anything." Muchenza was stunned for a moment. By the time he realized what had happened, Chu Xian had already closed the gate. Wait, did she just take advantage of him? Chu Xian didn't need to take responsibility, but he did. Knock, knock. Chu Xian refused to open the door. "Go home and catch up on your sleep. Aren't you heading to the city early tomorrow morning?" Muchenza kept knocking. "Open the door. I have something to say to you." "Say it through the crack." "If you're not afraid Xiaofeng will hear, I'll just say it out loud. But it's not something a kid should hear." Helpless, Chu Xian opened the gate. "Muchenza, are you done yet? Are you even a man? I told you, you're not allowed to bring up that matter again." Muchenza interrupted, aggrieved. "I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what happened tonight. I've never been touched by a woman before, and now that you have to take responsibility." Chu Xian rubbed her forehead. Was he really going to cling to this? "How do you want me to take responsibility? I'm not marrying you, that's for sure." Muchenza understood her concerns. He didn't want to force her, but he also didn't want to let this opportunity slip by. After all, chances like this were rare. "You don't have to marry me. But you do have to make it up to my wounded heart for being taken advantage of by knitting me woolen pants and socks." Previously, Chu Xian had promised to knit him a sweater, gloves, and a scarf, but woolen pants and socks were still missing. If she agreed this time, he'd have the full set. Chu Xian was at a loss with Muchenza. When he took advantage of her, he didn't ask for anything and even comforted her, telling her not to worry about it. But now that she'd taken advantage of him, he wanted so much in compensation. If she refused, he'd just pester her and bring up marriage again. "Fine, I'll knit them. But you'll have to get the yarn yourself." "No problem. I'm off." Muchenza left, feeling delighted. Chu Xian watched his retreating figure and sighed. In her previous life, she had never knitted anything for him. She always knitted for Chu Dashan and Feng Chunhua every year. Everyone got a new sweater and woolen pants. The Mu family never enjoyed that kind of treatment. She still remembered how, in her past life, she'd stayed up all night to knit a pair of woolen pants, planning to deliver them to Chu Dashan in the morning, only for Muchenza to stop her. At the time, Muchenza asked her to give the pants to him and knit another pair for Chu Dashan. Chu Xian smashed a cup on the spot and argued with him, scolding him for fighting with elders over things and being unfilial. Muchenza stormed out in anger. Qin Mahua came to comfort her, telling her not to take it to heart. Not only did Chu Xian ignore her, she even blamed Qin Mahua for not raising Muchenza properly. In the end, it was Qin Mahua who stayed up late to knit a sweater and woolen pants for Muchenza. Thinking of this, Chu Xian suddenly wanted to knit a set of sweater and woolen pants for Qin Mahua too. She owed her in this life and needed to make it up to her. Of course, she'd knit for Muchenza first. She bolted the courtyard gate, went back to her room, and sat on the kang to knit a sweater. The next morning, a little after 8, Chu Xian had just finished her herbal medicine when everyone started arriving for work. Hua Daling called her aside and whispered, "Xiao Xian, Feng Chunhua moved back to the village. Last night, I overheard her arguing with Chu Dashan. It sounded like it was about money. Chu Ji came back too, and she made him take the boat out to sea to fish." Chu Xian suddenly realized her chance had come. It seemed that Feng Chunhua didn't have much money left. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed Chu Ji to go out to sea, and she certainly wouldn't have quarreled with Chu Dashan over money. People like Feng Chunhua, once they're short on cash, will definitely find ways to get more. With some careful observation, maybe I can find some clues. "Aunt Hua, could you keep an eye on Feng Chunhua's family for me?" Hua Daling agreed right away. "No problem. By the way, Aunt Hua, has your daughter-in-law come back yet?" "No," at the mention of this, Hua Daling sighed. "Not only is my daughter-in-law still gone, my son isn't home either. I kept him at home and lectured him every day, but yesterday he snuck out. He must have gone to look for his wife. Once I finish work, I'll go find him." Chu Xian could tell that Aunt Hua couldn't handle Gudan on her own. She'd need someone to help straighten him out. "Aunt Hua, don't worry about it. I'll go find him and bring him back. I've got a bicycle, so it's easy." Before Aunt Hua could reply, Chu Xian was already out the door on her bike. She happened to need to go into town to discuss something with Uncle Long, so she could look for Gudan on the way, 2 birds with 1 stone. It wasn't that she was meddling, but she wanted to help Aunt Hua get rid of her worries so she could focus on keeping an eye on Feng Chunhua. About 20 minutes later, she arrived at Uncle Long's shop and locked her bike to a tree outside. Uncle Long wasn't there, only Xiao Huan was minding the shop. "Brother Xiao, where's Uncle Long?" Xiao Huan didn't hide anything. Someone tried to steal jade from Uncle Long's shop. Uncle Long caught him and is teaching the thief a lesson in the backyard. Chu Xian was a bit curious about how Uncle Long would deal with a thief. "Can I go take a look?" "Of course." "Go ahead, I'll watch the shop." "Thanks." Chu Xian stood by the doorway connecting the shop to the backyard and saw a man hanging upside down from a tree, his back to her. Uncle Long was sitting in a lounge chair in the yard, eyes closed but sounding fierce. "Hurry up. You've only done 11 sit-ups down to your ankles. You still owe me 89. If you don't finish all 100, I'm not letting you go. Uncle Long, have mercy. I was wrong, really. Just turn me over to the security team." He'd rather be punished by the security team than suffer here. From the voice, Chu Xian recognized Gudan. Well, that saved her the trouble of looking for him. She couldn't believe he'd dare steal from Uncle Long. Was he looking to die? Uncle Long definitely wouldn't turn him over to the security team. He'd use his own methods to teach him a lesson. Chu Xian didn't want Gudan to know about her relationship with Uncle Long for now, so she slipped back into the shop. She turned to Xiao Huan. "Brother Xiao, could you call Uncle Long over for me?" Xiao Huan was puzzled. "Didn't you want to see how Uncle Long punishes thieves?" "Wait, do you know that thief?" "I do." "All right, I'll go get him." Soon, Xiao Huan called Uncle Long over. Uncle Long came in with a kindly smile, a far cry from his earlier fierceness. "Xiao Xian, you're here? Have a seat." "Xiao Huan, go make Xiao Xian a cup of honey water." "Sure thing." Xiao Huan hurried off to make honey water. Just yesterday, he'd tried to ask Uncle Long for some honey, but Uncle Long refused, saying it was rare wild locust honey from the mountains, not something money could buy, and he was saving it for himself. Thanks to Chu Xian, he'd get to sneak a cup today. Chu Xian sat down across from Uncle Long. Uncle Long, the thief you caught is Good Dan, Hua Dailing's son. Right now, Hua Dailing is working at my house and helping me keep an eye on Feng Chunhua. Could I ask you as a favor? Before she could finish, Uncle Long interrupted. No problem. I'll have Xiaohuan let him down right away. He started to get up to call Xiaohuan. Chu Xian stopped him. That's not what I meant. No need to let him down. Uncle Long, I'd like to ask you to really teach Gadan a lesson. Don't let him get involved in stealing or gambling. His parents can't control him, but I think you can. Uncle Long had originally planned to hang Good Dan up for 3 hours and then let him go. After all, nothing was actually stolen, so a little scare would do. He hadn't expected Chu Xian to ask him to set Good Dan straight. Xiao Xian, that's no problem for me. Go tell his parents that from now on, Good Dan will be working for me. He won't be home for the next 3 months. Thank you so much. What's there to thank me for? Disciplining a troubled youth is right up my alley. Was there something else you wanted to talk to me about? There is. Feng Chunhua's out of money, so she'll definitely try something. I need your people to keep an eye on her. No problem, leave it to me. By the way, there's still no news on the man in the sketch. It'll be a few more days. They chatted for a while longer before Chu Xian took her leave. She bought some daily necessities and biked back to the village. Once home, she told Hua Dailing that Good Dan would be working for Uncle Long for 3 months and wouldn't be coming home. She didn't mention the theft. Hua Dailing was quite happy, since she knew that anyone who worked for Uncle Long ended up doing well. She just assumed Chu Xian had gone to Uncle Long's to pay off a debt, and didn't think much about their relationship. Around 11 o'clock, Chu Xian headed out with her gear for collecting seafood and her basket. Inside the basket, she'd packed a long rope, clothes, shoes, a tarp, and other supplies as usual. After half an hour, she reached her secret spot on the shore. There were still plenty of big swimming crabs on the beach today. She'd picked up over 70 when Muchen's voice sounded behind her. I forgot to give you the payment for yesterday's delivery, so I brought it today. He sounded cheerful. Chu Xian turned to look at him and saw a smile in his eyes. Business was good today? That's right. There have been a lot of swimming crabs and mantis shrimp lately, so I'm planning to make 2 trips to the city every day. Oh, and I've bought the yarn. You'll get it this afternoon when I bring the payment. No rush on the payment. But I don't think you should make 2 trips to the city every day. There's always more money to earn, but your health comes first. I'm young, I can handle it. I can go 5 or 6 days without a break. No way. You're driving yourself now. Driving tired is dangerous. Chu Xian remembered that in her previous life, he hadn't worked this hard. This time around, he seemed especially strapped for cash. Muchenza didn't seem to care. I know my limits, don't worry. The tide's coming in, let's get these crabs up to the shore first. Chu Xian did as he said. Collecting seafood was important, but learning to swim was even more so. Half an hour later, with a rope tied around her waist, Chu Xian was clumsily swimming under Muchenza's guidance. He praised her from time to time, always keeping half a meter between them to avoid accidental contact. An hour later, just as Chu Xian was about to swim back to shore, something snagged her ankle. Muchenza, come help me check my ankle. Something's tangled around it, and it's heavy. Muchenza swam over quickly to check. It's a fishing net. I'll get it off you. He worked quickly. In no time, he had it untangled. But he kept hold of the net. He continued, the tide must have brought this net in. I'll drag it to shore, maybe there's something good inside. Chu Xian reached out to help, many hands make light work. But Muchenza stopped her. You can't get any leverage in the water. Better go ashore and help pull from there. Okay. Chu Xian swam hard for the shore. Muchenza swam that way too, feeling the net was heavy and hoping there'd be something good inside. When they were still a dozen meters from shore, Muchenza suddenly noticed a small wooden tag hanging from the fishing net, with Chu Ji's name carved on it. He had no interest in taking Chu Ji's catch and immediately let go. The fishing net drifted with the tide. When Chu Xian got to shore and saw what Muchenza did, she looked puzzled. Was the net too heavy for you to pull up? Muchenza replied, sounding thoroughly unlucky, no, the net belongs to someone, Chu Ji, that blockhead. I don't want to touch his net. It's bad luck. Chu Xian hadn't expected Chu Ji to set his nets in this area. If he saw her swimming here with Mu Chenza, who knows what kind of nasty rumors he'd spread. He'll definitely come to collect his nets soon. You keep the swimming crabs, I'm heading off first. Mu Chenza wasn't afraid of gossip about himself, but he didn't want Chu Xian to get dragged into it. All right, you go ahead. I'll leave a bit later. Chu Xian didn't even bother changing clothes. She grabbed her foraging gear and hurried off because she saw a fishing boat heading toward Mu Chenza's location. It was too far away to see who was on board. The people on the boat couldn't recognize her either. But Chu Xian guessed it was probably Chu Ji's boat. Nothing good ever comes out of Chu Ji's mouth. She absolutely couldn't let him see her. Mu Chenza also spotted the boat and quickly got ashore, grabbing his basket and heading into the woods. He found a secluded spot, changed into clean clothes, slung his basket over his shoulder, and returned to the shore. There, he saw a fishing boat hauling in a net. It was Chu Ji's boat. The net was the very one Mu Chenza had found and left alone. Mu Chenza was a little curious about what was actually inside. Chu Ji noticed Mu Chenza but didn't greet him, just grimaced and struggled to haul in the net. When the net was almost on board, he discovered it was tangled around a massive boulder as tall as a person. Cursing, he tossed the net and the boulder back into the sea. Mu Chenza couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thank goodness he hadn't been tempted by Chu Ji's catch. Chu Ji followed the sound of laughter and glared at Mu Chenza. I'm always unlucky when I go fishing. Don't you dare laugh at me. Or I'll hang around your family's fishing boat every day and bring you bad luck too. Mu Chenza shrugged it off. Go ahead, try bringing bad luck to my family's boat. Anyway, I'm just in a good mood, that's why I laughed. Wasn't even laughing at you. Chu Ji looked around. He thought he'd seen two men earlier, and from their clothes, neither was Mu Chenza. Now he suspected those two had swapped out his catch. What are you doing here? Just passing by. I'm collecting seafood all over the place, is that not allowed? Of course it is. I've got some small fish here, wanna buy them? No thanks. Right now, I'm only buying sea cucumbers, abalone, swimming crabs, mantis shrimp, that sort of thing. Mu Chenza took a swimming crab out of his basket. The shell was as big as an adult's palm and continued, I only buy this quality. If you catch any, just send them straight to my house. How much per gene? Depends on size and weight. Ask me for the price after you catch some. I've got more seafood to collect, so I'm off. Mu Chenza turned to leave. Chu Ji quickly called after him, wait. Did you see two men around here just now? What? Two men? Nope. Mu Chenza was surprised. It had clearly been him and Chu Xian. How did they get mistaken for two men? Then he thought of Chu Xian's hairstyle and sturdy build. From a distance, it was easy to make that mistake. He was secretly relieved Chu Ji had gotten it wrong. Otherwise, as soon as Chu Ji got back to the dock, rumors about him and Chu Xian would be flying everywhere. Chu Ji spat, those two must have stolen my catch and swapped it for a boulder. Even from a distance, I saw them swim ashore, one in black, one in a white shirt and blue pants. You really didn't see them. Mu Chenza was now wearing a blue shirt and black pants. Chu Ji would never suspect it was him. Nope. I only saw you when I got here. Chu Ji was certain. The guy in the white shirt was carrying a basket. He definitely took my seafood. Mu Chenza was stunned by Chu Ji's logic. Well, if you think so, you'd better hurry ashore and chase after them. I will. I don't believe I can't catch up. Chu Ji really did bring his boat to shore, but as he jumped off, he missed his footing and fell into the water with a splash. Luckily, he could swim, so he wasn't in any danger. Soaked to the bone, he climbed back onto the boat and went to the cabin to change. By the time he came out, Mu Chenza was long gone. After thinking it over, he realized too much time had passed and it was unlikely he'd catch up, so he gave up the chase. Before heading back to the dock, he cast another net in the area. He didn't notice Mu Chenza had doubled back. Mu Chenza watched Chu Ji's boat sail away, deep in thought. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Mu Chenza, just back from the city, brought the payment to settle accounts at Chu Xian's house. After deducting the share for dried fish sales and the seafood they'd gathered, the total payment for the past 2 days came to 800 yuan. Chu Xian saw the red veins in Muchenza's eyes and felt a pang of concern. Are you working so hard because you're short on money? I can lend you some if you need it. Muchenza smiled calmly. Actually, I'm not short on money. I just want to earn more, that's all. I can handle it for now. If my body can't take it anymore, I'll rest. But I do need to warn you, Chuji has started setting nets near our secret foraging spot. You might run into him if you go swimming or gathering seafood there. Chu Xian replied without hesitation, then I just won't go swimming for now. Honestly, I don't want him to know I'm learning to swim. I'll find a way to make him move his nets elsewhere soon. You have my full support. Otherwise, Chuji would soon discover those dozen or so tide pools. Once he realized how good they were, he'd keep coming back. The next day, Chu Xian still went to the secret spot. On the beach and in the tide pools, there were only clams and tiny crabs, not worth much. By chance, she saw Chuji's boat stranded on the sand. Chuji was sitting on the bow, not the least bit worried. He was just waiting for the tide to come in. Chu Xian ignored him, put on her sun hat, and bent down to collect clams. She filled more than half her basket before getting ready to leave. Chuji clicked his tongue. Chu Xian, you really don't mind the trouble, do you? There are so many clams on the village beach, but you just have to come all the way out here to pick them. Isn't it a hassle to carry them back? I like it. If you can come here, why can't I? With that, Chu Xian slung her basket over her shoulder and headed for the shore. But she didn't leave right away. She wanted to see Chuji haul in his net. Chuji saw through her plan and deliberately didn't pull in the net. Chu Xian gave up waiting and left with her basket. On the way back, she caught 4 sea ducks and found over 20 sea duck eggs. She felt the trip had been worth it. Chuji wasn't so lucky. When he pulled up his net, it had a huge tear in it, and he didn't catch a single fish, just 3 swimming crabs, each the size of a fist, scuttling around the boat as if mocking him. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of September. Boss Yuan had taken all the dried fish he'd ordered, Boss Ho hadn't placed any new orders, and Dan Onchuan came to pick up another 1,000 jin of dried fish. During this time, Chu Xian occasionally went to the secret spot, but it was Chuji who went there every day to set his nets, and every time, his nets came up with holes. On September 30th, Chuji finally moved to a different area to fish. A little after 8 p.m., Muchenza came to Chu Xian's house to pick up dried fish in a very good mood. Chu Xian, starting tomorrow, you can go back to swimming there. Chuji won't be coming anymore. Chu Xian looked curious. How did you manage that? Muchenza put on a mysterious air. Not telling you. It's a secret. He quickly started loading the grilled fish fillets onto the cart. Chu Xian's gaze landed on him. Do you want to get your sweater today? It wasn't really sweater weather yet, but Muchenza was dying to see how the sweater would look on him. Hurry up and give it to me. I'll go try it on in Xiaofeng's room. Chu Xian smiled. Then you have to tell me first, how did you get rid of Chuji? They chatted as they worked together, moving the fish fillets. Muchenza deliberately lowered his voice. I asked Pingzi to take some time every day to take his boat over and cut Chuji's fishing nets. But as luck would have it, this afternoon around 5, Pan Xiaoli's brother Pan Ren took his boat over, pulled up Chuji's net, and got caught. Chuji was sure Pan Ren was behind everything before, so the two of them got into a fight. Chuji couldn't beat Pan Ren, so he rammed Pan Ren's boat with his own out of spite. In the end, both boats got damaged. Chu Xian knew Pan Ren wasn't a good person. But the more she thought about it, the weirder it seemed. You guys deliberately lured Pan Ren over there, didn't you? Muchenza touched the tip of his nose and chuckled. That Pan Ren once stole fish from Pingzi's nets, so you get it. Chu Xian gave him a thumbs up. You and Pingzi are something else. I'm impressed. Muchenza was delighted by the praise. Oh, by the way, when I passed through town, a man named Xiao Huan asked me to tell you to go see Uncle Long tomorrow. He didn't say anything else. All right, got it. Chu Xian guessed there was news from the capital. She went to her bedroom and brought out the newly knitted striped sweater. Muchenza took it. Blue and white stripes, a V-neck, just like he'd imagined. He couldn't wait to borrow Chu Feng's room, change into it, and look in the mirror. Chu Feng looked on enviously. Chinzaji, you look great in that sweater. I want my sister to knit me one just like it. Muchinza quickly persuaded him, we're not the same age, so this color doesn't suit you. You'd look better in yellow and white stripes, more energetic. When I get some yellow yarn, I'll ask your sister to knit you one. With just a few words, he got Chu Feng to agree not to copy his style. He didn't plan to wear the sweater out in the yard for Chu Xian to see, because he wanted to wait a few days and pair it with new pants to show her. He quickly changed out of the sweater, folded it neatly, put it in his cloth bag, and carried it out to the yard to hang on the cart. The sweater fits perfectly. I really like it. Thank you for your hard work. His tone was very gentle. To Chu Xian, it sounded like the tinkling of a spring. It wasn't hard. As long as you like it. It's getting late, hurry home so you can get a bit more sleep. Okay. Muchinza pulled the cart full of grilled fish fillets and, before leaving, couldn't help but glance at Chu Xian again. He felt that fat eye didn't seem so fat anymore. Her eyes looked bigger and brighter than before, her jawline more defined, and her figure wasn't bulky anymore. At most, she just looked sturdy. Chu Xian, have you weighed yourself this month? Chu Xian smiled confidently. I weighed myself today. 155 jin. Approximate 77.5 kilograms. Muchin's eyes were full of praise and encouragement. Keep drinking your herbal medicine and exercising every day. You can lose another 20 jin or so. I will. Chu Xian watched him pull the cart away. The next morning, a little after 8, Chu Xian drank her herbal medicine. Gao Meiwan and the others came over to start work. The village-run grilled fish fillet factory would officially start production in about 5 days. For now, they were still testing the ovens, so Chu Xian's workshop would keep running for 5 more days to ensure a seamless transition. Last month, all the fish fillets were grilled with charcoal, which tasted even better than before and got rave reviews. Chu Xian's clients all agreed to amend their contracts so that after October 5th, the South Fishing Village Food Factory would supply them. Boss Ho, in particular, doubled his order compared to last month. Wang Dipin was serving as the factory director, and his shop near the train station had already been renovated, now sporting a sign for the South Fishing Food Factory's first sales department. They'd already lined up buyers for fish livers, skins, and so on. Supply contracts with the fishermen were also signed. Everything was going smoothly. After greeting Gao Meiwan and the others, Chu Xian rode her bike out. She headed straight for Uncle Long's shop. When she arrived, she saw Gudan minding the store. Gudan was very respectful when he saw Chu Xian. He'd been personally trained by Uncle Long and knew exactly how to treat different people and what to say. He was already a pro. He told Chu Xian that Uncle Long was in the study in the backyard. Chu Xian went to find him. She knocked and entered the study. When Uncle Long saw it was her, he took a photo out of the drawer. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. It was a photo of a man and a woman together. The man was the one Chu Xian had drawn. The woman looked very much like a young Feng Chunhua. To be precise, she looked exactly like the woman in the photo under Feng Chunhua's pillow. Uncle Long, who are these two in the photo? Uncle Long sighed. The woman is Yuan Tian, the man is Tian Yufu. Yuan Tian is the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, but she has different mothers from her other siblings. The current head of the Yuan family is her younger brother, Yuan Heng. So, Feng Chunhua is Yuan Tian's biological mother? That's right. The Yuan family's doing pretty well. Why would Feng Chunhua leave a good life behind to marry Chu Dashan in a little fishing village? They're doing well now, but things weren't always good. Feng Chunhua left the Yuan family when they fell on hard times, abandoning her daughter. Yuan Tian was just born at the time. Feng Chunhua signed a letter severing all ties, promising not to raise Yuan Tian, and Yuan Tian wouldn't have to support her in the future. Yuan Tian's father signed it too. From then on, they had nothing to do with each other. Chu Xian was puzzled. If they cut all ties, why are they in contact again now? Those gold necklaces and jade pendants, did Yuan Tian just give them to Feng Chunhua for free? That's right. I was thinking of using the jade pendant to get in with the Yuan family, but now I think it's best not to. Yuan Tian and Tian Yufu have been secretly helping Feng Chunhua. If I bring this up, Even if Yuan Hang cooperates with me, Yuan Tian will cause trouble. Better to pretend I don't know. We'll see how things go. Uncle Long, something still feels off. About the Dragon Phoenix jade pendants. Let me finish and you'll understand. Please go ahead. Chu Xian listened intently. Back then, Feng Chanhua did give birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. But only Yuan Tian survived. Her brother was stillborn. Feng Chanhua bought the pair of Dragon Phoenix jade pendants, probably to remember her dead son. Did you find out Yuan Tian's birth date? Yes, but it's not the same as the date you saw in the photo under Feng Chanhua's pillow. Yuan Tian was born a year earlier than that date. According to my people, recently Feng Chanhua contacted Yuan Tian asking for money, but was refused. So Feng Chanhua is probably strapped for cash right now. Uncle Long, are you still planning to sell those 3 gold necklaces and the jade pendant? I'll melt the gold necklaces down and sell the gold. The jade pendant, I'll hold on to it for now. Now Chu Xian had a clear picture. She chatted with Uncle Long a bit more before taking her leave. She rode her bike to the county seat to see Dr. Zheng for a checkup and more medicine. Passing by a phone booth near the county hospital, she heard a familiar and annoying voice making a call. Xiaoji is seriously hurt. We need money for treatment. It was Feng Chanhua. Chu Xian quickly got off her bike, hid to the side, and listened in. Even though Feng Chanhua was speaking in a low voice, Chu Xian still overheard her. No matter how useless Xiaoji is, he's still your younger brother. I'll have to rely on him to take care of me in my old age. If you don't pay for his treatment and he dies, will you take me in? If you won't, then just give me the money. Not a cent less than 5,000. This is life-saving money and you're still bargaining with me? Fine. For 1,000, then. Wire it over immediately. Also, the jade pendant was stolen. Carve another one for me. What? It'll take half a year? Fine. After Feng Chanhua hung up, she glanced around nervously. Only when she saw no one was eavesdropping did her expression relax. She had no idea that Chu Xian had just left a second before she ended the call. Chu Xian rode her bike to the county hospital to see Dr. Zhang for a checkup and prescription. Dr. Zhang said she was recovering well, advised her to keep exercising, go to bed early, and wake up early. With luck, she'd only need to take Chinese medicine for a few more months. About 10 minutes later, Chu Xian carried 7 packets of herbal medicine to her bike, only to find the rear tire was flat. She'd have to get it fixed. She remembered there was a repair shop nearby. She pushed her bike over. As she passed through a deserted alley, Guahalian suddenly rushed out, brandishing a kitchen knife and slashing at Chu Xian's face. Chu Xian, I'm going to kill you. Chu Xian shoved her bike hard in Guahalian's direction, let go, and jumped back. The bike tripped Guahalian. Guahalian's hand hit the ground and the knife flew from her grip. Chu Xian quickly kicked the knife away. Guahalian tried to get up and attack again. Chu Xian stepped forward and twisted her arms behind her back. One-on-one, Guahalian was no match for Chu Xian. Just then, Wei Cheng happened to be patrolling nearby. He rushed over to help and tied up Guahalian. Guahalian shouted, "Let me go. Let me go. It's Chu Xian who tried to kill me. You've got the wrong person." Chu Xian turned to Wei Cheng. The kitchen knife was brought by Guahalian. My fingerprints aren't on it, but hers are. She tried to attack me with it. Wei Cheng said seriously, "I believe you." Guahalian tried to protest her innocence, but Wei Cheng scolded her, "We can check the fingerprints. Keep making a scene and you'll face extra charges." Guahalian wisely shut her mouth. Chu Xian picked up her bike. The herbal medicine was still hanging from the handlebars, untouched. Comrade Wei, wasn't Guahalian arrested before? Why is she out again? For a moment, Guahalian's muddled mind cleared. Over the years, she'd sometimes been lucid, sometimes crazy, unable to control herself. Especially when it came to Muchinza, she lost all control. She started banging the table and kicking chairs, shouting, "I'll kill that man. Kill him. And his sisters too." Wei Cheng gently guided her, "Draw a picture of him for me. I'll help you find him and bring him here." "Fine. I'll draw him. I remember what he looks like. I'd know him even if he turned to ashes." Wei Chang was delighted and quickly handed her paper and pen. 10 minutes later, when he saw the drawing, he realized you can't expect too much from a psychiatric patient. On the paper was a masked man wearing sunglasses and a hat. The hat was a common straw hat, the sunglasses were ordinary. Basically, it was no clue at all. Patiently, he asked, "Guahalian, does that man's voice have any distinctive features?" Guahalian grinned. "I remember his voice. I can imitate it." She immediately mimicked a man's voice. "Guahalian, you need to be vigilant. Chu Xian likes Muchenza and pesters him every day." Wei Chang couldn't tell if there really was a man egging her on, or if it was just another personality in Guahalian's split mind. 5 minutes later, Wei Chang called Chu Xian to his office and described the interrogation in detail. Chu Xian said confidently, "There really is a man behind this." In her previous life, Guahalian had never attacked her. But this time, because she'd been reborn and wasn't as naive as before, the person behind the scenes had started paying attention to her early on. Otherwise, people like Zhang Qiu wouldn't have tried to rob her. This time, they tried to use Guahalian to kill her. Truly vicious. Wei Chang looked puzzled. "Do you have any enemies?" Chu Xian smiled calmly. "If I have any enemies, it's only Feng Chuanhua's family. Even if I have conflicts with others, they wouldn't want me dead." "You mean Chuji put Guahalian up to this?" "Chuji is lying in the hospital. He doesn't have time for that." "Then it must be Chu Dashan. I'll apply to arrest him." "Chu Dashan is busy flirting with the widow from the next village. He doesn't have time either. And Feng Chuanhua is a woman. But I always felt her eldest son isn't dead, though I have no proof. Can you have Guahalian imitate that man's voice for me?" "Of course. Come with me." Wei Chang led Chu Xian into a room with a glass wall. Through the glass, they could see Guahalian's expressions and actions in the next room, but she couldn't see them. Wei Chang handed Chu Xian a headset. "Listen here. I'll go talk to Guahalian." "Okay." Chu Xian put the headset on. Wei Chang went into the next room and spoke to Guahalian. Soon, Guahalian began imitating the man's voice. "Guahalian, you need to be vigilant. Chu Xian likes Muchenza and pesters him every day." The voice was low, with a hint of hoarseness and melancholy. Chu Xian was certain she'd heard this voice in her previous life. But where and who it belonged to, she couldn't recall right away. She needed to think carefully. She closed her eyes, trying to remember every detail involving Feng Chuanhua and the others. Finally, she remembered something. Back then, the village office had a call for Feng Chuanhua, but she wasn't home, so they asked Chu Xian to answer it. The man's voice on the phone was exactly the same as the one Guahalian had just imitated. At the time, the man said, "Hello, comrade. I'm looking for Feng Chuanhua from your village." Chu Xian replied, "My grandma's not home." He asked, "Where did she go?" Chu Xian answered, "She said she was going out for a few days. Not sure when she'll be back." The man hung up without another word. Chu Xian tried hard to recall the time in her previous life when she answered that man's phone call. She remembered wearing a long-sleeved shirt. It must have been October. But what day in October? Chu Xian closed her eyes and thought harder. That's right, the village office calendar had shown the 5th. So this time around, as long as Feng Chuanhua was in the village on the 5th and able to answer the phone, she'd be able to find some clues. She knew how to set up a phone extension. Muchenza had taught her in her previous life. If she connected an extension to the village office phone in advance, she could eavesdrop on Feng Chuanhua's conversation with that man. Or she could talk to Wei Chang and use some tech to monitor the village phone, but that would be too much trouble and might alert the target. It'd be better to discuss it with Grandpa Wang, the village chief, and secretly set up an extension. Once Feng Chuanhua got a call, she could just pick up the extension and listen in. To avoid any leaks, when Wei Chang came to ask if the voice sounded familiar, Chu Xian chose to shake her head. Guahalian was sent back to the psychiatric hospital for supervision, and the Guo family paid Chu Xian compensation for her bike repairs. Chu Xian accepted it. After getting her bike fixed, she rode back to the village. She remembered there was an old phone in the village, one that had been replaced. It could only receive calls, not make them. Currently, Wang Dipin was in charge of it. After lunch, Chu Xian heard that Wang Dipin was on duty at the village office that afternoon, so she grabbed a few sheets of paper filled with client information, stuffed them in her pocket, and biked over. When she arrived, only Wang Dipin was there. Perfect time to talk. Grandpa Wang, I came to drop off the client info. Just finished sorting it. Take a look and see if anything needs to be added. Wang Dipin took the papers and looked them over carefully. Each client's name was followed by their contact info, address, shop location, order quantity, delivery method, and so on. He nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Xiao Xian. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. After all, I get a commission for this. It's my job. Chu Xian glanced around the office, her eyes landing on the phone. Grandpa Wang, I remember you're keeping an old broken phone. Can I take a look at it? Wang Dipin pointed at the working phone on the desk. If you want to see a phone, look at this one. That old phone's crank is broken, it can't make calls. But it can still receive calls. Could you get it out for me? I want to see if I can set up an extension, just to receive, not to make calls. I want to practice my skills. I just learned a new trick from a master in the county. Please keep it a secret for now, let's only tell others after I get it working, okay? Wang Dipin had always treated Chu Xian like family, and besides, this was a great way to repurpose something old, so he was all for it. Of course! Where do you want to put the extension? How about the next room? That's too close. How about over at the village food factory? Maybe the HR office? The HR office was empty. Staff from the village office doubled up to save on wages, so they rarely worked over there. Most business was handled in the main office. The HR office was only separated from the main office by a wall. If it weren't for wanting to look more official for visiting clients, they wouldn't have bothered with a separate HR office at all. But the workshop where they made grilled fish snacks was a bit farther away. Wang Dipin agreed right away. If it worked, they could buy more phone wire and move the extension to the workshop. A lot of villagers worked in the workshop, so it'd be easier to call people to the phone. Wang Dipin handed over the HR office key and some extra phone wire to Chu Xian. Though it wasn't quite long enough, she'd need to find a few more meters. Chu Xian thanked him and promised to call him over to check once the extension was set up. Since it was just the two of them, and the office had matches, scissors, and electrical tape, Chu Xian ran a wire from the main phone, tossed it over the wall, and planned to finish the extension once she got more wire. She put the extension phone in a cardboard box. Then, using the side door, she carried it to the HR office next door. Good thing Wang Dipin had the key, otherwise, one more person would have to know about the extension. That afternoon, Chu Xian went to town to discuss something with Uncle Long. She also borrowed a few meters of phone wire from him. But she didn't rush to set up the extension. The next day, Chu Xian went to her secret spot by the tide pools, but the tide hadn't fully gone out yet. There were lots of mussels on the beach, but they didn't sell for much, just a few cents per basket. Still, mussels were good for preventing anemia, improving health, and warming the kidneys. She planned to pick some for Xiaofeng to eat at home. She'd only picked a few pounds when Muchun's voice sounded behind her. That's enough. You're on herbal medicine, so you can't eat these. Xiaofeng's too young to eat much either. The tide pool's exposed now, want to take a look. Chu Xian straightened up and turned to look at Muchunza. Today, he was wearing a navy blue tracksuit with 2 white stripes, sunny and handsome. She couldn't help but be drawn to him. She quickly composed herself and said seriously, let's go. She walked toward the tide pool. Muchunza followed, a smug smile on his lips. He'd just caught Chu Xian staring. She always said she didn't like pretty boys, but in reality, Chu Xian was totally into good looks. By the tide pool, they found some great stuff. 3 bass weighing 5 or 6 pounds each, a dozen octopuses weighing 3 or 4 pounds each, and plenty of big swimming crabs. The two split up and got to work, sorting everything into baskets and buckets in less than half an hour. After hauling everything to shore, they took out a long rope, one end tied to a tree, the other to themselves. They went for a swim in the sea. Chu Xian hadn't swum in days, but she was even better than before. Even after swimming for over an hour, she didn't get leg cramps like she used to. Mu Chenza praised her generously. Xu Xian was in a great mood from the compliments. Back on shore, Mu Chenza didn't dare look at her until she'd changed into clean clothes. Her clothes were loose and baggy. "You've lost a lot of weight, you should get some new clothes. I remember I promised to buy you a few outfits. Measure your waist and stuff when you get home this afternoon. I'll buy them for you in the city tomorrow." Xu Xian grinned. "No need yet. I'll wait until I'm down to about 135 pounds. I don't want to waste fabric." "Who knows when you'll get to 135? We have to buy some now." "Really, it's fine. These clothes are just baggy because I haven't had time to take them in. I'll ask Aunt Qin and Grandma Gao to help me alter them when I get home. You do your alterations, I'll do my shopping," Mu Chenza said as he grabbed his clean clothes and went to change somewhere private. Xu Xian saw she couldn't stop him, so she didn't try. If she refused the clothes, he'd get mad, and she didn't want that, so she accepted. She couldn't help but think of her past life when, after she'd lost weight, he'd bought her clothes. The first outfit was a blue long-sleeved dress with white trim and black low-cut leather shoes. She wondered what kind he'd pick for her this time. "Mu Chenza, let's go home." "Okay. But before we go, I want to remind you of something." "What is it?" "I don't like chubby girls." Xu Xian cut him off. "I know. You don't have to remind me. I never wanted you to like me." Mu Chenza looked at Xu Xian with an emotion in his eyes that was hard to put into words. "Let me finish. What I want to say is, I don't like chubby girls, but you're not chubby anymore. Do you get it?" Xu Xian dodged the question, tapping her waist with both hands. "My waist is still this thick. How am I not chubby?" "You're not. You're tall, so at most you just look sturdy." "You still haven't answered my question." Mu Chenza gazed gently into Xu Xian's eyes. Xu Xian looked in the mirror every day and knew her figure had improved a lot, and her face looked much better too. Her face used to be so round it looked like a steamed bun, squeezing her eyes into slits and making her look listless. Now her face had slimmed down, her big double-lidded eyes were lively and bright. She really did have a bit of charm now. She could tell Mu Chenza was confessing to her in a roundabout way, but sometimes it was better to play dumb. "I don't get what you're saying. All I know is, whether I'm fat or thin, I'm not getting married." Mu Chenza could tell she was turning him down, but he wasn't upset. He understood her situation, and he didn't even know why he'd blurted that out today. Maybe he just couldn't help himself. He couldn't say anything more, or he might scare her off. If he scared her, she'd avoid him and keep her distance, which was the last thing he wanted. "I know you don't want to get married. You don't have to keep saying it. You know the kind of between buddies, right?" His tone was open and relaxed. Xu Xian blushed. "Sorry. I almost misunderstood you just now. I get it, the kind of between buddies. It's not about romance." "Exactly. So you don't have to feel pressured. When you get even slimmer in the future, I'll praise you even more. You'd better get used to it. When I finally slim down completely, half the credit will be yours. As long as you remember my contribution." They chatted as they walked back. Even as they neared the dock, Xu Xian never mentioned her plan to use the extension phone to set up Feng Chunhua in front of Mu Chenza. Mu Chenza waved goodbye and headed home. Xu Xian went to the dock to sell seafood. When Mu Chenza got home, he took a hot shower and lay on his bed, thinking. He'd already learned from Uncle Long what Xu Xian was planning. Xu Xian didn't want to tell him because she didn't want him to get involved. She was protecting him in her own way. What she didn't know was, the more she tried to protect him, the more he wanted to help. He and Uncle Long had already shared information, so things would go much more smoothly. Xu Xian also took a hot shower when she got home. She changed into her loose, baggy clothes and walked into the courtyard. Qin Mahua came over with a cloth bag, smiling. "Xiao Xian, come inside and try this on. I just made you some new clothes. I'll wait outside." Xu Xian was delighted. "Thank you, Aunt Qin." She took the bag, went back to her room, opened it, and pulled out a set of long-sleeved, red clothes with little yellow flowers. Some people might look like a country bumpkin in this, and Xu Xian's first thought was that she'd look even more like one. But when she tried it on, it fit perfectly. The top was cinched at the waist, covering up her chubby spots and making her figure look pretty good. She actually looked quite fashionable, not like a country bumpkin at all. Aunt Jean really had skill, managing to make such stylish and flattering clothes for someone weighing 155 Jean. Wearing this, she looked like she weighed only about 125 Jean. She decided she had to knit a sweater for Aunt Jean as a thank you gift. She'd been meaning to, but hadn't had the time. She'd been busy knitting scarves, wool pants, socks, and gloves for Muchinza. She walked out into the courtyard in her new clothes. Everyone started complimenting her on how much prettier she looked and how nice her figure was. Chu Xian was a little embarrassed by all the praise. She quickly changed the subject. It's all thanks to Aunt Jean's skills. If anyone wants new clothes, go to Aunt Jean, let her earn some tailoring fees. Aunt Jean felt warm inside. Chu Xian not only praised her, but also helped her get more business. Xiao Xian's right. I'll take on sewing work when I have time, and you all can help spread the word. After the 5th, Chu Xian would stop running her dried fish workshop, and Qin Mahua wouldn't be working at the food factory anymore, so she'd have plenty of time. Gao Meiwan pointed at Chu Xian's clothes. She's a walking advertisement. If Xiao Xian walks around the village a couple of times, I bet a bunch of women will ask where she got her clothes. Everyone agreed. After all, everyone in the village knew how sturdy and tough Chu Xian was. But in Aunt Jean's clothes, she not only looked slimmer, but also had a girlish charm. Chu Xian really did walk around the village twice. Quite a few girls and young wives asked her about her clothes. Chu Xian happily told them they could go to Aunt Jean for new clothes. That very evening, Aunt Jean got 3 orders for clothes and arranged to start making them on the 6th. Aunt Jean also praised Chu Xian in front of the Mu family. That's when Muchinza found out his mother had made new clothes for Chu Xian without telling him. He hadn't even gotten to see them before everyone else did. He planned to take the chance to admire them when he went to Chu Xian's house that night to pick up dried fish. But when he got there, he saw Chu Xian was wearing her old, newly altered clothes. "Where are the new clothes my mom made you?" Chu Xian smiled and pointed at the clothesline. "I just washed them, they're hanging out to dry." Muchinza was disappointed, but didn't show it. "My mom said the clothes she made are really nice. Now that she wants to be a tailor, I was curious how good her skills are and wanted to see for myself. But they're all wet, so I'll just wait until you wear them tomorrow." He was worried she'd refuse, but to his surprise, she laughed and said, "No problem. You guys should definitely support Aunt Jean as a tailor. By the way, was it you who asked her to make me new clothes?" "No. I was planning to buy you new clothes as a gift. Before that, I didn't even know your size." Chu Xian had been wondering how to turn down a gift, but now she had an excuse. "No need now, I already have new clothes. You and Aunt Jean are family, so it's all the same. Since when do girls think they have too many clothes? You have a set of long-sleeved top and pants, but nothing else. I'll see what I can get you, though it might not be easy to find anything soon." He could always ask his mom about Chu Xian's size. "Let's agree on this. You can buy them, but I'll pay you." "No need. Just knit my mom a set of sweater and pants." "No problem. But I have to pay for the yarn." Muchinza couldn't argue with her, so he just said, "All right." Chu Xian immediately pulled out 50 yuan and handed it to him. "Buy purple yarn. I think that color will suit Aunt Jean's complexion." "Okay." Muchinza took the money and went and moved the dried fish over 260 Jean as usual. After he left with the cart, Chu Xian watched him go. After the 5th, he wouldn't be coming to pick up dried fish at night anymore. Each visit was one less. She felt a little lost, but quickly adjusted. Maybe it was better if he didn't come, so he wouldn't be hanging around and making her heart waver. She locked the gate and went back to her room. Chu Feng snickered through the window, thinking his sister and brother Chinza really had a chance. When Muchinza got home, he gave Aunt Jean a shoulder and back massage, being extra attentive. Aunt Jean knew her son well. He must want something. "Xiaozhe, just tell me what you want." A hint of shyness flashed in Muchinza's eyes. "Mom, can you teach me how to tell someone's clothing size just by looking?" He actually wanted to just ask his mother directly, "What size does Chu Xian wear right now?" His mother would definitely tell him. But Chu Xian was losing weight, getting slimmer every day. He needed to learn how to judge clothing sizes himself, so he wouldn't have to ask his mother every time he wanted to buy clothes for Chu Xian. Besides, he didn't want his mother to know exactly how many times he'd bought clothes for Chu Xian. Qin Mahua gave him a knowing smile. Just looking at height and weight isn't enough. You have to consider bust, waist, and shoulder width too. Some fitted clothes require very precise shoulder measurements, so I wouldn't recommend buying those for someone else. If you want to buy clothes for someone, go for trench coats, casual wear, or sportswear. As for how to judge shoulder width, bust, and waist, honestly, I can't really teach you. It's all about experience and a good eye. Without at least 10 or 20 years of practice, you can't be accurate. Unable to learn the real trick, Muchinza had to settle for second best. Mom, just give me Chu Xian's clothing sizes, please. I want to buy her something. You really should buy her a few more things. She's helped our family so much. I only stepped in and made her a new outfit because I saw you hadn't done anything yet. Seeing his mother's support, Muchinza stopped hiding his intentions. I want to buy her a long-sleeved dress. That kind of clothing needs even more precise sizing. I'll write it down for you. Buy or custom make it according to these measurements. Don't you go to the city sometimes? Just buy or order it there. When Xiao Xian wears it out, the whole village will be envious. Qin Mahua quickly wrote down the measurements on a piece of paper and handed it to Muchinza. He memorized it a few times before carefully folding it and putting it in his pocket. Mom, you have to keep this a secret. Even if I bring the clothes back and she wears them out, you can't tell anyone I bought them. I don't want all the village women asking me to bring back clothes from the city for them. People in the village love to follow trends. If the price was right, they'd definitely ask Muchinza to buy clothes for them too. That would be way too much trouble. Qin Mahua understood and cared for her son. No problem. I'll keep it a secret. By the way, any news about Xiao Xian's real father? Not really. No news at all. Qin Mahua looked disappointed. Would her son's wedding be delayed indefinitely? The more she saw of Xiao Xian, the more she liked her. She was exactly the daughter-in-law she'd always hoped for. Chinza, try to find more people to help look into it. If you need money, just say so. Muchinza could tell his mother truly liked Chu Xian. With her support, he felt incredibly happy. Mom, the person I asked for help doesn't need money. He'll do his best. Mother and son chatted for a while longer before heading to their own rooms. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 a.m. on the 5th. Chu Xian quietly went to the food factory's HR office to install an extension phone. After finishing, she jogged around the village. Morning exercise was a daily routine for her, and the villagers were used to it by now. Everyone knew she was trying to lose weight. When she passed by Feng Chunhua's house, she listened carefully. Feng Chunhua was home. Yesterday, Chu Xian had specifically asked Hua Daling to subtly leak a bit of information to Feng Chunhua about Chu Dashan possibly having an affair. Today, Feng Chunhua was determined to keep an eye on Chu Dashan. Chu Dashan felt uneasy seeing that Feng Chunhua hadn't gone to the hospital to bring food to Chu Ji. He'd originally arranged to meet his lover at home this morning, but now he had to cancel. He was anxious, wondering how to notify his lover. With Feng Chunhua watching, he didn't dare make a move. At exactly 10 o'clock, Chu Xian was already waiting in the food factory's HR office. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Chu Xian waited for the ringing to stop before picking up the extension. Someone at the village office answered first. It was a call for Feng Chunhua. Chu Xian recognized the man's voice. Her heart raced. She felt the truth was within reach. After both sides hung up, Chu Xian put down the phone. 15 minutes later, the phone rang again. Chu Xian again waited for the ringing to stop before picking up. She heard Feng Chunhua and the man talking. Hello, this is Feng Chunhua. Who's calling? Chunhua, it's me, Liangshi. Feng Chunhua's voice dropped noticeably. What do you want? It's hard to explain over the phone. Let's meet tomorrow, same time, same place. Okay. Feng Chunhua hung up. Chu Xian put down the phone. This man, Liangshi, was very cautious. He only said same time, same place. Tomorrow, she'd have to keep a close eye on Feng Chunhua. She couldn't tell anyone about the successful installation of the extension yet, to avoid alerting anyone. Chu Xian removed the borrowed phone line and put it in her cloth bag. Half an hour later, Chu Xian rode her bike to Uncle Long's shop's backyard. The gate was closed. She knocked. Soon, Uncle Long came to open the door. Chu Xian pushed her bike in, parked it, and asked quietly, "Uncle Long, is now a good time to talk?" Uncle Long nodded and pointed to the study. "Let's talk in there." "Okay." Once inside, Chu Xian continued, "There's a man named Liang Shi. He's very suspicious. He arranged to meet Feng Chunhua tomorrow, same time, same place. Could I trouble you to have someone good at tailing people keep an eye on Feng Chunhua for 24 hours? "Of course. I'll return the phone line in a while. Keep it as long as you need. I have plenty here. By the way, any news from your mother?" "Nothing since the last call." "All right. If you hear anything, have your mom call me. I'm worried Uncle Wu will get jealous. Just tell him I have something important to discuss with your mom, something life or death." "Okay." They chatted a bit longer before Chu Xian took her leave. As she was heading out, Uncle Long hung a piece of pork belly, at least 2 jin, on her bike handle. Chu Xian tried to refuse, but Uncle Long threatened not to help her anymore if she didn't take it. Unable to win the argument, Chu Xian accepted it. She went to the market to buy some vegetables and 2 chickens, planning to host a farewell dinner for Gao Meiwan and the others that night. After today, her grilled fish jerky workshop would close. Rebuilding the house was now on the agenda. At 6 p.m., in Chu Xian's yard, Gao Meiwan and the others sat around the table. They had their farewell dinner. After helping clean up, everyone left. A little after 8 p.m., Mu Chenza arrived with a handcart. This would be the last time he came to pick up grilled fish jerky. After greeting Mu Chenza, Chu Feng tactfully went back to his room. Mu Chenza set down the cart and took a bundle from it, handing it to Chu Xian. "Go try it on. If it doesn't fit, I can exchange it." "You got the clothes so quickly?" "Thank you. I'll go try them on right now." Chu Xian happily took the bundle and went to her room. Mu Chenza felt a surge of joy just because she accepted the gift without hesitation. Chu Xian closed her door, opened the bundle. Inside was a khaki trench coat, a long-sleeved blue dress, a pair of black leather shoes, and 6 pairs of white cotton socks. Everything she needed. She muttered softly, "He really is a thoughtful man." She tried everything on, they all fit perfectly. The dress was stylish and slimming, the trench coat elegant, the socks comfortable, the shoes a perfect fit. She put everything on and walked into the yard. The moment Mu Chenza saw Chu Xian, he was stunned. He'd never imagined she could look so beautiful and elegant. If she lost another 20 pounds or so, wouldn't the line of suitors stretch from one end of the village to the other? Chu Xian couldn't help but ask softly, "Do I look good?" Mu Chenza answered with a smile, without any hesitation, "You look great." Chu Xian noticed that Mu Chenza's gaze was fixed on her shoes, not on her. She suddenly felt like teasing him. "Do I look better, or do the shoes look better?" Mu Chenza replied openly, "You and your clothes and shoes all look great." Chu Xian didn't hide her delight at all. "I think so too. You have good taste." "Thanks again." Mu Chenza smiled, "No need to thank me. Just remember to knit a sweater and some wool pants for my mom. I'll bring the yarn over another day." Actually, Mu Chenza had already bought the yarn, but he didn't want to bring it all at once. He couldn't come over every night to get grilled fish, so he had to find other reasons to visit. If the weather was good, he'd only see her when they went to the beach or swimming. But he really wanted to see her twice a day, rain or shine. Mu Chenza didn't know when he'd started having this goal. Chu Xian had no idea about the little schemes in his heart. "Just bring it over within 5 days. Your wool pants and such should be done in about 5 days. No need to rush. Don't tire yourself out. It's no trouble. Starting tomorrow, I don't have much to do at home, so I'll have plenty of time to knit." "Aren't you planning to rebuild your house soon?" "I have to wait my turn. If I can start in late October, I'll be lucky. When the time comes, Pingzi and I will come help." "Thank you in advance." "You're being polite again. Don't keep saying thank you or I'll get mad at you." "All right, I won't say it anymore." After chatting for so long, Xu Xian still hadn't mentioned anything about Feng Chunhua and Liang Shi. Mu Chenze didn't pry. He just reminded her not to tell anyone that he bought her the clothes, then left, dragging over 260 jin of grilled fish. The next morning, as soon as Xu Xian opened her courtyard gate, she saw Feng Shui passing by. Before she could say anything, Feng Shui greeted her first. Xu Xian, today's my first day at the food factory. How'd I look in this suit? He was wearing a black suit and leather shoes, his hair slicked back. He looked quite sharp. That outfit must have cost a pretty penny. Feng Shui clearly had money. Xu Xian smiled politely. It suits your job well. She didn't plan to ask if Feng Shui knew what Feng Chunhua was up to before marrying Chu Dashan. She didn't want to alert him. Before she got married, Feng Chunhua had been away from home for several years, claiming she was working, but what really happened still needed to be investigated. Just like how no one in the village knew Feng Chunhua had a child for the Yuan family in Beijing. Maybe Feng Shui knew something, but he wasn't about to say. Xu Xian didn't press. As for whether Feng Shui had stolen Feng Chunhua's valuables, Xu Xian certainly wouldn't ask him directly. Feng Shui lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. Qin Xiahong is recovering. I went to the hospital to see her yesterday. The Qin family is protecting her very well. If anyone tries to hurt her, they'll just be walking into a trap. Thanks for coming to tell me. Any other news? That's it. Anything on your end? Would the theft at Feng Chunhua's house count? A flicker of panic flashed in Feng Shui's eyes. I heard about that. Anything else? Xu Xian said casually, Chu Dashan has a mistress. Does that count? Feng Shui was very interested. Of course. Who is it? Xu Xian hinted, a widow from your village. As for her name, you'll have to find out yourself. There are about a dozen widows in our village and only a few are known to be loose. I'll figure it out soon. Gotta go. Feng Shui waved and left. Xu Xian believed Feng Shui would use this information to get under Feng Chunhua's skin. After watching him go, Xu Xian jogged around the village for exercise. On the way, she ran into Lu Dapeng heading to the food factory. They greeted each other but didn't chat. Xu Xian kept running. About 10 minutes later, as she was jogging, she suddenly realized something was off. Her period had started. She hurried home. A quick trip to the bathroom confirmed it. After cleaning up, she realized she was bleeding more than last time, so toilet paper wouldn't do. She hadn't bought pads last time because her period was light. She decided to go to town to buy some after breakfast. A little after 9, Xu Xian rode out. On the way to town, she ran into Mu Chenze, who was driving a truck back from the city. Mu Chenze saw her too and stopped the truck. His exhaustion from staying up all night vanished instantly. Xu Xian, where are you headed? Running into Mu Chenze made Xu Xian secretly happy, though she kept a calm face. Just going to town to buy something. Today I can only go to the beach, but no swimming, don't waste a trip. Mu Chenze looked at her curiously. No swimming? Is it that time of the month again? Xu Xian blushed and nodded. Her cycle was still irregular due to her health. Mu Chenze muttered softly, so early this time? Good thing I brought you some pads today. As he spoke, he handed a bulging cloth bag out the window. Xu Xian took it and opened it. Inside were several packs of sanitary pads. How did you know about this? Mu Chenze didn't feel embarrassed at all. There's a lot I know. Take them home and use them. How much do I owe you? Just deduct it from the fish money. I'm heading home for a nap first, then I'll bring you the money after I wake up. Okay. Xu Xian patted the bag, grateful. Now I don't have to make a special trip to town. Mu Chenze asked with concern, do you still have brown sugar at home? Xu Xian was touched by how thoughtful he was. Yes. Such a considerate man. If he became someone else's husband, she'd regret it for life. But if she married him, he and his family would be the ones to regret it for life. Mu Chenze reminded her, remember to make yourself a cup. And don't go to the beach these next few days. Otherwise, all that herbal medicine you've been taking will be for nothing. Xu Xian waved her hand. The grilled fish workshop is closed. I have to make money by going to the beach. I can't just not go. Mu Chenze looked her straight in the eye, very serious. Listen, just skip these few days. Otherwise, if you can't have kids after you get married, no amount of money will fix it. Think about what's more important. In her past life, Chu Xian had never been pregnant. Hearing this in this life, she immediately took it seriously. Okay, I won't go. I'm heading home. She definitely didn't want infertility. She turned her bike around and rode home. Muchinza couldn't help but smile. This girl says she doesn't want to get married, but deep down she must want to, and to have kids too, right? She was still wearing old clothes today, probably afraid of staining her new ones. Even so, her altered old clothes looked much better than before. Was it his eyes playing tricks, or had her tailoring skills really improved? He'd have to take a good look next time they met, after he caught up on sleep. But for now, he couldn't go home and nap just yet. He headed to the neighboring town. It was time to return the truck he'd rented. After returning the truck, he didn't go home, but took a carriage to town. Once there, he walked into Uncle Long's shop. Uncle Long was the only one inside. Uncle Long. Xiaozhe, you're here. Have a seat. Uncle Long warmly poured him some tea. Muchinza thanked him and took the tea, thirsty, sipping as he blew on it. After a few sips, he asked in a low voice, any news? Have Feng Chunhua and Liangshi met yet? Uncle Long first glanced outside to make sure there was no one else around, then lowered his voice to reply. News just came in. Feng Chunhua has gone to the county town. You're here at the right time. Go wait by the phone and answer it as soon as it rings. We have a client dropping by unexpectedly today, so I'll need to handle that. All right. Even though Muchinza hadn't slept all night, he was still full of energy. Uncle Long, where's that Gadan who's always with you? I sent him out of town to deliver some jade pieces. Thought he could use the experience. You really have your eye on him, huh? It's for Xiaoxian's sake. Gadan's mother is helping Xiaoxian keep an eye on Feng Chunhua. I see. Just then, Xiao Huan came in from the backyard. Uncle Long, the client's here. I'll be right there. Uncle Long headed toward the backyard. Xiao Huan nodded at Muchinza in greeting, then followed Uncle Long out. Muchinza poured himself another cup of tea and patiently waited by the phone. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. He picked up. On the other end was one of Uncle Long's men. Uncle Long. Muchinza recognized the voice and explained, Uncle Long has a client and asked me to watch the phone. I'm Muchinza, we've met before. Oh, it's you. Feng Chunhua checked into room 303 at the county guest house. I asked at the front desk, the guest in 303 is registered as Zhang Lei, not Liangshi. Is there any way to get a photo of Liangshi? That's tough. But I'll try to get into the room for a look and sketch his portrait when I get back. Good. Be careful. Liangshi is dangerous, he's ruthless. Whatever you do, don't blow your cover. I know. The call ended. Muchinza still felt uneasy and decided to go to the county town himself. He went to the backyard to let Xiao Huan know he was leaving. But Xiao Huan stopped him. Uncle Long had made it clear Muchinza could be involved and share information, but he absolutely could not be put in danger. Anyone Chu Xian wanted to protect, Uncle Long would protect as well. Xiao Huan whispered to Muchinza, you're not a professional tail, and you'll only make things messier over there. If you don't want all our efforts to go to waste, just wait by the phone. If you insist on going, Uncle Long will call off your cooperation. Muchinza had no choice but to obediently return to the shop and wait for the phone. Meanwhile, in room 303 of the county guest house, Feng Chunhua was embracing a man. Feng Chunhua was getting on in years, and so was the man. Yet in front of him, Feng Chunhua still blushed. Old Liang, I miss you so much. I think about you every day. The man she called Old Liang was Liangshi. Liangshi had checked in under someone else's name. Chunhua, I miss you too. Every moment of every day. They whispered to each other. Did you call me here today because something important happened? That's right. You said before you'd ruin Chu Xian and her brother, but now it looks like Chu Xian hasn't turned out useless at all. She's actually very capable. As for Chu Feng, he's nothing special, so we can ignore him for now. But Chu Xian, she has to die, or be left a living corpse. All right. I'll take care of Chu Xian. What about Qin Xiahong? No chance to act. The Qin family has gotten smart and is guarding her tightly. If I try to kill Qin Xiahong now, I'll get caught. But Qin Xiahong has seen our son's birthmark. If she wakes up and talks, our son could be exposed. Don't forget, his current parents know exactly where the birthmark is and what it looks like. I know Qin Xiahong has to die, but there's nothing I can do right now. I tried to slip something into the acupuncturist's kit, but he caught on. I almost blew my cover. I can't go to the neighboring county for a while. I'll have to lay low here. Then we'll wait for another chance. By the way, Yuan Tian isn't handing over the money very willingly. You have to understand, she's never wanted to have anything to do with Chuji. If you ask for money for our son's sake, she'll give it without hesitation. I'm not so sure. Sometimes I wonder if it was right to keep her in the Yuan family. Of course it was. Chunhua, I remember everything you've done for me. I'll never forget it as long as I live. I had Chuji with Chu Dashin, and I've always treated him well. Do you blame me for that? No, I blame myself. If I hadn't heartlessly abandoned you back then, you wouldn't have had a child with Chu Dashin out of spite. Chuji is your son, it's only right you care for him. After all, when you're old, he'll be the one to look after you. Thank you for understanding, old Liang. These years have been so hard for me. I don't like Chu Dashin at all, but I have to face him every day. And he's unfaithful. He finds other women when I'm not home. If it weren't for Xiaoxi, I'd have killed him already. If you can avoid killing, don't. If you really can't stand him, just let him die of illness. If Xiaoxi found out, he'd hate me. I can't take that risk. As Feng Chunhua spoke, she snuggled into Liang Shi's arms, not noticing the impatience on his face. He hadn't risked this meeting just to listen to her ramble. But if he wanted her to kill Chu Xian, he had to put up with it. He had his own plans. Sometimes you have to endure small annoyances to achieve big goals. Feng Chunhua was old and no longer attractive to him. If she hadn't had a useful son and a daughter who could make money, he wouldn't bother with her at all. Outside the door, a man dressed as a hotel staff member stood with 2 kettles of water, ear pressed to the door, trying to eavesdrop. Unfortunately, he couldn't make out what was being said. As a backup plan, he knocked on the door, hoping to get a look at the guests inside. Liang Shi and Feng Chunhua stopped hugging and straightened their clothes when they heard the knock. Liang Shi called out, "Who is it?" "Bringing hot water. Could you please hand out your empty thermos?" "All right." A moment later, Liang Shi opened the door, handed over the empty thermos, took a kettle of hot water, and quickly closed the door. An hour later, Mu Chenze received a sketch. After looking at it, he made a copy himself. He left one for Xiao Huan to pass on to Uncle Long. Then Mu Chenze took his leave. He hurried to the city to ask a classmate to help identify the man in the sketch. After Uncle Long finished with his client, Xiao Huan handed him the portrait. Uncle Long looked at it, but didn't recognize the man. He told Xiao Huan to call the village office where Chu Xian lived. Xiao Huan did so right away. When the call connected, he politely said, "Could you please let Chu Xian know that the yarn she ordered has arrived? She should come pick it up as soon as possible." This was their agreed-upon code. "The yarn has arrived" meant the portrait of Liang Shi was ready. The person who answered was Accountant 1. He went to find Chu Xian and relayed the message word for word. After seeing Accountant 1 out, Chu Xian rode her bike to town. She went straight to Uncle Long's shop. As soon as she entered, she caught a familiar scent. Why did she smell Mu Chenze's unique scent here? Had he been here? Uncle Long noticed Chu Xian sniffing around and couldn't help but ask, "Is there a strange smell in my shop?" "I don't notice anything." Chu Xian smiled. "No strange smell. I just caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Maybe a customer happened to smell like someone I know." "Uncle Long, can I see the portrait first?" "Of course. Come with me to the study." Uncle Long would never admit on his own that Mu Chenze had been here. Before long, Chu Xian followed Uncle Long into the study. Uncle Long took a key from his pocket and unlocked the drawer of the desk. He pulled out a portrait of a man from inside. Chu Xian glanced at it. "This is Liang Shi?" Uncle Long nodded in confirmation. In her previous life, Chu Xian had seen this man, though they had never spoken. Back then, when her younger brother was arrested, she went to the security team to find out what happened and happened to pass by this man. Besides that, There was one other time she saw him right before something happened to her and her husband's family. He appeared near the Mu family's truck, but again, didn't say a word. Now, she suspected that the Mu family's accident in her past life was orchestrated by this man. Maybe if she could bring him to justice, history wouldn't repeat itself. Uncle Long, this man might be the one who harmed Qin Xiahong. Uncle Long agreed. We'll have to wait until Qin Xiahong wakes up to identify him. That could take a while. By then, who knows where he'll have run off to. A ruthless man like him probably hasn't just killed once. Remember Xing Damiai's mother in our village? She died under suspicious circumstances. Could he be involved? Even if he is, it doesn't help us. We have no evidence. He incited Guahalian to try to kill me. Since he's always wanted me dead, why don't I use myself as bait to lure him out? That way, we'll have both witnesses and evidence to report him. Xu Xian believed that only if Liang Shi was locked up would everyone outside be safe. No way. That's too dangerous. If anything happened to you, how would I explain it to your mother? Uncle Long was firmly against it. Xu Xian tried to persuade him. Uncle Long, if we miss this chance, he'll disappear somewhere else. If I want to lure him out later, I might not even find him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tell me, where is he now? Uncle Long dodged the question. Xiao Xian, you look like you've lost weight, much prettier than before. Keep it up, don't gain it back, or it'll be hard to find a husband. I'll keep it off, but I won't get married until Liang Shi is caught. Uncle Long, for the sake of my future, just tell me where he's hiding, okay? No. No matter how much Xu Xian pressed, Uncle Long refused to reveal Liang Shi's current whereabouts. Xu Xian had no choice but to play her trump card. If you won't tell me, I'll just go to the county and search for him myself. I don't believe I can't find him. If we don't plan this out and he hurts me, I'll have no evidence to report him, and he'll get away scot-free. Are you really that foolish? Who goes looking for a killer? How about this? Give me a day to think about it. Don't worry, my people are watching him. I always know where he is. You go home for now. All right. Xu Xian didn't stay any longer. After watching Xu Xian leave, Uncle Long called the village office in Xu Xian's village. He disguised his voice. Hello, comrade. I'd like to speak to Muchinza. Please tell him to call me back. My surname is Yu. After the person on the other end agreed to pass on the message, Uncle Long hung up. He wouldn't use his real name, no one could know he was in contact with Muchinza. Muchinza would know it was him when he heard the surname Yu. The person who answered the phone at the village office was Accountant 1. He immediately went to the Mu family to deliver the message. Muchinza hadn't returned home yet, so when told Fu Qing and Qin Mahua. Meanwhile, Feng Chunhua was still in her room at the county guest house, pouring her heart out to Liang Shi. Old Liang, do you think our son looks more like you or me? It's been over 40 years, and I've never even seen him once. I've seen him. He looks like both of us. He's a good kid, and our grandson is too. You said when I go to Haishi, you'll arrange for me to meet our son. When your leg's healed and you can go to Haishi, I'll make it happen. It's my fault. I broke my leg and then got 3 gold necklaces and a jade pendant stolen. Those necklaces could fetch a good price. I didn't even get to give the jade pendant to our son. But don't worry, I've already asked Xiaotian to have a new one carved. Chunhua, I should have taken better care of you. Liang Shi was already impatient inside, but his face was full of affection. Feng Chunhua was deeply moved, swearing she'd go through fire and water for him. Only when Feng Chunhua said it was getting late and she needed to leave did Liang Shi's irritation ease, though he still tried to persuade her to stay. He was a master at saying one thing and meaning another. Feng Chunhua still had a lot to do, but reluctantly headed for the door. Liang Shi hugged her again. Chunhua, once you get rid of Xu Xian, you must come find me here. That'll be the day I leave. And take care of your leg. I feel bad making you come here while you're still hurt. No matter how bad my injury is, if you want to see me, I'll come. Before Xu Xian is dead, does that mean we can't meet again? That's right. Otherwise, people might get suspicious. You don't want me to be in danger, do you? No. Old Liang, was it you who killed that widow in our village? I remember you came to see me that day. Did she see your face? Chunhua, remember, that widow died in an accident. It had nothing to do with me. Really? Of course. Liangshi refused to admit anything, and Feng Chunhua didn't press further. But she still believed that Xing Damiai's mother was murdered by Liangshi. Old Liang, do you still have money? If not, when Xiao Tian sends some, I'll bring it to you. I have money. Liangshi pulled out a thick wad of 10 yuan bills and handed them to Feng Chunhua. Take this and spend it. Buy something nutritious for yourself and Xiaoxi. Feng Chunhua was overwhelmed with emotion. You're so good to me. She put the money in her pocket, opened the door, waved goodbye, and left. She didn't see Liangshi after she left, pour disinfectant all over the room, wash his hair, and change clothes. If the guest house had better facilities, he would have taken a shower. After 6 in the evening, Muchinza returned from the city. Passing through town, he knocked on the back door of Uncle Long's shop. He'd gone to the city to see a classmate, but when he arrived, his friend was in a meeting. He waited in the office, but was so tired he fell asleep. His friend, seeing this, didn't wake him. He didn't wake up until after 2, then chatted with his friend for about 2 hours before taking the bus back. He came to see Uncle Long to discuss something. Uncle Long opened the gate, saw it was Muchinza, and warmly invited him inside. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Dinner's just ready, braised pork with hand-pulled noodles. Xiaohuan made it, it's delicious. Have a taste. Muchinza really hadn't eaten. Uncle Long, I won't stand on ceremony, I'll eat first and talk business after. He hadn't eaten in 12 hours. His stomach was empty. The fragrant noodles with braised pork, he ate 2 big bowls. Xiaohuan had to make more noodles. After finishing, Muchinza even drank a bowl of noodle soup. Full and satisfied, he went to the study to talk with Uncle Long. Uncle Long, my classmate said Liangshi doesn't have a criminal record right now. There's no evidence to arrest him unless he commits a crime, and we have witnesses and proof. Uncle Long sighed. Liangshi wants Xiao Xian dead more than anything. She came to me today and suggested using herself as bait. What do you think? Muchinza didn't even hesitate. No, absolutely not. I'll be the bait. He couldn't just stand by and watch Chu Xian walk into danger. Uncle Long didn't think much of Muchinza's idea. Liangshi probably isn't interested in you. You as bait won't work. Actually, I already turned down Xiao Xian's plan. But she said if I refused, she'd just go to town on her own. He repeated what Chu Xian had said to Muchinza. After hearing it, Muchinza realized that refusing would only put Chu Xian in even greater danger. I know Chu Xian. If she sets her mind on something, she'll do it no matter what. We might as well agree to her plan and work together to come up with a strategy. We have to ensure her safety, and we need solid evidence, both witnesses and physical proof. Catching Liangshi would mean eliminating their biggest threat. Can your classmates help? We absolutely can't notify the county security team. I suspect some of them are close to Liangshi. All right. We won't inform the county team. I'll go straight to my friends in the city. I'll handle the investigation and surveillance. Protecting Xiao Xian is your job. Once you've made arrangements, let her know. When the time comes, we'll act according to plan. Okay. The two chatted a bit longer before Muchinza took his leave. Uncle Long offered to have someone give him a ride on a bike, but Muchinza politely declined. He'd eaten too much and needed to walk it off. Watching Muchinza leave, Uncle Long instructed Xiaohuan to tell a few of their more capable men to stay put for now. He'd said the job of protecting Xiao Xian was Muchinza's, but in reality, he'd arrange for backup too. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Otherwise, he'd never be able to face Tian Shaoan. Over an hour later, Muchinza returned to the village. Instead of going home, he headed straight for Chu Xian's house. As it happened, Chu Xian was sitting at the gate, gazing up at the sky. She didn't want to admit it, but she was missing someone. Normally, around this time, Muchinza would come by with his cart to pick up grilled fish fillets. Tonight, and from now on, he wouldn't be coming anymore. Even though she knew she wouldn't see him, she still hoped he might stroll past her door. Even if she couldn't marry him, it didn't stop her from liking him, from missing him. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Muchinza walked up. The moment he saw her, all his exhaustion vanished, replaced by renewed energy. Chu Xian, what are you doing at the door? Don't tell me you're waiting for me. Hearing his familiar voice and seeing the person she'd been thinking about, Chu Xian couldn't hide her joy. What brings you here? Is something urgent? Don't tell me you're just passing by on a walk, you don't look like it. A charming smile appeared on Mu Chun's lips. You're right, I have something important to discuss. Aren't you going to invite me in? Chu Xian quickly stood up and gestured for him to enter. Please, come in. She led him to the kitchen and quickly brewed a pot of tea. Chu Feng came out to greet Mu Chunza, then tactfully went back inside. He didn't want to be a third wheel. Mu Chunza lowered his voice. I just came from Uncle Long's. He said he agrees to your plan, but he needs time to set things up. Be patient for a couple of days. When it's time to act, I'll come let you know. Chu Xian stared into Mu Chunza's eyes. Uncle Long promised me he wouldn't let you get involved. He's gone back on his word. He didn't break his promise. I volunteered to provide him with information. Today, I suggested being the bait myself. To stop me, he brought up your plan. All right, I'll let it slide. At this, Chu Xian suddenly looked at Mu Chunza very seriously. Listen to me. I'd rather die 100 times myself than see you get hurt, even a little. Mu Chunza replied earnestly, Can I take that as a roundabout confession? If so, I accept. Chu Xian's face flushed bright red. Don't flatter yourself. I wasn't confessing. All right, you weren't confessing. After we catch Liang Shi, I'll confess to you and you have to accept. I know the reason you refused to marry before was because you didn't want to drag your husband's family into trouble. Mu Chunza had been waiting for this day. As long as they caught Liang Shi, Chu Xian would have nothing left to worry about. Chu Xian hadn't expected Mu Chunza to know everything. No wonder he'd always treated her well, no matter how many times she turned him down. Why are you so foolish? He'd been dragged down by her in their past life, yet in this one, he still willingly came to help her. How had she, Chu Xian, gotten so lucky? Mu Chunza gazed at her with deep affection. I don't think I'm foolish. But if you insist, then I admit, I'm the smartest fool there is. Chu Xian pinched her own arm hard, so bring up a bit. Until we catch Liang Shi, you're not allowed to say sweet things like that. Mu Chunza couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Xian, you just mentioned sweet things, that means you like me too. You clearly like a pretty boy like me, but you're too stubborn to admit it. Chu Xian was both embarrassed and annoyed. She raised her hand to hit him on the back, but he didn't dodge. She couldn't bring herself to really hit him, so she softened her blow, which ended up just tickling him. She insisted stubbornly, I don't like anyone. I want to grow old alone, is that so wrong? No way. Until we catch Liang Shi, you call the shots. After that, it's my turn. Don't forget, you stole my first kiss. I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Don't tell me you liked me even back then? That would be a real oddity, a swan falling for a toad. I did not. You were so chubby back then, I didn't like you at all. Then when did you start liking me? I'll tell you after we catch Liang Shi. And you have to tell me when you started liking me too. Chu Xian kept up her stubborn front. Did I ever say I liked you? Instead of getting angry, Mu Chunza just smiled. I'm not in a hurry. He looked at Chu Xian. Chu Xian felt uneasy under his gaze. What are you looking at? I'm checking if you've lost weight again. You must be under 150 gene today. You guessed right. I just weighed myself on the big scale at the food factory this afternoon. 149 gene. Other people at 149 gene look like pigs, but you don't look fat at all. That's because I cleverly hide it with my clothes. Actually, I'm still fat. For my height, I'd have to be around 130 gene to be considered slim. You're about 170 centimeters tall, right? Yep, with shoes on, I'm about 172. Do you know how tall I am? Of course, you're 1.86 meters. After she said it, Chu Xian realized something was off. Why was she paying so much attention to Mu Chunza's height? Mu Chunza was in a great mood. She claimed not to like him, but she even knew his height. Xiao Xian, when you knitted that sweater for me, you never asked my mom for my measurements, did you? You must pay a lot of attention to me. I'm so happy. Chu Xian stuck to her guns. It's not that I pay attention to you, I just have a good eye. One look and I can tell your height, your shoulder width, and so on. I could do the same for any other man. You dare. Dare what? Try it with another man and see. You're twisting my words. I don't want any man, so how could I try it with someone else? Suddenly, Mu Chenza stood up, leaned close to Chu Xian's ear, and whispered, "Me, you have to want." It was domineering, but full of warmth. Fortunately, Chu Xian managed to keep her wits about her. Otherwise, she might have lost control and foolishly agreed to date him right then and there. She could sense that Mu Chenza was different tonight. Normally, after helping her, Mu Chenza would deliberately belittle her, knock her down a peg, and only occasionally offer a compliment. But tonight, he was openly, if indirectly, confessing his feelings. Under what circumstances would Mu Chenza let go of his reservations and confess so unabashedly? Either his feelings had reached a point of no return, or he was about to risk everything on something dangerous. Catching Liang Shi was definitely dangerous. Was Mu Chenza worried for her safety and confessing in advance, or was he planning to risk his life to protect her at a critical moment? She hoped it was the former. She already owed him her life in her previous life. She couldn't afford to owe him again in this one. Mu Chenza, if anything happens to you because you helped me, I'll risk my life to be with you. We may not live together, but I'll die with you. Remember that. Mu Chenza knew she didn't want anything to happen to him, so he teased, "So can I take that as you agreeing to be my girlfriend?" "No way. Only after we catch Liang Shi and you come out of it safe and sound will I agree." After saying this, the weight that had been pressing on Chu Xian's heart seemed to lift on its own. She felt completely at ease. Mu Chenza was overjoyed. He spun around a few times in the kitchen before sitting back down. "All right. I'll make sure to keep myself safe. You have to keep your word." "I will. If I lie to you, I'm a little puppy." At that, Chu Xian suddenly remembered a dream she'd had before. In the dream, she'd been tied up, someone was about to stab her, and Mu Chenza appeared to save her, but the knife ended up stabbing him. "Just in case," she continued, "I know you'll get involved in catching Liang Shi, and I can't stop you. But you have to promise me one thing." "Name it." "I'd promise you 100 things. When I act as bait, you have to wear stab-proof clothing." "No problem. But you have to wear it too." "Deal." Mu Chenza pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. "This is payment for the goods. Count it." Chu Xian didn't even look at it. "No need. However much you give, I'll take it." For the first time, she accepted everything so straightforwardly. Mu Chenza was delighted. This meant their relationship had taken another step forward. "I'll figure out the stab-proof clothing." Chu Xian reminded him, if it's hard to get, just buy some cut-resistant gloves from the glass factory. Bring them back and I'll sew 2 sets of clothes from them. Those gloves were cut-resistant on one side and not on the other. She could sew the non-resistant side inside. Mu Chenza didn't want her to go to so much trouble. "I'll ask my classmate for help." "What's your classmate's name?" "Minnie." "Why'd he suddenly ask?" Chu Xian had never heard the name Minnie in her previous life, or rather, she'd never asked Mu Chenza what his classmate's name was. She only knew that because Mu Chenza had asked a classmate for help to get Chu Feng out of trouble, that classmate had been demoted. It was probably Minnie. This time around, Chu Xian planned to find a way to repay that debt. "I was just asking. You should go home and rest early. Get enough sleep and you'll be twice as effective tomorrow." "All right, I'll listen to you." Mu Chenza got up and left the kitchen. At the gate, he turned back to look at Chu Xian. She stood at the doorway, and in the light from the courtyard, Mu Chenza could clearly see the emotion in her eyes. It made him certain Chu Xian liked him. His heart sped up. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to hug her. But he held back. After all, they hadn't officially started dating yet. A few more days wouldn't hurt. He waved, reluctant to leave, and finally walked away. Only after his figure disappeared did Chu Xian close and bolt the door. She touched her face, it was burning hot. Once they caught Liang Shi, would she really date him? It seemed she'd already made that promise. After washing up, she lay in bed, her mind replaying her conversation with Mu Chenza. Excited and happy, she almost couldn't sleep. Luckily, after 2 hours, she finally drifted off. When Muchenza got home, Aunt Jean told him that a boss named Yu had asked him to call back. He said he knew Uncle Long had already told him. After washing up, he lay in bed, replaying everything just like Chu Xian, and only then fell asleep. The next day at noon, Muchenza went into the city again to find Minyi. He begged him to help get 2 sets of cut-resistant clothing and explained in detail Chu Xian's plan to use herself as bait. Minyi was a bit troubled. Cut-resistant clothing was rare, and it was unlikely he could borrow any. Still, he bit the bullet and asked his supervisor. He was told the only 2 sets had already been lent out, and it was unclear when they'd be returned. Remembering Chu Xian's suggestion, Muchenza decided to buy cut-resistant gloves from the glass factory. Minyi's uncle happened to be the factory director. After discussing it, Minyi took Muchenza straight to his uncle. As it turned out, a new shipment of cut-resistant gloves had just arrived. Some had already been distributed, 1 pair per person. Luckily, there was still a batch left in the warehouse, meant to be given out in 2 months. These gloves were ordered from out of province and had to be reserved in advance. Thanks to Minyi, Director Min was happy to sell them. The price was fair, just a bit more than cost, to cover shipping. Muchenza spent 230 yuan to buy 200 pairs. Director Min immediately told the accountant to order another batch from the glove factory. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Muchenza delivered a large sack of goods to Chu Xian. When people asked, he just said they were daily necessities. Chu Xian spent the night sewing clothes from the cut-resistant gloves. Meanwhile, Feng Chunhua lay at home, racking her brains for a way to kill Chu Xian without leaving a trace. Chu Ji was still in the hospital and couldn't help her. Chu Dashan wasn't on her side, and she didn't dare use him. She could only rely on herself. Suddenly, she thought of someone. Lu Xiaodi. If Lu Xiaodi refused to help, she'd threaten her with things from the past. She didn't know that Chu Xian had lent Lu Xiaodi money, only that Lu Xiaodi had thick skin and kept coming to work at Chu Xian's house. She figured Lu Xiaodi must be good at winning Chu Xian over. The next morning, before dawn, Feng Chunhua hobbled over to Lu Xiaodi's house on her crutch. Mu Xing hadn't been discharged yet, but would be back in a few days. Feng Chunhua wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were no adults at Lu Xiaodi's house, just the 3 kids, who were easy to fool. She knocked on the door. Lu Xiaodi was always diligent. She was in the kitchen making breakfast, and when she heard the knock, she hurried to open the door, worried about waking her 2 younger brothers. When she saw it was Feng Chunhua, she knew this wasn't a friendly visit. She gestured for silence. Keep your voice down. My brothers went to bed late last night. I want them to sleep a bit more. Let's talk in the kitchen. Feng Chunhua grunted in agreement and followed Lu Xiaodi inside. The water in the pot was boiling. Lu Xiaodi poured in the cornmeal and stirred. She could talk, but she couldn't stop cooking. Feng Chunhua curled her lip in disdain. You're just having cornmeal porridge for breakfast? How can that fill you up? You'll be starving before noon. Lu Xiaodi rubbed her hands, looking helpless. My family's poor, there's nothing I can do. Besides, we have debts to pay, so we have to tighten our belts. Granny Feng, did you come so early to offer me a way to make money? Feng Chunhua pulled a wad of cash from her pocket and got straight to the point. Help me with something and all this money is yours. Lu Xiaodi put on a greedy expression as she took the stack of money and began counting it. All the bills were 10 yuan notes, 50 in total. All right, what do you need me to do? I missed out on the few hundred yuan last time, but I'm determined to earn it this time. Feng Chunhua looked at her with curiosity. Last time you sprinkled something on the grilled fish slices, didn't Chu Xian suspect you? How come she still dares to use you? I heard you even went to her house to clean fish recently. Lu Xiaodi knew that trying to explain would only bring trouble, so she had already prepared a response and kept her composure. I overheard her talking to Gao Meiwan. She said she saw me touch the grilled fish slices and suspected I was up to something, but she had no proof, so she just gave the fish slices to me. I made a point of telling others that the fish slices she gave me were delicious, and my family was really grateful. When she heard that we'd eaten them, she stopped suspecting there was anything wrong. You know, I quietly burned those fish slices myself. Foam Chunhua looked at her with admiration. Didn't expect you to be so cunning at such a young age. Lu Xiaodi put on a world-weary look. If I wasn't, how could I support my 2 younger brothers and my mother, who always needs medicine? So, this isn't your first time doing something bad. That's right. As long as the money's good, I'll do anything. Granny Foam, just tell me, what do you want me to do? Foam Chunhua chuckled and lowered her voice. I want you to help me poison Chu Xian. Put this packet of powder in her family's water tank, or maybe in their flour. Lu Xiaodi took the packet of powder with trembling hands. Will this stuff really kill someone? A vicious look flashed across Foam Chunhua's face. Absolutely. If you can kill her, the 500 yuan is all yours. Lu Xiaodi shoved the powder back into Foam Chunhua's hands, still gripping the stack of money. That's not enough. 500 is just a down payment. Once it's done, you give me another 1,500. And I guarantee you won't get dragged into this. Foam Chunhua agreed immediately. No problem. But let's be clear, you only get the extra 1,500 if she dies. If she doesn't, I won't pay the rest, and you'll have to return the 500 deposit. Her eyes fell on the money in Lu Xiaodi's hand. Lu Xiaodi slapped the money back into Foam Chunhua's arms. Then there's nothing to talk about. Who can guarantee your poison will really kill Chu Xian? What if it just makes her sick? I'd be taking all the risk for nothing. If I take the job, the 500 deposit is mine no matter what. Go home and think it over. Foam Chunhua looked at her with new respect. Didn't expect you to be such a tough negotiator at your age. Fine, I agree. As long as you put the poison in Chu Xian's house, whether she lives or dies, the 500 deposit is yours. But my poison is deadly, you'll definitely get the remaining 1,500 once you do it. She stuffed the money and the packet of poison back into Lu Xiaodi's hands. Lu Xiaodi nodded in satisfaction, sealing the deal. Go home and wait for my news. I'll head to Chu Xian's after breakfast. All right. Foam Chunhua left with a smug look on her face. After confirming that Foam Chunhua had left, Lu Xiaodi finally let out a long sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Foam Chunhua to come to her again. In fact, she'd been worried that Foam Chunhua would realize she'd been tricked last time and come to demand her money back. Luckily, Chu Xian hadn't told anyone about lending her money. Otherwise, Foam Chunhua wouldn't just stop hiring her, she'd also take back the money from last time. This time, Foam Chunhua made it clear it was poison, not as easy to cover up as before. What should she do? Chu Xian was always resourceful, maybe she should take the poison to her and discuss it? She put the money and the poison in separate pockets, then called her 2 younger brothers to get up for breakfast. She'd wanted to let them sleep a bit longer, but she couldn't wait. She had to go find Chu Xian right away. She gave her brothers a few instructions, but didn't mention the poison or the money, then hurried out. She had no idea that Foam Chunhua was secretly following her. When she reached Chu Xian's house, she saw the gate was tightly shut and guessed that Chu Xian wasn't up yet, so she turned around and left. Foam Chunhua, seeing how proactive and cautious she was, stopped following and went home to wait for news. A little after 7 in the morning, Lu Xiaodi returned to Chu Xian's house. This time, the gate was open. She knocked. Chu Xian had her period today, so instead of running, she took a walk. She'd just gotten home and gone to the bathroom. Hearing someone knock, she called out, "The door's open, come in." "I'm in the bathroom, I'll be out in a minute." Lu Xiaodi replied, "Sister Xian, it's me. I'll wait for you in the yard." Chu Feng came out of the bedroom, smiling. "Xiaodi, you're here so early. Don't you have to go to the food factory for work soon?" Lu Xiaodi didn't want Chu Feng to get involved. "Yeah, I'll be heading there soon. I just wanted to ask Sister Xian something. You go ahead with your stuff. I'll keep you company for a bit. My sister will be out soon. Have you had breakfast?" "I have. Haven't you guys eaten yet?" "I have, but my sister hasn't." "Your mom's getting out of the hospital soon, right?" "Yeah, she should be back tomorrow or the day after. When she's back, my sister and I will come visit." "No need, you've already helped us so much." Just then, Chu Xian came out of the bathroom. Chu Feng grinned, "Sis, Xiaodi's here to see you. You two talk, I'll go practice my abacus." He ran back to his room. Lu Xiaodi looked on with envy. How nice it must be for Chu Feng to have the chance to learn a skill. Chu Xian washed her hands while chatting with Lu Zhaodi. Zhaodi, you must have something important to talk about, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have come so early. Lu Zhaodi glanced at the gate. Chu Xian understood instantly and went to close the gate. Let's talk in the bedroom. Lu Zhaodi nodded and followed Chu Xian inside. She quietly told Chu Xian everything about Feng Chuanhua's visit, not leaving out a word. When she finished, she took out the poison and the money, waiting for Chu Xian to decide. Should they play along or report it directly? Reporting it might let Feng Chuanhua slip away. Playing along would be tricky. Chu Xian thought for a moment, then whispered, Zhaodi, just stall for time. Come by every day and tell Feng Chuanhua you haven't had a chance to poison her yet. Try to drag it out for 5 days, and after that, I'll tell you what to do. Within 5 days, Liang Shi would be caught, and Feng Chuanhua wouldn't be able to cause trouble for much longer. The poisoning plot would fizzle out. The 500 yuan deposit would be Zhaodi's to keep. Zhaodi agreed. She put the money and poison back in her pocket and left. She headed straight for Feng Chuanhua's house. Only Feng Chuanhua was home. Chu Dashan had been sent to the hospital to look after Chu Ji. Lu Zhaodi whispered to Feng Chuanhua, I just came from Chu Xian's house. Before she could finish, Feng Chuanhua grabbed her hand excitedly. Did you do it? You put all the poison in, right? Lu Zhaodi replied helplessly, not yet. Chu Xian kept her eyes on me the whole time. I had no chance. I'll try again tomorrow. Feng Chuanhua shook off her hand. Then why are you here? Don't come back until you've done it. Okay, Granny Foam. I just didn't want you to worry, but I won't do it again. I'll leave now. Lu Zhaodi left quickly. Feng Chuanhua's eyes darted. She couldn't put all her hopes on Lu Zhaodi. She needed another plan. She had it. Feng Jun was dead, but his foolish younger brother was still alive. In terms of seniority, Feng Chuanhua was Feng Jun's grandaunt. With this relationship, it wouldn't seem strange for her to visit that fool Feng. She was a woman of action. She found a photo of Chu Xian, slipped it into her pocket, grabbed some cheap gifts and a handful of candies, and, leaning on her cane, went to the village entrance to wait for a carriage. When Old Chi's carriage arrived, she hired it for herself and headed straight to the Fool Feng's house. On the way, Old Chi focused on driving the carriage. Feng Chuanhua, bored, started a conversation. Old Chi, I remember Chi Hong is your granddaughter within 5 degrees of kinship, right? Old Chi snorted coldly. I don't have a granddaughter who's that good at stealing. We're not family anymore, we're past 5 degrees. Don't mention her to me. Here, once you're past 5 degrees of kinship, you're no longer considered relatives. Feng Chuanhua was just making conversation, but ended up offending Old Chi with her first sentence. Actually, even if she hadn't spoken, Old Chi didn't have a good impression of her anyway. But he needed to earn money driving the carriage, so he endured as best he could. Finally, after dropping Feng Chuanhua off, he was about to leave when she called him back. She shoved 2 yuan into his hand. I'm hiring your carriage for half a day. Wait here for me. Without waiting for his reply, Feng Chuanhua picked up her things and hobbled into the Fool Feng's house. Old Chi glanced at the money in his hand, tied his horse to a tree, and quietly watched Feng Chuanhua knock on the door. Feng Heir, open up. It's your grandaunt. The Fool Feng didn't recognize Feng Chuanhua and didn't open the door. I don't know any grandaunt. My parents told me not to open the door for strangers. Feng Chuanhua didn't give up. She knew exactly what treats this fool liked. She tossed some candies through the door, and the Fool Feng quickly grabbed them, ate one, and eagerly opened the door. Feng Chuanhua entered. She found the fool was home alone. A golden opportunity. She called the fool into the main room, gave him another handful of candies. The fool giggled with delight. Feng Chuanhua closed the main room door, pulled out Chu Xian's photo from her pocket, and said, See this chubby girl? Her name is Chu Xian. She's the one who indirectly caused your big brother's death. Want to avenge your brother? Yes. The Fool Feng remembered his big brother well. Others had told him his brother was killed, and now that he knew who the enemy was, he wanted revenge. Feng Chuanhua moved the photo closer to the fool. Remember her face. Okay, I've got it. Good. Feng Chanhua pointed outside. There's a carriage out there. Go steal it, drive to Nanyu village, and trample Chu Xian to death with the horse, okay? Okay. But I don't need to steal, I have a horse at home. I'll ride my own horse to trample Chu Xian. The fool Feng stuffed another candy in his mouth, put the rest in his pocket, opened the main room door, ran to the backyard, let out his horse, and rode off. The horse obeyed him well and galloped away at his command. Feng Chanhua slapped her legs in frustration. Why didn't this fool do things by the book? She'd wanted him to steal Old Chi's carriage so Old Chi would suffer a loss. Leaning on her cane, Feng Chanhua returned to Old Chi's carriage, forcing a smile. I came here out of kindness to check on the fool Feng, but when he saw you had a carriage, he wanted to show off his own horse and rode off. Let's go back to the village. Old Chi felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it. He'd taken her money, so he'd go wherever she told him. 10 minutes later, Feng Chanhua returned home, grabbed a few things, and took the carriage to the hospital again. The fool Feng rode his horse to Nanyu village, where the first person he met was Mu Chinza. The fool remembered his parents' warning, never hit Mu Chinza again, or he'd have to pay compensation, and then he wouldn't get to eat meat. After stopping his horse, the fool Feng asked Mu Chinza, "Do you know where Chu Xian's house is?" Mu Chinza frowned. The fool Feng hadn't known Chu Xian before, so if he was asking now, someone must have told him something. What do you want with Chu Xian? I don't want to say. Mu Chinza knew this fool loved candy and happened to have some milk candies in his pocket. He pulled out a handful. Tell me, and all these milk candies are yours. The fool Feng took out his own handful of candies and said proudly, I have candy already. I don't care for your milk candies. Who gave them to you? Some old lady. Don't know her. I think her surname is Feng too. So that old lady sent you to find Chu Xian. You're smart. You guessed it. To tell you the truth, I'm going to trample Chu Xian to death with my horse. Why? Because Chu Xian killed my big brother. That old lady is lying to you. She has a grudge against Chu Xian and wants to use you to get rid of her. The person who killed your big brother's surname is Xing. If you don't believe me, go home and ask your parents. I don't want to ask. How about this? If you go home and ask your parents, I'll give you a pack of beef jerky. Really? Of course. You can come home with me and get it right now. Okay. Just like that, Mu Chinza used a pack of beef jerky to defuse the danger for Chu Xian. After sending the fool Feng away, Mu Chinza headed straight for Chu Xian's house. When he arrived, he found the anti-cut clothing was finished. Chu Xian told him to try it on in Chu Feng's room. Chu Feng wasn't home. Mu Chinza did as told. It was a bit tight and a bit warm, but for the sake of safety, he had to wear it. This outfit would only last for 1 or 2 uses. Real anti-cut clothing that could be used repeatedly was hard to come by. Chu Xian's own set was also finished. She tried it on and had no special requirements, so long as it fit. Mu Chinza didn't take it off, just put his own long-sleeved shirt and pants over it. He needed to get used to it. In the yard, Chu Xian urged, set the time to catch Liang Shi as soon as possible. No problem. If we can get Feng Chanhua caught up in it too, even better. Mu Chinza didn't mention the incident with the fool Feng. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. That's what I was thinking too. She didn't mention Lu Zhaodi coming to see her either. Even if these things weren't mentioned, Feng Chanhua was already hated enough. Mu Chinza patted Chu Xian on the shoulder. Wait patiently for my news. Okay. Chu Xian watched Mu Chinza leave. After returning home, Mu Chinza took off the anti-cut clothing, changed into sportswear, and rode his bike to town. First, he met with Uncle Long to discuss the plan and learned that Liang Shi was still staying at the county guest house. He left his bike at Uncle Long's place and took the bus to the city. He arranged a time with Min Yi. The plan was set for tomorrow afternoon. After 5 o'clock, Mu Chinza returned to town, told Uncle Long the time, and rode back to the village. Just as he entered the village, he heard Feng Chanhua asking the villagers, "Nothing happened in our village today, right?" The villagers replied, "Nothing happened." Feng Chanhua was suspicious. The fool Feng didn't show up? Impossible. He knew where Nanyu village was and could remember Chu Xian's face. Muchinza stopped his bike and deliberately teased her. Old Feng, you're still hobbling around everywhere with your cane? If you want to know what's happening in the village, just stay here every day. Look at yourself. Don't go out embarrassing us. He just wanted to annoy Feng Chanhua. Feng Chanhua had long disliked Muchinza. You brat, you let Chu Xian take advantage of you, refused to marry her, and no one else wants you either. You'll be a bachelor for life. That's not for you to decide. Muchinza spotted someone riding a horse toward them. It was the fool Feng. He picked up his bike and quickly dodged to the side. Everyone thought Feng Chanhua wouldn't be able to escape. But to everyone's surprise, Feng Chanhua rolled aside and deftly dodged the horse's hooves. Muchinza was shocked, though he kept his face blank as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual. That roll just now, without professional training, it would have been impossible. Muchinza suspected Feng Chanhua might know martial arts, or at the very least, she was trained in some professional escape techniques. His train of thought was interrupted by Feng Er, the village fool. Feng Chanhua, I'm going to have my horse trample you to death. Feng Er spurred his horse toward Feng Chanhua. Feng Chanhua rolled again, escaping into a nearby grove. Once inside, the horse couldn't run fast. Feng Chanhua seized the chance to slip away. While Feng Er wasn't paying attention, she ran home and bolted the courtyard gate. But Feng Er had already found out where she lived. In no time, he arrived on horseback. Muchinza followed to watch the commotion. Outside the courtyard gate, Feng Er shouted, "Open up. Open the door for me." He started banging on the door with all his might. Feng Chanhua, seeing that her gate was sturdy enough, finally relaxed. She dragged out a chair and sat in the yard. She shouted back, "Why do you want your horse to trample me? What did I ever do to you?" Feng Er answered honestly, "My parents said it wasn't Chu Xian who killed my big brother, it was that Sheng guy. You almost made me kill the wrong person. You're up to no good, so my horse is going to do justice and trample you, you wicked woman." A crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. Hearing this, they all started criticizing Feng Chanhua for being shady, saying she deserved to be chased by the fool. Only now did Feng Chanhua realize what was going on. Peeking through a crack in the door, she saw a bunch of villagers outside. "Whoever goes to the next village to fetch this fool's parents, I'll pay 2 yuan for the errand." The villagers looked at each other, but no one volunteered. Just then, Wang Dipin, the village chief, arrived. No matter how bad Feng Chanhua's reputation was, as village chief, Wang Dipin couldn't just stand by and watch someone get killed. He told Sun Ren, who was with him, take the tractor to the next village and bring over Feng Er's parents. Aside from those two, no one else could persuade Feng Er. Sun Ren immediately agreed. He shouted into Feng Chanhua's yard, "It's me, Sun Ren, helping you call for help, old woman. Don't forget my 2 yuan. Feng Chanhua quickly replied, "I won't forget." "Thank you. Once you bring them, I'll pay you on the spot." Only then did Sun Ren leave. Feng Er wasn't idle. He ordered his horse to kick the gate. The banging echoed through the yard. Feng Chanhua, worried about her gait, had to soften her tone. "Feng Er, I have candy. I'll give it all to you, just don't let your horse kick the door." Before she could finish, a handful of candy was thrown over the wall. Feng Er shouted angrily, "I don't want your candy. Take it back. I won't eat anything from a bad person. I'll give you money. Go buy some meat, okay?" "Puh. I don't want your money either. It's dirty." Feng Chanhua was out of options. All she could do was hope Feng Er's parents arrived before her gate was kicked down. Messing with this fool, she'd really shot herself in the foot. Muchinza watched the drama for a while, then left. He rode his bike to Chu Xian's house. Once there, he explained the detailed plan to Chu Xian. Chu Xian memorized everything. She reminded Muchinza to wear his cut-resistant clothing tomorrow and to be careful. Muchinza gave her a few reminders as well, then left, looking relaxed. Around 7 p.m., Hua Daling came by Chu Xian's house and told her about Feng Chanhua being chased by Feng Er's horse. Only then did Chu Xian realize Feng Chanhua had tried to use Feng Er to kill her. Feng Chanhua had tried to poison her through Zhao Di, and now she'd incited Feng Er. Just how badly did she want Chu Xian dead? She was even hedging her bets with 2 plans. If she didn't use the opportunity of catching Liang Shi to drag Feng Chanhua down too, she'd be letting herself down. The next afternoon at 1 p.m., Chu Xian rode her bike to town, left it in the backyard of Uncle Long's shop, asked for Liang Shi's current whereabouts, then took the bus to the county seat. Liang Shi was frequenting the county guest house and the nearby park. Chu Xian decided to stroll through the park. At 2:30 p.m., Chu Xian entered the park. Usually after 2:30, Liang Shi would be out for a walk. Chu Xian wanted to run into him and see if he'd try to make a move. If he did, it would be the perfect chance to catch him. If not, the opportunity would be wasted. At that moment, Liang Shi had just heard about Feng Chanhua's fiasco the day before and was throwing a fit in his guest house room. He cursed Feng Chanhua for being useless. His informant had told him Feng Chanhua had hired Lu Zhaodi to poison Chu Xian, but Lu Zhaodi never found the chance. Then she tried to get Feng Er to kill Chu Xian, but not only did Feng Er fail, he almost killed Feng Chanhua instead. Why didn't she just grab a knife and stab Chu Xian when she wasn't looking? All Liang Shi could do was punch the bed and throw pillows to vent, not daring to make too much noise lest he attract attention. After his tantrum, he left the room to clear his head in the park. Near a pond, he saw Chu Xian feeding the fish. His first instinct was to push her into the water and drown her. He quickly scanned the area. There were too many people in the park. He couldn't make a move. Otherwise, he'd never get away clean. Chu Xian had her back to him, tossing bread crumbs into the pond, but she was subtly watching the trash can to her left. Uncle Long's people were supposed to throw a willow branch into the trash can when Liang Shi showed up. Soon enough, someone tossed a willow branch in. Chu Xian moved to the next step. She left the park and went shopping on the street. She bought some bananas and apples from a stall, carrying them in a net bag. She walked through the busy street and turned into a quiet alley. She needed to give Liang Shi a chance to make a move. She hadn't gone far when she sensed someone behind her. She turned to see a man in a mask lunging at her with a knife. Just as she was about to scream, she caught a strange scent, dizziness washed over her, and she dropped her bag, fruit scattering everywhere. At that moment, Muchinza appeared. "Stop." Chu Xian heard his voice and passed out completely. The masked man hadn't expected anyone else. He turned the knife toward Muchinza. Muchinza tried to dodge, but the man was faster. The knife tore through his shirt. Luckily, he was wearing the cut-resistant shirt Chu Xian had made, so he wasn't seriously hurt. The man realized something was off and aimed for Muchinza's eyes instead. But he stepped on a banana peel, slipped, though didn't fall, and his attack missed. Muchinza narrowly dodged. By the time the man regained his balance and tried to attack again, Min-Yi and two colleagues arrived, delayed by an emergency that had held them up for 10 minutes. The four of them subdued the attacker together. Once he was securely tied up, Min-Yi pulled off his mask. It was indeed Liang Shi. Just then, Feng Chanhua appeared, brandishing a knife and trying to rescue Liang Shi by attacking Min-Yi. She was stopped by Min-Yi's colleagues, and her knife was knocked to the ground. Feng Chanhua was tied up as well. Min-Yi had a car ready. He and his colleagues took Liang Shi and Feng Chanhua back to the city for questioning. Muchinza carried the unconscious Chu Xian to the county hospital for an examination. He was worried she'd been poisoned. In the ER, Dr. Zhang personally checked Chu Xian's pulse and confirmed she was just asleep, not poisoned. He gave her acupuncture. Soon, Chu Xian woke up. Her first words were, "Is Muchinza hurt?" Only then did Muchinza realize his ribs hurt. His hand unconsciously moved to the spot on his ribs where it hurt, then quickly dropped back down. He didn't want Chu Xian to worry. He didn't cry out in pain, just brushed it off lightly. "I'm not hurt. Don't worry." Dr. Zhang was sitting right across from Muchinza and immediately saw where he was hurting. "Young man, don't try to tough it out. Your ribs are obviously hurting, but you still won't admit it. If your ribs are broken and you don't get treated in time, and something like a rib puncturing your lung happens, a small problem can turn into a big one. Let me take a look." Muchinza was about to refuse, but Chu Xian's concerned voice cut in. "He has to take a look. Otherwise I won't be at ease. Dr. Zhang, Please check him right here. As soon as Chu Xian spoke, Mu Chenza immediately became obedient. He lifted his shirt, revealing his stab-proof vest, and Dr. Zhang helped him pull it up. There was a bruise on his left ribs. After examining him, Dr. Zhang concluded that it was a mild rib contusion, not broken, but he'd need at least 3 days of bed rest and some Chinese herbal pills. Dr. Zhang was definitely playing matchmaker, deliberately telling Chu Xian, Mu Chenza ignored his own pain and carried you to the ER in time. Otherwise, you'd have been out until this time tomorrow. You really ought to thank him. Actually, Dr. Zhang could tell there was something going on between Mu Chenza and Chu Xian. He didn't mind putting in a few good words for Mu Chenza. Chu Xian rubbed her face with both hands, trying to perk herself up. I really should thank him. Dr. Zhang, I should thank you too. If you hadn't prescribed me medicine and helped me get my health back and helped me lose weight, Mu Chenza wouldn't have been able to carry me today. That made both Mu Chenza and Dr. Zhang chuckle, though Mu Chenza was holding his injured side as he laughed. Dr. Zhang quickly stopped him. Mu Chenza, hold in your laughter. The more you laugh, the more it'll hurt. Mu Chenza could already feel the pain getting worse, so he immediately stifled his laughter. Dr. Zhang went to the pharmacy to prepare the herbal pills for Mu Chenza. Now, only Mu Chenza and Chu Xian were left in the exam room. Mu Chenza took the opportunity to briefly tell Chu Xian about Liang Shi and Feng Chanhua getting arrested. Since they had to hurry to the city public security office to give their statements, Chu Xian and Mu Chenza didn't stay at the hospital. Mu Chenza quickly hired a car and driver to take them into the city. The herbal pills were left with Dr. Zhang for now. They'd pick them up on the way back. On the way, since the driver was there, they didn't say much. When they arrived at the city public security office, Mu Chenza paid the driver, and only after watching the car leave did he start talking to Chu Xian. You really called it. Feng Chanhua really did risk everything to try and rescue Liang Shi. She even brought a knife and attacked Min Yi. How did you know she'd do that? Yesterday, Feng Fu's parents had gone to Feng Chanhua's house, coaxed Feng Fu away, and Feng Chanhua, afraid he'd come back, didn't dare stay home. She hired a carriage and hid out in the county hospital in Chu Ji's ward. Since she had money, she figured she might as well get admitted and treat her injured leg. Chu Xian had long had enough of Feng Chanhua. Today, Chu Xian had someone tip off Feng Chanhua at just the right time, telling her that Chu Xian was planning to set a trap for Liang Shi in a secluded alley near the county market. Feng Chanhua rushed in like a moth to a flame. This time, she'd be going down with Liang Shi. Chu Xian smiled calmly. Just a gut feeling. Liang Shi is about the same age as Feng Chanhua, so he's definitely not her eldest son. I have a feeling they're a couple. And I also think her eldest son is still alive, and he's probably not Chu Dashan's son, but Liang Shi's. Otherwise, Liang Shi's actions don't make sense. By rights, Chu Xian and Liang Shi had no real grudge, so Liang Shi shouldn't have tried to harm her again and again, but he did. Chu Xian did have a grudge with Feng Chanhua, but Feng Chanhua was old and unattractive. Liang Shi definitely wouldn't go after Chu Xian just for her sake. So there was only one possibility. Chu Xian was standing in the way of Liang Shi or his son's interests, so they wanted her gone. Mu Chenza said softly, I'll make sure to tell Minnie your deductions word for word. It'll help him interrogate Liang Shi and Feng Chanhua. Chu Xian's gaze fell on his injured side, her heart aching. Your ribs still hurt. Try not to talk too much. I'll tell him myself. It felt nice to be fussed over by Chu Xian, and Mu Chenza couldn't help but smile. All right then. But I have to stay by your side. Chu Xian was a bit exasperated. Your classmate isn't a tiger. He's not going to eat me, is he? Mu Chenza's lips curled up. He's not a tiger, but he is a single man. With me there, I can remind him at all times that you're already taken. Chu Xian blushed. Who's taken? I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. The moment Liang Shi was arrested, you became my girlfriend. Don't argue with me, I'm injured, my ribs hurt. Thinking of how he got hurt, Chu Xian could only surrender. Fine, I won't argue with you. They'd negotiate again once he was healed. Help me up. My ribs hurt so much I can't stand steady. Without hesitation, Chu Xian reached out to support him. Together, the two of them walked into Minnie's office at the City Public Security Bureau. When Minnie saw Mu Chenza half leaning on Chu Xian, he couldn't help but tease, "Back in the county, you were full of energy, carrying Chu Xian straight to the hospital. How come you look like this now? You're not just taking advantage of a girl, are you?" Mu Chenza, holding his ribs, introduced in a low voice, "Xiao Xian, this is my classmate, Minnie. He's definitely not taking advantage of me. He's really hurt, there's a medical record to prove it." Chu Xian said this with a grateful smile. "Comrade Min, thank you and your colleagues for your help. Otherwise, Mu Chenza and I might not have made it out of that alley today." He was worried I'd been poisoned, so he ignored his own rib injury and rushed me to the hospital. Only after making sure I was okay did he let the doctor check him. Right now, he can't speak loudly or stand steadily. The doctor said he needs at least 3 days of bed rest. Once we finish the statement, I'll take him home to rest. Let me help him to a chair first. Min-yi quickly moved a chair over. "Let him sit down. This is partly my fault. I had something urgent come up and couldn't get to the scene right away." Mu Chenza quickly said, "You all got there in time. If he hadn't been hurt, how could he have gotten Chu Xian's care?" Once Mu Chenza was settled, Min-yi smiled and said, after the statement, he'll need to get a medical assessment for his injuries. Also, his clothes and stab-proof vest need to be kept as evidence. He can wear one of my plainclothes jackets afterward. Mu Chenza nodded in agreement and gave Chu Xian a meaningful look. Chu Xian understood and explained her suspicions about the relationship between Feng Chanhua and Liang Shi, as well as her theory about Feng Chuanhua's eldest son, in detail. After listening, Minnie gave Chu Xian a thumbs up. In fact, Minnie had already discovered that Yuan Tian was Feng Chuanhua's daughter. Now it seemed Yuan Tian might not even be a member of the Yuan family. Just then, one of Minnie's colleagues came in and whispered something in his ear. Minnie nodded to show he understood, watched his colleague leave, then spoke again. Feng Chanhua is taking all the blame, saying Liang Shi is mentally ill and that she incited him to try to kill Chu Xian. Liang Shi seems to be in on it, they haven't even met, but he's pretending to have a psychotic episode too. Right now, he's actually eating pieces of his own clothing. Mu Chenza suddenly thought of Feng Chuanhua's expert rolling and Liang Shi's fighting skills. They've definitely had special training. That reminded Chu Xian, could they be agents sent from another country? Liang Shi's fighting skills were clearly the result of special training, and he used an alias when staying at the guest house. He held the knife in his left hand, just like the person who hurt Qin Xiahong. He was left-handed. There was another thing, Liang Shi had once been active in Lin County. Currently, some of Minnie's colleagues had been sent to Liang Shi's hometown to investigate. Whether this person truly existed was still up for debate. Minnie tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Liang Shi is a likely suspect. Feng Chanhua probably isn't. She seems to have been blinded by love. He almost said outright that Feng Chanhua wasn't smart enough to have been chosen. Chu Xian, remembering how she'd been completely fooled by the not-so-bright Feng Chanhua in her previous life, wanted to curse herself for being even dumber than a pig. Luckily, she was a bit smarter this time around. Mu Chenza was just about to speak when one of Minnie's colleagues rushed in again. Liang Shi just bashed his head against the wall. "Should we send him to the hospital?" Chu Xian commented, "He's not trying to use this as a chance to escape, is he?" Liang Shi was definitely cunning and full of tricks. They'd finally managed to catch him. They absolutely couldn't let him get away. Minnie shot a look at Chu Xian and Mu Chenza, signaling them to stay calm. "I'll go take a look." After checking on Liang Shi, Minnie decided to call in a doctor to treat his injuries. As luck would have it, the doctor they called was the same old Chinese medicine practitioner who had done acupuncture for Qin Xiahong. This doctor currently worked at the city's Chinese medicine hospital. Lin County was very close to the city, just over a 20-minute drive, and the Qin family usually sent a car to pick him up every day. His acupuncture kit had once been tampered with, and while he couldn't remember the face of the person who did it, he had a strong memory of the scent. The muddiny smell on Liang Shi immediately aroused his suspicion. After performing acupuncture to stop Liang Shi's bleeding, the old doctor spoke privately with Minnie. With more and more evidence piling up, Minnie interrogated Liangshi again, this time deliberately mentioning the names Qin Xiahong and Feng Ti, as well as the old doctor. Liangshi realized the evidence against him was mounting. The old doctor could recognize his body odor, and so could Qin Xiahong. More importantly, Qin Xiahong had seen his real face. Once she woke up, she could identify him directly. It might have been possible to explain away one incident as being manipulated by Feng Chanhua, but with so many things piling up, how could he keep lying? The key was, there were some secrets he absolutely couldn't reveal. Liangshi changed his story. Fine. I'll tell the truth. Back then, I was short on money and went to Qin Xiahong's house to steal. She saw my real face, so I decided to kill her. Before she died, I heard someone sneaking into the yard, so I fled the scene. Later, I found out that person was Feng Ti. To avoid responsibility, I bribed the people watching Feng Ti and threatened him. If he didn't take the blame for everything, I'd kill his son. He didn't want anything to happen to his son, so he agreed to confess to all the crimes. Minnie had studied Qin Xiahong's case. Did you take Qin Xiahong's diary? I didn't. The diary wasn't worth anything, why would I take it? But I really did wish Qin Xiahong was dead. If she hadn't torn off my mask and seen my real face, I wouldn't have killed her. If she died, there wouldn't have been all the crimes that followed. Was it you who ordered Zhang Qiu to rob Chu Xian? That's right. I cut off Zhang Dong's finger to threaten Zhang Qiu. If he didn't harm Chu Xian, his whole family would die. Why target Chu Xian? Because she testified for Feng Ti, proving he only entered the yard after Qin Xiahong was injured. I hate Chu Xian. I wish I could tear her to pieces. Without her, Qin Xiahong wouldn't have gotten timely treatment and would have died sooner. And she and Feng Shui never gave up trying to clear Feng Ti's name. I hired someone to kill Feng Shui. But they were afraid of actually killing someone, so they just beat him up after taking my money. Was it also you who encouraged Guahalian to harm Chu Xian? Yes. Unfortunately, Guahalian failed. Whatever, I'll confess to everything. Feng Chanhua was also pushed by me. I found out she had a grudge against Chu Xian, so I forced her to find a way to kill Chu Xian, or else I'd kill her only son, Chu Ji. I also threatened her that if I got caught, she'd have to take the blame for me, or my men would kill her son. Now that I'm in trouble, she'll definitely confess to everything. Actually, she's just afraid that if I'm convicted, her son won't survive. He didn't mention a word about the son Feng Chanhua had decades ago, nor did he mention Yuan Tian. Minnie took the initiative to ask, "What's your relationship with Yuan Tian?" Liangshi's expression was very calm. No relationship. I don't know her. Minnie asked seriously, "That case in Nanyu village that looked like an accident but wasn't, was that you?" Liangshi was silent for a moment before replying, "You mean that widow? Xing Damiai's mother." Min-Yi was very patient. "That's right." Liangshi was silent again for a moment. "I did it. Tell me what happened." "No problem. That day, I went to Nanyu village to check on Chu Xian's whereabouts. That widow saw my real face. What pissed me off most was that she drew my portrait in her diary, so I poured some oil on the path she always took home, hid in the dark, and watched her slip, hit her head, and die. That night, I braved the rain to her house, got the diary, and destroyed it. You're pretty old, must be around 60, right? And a widow in her 40s would draw your portrait. What's wrong with being 60? I'm still attractive to women. The first time she saw me, she said she liked me and wanted me to take her away. She was a shameless woman. Minnie felt like something wasn't right. But everything Liangshi said before matched the case details. As for what he said later, was he just bragging about his charm? Is there anything else you want to confess? Liangshi smiled lightly. No. Think carefully. Really nothing. Sign your statement. All right. Liangshi took the statement and signed it without hesitation. Minnie planned to continue the interrogation tomorrow because he still felt something was off. Before he could figure it out, Liangshi suddenly slammed his head hard against the wall, blood gushing everywhere. They had to call the old doctor to treat him again. The doctor stopped the bleeding with acupuncture, but because Liangshi had lost too much blood, he recommended sending him to the hospital for a transfusion, or else he might die or end up in a vegetative state. Minnie had no choice but to have a few colleagues escort Liangshi to the hospital. He himself went to interrogate Feng Chunhua. Feng Chunhua's eyes were swollen from crying. She kept insisting she was responsible for all the bad things, but whenever it came to details, nothing matched up. Minnie deliberately said, "Liangshi has confessed to everything." "Feng Chunhua, what do you think?" Feng Chunhua was stunned, and only after a long while did she speak. "He confessed to everything? How's that possible? The details he gave all match up. Yours don't. Are you still trying to mislead me? Tell me everything you know, and you might get a lighter sentence. He'll get the death penalty. What about me? If you come clean, at most you'll get 5 years. If you don't, you could be in prison for life. Of course, if you can make amends for your crimes, you might only get 3 years, maybe even a suspended sentence. But I really have nothing else to confess." "Really? I've seen Liangshi's skills for myself. He's had professional training. My colleagues found a lot of disguises and drugs at his place. Don't tell me you didn't know." As the conversation reached this point, Feng Chunhua suddenly began shouting, "I want to see Liangshi. I'll only tell you what I know after I see him." Min-yi stood up. "Then you'll have to wait patiently. If he wants to see you, I'll arrange it for you too." He didn't tell Feng Chunhua that Liangshi had already been sent to the hospital. Feng Chunhua wanted to ask Liangshi face-to-face what was really going on. Had he really confessed, or was Minnie lying to her? As long as she could see Liangshi, even if they didn't speak, a single look from him would be enough for her to understand. Right now, she didn't dare say anything reckless, afraid she'd cause trouble for Liangshi. Over an hour later, Minnie personally drove Muchinza and Chu Xian back. On the way to the village, he explained in detail how Liangshi confessed and how Feng Chunhua was refusing to cooperate. Chu Xian was a bit stunned. In her previous life, Liangshi got away scot-free, but in this life, he confessed so easily. For him to confess so readily, there must be some unspeakable secret. He hadn't admitted to anything about his relationship with Feng Chunhua. Could her suspicions be wrong? Her intuition told her that there was definitely a tangled relationship between Liangshi and Feng Chunhua. So she reminded Min-yi, "Comrade Min, maybe Liangshi still has secrets." Min-yi replied gently, "I think so too. There will be more interrogations. As for Feng Chunhua, can you provide any more clues?" Only then did Chu Xian mention Feng Chunhua's attempt to bribe Lu Zhaodi into poisoning her, and clarified that Lu Zhaodi hadn't hidden anything from her and hadn't actually gone through with it. Muchinza cursed Feng Chunhua for being utterly heartless and evil, saying people like her deserved to be locked up for life. He also brought up how Feng Chunhua had tried to incite Feng Fu to cause trouble, and if it hadn't been for a packet of beef jerky he gave him, Feng Fu would have already stormed into Chu Xian's house with ill intent. Minnie could see it now. Muchinza had quietly done so much for Chu Xian. He truly loved her. Maybe the day they'd be eating Muchinza's wedding candies wasn't far off. The car stopped at Muchinza's house. Chu Xian and Muchinza got out together. It was already dark. Min-yi still had important matters to attend to, so he didn't stay and drove off. Qin Mahua heard the commotion and came out to greet them, but only saw Chu Xian and Muchinza. The car was already gone. "Xiao Xian, Xiaozhe, where have you two been?" "Xiao Xian, you look chubbier than before." "Xiaozhe, didn't you leave the house in different clothes?" "Wait, those aren't your clothes." Chu Xian looked chubbier because she was wearing a cut-resistant vest underneath. Muchinza and Chu Xian exchanged a smile. Muchinza said with a grin, "Mom, let Xiao Xian sit in the main room first. I'll go change, and soon I'll have some good news to announce." "All right." Qin Mahua felt like having a second daughter-in-law was just around the corner. She warmly linked arms with Chu Xian, led her into the main room, brought out all sorts of snacks and fruit, and made tea to entertain her. Muchinza went back to his room to change into clean clothes and took the chance to shave, wash his face, and brush his teeth. He tidied himself up until he was clean and handsome. He took a plain gold ring he'd prepared earlier from the drawer. Because time was tight, he'd only managed to buy the simplest, most basic style. He put it in his pants pocket. He hadn't planned to rush things with Chu Xian, but seeing her faint today had left him frantic with worry. If anything happened to her, he couldn't go on living. Now that Liangshi had been caught, he didn't want to wait any longer. Today, he was determined to get her to say yes. He walked into the main room, excitedly telling Qin Mahua, "Mom, call my brother, sister-in-law, and dad to wait in the main room. I need to talk to Xiao Xian in my room for a bit. We'll be out soon." Qin Mahua, understanding, didn't ask any questions. All right. Chu Xian was confused. "Muchenza, why can't we just talk here in the main room? Why go to your room? We have to talk in my room, or you'll regret it." With that, Muchenza didn't wait for her answer, grabbed her wrist, and led her toward his room. Chu Xian blushed, grabbing his wrist in return. "Wait a second." She glanced back at Qin Mahua, as if to say, "Aunt Qin, control your son." Qin Mahua covered her mouth, laughing. "Xiao Xian, just give Xiaozhe a chance. See what he has to say." Chu Xian could guess what he wanted to say. He definitely wanted to start dating her. But things still weren't settled yet. Seeing her hesitate, Muchenza feigned pain. "My ribs hurt, Xiao Xian. Don't make me anxious. The more anxious I get, the more it hurts." That trick really worked. Chu Xian surrendered immediately and followed him into the bedroom. Muchenza closed the door, took the gold ring from his pocket, and held it out to Chu Xian. "Xiao Xian, let's be together, okay? You said as long as Liangshi was caught, you'd date me." Chu Xian's heart raced. She really wanted to say yes, but she still had concerns. After all, Liangshi's men were still around. "I remember my exact words were, only if you're safe and sound would I agree. You've got a rib injury now, so you're not exactly unscathed." Muchenza simply clung to her. "My rib injury is from carrying you to the hospital. When we caught Liangshi, I was perfectly fine. I don't care, you have to keep your word. Be my girlfriend." Chu Xian was touched. She knew Muchenza wanted to be her safe harbor. But Liangshi's men are still out there. "If we start dating now, I'll drag you and your family into this. We'll be fine." Minnie and his colleagues have already identified Liangshi's local partners and subordinates. They're going to arrest them tonight. After that, you won't have anything to worry about. You're not lying to me, are you? If I'm lying, I'm a dog. You have to trust Minnie and his team. What if someone slips through the net? There might be. But let me tell you, if you don't agree to be with me today, tomorrow I'll spread the word that I'm going to be your live-in son-in-law. Any of those people who want to hurt you will come after me too. Either way, I'm sticking with you through thick and thin." Chu Xian was at a loss for words and could only try to convince him to give up. "Muchenza, I used to be fat. You said you hated fat girls the most. When I was fat, I looked terrible. I was never your type. Have you forgotten how much you disliked me back then?" Muchenza replied seriously, "I was just pretending back then. I didn't actually dislike you for being fat. I was worried about your health. I said those things to motivate you to lose weight. Besides, you're not fat now. At most, you're a bit sturdy. I like sturdy girls. They make me feel safe. I'm just a pretty boy. I'll be counting on you to protect and support me. I'm sticking to you no matter what." Chu Xian couldn't help but face Baum, helpless against him. In her previous life, she owed him. In this life, she didn't mind supporting and protecting him, but she did mind dragging him into trouble. If she refused, he'd announce he was going to be her live-in son-in-law, and if any of Liangshi's men were still at large, he'd be in danger too. She never expected that the Muchenza who only fulfilled his responsibilities in her past life would truly fall for her in this one. He'd done so much for her. And if Aunt Qin found out her son was going to be a live-in son-in-law, she'd be furious. She didn't want Aunt Qin to be upset. Besides, she really did like Muchenza. After thinking it over, she decided to agree. "All right, I'll be your girlfriend. But you have to promise me one thing." Joy lit up Muchenza's face, and he spun around in excitement. "What is it?" "Name one thing, or 10,000. I'll agree to anything. The condition is, from now on, you must always put your parents first. You can't make them upset because of me." In this life, Chu Xian was marrying into the Mu family to repay a debt. She had to be filial to her parents-in-law and get along with her sisters-in-law, or else her conscience wouldn't be at ease. Muchinza was always full of ideas, and he cared for her so much, even coming up with the idea of being a live-in son-in-law. She felt it was necessary to set this rule with him in advance. Muchinza was stunned when he heard her condition. Xiaoxian, if someone didn't know better, they'd think my parents were your real parents and I was adopted. Isn't this something my mom should be telling me? Like, don't forget your parents now that you have a girlfriend, and so on. It's like you're speaking for her. Why does it feel like you're closer to my mom than I am? Because Aunt Chin is so good to me. So, do you agree or not? I agree. You're my girlfriend now. Let me put a ring on you. As he spoke, Muchinza pulled a gold ring from his pocket and slipped it onto Chu Xian's left middle finger. Chu Xian's eyes grew moist. In her past life, Muchinza had also bought her a gold ring, but only because she shamelessly pestered him for it. Later, Feng Chanhua took a liking to it, and she gave it away without hesitation, which made Muchinza really upset. This time, he bought her a gold ring on his own initiative. She would cherish it and wear it for a lifetime. Unable to hold back, she hugged Muchinza. Muchinza was overjoyed and hugged her back. Holding her felt so real, so solid. But his embrace left Chu Xian unable to move, worried she might hurt his injuries. She gently reminded him, Aunt Chin and the others are still waiting in the main room. Should we go? Be careful of your injury. Muchinza could feel a dull pain in his ribs, but compared to the happiness of holding her, this pain was nothing. Let them wait a bit, it's fine. Chu Xian blushed. I'm wearing a cut-resistant vest. If you don't let go soon, I won't be able to breathe. The homemade vest was really tight. Muchinza quickly let her go. Then today's hug doesn't count. When you change out of the vest and into something else, you have to hug me again. Why? Because the vest pressed against my ribs and it really hurt. You have to make it up to me. Don't forget, you were the one who hugged me first. Chu Xian glanced at his injury, feeling guilty. All right. I'll definitely make it up to you. Let's check if your injury got worse and take your medicine first. On the way back, they'd stopped by Dr. Zhang's to pick up a bottle of herbal pills, which were now in the pocket of Muchinza's old shirt. Before Muchinza could reply, Chu Xian had already found the bottle, poured out 3 pills, and handed them to him. The enamel mug still held warm water, probably prepared by Qin Mahua before he got home. She handed him the mug. Muchinza took it and happily swallowed the medicine. The pills were bitter, but his heart was sweet. From this experience, Muchinza learned something important. Chu Xian couldn't bear to see him hurt, and she couldn't stand hearing him complain about pain. As long as he said he was in pain, she would drop everything and put him first. Where else could he find such a wonderful wife? He had to cherish her. 2 minutes later, Muchinza walked into the main room holding Chu Xian's hand. The whole Mu family was there. There was no need for an announcement. Everyone could tell that Chu Xian had agreed to date Xiaozhe. They all started clapping in approval. Still, Muchinza made it official. Dad, Mom, Big brother, sister-in-law, today Xiaoxian agreed to be my girlfriend. Mom, please pick an engagement date soon. Qin Mahua beamed with joy. All right. I'll find someone to check the calendar first thing tomorrow. You two should have gotten engaged ages ago. Applause broke out again in the main room. Mu Qinlao and Mu Qinfu grinned from ear to ear. Fu Qing covered her mouth, giggling. Chu Xian and Muchinza looked at each other, both blushing and smiling shyly. Now that Chu Xian had agreed to date Muchinza, getting engaged was just a matter of time. She was happy to listen to Aunt Chin and politely greeted everyone, uncle, aunt, big brother, sister-in-law. They all responded warmly, followed by another round of laughter. Qin Mahua went to her bedroom, brought out a gift she had prepared in advance, and returned to the main room. Today is the first time Xiaoxian is here as Xiaozhe's girlfriend. I don't have much to give, but here's a silver bracelet for you. The bracelet was engraved with a beautiful pattern and the character, Zhe. Fu Qing genuinely liked her mother-in-law. She treated everyone equally. When Fu Qing first came to the house, she also received a silver bracelet, but with the character Fu on it. Chu Xian happily accepted the bracelet and put it on her right wrist. She wore a watch on her left, and wearing both would scratch them. She knew Fu Qing had one too. In her past life, Qin Mahua had also given her a silver bracelet, but she sold it. When Qin Mahua found out, she was furious. This time, Chu Xian would treasure it. She thanked Aunt Qin with a bright smile, feeling a bit embarrassed for not bringing gifts for everyone. She quickly added, "I'll bring gifts for the family another day." Fu Qing smiled and said, "No rush, just bring them on the engagement day." That's what I did. Today, Chenfu, Dad, and I didn't have time to prepare a welcome gift for you either. We'll make it up then. Chu Xian knew her sister-in-law was helping her save money. Here, it was customary to give gifts to the in-laws at the engagement. If you gave them early, you had to give another set at the engagement. She was happy to spend money on Muchen's family, but since her sister-in-law waited until the engagement, she would do the same. In the future, she would follow her sister-in-law's lead in family matters. In her past life, she had often embarrassed her sister-in-law. This time, she would respect her. Thank you for the reminder, sister-in-law. Fu Qing waved her hand, saying there was no need to thank her. Qin Mahua slapped her thighs. I was so happy, I forgot to ask if Xiao Xian and Xiao Zayev had dinner. Muchenza put on a pitiful face. Mom, how could you forget? We haven't eaten yet. Qin Mahua grinned and pointed to the kitchen. I'll cook right away. Tonight, everyone will eat with Xiao Zai and Xiao Xian. Fu Qing was happy to help, after all, it meant a good meal. I'll go wash the vegetables and clean the fish. Qin Mahua reminded her, Xiao Xian is taking herbal medicine, so she can't have seafood. Let's make some meat dishes instead. Muchenza chimed in, she can eat today. She doesn't need to take the medicine for the next few days. Qin Mahua smiled knowingly. Great. Then we'll have both meat and seafood. Chu Xian quickly said, Aunt Qin, just a bowl of handmade noodles is fine. Don't go to too much trouble. Qin Mahua replied warmly, no way. It's your first time here as Xiao Zai's girlfriend, I have to serve good food and wine. That's what I did for your sister-in-law too. I treat everyone equally, that's what makes me feel good. There was a fridge at home, stocked with pork belly and seafood, plenty for a feast. Chu Xian knew treating everyone equally was just an excuse. It was really because she valued her. I'll go help in the kitchen, Chu Xian said, getting up. But Qin Mahua and Fu Qing stopped her, telling her to stay and talk with Muchenza. Qin Mahua assigned Muqin Lao and Muchenfu their tasks, one to kill and pluck the chicken, the other to light the fire. Unable to argue, Chu Xian had to return to Muchenza's side. The job Qin Mahua gave them was to chat. Muchenza offered to peel her an apple, but she thought of his injury and quickly took the apple and knife from him. I'll do it. By the way, how did you know I haven't taken herbal medicine these past few days? Muchenza's face flushed red, all the way to his ears. Because I asked Dr. Zhang about it. He said he already told you, if your period is heavy, you should stop taking the herbal medicine and wait until it's over before starting again. Hearing this, Chu Xian wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She was the one who'd let it slip to Muchenza about her period in the first place. Seeing her stay silent, Muchenza continued, Do you need to use the bathroom? I still have a bag of sanitary pads in my bedroom. Chu Xian asked, embarrassed, Why did you buy so many sanitary pads? Muchenza answered honestly, Actually, I bought them together with the ones I gave you before. They're hard to come by, so when I managed to get some, I bought extra. I was planning to give you more next month. Then could you get me one? I'll go to the bathroom. Sure. Muchenza was very particular about hygiene. He made sure to wash his hands before fetching the pad. A few minutes later, Chu Xian, holding a sanitary pad, went into the bathroom at Muchenza's house. It was about 5 square meters, very clean and tidy. Just like in her previous life, it was a squat toilet that could be flushed with water. Back then, Feng Chanhua had once used the bathroom at the Mu house and coaxed Chu Xian into paying to have the Chu family's toilet rebuilt. Of course, the money Chu Xian used came from Muchenza. At the time, Muchenza hadn't wanted to give her the money, but she threatened to make a scene with his mother if he refused. Muchenza, being filial, had no choice but to give in. Thinking about all this, Chu Xian felt guilty toward the Mu family. After she finished in the bathroom, Muchenza brought over a small basin of warm water. Wash your hands. After Chu Xian washed her hands, Mu Chenza noticed sweat on her forehead and asked, "Do you want to change out of your cut-resistant clothes in my room?" The clothes were tight and stuffy, like wearing thick woolen underwear, but not breathable at all. It was only October, not really cold enough for such thick clothes. If her forehead was sweating that much, she must be sweating all over. But Chu Xian shook her head gently. "No need. It gets cold outside at night, and I didn't bring any thick clothes. If I change out of these, I'll catch a chill on the way home." Mu Chenza grinned. "I bought you some new clothes. They're in my room. I just haven't had a chance to give them to you yet." Chu Xian put a hand to her forehead. This spendthrift. In just a few days, he'd bought her so many things. Wasn't he worried Aunt Jean would be upset? No matter how open-minded a mother-in-law is, she'd still mind her son buying so many clothes for his fiancé. "Are you trying to get me in trouble? What will your family think of me?" Mu Chenza couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you really care what my family thinks." "Don't worry, I already cleared it with my mom and sister-in-law. I told them you gave me 70 yuan to buy the clothes, and I even got each of them a coat too. Wool coats, not easy to find." They were both thrilled. Chu Xian was indeed feeling stifled in the cut-resistant clothes, sweating nonstop. If she could take them off for a while, that would be great. "Okay, I'll go change in your room. I'll get the wool coat for you. It's not cold inside, so you can put it on when you leave." "All right." After Mu Chenza fetched the coat from his room, he waited outside the door. Chu Xian closed the door and changed inside the bedroom. She was very familiar with this room. In her previous life, after marrying Mu Chenza, this was where they lived. The furnishings were almost unchanged. If she married him in this life, she'd probably live here again. She resolved to cherish this room from now on, never again to kick the walls, smash the windows, or slam the doors like she had before. Thinking of this, she covered her face in embarrassment. They'd only just started dating, and she was already thinking about married life. Was she that eager to marry him? She had to stay rational, a good 20 pounds lighter, before she could even think about marriage. She wanted to leave Mu Chenza with a beautiful impression on their wedding night. Luckily, she'd been exercising while losing weight, so her skin hadn't become loose or wrinkled. When Chu Xian came out of the bedroom, Mu Chenza smiled and asked, "Do you want to donate your cut-resistant clothes to the city's security team? I don't think the separate pieces work as well as the one-piece ones. After 2 or 3 uses, they need repairs. If I donate them, wouldn't I be putting the next person at risk? My classmate said you sewed them with hemp rope. They're sturdy. As long as you're careful, they'll last a few more uses." "All right, I'll donate them. But I want to take them home and wash them first." "Leave them here, I'll wash them." "No way. They stink of sweat, I don't want to gas you out." "I'm not afraid of the smell." "Well, I am. I'll have to take them with me, or I'll leave right now." "Okay, fine. You take them. But let's agree, whatever happened today, let me be the one to tell my family. I don't want them to know too much and start overthinking." Chu Xian respected his wishes. All right. Outside in the yard, Mu Chenfu finished his chores and went to pick up Chu Feng. When Chu Feng arrived at the Mu house and saw both his sister and brother Chenza looking shy, he could guess without asking, they must have just started dating. At 8 that evening, a table full of delicious dishes was served. Steamed bass, tomato braised ribbon fish, braised prawns, steamed mantis shrimp, crab, chicken and potatoes, braised pork, tomato and egg stir-fried cauliflower, scallop soup. Mu Qinlao, Aunt Jean, Fu Qing, and Mu Chenfu each had a small glass of white liquor. Mu Chenza was injured and couldn't drink, and Chu Xian was on her period, so they both used water instead. Chu Feng was still young and drank orange juice. The Mu family still didn't know about Mu Chenza's injury. When he said his ribs hurt, they thought he was joking with Chu Xian. Seeing him refuse alcohol, they assumed he just wanted to make a good impression on her, so they didn't push it. After a cheerful dinner, Mu Chenza walked Chu Xian and her brother home. Naturally, Chu Xian was wearing the wool coat and carrying her cut-resistant clothes. Aunt Jean and Fu Qing exchanged a smile when they saw this, but said nothing. After Mu Chenza returned, he told his family about helping Min Yi catch a criminal and injuring his ribs. However, he didn't say it was to save Chu Xian. He said that if it hadn't been for her, he would have been seriously hurt. As it was, he just needed to rest at home for 3 days. As for why Chu Xian was there, he said she was helping Min Yi catch the criminal too. And the criminal they caught was the same one who had previously incited Gua Halian and threatened Zheng Qiu to harm Chu Xian. Now that the culprit was caught, no one would target Chu Xian anymore, and she wouldn't have to worry about dragging others down. That's why she was willing to start dating. The Mu family thought even more highly of Chu Xian after hearing this. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and her brother were chatting at home. Chu Xian told him everything about the interrogation of Liang Shi and Feng Chunhua. As for the process of catching Liang Shi, Chu Xian glossed over it in one sentence. She didn't want her little brother to worry. The next morning, Chu Xian got up, washed, and got ready to go out for a walk. As soon as she opened the gate, she saw a familiar figure. Mu Chenze was wearing a blue tracksuit, looking very happy. Xiao Xian, morning. I came to walk with you. Chu Xian was happy inside, but kept a stern face and pointed at his ribs. You're not healed yet. Go home and rest in bed. Mu Chenze still smiled. Don't be so fierce. I'll go home, but only if you walk me back. Otherwise, I'll just stick to your side. Chu Xian could never win against him on this. Fine, I'll walk you home. I need to exercise anyway. Walking anywhere is still walking. Let's go. But Mu Chenze didn't move. Wait. I think you forgot something. Chu Xian couldn't think of what it was. What? Want to give me a hint? Mu Chenze hesitated, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just made a hugging gesture from a distance. Only then did Chu Xian remember that she'd promised him last night to take the initiative and give him a hug. She glanced around. There was no one else nearby. But in broad daylight, she felt a bit shy. I promise I'll make it up to you once you've recovered. She thought Mu Chenze would object, and quickly started thinking of ways to persuade him. Unexpectedly, Mu Chenze agreed right away. Okay, I'll wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xian found herself pulled into an embrace. You. She was just about to push him away. He whispered in her ear, don't move. Think about my injury. Today's hug felt different from yesterday's. Yesterday, Chu Xian had been wearing a cut-resistant jacket, which gave him a sense of security. Today, she felt soft and delicate in his arms. He even caught a whiff of the milky scent on her. Chu Xian didn't dare struggle, her heart racing, cheeks flushed. Xiao Feng is at home. Let go of me quick. A few seconds later, Mu Chenze finally released her, looking blissfully happy. Let's go. Walk me home. Chu Xian pressed a hand to her chest and glanced into her own yard. Thankfully, Xiao Feng hadn't seen anything. She quickly closed the gate. In a low voice, she said, Mu Chenze, that hug just now counts as me making it up to you. Mu Chenze grinned. That one was me taking the initiative, not you, so it doesn't count. Chu Xian hadn't expected him to be so shameless. In her last life, except for when they slept at night, he'd never taken the initiative to hug her. But this time around, he was so forward. She teased, am I your girlfriend or not? Mu Chenze replied seriously, of course you are. Chu Xian strode ahead, saying boldly, then you listen to me. What I say goes. Mu Chenze put on a pitiful face. I should listen to you, but I'm an injured patient right now. My wound is starting to hurt again. He was using this trick again, it never failed. Chu Xian was a bit flustered, concern in her voice. Did you take your medicine? I did, but it doesn't help much. Whenever I get upset, it hurts. If you make me happy, my energy will flow and the pain will go away. He'd put it that way, Chu Xian didn't dare refuse. All right. I'll listen to you. Whatever I owe you, I'll make it up. A few minutes later, as they were walking, they ran into Aunt Hua Daling. For once, Mu Chenze took the initiative to speak to her. Aunt Hua, I'm dating Xiao Xian now. Please help spread the word, so certain people stop eyeing her. Chu Xian face-palmed. Mu Chenze sure knew who to ask. Aunt Hua would definitely get the news out. Aunt Hua's face lit up. Really? That's wonderful. I always thought you two were a perfect match. I'm just heading to the food factory for my shift. Certain people need to know that Xiao Xian is taken, so they can give up. She knew there were several young men at the factory who secretly liked Chu Xian. They thought she looked great after slimming down, had a good temperament, and, most importantly, could earn money. They'd even discussed the best way to pursue her. And then there was Lu Dapeng, who'd never given up on Xiao Xian. Seeing that Chu Xian didn't object, Aunt Hua left with a smile and a wave. When they arrived at Mu Chen's house, Chu Xian learned that Aunt Qin and Fu Qing weren't home, and Mu Qin Lao and Mu Chenfu had already gone out to sea. Only she and Mu Chenza were there. She was about to leave when Mu Chenza grabbed her hand. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Will you eat with me? Food doesn't taste good when I'm alone." Lately, Chu Xian had gotten used to eating after her morning workout. But for Mu Chenza's sake, she could make an exception. All right. They walked into the kitchen and saw there was millet porridge in the pot and 10 big steamed buns still warm on the rack. After washing her hands, she served 2 bowls of porridge and a plate of buns. The two of them sat face to face at the small kitchen table. Mu Chenza took a bite of a bun and glanced at Chu Xian. She felt a bit self-conscious. "Is there something on my face? Why do you keep looking at me?" Mu Chenza chuckled. "You're pretty. That's why I'm looking. You never used to say I was pretty. You always said I was ugly, like a man. I only just realized how beautiful you are. Besides, whether you're pretty or not, I like you. I used to say you looked like a man just to provoke you, hoping you'd grow your hair out. Now it's finally a bit longer, but not quite to your shoulders. Give it a bit more time, it'll look even better. I'll definitely grow it out. Now stop staring and eat, or it'll get cold and your stomach will hurt." "Okay, I'll listen to you. You eat too. The rest, let's pack up for Xiaofeng later. They're lotus root and pork buns. He'll love them." With that, Mu Chenza started eating faster. Chu Xian didn't want to take any with her. "No, leave them for Aunt Qin and the others." Mu Chenza took a sip of porridge and swallowed. "My mom said to give you and Xiaofeng 8 buns and only let me have 2. I just wanted to spend some time alone with you, so I insisted you walk me home. You can take the buns with you later." Chu Xian smiled, lips pressed together. "Will 2 buns be enough for you? You can have mine." "It's enough. My mom's worried I'll eat too much and hurt my ribs again." True. They each ate 2 big buns and a bowl of millet porridge. After eating, Chu Xian took the initiative to clear the table and quickly wash the dishes. When she was done, she got ready to leave. But Mu Chenza stopped her with a smile. "Xiao Xian, help me back to my room, okay?" Chu Xian looked worried. "Is your injury hurting again?" She hurried to help him into the bedroom. Mu Chenza took the opportunity to nudge the door shut with his foot. He hugged Chu Xian again. He whispered, "Hugging you feels so good. I'm so happy. My ribs don't hurt as much now. I think being in love helps with the pain." Chu Xian, mindful of his injury, didn't dare move. She let him hold her. After about a minute, she said softly, "Lie down and rest, okay? If you're good, I'll bring you wontons for breakfast tomorrow." 30 seconds later, Mu Chenza finally spoke. "Okay, I'll be good." Reluctantly, he let her go. Chu Xian finally saw how clingy Mu Chenza could be. Even after lying down, he found excuses to keep her there for another 10 minutes. Only when she promised to come back for dinner did he let her leave. Before she left, she took 2 big buns, insisting the remaining 4 stay on the rack in the kitchen. Mu Chenza had no choice but to agree. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian delivered the buns to her little brother, then went out again for a walk and some exercise. As she passed by Chu Dashan's house, she heard a woman's voice inside. "Dashan, your wife really got arrested? Aren't you going to pull some strings to get her out?" Chu Dashan's voice came, full of disdain. "Why would I save her? No way. She's always trying to catch me cheating. If she found out about you, do you think she'd let it go? We'll just be more careful when we meet from now on. She's our cash cow. If she's locked up, who's going to give you money? If you don't have money, how will you buy me gifts? For our future, you have to get her out. Want to know why I'm not getting her out?" "Of course. Tell me." "Guess. Do you have a lot of money stashed away?" "Wrong. I only have a little." "Guess again." Chu Xian was eavesdropping intently on the conversation when, by coincidence, someone appeared. Luckily, that person was walking with their head down and didn't notice her. She was at a crucial part. She couldn't afford to be discovered. She quickly hid behind a large nearby rock, planning to wait until the person passed by before continuing to listen in. As the person drew closer, Chu Xian realized it was Feng Shui. Feng Shui stopped under the window of Chu Dashan's back wall. Chu Xian stepped out from behind the rock, startling Feng Shui. Feng Shui quickly covered his mouth to stifle a cry. Chu Xian gestured for him to stay quiet, signaling that they should keep listening. Feng Shui nodded in agreement. They heard the widow acting coy with Chu Dashan. Dashan ji, I really can't guess. Please, just tell me. Chu Dashan chuckled. All right. I'll tell you, but you have to stay with me tonight. No problem. Hurry up and tell me. I'm not going to save Feng Chanhua because she told me long ago that if she ever got caught, I shouldn't waste money trying to help her. Either she'd lose her life, or she'd be released after a while. She told me to take care of the house and look after Xiaoji. If she said that, she must have left you some money. She did leave me some, but not much. Just 2,000 yuan in total. If she's only locked up for a while, I'll have to spend it sparingly. If she dies, I'll sell a property in the county to get more money, marry you, and have you help Xiaoji find a wife. Dashan ji, you're so good to me. I'm yours for life. What happened next was not suitable for children, so Chu Xian and Feng Shui stopped listening. After walking a short distance away and seeing no one else around, Feng Shui finally spoke. Chu Xian, what were you doing there just now? Chu Xian replied without embarrassment. I happened to be walking behind his house and overheard him talking to the widow, so I stopped to listen. What about you? Feng Shui looked smug. I heard our village widow went out early this morning, so I came to eavesdrop. I didn't expect to hear such explosive news. Chu Dashan can't wait for Feng Chanhua to die. Once her crime is settled, I'm definitely going to visit her and tell her exactly what Chu Dashan said. Feng Chanhua treasures Chuji the most. If you lead him astray, it'll be a heavy blow to her, right? Thanks for the reminder. I can't promise anything else, but I can definitely make sure Chuji eats, drinks, gambles, and womanizes. Anyway, it's time for me to go to work. Feng Shui hurried off. Chu Xian watched his back, the corners of her mouth lifting. In her previous life, Feng Chanhua had encouraged Feng Shui to corrupt Xiaofeng. In this life, she'd let Feng Shui corrupt Chuji instead. Let Feng Chanhua experience what it's like when the family member she cares about most turns into a troublemaker and ends up behind bars. She believed Feng Shui would do a great job. She hadn't told Feng Shui about the possibility of Feng Ti overturning the case. Once things settled, Min Yi and the others would definitely contact him. There was no need for her to say anything. After her walk, Chu Xian didn't rush home, but went straight to Mu Chen's house. She relayed everything she'd overheard in detail. After listening, Mu Chen's concluded Feng Chanhua and Liang Shi had already colluded. If anything happened, one would take the fall while the other survived. Looks like they had more plans. I'll call Minnie. He made to leave, but Chu Xian stopped him. I'll make the call. You need to stay in bed and rest. I promise I'll explain everything clearly. All right. Here, write down his phone number. Chu Xian memorized the number and headed to the village office. When she arrived, only Accountant Wen was there. He tactfully left to give Chu Xian privacy to make her call. Soon, Chu Xian dialed Min Yi's number. Hello, Comrade Min. This is Chu Xian. I have something to tell you. She explained everything in detail. After listening, Min Yi was even more convinced that there was some kind of tacit understanding between Feng Chanhua and Liang Shi. Chu Xian, thank you for letting me know about this. Before he could finish, a colleague burst into the office. Min Yi covered the receiver. The colleague whispered something to him. He nodded to show he understood. After the colleague left, he returned to the phone. I have some unfortunate news for you. The old Chinese doctor treating Qin Xiahong was killed by Liang Shi. I need to go and find out the details. I'll hang up for now. Chu Xian was shocked. Wasn't Liang Shi supposed to be in the hospital, fighting for his life? How did he get the chance to kill the old doctor? Now, with no one to treat Qin Xiahong, didn't that mean her chances of waking up were almost zero? Clearly, Qin Xiahong was crucial. She needed to go to the city herself. She didn't want Muchenza to get dragged into this, so she decided to keep it from him for now. She went home to use the bathroom, said a quick word to her younger brother, took the anti-cut clothing that had finished drying from the clothesline and put it in her bag. She changed into older clothes with more pockets, took some money, and set out. 2 hours later, she arrived in the city. Outside the emergency room at the city hospital, she saw Min-Yi and his colleague. "Comrade Min, are they trying to save the old doctor?" "No. The old doctor is already dead. They're trying to save Liangshe." Before he died, the old doctor used silver needles to strike Liangshe's death point. Liangshe deserves to die, but he still has many secrets we haven't uncovered, so we have to try to save him. He killed the old doctor to prevent Qin Xiahong from waking up, right? That's my guess. But his explanation is that the old doctor was his superior, and he didn't want to take orders anymore, so he killed him. He also said the old doctor could have revived Qin Xiahong with just 9 needles, but claimed it would take about a year of treatment. 1, to get more money from the Qin family, and 2, to buy more time for him. Now he says he's had a change of heart and wants to confess everything, begging us to save him. Chu Xian was shocked. But before, the old doctor smelled something on him and identified him. How could they be in cahoots? He's definitely framing the old doctor. Liangshe really would stop at nothing, using every trick in the book, utterly despicable. Just then, the emergency room doors opened and the doctor came out. With deep regret, he said, the patient, Liangshe, could not be saved. Liangshe was dead, so the focus of the investigation shifted to Feng Chunhua. When Feng Chunhua heard about Liangshe, she fainted on the spot. After donating the anti-cut clothing, Chu Xian didn't stay in the city to wait for more news. An hour and a half later, she arrived at the town. Her bicycle was still in the backyard of Uncle Long's shop. She went to get it and took the opportunity to tell Uncle Long about Liangshe's death. Uncle Long listened, deep in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. Maybe Liangshe let himself die on purpose to protect someone important to him. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. With his death, many secrets will be buried with him. Feng Chunhua probably doesn't know that much. Exactly. But Feng Chunhua isn't much of a threat. She'll definitely be locked up for a few years. Go home and wait patiently for the results. All right. Uncle Long, thank you so much for your help these past days. Here, take this money to treat your men. As she spoke, Chu Xian pulled out a thick wad of 10-yuan bills from her pocket. Uncle Long glanced at it and immediately knew there were 100 bills. He pretended to be angry. Are you treating me like an outsider? Put that away. He firmly refused to take it. He shooed Chu Xian away on her bike. Unable to change his mind, Chu Xian had to give up on giving him the money. After watching her leave, Uncle Long muttered under his breath, "What I owed Xiaoyan, I'll repay to her daughter." 10 minutes later, Chu Xian arrived at the village entrance and saw Chu Ji, his face bandaged and leaning on crutches, standing there as if waiting for someone. She pretended not to see him. Chu Ji called out to her. "Chu Xian, I need to talk to you." Chu Xian braked and put her feet down to balance. "What is it?" Chu Ji hesitated, unable to get a word out. Chu Xian rolled her eyes at him. "I'm busy. If you have something to say, spit it out." Chu Ji looked utterly humiliated. "You really saw my dad getting involved with a widow?" "I went home and asked him, but he denied it." "Feng Shui said you passed by at the time, too." Chu Xian hadn't expected Feng Shui to act so quickly. Seeing Chu Ji in such a sorry state did make her happy, but she didn't show it. Instead, she put on a serious face. "You came to ask me, aren't you afraid I'll badmouth your dad on purpose? I suggest you find out for yourself. That widow is from Feng Shui's village. But I'd advise you not to go there, just wait in our village and see what happens. Otherwise, the Pan family won't let you off. I heard Pan Xiaoli's brother is still bedridden after you beat him up, and their family has been looking for a chance to get back at you." At the mention of the Pan family, Chu Ji's face twisted with resentment. "I'm not afraid of them. Feng Shui said he'll protect me. He's the best fighter in their village. Suit yourself. Are you waiting for Feng Shui?" "That's right. He's gone to hire a cart." He'll take me to his house to stay for a while. My aunt will look after me. His aunt was Feng Shuai's mother. Didn't your mom cut ties with the Feng family? How can you expect your aunt to take care of you? My mom was misled by bad people. The city security team already called Feng Shuai to say my uncle, Feng Ti, was wrongly accused. He didn't steal from us. The money they found was planted by someone else. Oh, I see. Well, you wait here then. I'm heading home. Chu Xian got on her bike to leave, but Chu Ji called out to her again. Wait, Chu Xian, don't you hate my dad? Want to help me catch him and that widow in the act? Chu Xian smiled calmly. There's nothing between me and your family anymore. We're like two wells that don't interfere with each other. There's no love or hate left. I'm not interested in what you're talking about. She waved and rode away. With Feng Shuai around, Chu Ji's days ahead would definitely not be easy. That was something Chu Xian was happy to see. When she got home and put down her bike, Chu Xian realized she'd been so lost in thought on the way back that she'd forgotten to buy meat and vegetables. It was a little after 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Feng wasn't home yet, school wasn't out. Chu Xian went to the bathroom, washed her hands, and was about to lie down in her bedroom for a bit. Just then, Qin Mahua and Fu Qing arrived with gifts, followed by Gao Meiwan and Miao Dakui, all smiling from ear to ear. They had come to deliver the dates, that is, to present 3 auspicious dates for the engagement, written on red paper, for Chu Xian to choose from. Chu Xian invited them to sit inside. Fu Qing put the gifts in the kitchen, washed her hands, and then joined them in Chu Xian's bedroom. Chu Xian made each of them a cup of honey water. Fu Qing, beaming, handed over the red paper with the engagement dates. Chu Xian took it with a smile. When she opened it, she saw all the dates were in November. November 6th, November 8th, and November 9th. Qin Mahua personally explained the meaning behind each date. A lifetime of smooth sailing, a lifetime of prosperity, and a love that lasts forever. The dates were close together. Chu Xian could tell the Mu family wanted to get her and Mu Qinza engaged as soon as possible. She handed the paper to Gao Meiwan and said softly, Grandma Gao, you've always treated me like your own granddaughter. Why don't you pick for me? Gao Meiwan grinned. Xiao Xian, because I see you as my own, I want to respect your wishes. You choose. Miao Dakui gave Chu Xian an encouraging look. That's right. We're your family, and we support whatever you decide. Grandpa Wang couldn't come because he's busy at the food factory, but he respects your choice too. Chu Xian felt a warm glow in her heart. She nodded to them, then turned to Qin Mahua. Aunt Qin, I'll pick the love that lasts forever date. Qin Mahua had guessed that, as a girl, Chu Xian would be a bit reserved and choose the last date. Luckily, the dates were only a few days apart. All right, we'll go with your choice. November 9th will be your engagement to Xiaozhe. As for the wedding date, Xiao Xian, you should pick that too. She gestured to Fu Qing to hand over another red paper. Chu Xian hoped her mother could be present when the wedding date was set. So she stopped Fu Qing. Sister-in-law, let's not rush. Then she took Qin Mahua's hand. Auntie, to tell you the truth, my mom should be able to come back to the village next month. When she's back, could you and she decide the wedding date together? She had her reasons for leaving back then. Strictly speaking, since Tian Shaoan had left Chu Xian and her brother behind, no one would blame Chu Xian for making her own decisions about the engagement and wedding. But Chu Xian still wanted her mother to handle the wedding date. If Tian Shaoyan was willing to stay and help with the wedding, all the better. At the mention of Tian Shaoyan, Gao Meiwan couldn't help but wipe away a tear. Xiao Xian is right. Shaoyan had her reasons for leaving. I asked her about it on the phone. She said she'll tell me everything when she's back. Qin Mahua squeezed Chu Xian's hand. All right. I believe anyone who had to live under Feng Chuanhua's thumb must have had their reasons for leaving. Fu Qing nodded in understanding. They chatted a little longer, then got up to leave. Before she left, Qin Mahua reminded Chu Xian to bring Xiao Feng over for dinner that evening. Gao Meijuan's family would be there too. They'd celebrate setting the engagement date together. Chu Xian readily agreed. After seeing them out, Chu Xian checked over the gifts from Aunt Qin's family. There were 6 items in total. 2 bags of wedding candies, 6 gin of pork, 2 boxes of tea, 2 bags of wedding pastries, 2 live mandarin fish, and 2 live chickens, a rooster and a hen. Chu Xian put the chickens in a big basket to raise them. She put the fish in a wooden tub of water. They'd live for a few days. She divided the pork into 3 portions, 1 jin, 2 jin, and 3 jin. She kept 1 jin for herself, planning to mince it for wontons the next morning. She and her little brother would eat some, and the rest would go to Mu Chen's family. She kept a share of the pastries and candies as well. The 3 jin piece of pork she planned to give to Lu Zhaoti's family. Mu Xing had just been discharged from the hospital, and Chu Xian wanted to visit her. The remaining pork, pastries, and candies would go to Grandma Gao's family. She locked the gate, put the 3 jin pork in a bamboo basket, covered it with a floral cloth, and headed to Lu Zhaoti's house. When she arrived, she saw Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked well, even a bit plumper than before her surgery. Lu Zhaoti wasn't home, she was at the food factory. Erling and Sanling were at school, so only Mu Xing was home. Mu Xing brought out a variety of homemade fried balls, sweet potato, vegetable, and so on to treat Chu Xian. After tasting them, Chu Xian thought they were delicious and suggested Mu Xing try selling them at the town or county market. Mu Xing immediately understood and was very grateful. When Chu Xian got up to leave, Mu Xing insisted on giving her a big bowl of the fried balls, putting them in the bamboo basket. Chu Xian couldn't refuse, so she accepted them. Mu Xing's family was struggling financially, and Chu Xian felt bad taking so much food. It was basically a whole meal for them. Before leaving, Chu Xian forced 5 yuan into Mu Xing's hand for nutrition, then hurried off with the basket, afraid Mu Xing would chase after her to return the money. Mu Xing watched Chu Xian's departing figure, wiping away tears of gratitude. When Chu Xian got home, she set down the big bowl of fried balls, then put the wedding pastries, candies, and the 2 jin piece of pork in the basket and headed to Gao Meijuan's house. She hadn't gotten far when a strange man stopped her. "Excuse me, can you tell me how to get to Mu Xing's house?" Chu Xian looked him over. He was in his 30s. She hadn't seen him in her previous life, so she didn't know if he was good or bad. "How are you related to her? What's your name?" Mu Xing was a widow raising 3 kids on her own. It was important to ask before taking him over. The man could tell that if he didn't explain himself, the young woman in front of him wouldn't take him to Mu Xing's house. So he responded gently, "My name is Ren Shumin. I used to work with Mu Xing's husband, Lu Qing. I'm here on a business trip and thought I'd visit her and the children. Ever since Lu Qing's accident, I haven't been able to come, and I've felt terrible about it." He lifted the 2 bags of gifts in his hands. Ren Shumin's name was one Chu Xian had heard in her previous life. He was a benefactor of the Lu family and had helped them a lot. But in her previous life, Mu Xing hadn't gotten surgery in time. By the time Ren Shumin showed up, Mu Xing was already beyond saving, and she entrusted her 3 children to him. This time around, Mu Xing had the surgery and was recovering well. Chu Xian was curious to see how things would turn out. "Hello, Uncle Ren. I know their family well. I'll take you over now." Ren Shumin was a bit taken aback at being called uncle by a girl in her early 20s, especially since he wasn't even married yet. "Thank you. Actually, you can just call me Brother Ren. I'm only 31. Chu Xian smiled and waved her hand. "Aunt Mu's daughter, Lu Zhaoti, calls me Sister Xian. You're the same generation as her father, so I wouldn't dare call you brother. I might call you uncle, but you're still very young." Ran Shumin felt warmed by her words. "I see. Thank you for the compliment." The two quickly became acquainted. Chu Xian firmly believed that having one more friend meant one more path in life. About 10 minutes later, she brought him to Mu Xing's door. "Aunt Mu, Uncle Lu's former co-worker, Uncle Ren, is here to see you." Mu Xing hurried out and warmly welcomed him inside. Chu Xian tried to leave, but Mu Xing grabbed her and whispered, "Xiao Xian, could you stay a bit longer? You know how people gossip about widows." Chu Xian nodded immediately. "I'll sit in the yard for a while. You two can talk in the main room. Uncle Ren seems like a good man." Mu Xing trusted Chu Xian's judgment and nodded in agreement. She poured a bowl of plain boiled water for both Chu Xian and Ren Shumin, and once again brought out fried meatballs as a treat. Chu Xian sat quietly in the yard, sipping her water. Occasionally, the voices from inside drifted out to her. "Sister-in-law, my name is Ren Shumin. I used to work under Brother Lu. I'm here on behalf of the company to check on you. I've wanted to come for a long time, but I've been on business trips out of town for years. Because of the nature of my work, I was gone for 5 years, and just like that, Brother Lu has been gone for over 5 years." At the mention of Lu Qing, Mu Xing's eyes reddened. "Yes, I remember the company gave your family compensation back then enough to build a new house. Why are you living here now? It's my fault for dragging the children down. After your brother Lu passed, I fell ill and was hospitalized, which cost a lot. Later, I needed medicine for years, and the compensation money was all spent. But don't worry, I'm better now, and my eldest daughter can earn money. Things will only get better from here." Mu Xing didn't use the opportunity to play the victim. Instead, she said that her family had already gotten through the hardest times, not wanting to trouble Lu Qing's former coworker or his company. Ran Shumin frowned deeply. "I remember before Brother Lu passed, he told me Zhaodi was only 7. That would make her 12 now. Why is she already working? She should be in school at her age." Mu Xing looked guilty. "It's my fault. Once I start working at the food factory, she'll be able to go to school. Is your family in debt?" "No, we're not in debt. The kids and I are doing fine. Please let yourself and the company rest assured." Ren Shumin had already noticed that one of the rooms was about to collapse. How could this be fine? He was sure they were in debt, but she just didn't want him to worry. "Sister-in-law, you and Brother Lu are both people who don't want to trouble others. But the company hasn't forgotten Brother Lu's contributions over the years. That's why they sent me with condolence money. The company leaders said you have to accept it, or they'll dock my bonus for the next 6 months. That's several hundred yuan. I can't afford to lose it. Please take it." He pulled out a thick stack of cash and various vouchers from his pocket and pressed them into Mu Xing's hands. Then he took out pen and paper, wrote down his contact information and address, and put it on the table. He continued, "I can't stay long this time, but I'll come back in a few days. Sister-in-law, if you need anything, call or send a telegram." Before Mu Xing could respond, he quickly stood up, eyes red, and hurried out the door. Mu Xing rushed after him, but Ren Shumin was already gone. Chu Xian comforted her. "Aunt Mu, this is a kind gesture from Uncle Lu's old company. Please accept it." Mu Xing nodded, wiping away tears. Chu Xian patted her on the shoulder. "Go inside and calm down. I have something to do, so I'll head out. Wait, Xiao Xian. Let me pay you back the 200 yuan first. The condolence money must be at least 300. Mu Xing started counting out the money. Chu Xian ran out the door. "No rush. Keep the money to pay others back. Zhaodi can pay me back later. I'm off." She left in a hurry. Since Mu Xing's family was still struggling to put food on the table, Chu Xian didn't plan to ask for the money back so soon. If you help someone, help them all the way. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian arrived at Gao Meizhuan's house with her basket. What a coincidence. Ren Shumin was there too. He was asking Wang Dipin about how Lu Zhaodi's family had been doing these past few years. Once Wang Dipin understood who Ren Shumin was, he didn't hold anything back. He told him everything, including how Chu Xian had helped Lu Zhaodi earn money, who had lent money to the family, and who had refused even though they could afford it. Ren Shumin looked at Chu Xian with admiration. Chu Xian just smiled calmly, left her gifts for Gao Meiyuan, and didn't say much to Ren Shumin before taking her leave. After all, Grandpa Wang had already said everything that needed to be said. Ren Shumin would remember her as someone who had helped the Lu family. That evening, Chu Xian and her younger brother brought over a big bowl of fried meatballs and 2 bottles of malted milk. Chu Xian had stocked up on the malted milk earlier. It came in glass bottles, with a long shelf life, 9 months. Gao Meizhuan's family was already there. The women were busy in the kitchen, while the men played chess and drank tea in the main room. Chu Feng ran off to watch the chess game, while Chu Xian carried her things into the kitchen. As soon as Qin Mahua saw her, she grinned. Xiaoxian, why bring things from home? Chu Xian smiled. The malted milk is for you and uncle as a token of respect. Since you're family, I want to show my appreciation. And this big bowl of meatballs is from Lu Zhaoti's family. I brought them over for everyone to try and see if they'd sell well in town or at the county market. Mahua, with Xiaoxian bringing you gifts, you and Mu Qinlao are truly blessed. Gao Meiwan said as she reached for a meatball to taste. Delicious. I'll ask her family if they want to sell these in my shop. Her shop near the train station currently only sold grilled fish snacks, but she could add a few more items. Everyone tasted the meatballs and agreed it was a good idea. The fried meatballs were crispy and tasty. They could be eaten as is, stewed with vegetables, or soaked in soy milk or porridge. Just then, Mu Chenza walked into the kitchen, his gaze landing on Xiaoxian. Today, she wore a long-sleeved dress and black leather shoes, looking slim and elegant. Xiaoxian, can you come with me for a bit? I have something to tell you. His tone was gentle, his face full of joy. When Chu Xian saw him, a shy smile appeared on her face. Okay. She felt like everyone's eyes were on her and Mu Chenza. Mu Chenza was much bolder than her. As soon as they left the kitchen, he took her hand. He led her toward the backyard. Chu Xian asked softly, "What do you want to talk about?" Mu Chenza put on a mysterious air. "You'll know when we get to the backyard." What was in the backyard? Chu Xian tried to recall from her previous life, but she really couldn't remember. She'd been too lazy to go back there then. When they reached the backyard, Mu Chenza pointed excitedly at 2 half-meter-tall pots of roses. "These are for you. Do you like them?" The rosebuds on the branches were just about to bloom. Once they blossomed, they'd surely be beautiful. Chu Xian's face lit up with delight. "I love them. Did you just get these?" Ever since her rebirth, she hadn't kept any flowers, but that didn't mean she didn't love them. From now on, she wouldn't be as busy as before and would have plenty of time to tend to flowers and nurture her spirit. If she got the chance, she planned to get jasmine, osmanthus azaleas. Seeing how much she liked the roses, Mu Chenza was even happier than she was. "That's right." Chu Xian's gaze fell on his injury. "You're still not fully recovered and you're running around everywhere, you." Before she could finish, Mu Chenza gently interrupted, "I ordered these 2 pots a while ago. Jiping helped deliver them today. After dinner, when I walk you home, we'll take them on the cart." "Okay, but you're not allowed to pull the cart then, I'll do it." "No need, Xiaofeng can handle it." "All right. By the way, didn't you invite Jiping to dinner tonight?" "I did, but he's busy. He had to go to the county to take care of Sheng Damei." Chu Xian's first reaction was that something had happened to Sheng Damei. "What happened to her this time?" Mu Chenza replied casually. She burned her hands a bit while interning in the bakery workshop. "She's that unlucky? The factory should compensate her, right? She deserves it, honestly." The oven was over 230 degrees Celsius, and she touched it with her bare hands. Of course she got burned. That's a violation of safety rules, so there's no compensation. The worst part is, she knocked over the baking tray. Not only did the cookies get ruined, but the tray landed right on the workshop supervisor's foot. The supervisor's big toenail turned purple and cracked. Now the supervisor is demanding the factory fire her. What kind of shoes was the supervisor wearing for the tray to do that much damage? Funny thing, she was wearing sandals with a pair of shoe covers. The covers were just a thin layer of paper, no protection at all. Chu Xian thought for a moment. If the supervisor insisted on firing Sheng Damei, she'd probably lose her job, unless the supervisor decided to let it slide. Does Sheng Damei's factory have any rules, like not allowing sandals in the bakery workshop? Her question reminded Mu Chenza, "That's right. I'll go call Jiping and remind him. Let's go together." Mu Chenza was happy to agree. Okay. They told the family where they were going and headed toward the village office. On the way, there weren't many people around. Mu Chenza gently took Chu Xian's hand. She didn't pull away, but felt a little embarrassed. "If someone comes by, you'd better let go quickly." Mu Chenza grinned from ear to ear. "No problem. Xiaoxian, I wish I could stick to you every day. Once I'm healed, let's go clam digging together." "You're not going to the city to sell seafood anymore?" "I am. I'll go clam digging with you during the day, and at night I'll go to the city to sell seafood. That sounds exhausting. When you're healed, why don't we buy a boat? When we go out to sea, you can take me along and I'll help out. I don't mind taking you out for fun, but I can't bear to let you do the hard work. But buying a boat is a great idea. We can hire people to do the fishing, and you and I can just stand on deck and enjoy the ocean view. I know a few small islands. We can go treasure hunting there. What's on the islands? I'll keep it a secret for now. You'll see when we get there. In the next few days, I'll think carefully about what kind of fishing boat to buy. I remember you used to want a truck, not a boat. Why the sudden change? Because neither you nor my mother supported buying a truck, but both of you suggested getting a boat. They chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they'd reached the village office. Especially Muchinza, he was reluctant to let go of Chu Xian's hand, but he had to. Otherwise, if someone from the office saw, they'd lecture him about setting a good example. Tonight, Accountant Wen was on duty at the office. Everyone knew each other and got along well. Accountant Wen found an excuse to step outside for some fresh air, giving Muchinza space to make his call. Soon, Muchinza dialed the county hospital's nurse station. "Hello, comrade. Could you please get a family member of Xing Damei on the phone? She's the one who burned both hands." "Sure thing." A moment later, Ji Ping's voice came through the receiver. "Hello. Pingzi, it's me. Xing Damei probably won't have to be fired. Did you think of something? It wasn't me, it was Xiao Xian. She suggested you ask Xing Damei if their factory has any rules against wearing sandals in the bakery workshop." Ji Ping was quick on the uptake. "Chinza, thank Xiao Xian for me. If Damei keeps her job this time, I'll cook a meal for you both myself." "Deal. I'll be waiting." After hanging up, Muchinza left a yuan by the phone and got ready to leave with Chu Xian. Suddenly, Accountant Wen came back in, looking worried. "I overheard you saying Xing Damei might get fired. Is she all right?" Chu Xian looked at Accountant Wen in confusion. Could it be that she shouldn't have tried to split up Accountant Wen and Xing Damei? Accountant Wen realized he was misunderstood. "It's not what you think. I'm not worried about Xing Damei. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about Ji Ping's money. If she gets fired, the money Ji Ping paid to get her the job will go to waste. Ji Ping helped me out before. I don't want him to lose out." Chu Xian finally looked like she understood. Muchinza explained in detail what had happened with Xing Damei, and Accountant Wen listened thoughtfully. Chu Xian and Muchinza said their goodbyes and left. Accountant Wen made a phone call. On the way home, Chu Xian asked curiously, "When did Pingzi help Accountant Wen?" When Accountant Wen's wife was still alive, she had cravings for sour food during pregnancy. Accountant Wen went out to find some pickled plums, and on the way back, a typhoon hit. A big tree was uprooted, and he didn't notice. Ji Ping happened to be passing by and pulled him out of the way. The tree fell right where he'd been standing. If not for Ji Ping, he would have been seriously injured. Talking about Accountant Wen's past made both Muchinza and Chu Xian sigh. Life is unpredictable. Accountant Wen's wife and child were both gone, and he'd never remarried. When they got home, dinner was already on the table. It was a feast. There was fresh Red Sea bream caught that day. Chu Xian had never come across this fish while clam digging. It could sell for 5 yuan a jean. One was braised, one was steamed. The meat was tender and delicious, said to be good for the kidneys and regulating menstruation. Chu Xian suspected Muchinza had specially asked his family to serve this fish for her. Besides the sea bream, there were 10 other dishes, a soup, and dumplings made from white flour. Once seated, Muchinza picked out lots of sea bream for her, probably a whole fish's worth. Dinner was lively and cheerful. It was past 9 by the time everyone headed home. Muchinza walked Chu Xian and her brother home. Chu Feng pushed the cart with the 2 pots of roses in front, while Muchinza and Chu Xian walked behind. This time, when Muchinza tried to hold her hand, Chu Xian gently stopped him. "Behave, Xiao Feng's here." Her tone was soft, and Muchinza had no reason to argue. As they neared Chu Xian's house, Muchinza noticed a man waiting outside the gate. He immediately became alert. Muchinza held up his flashlight, shining it on the man's face. The man shielded his eyes with his hand and said helplessly, "Don't shine it in my eyes, it's me." Mu Chenza recognized the voice. It was Lu Dapeng. His first reaction was that this guy had heard he was dating Xiao Xian and had come over in a fit of jealousy to confront him. "Lu Dapeng, what are you doing waiting outside a girl's house so late at night?" Chu Xian glanced at Lu Dapeng and asked softly, "Is something urgent going on?" Lu Dapeng looked at Mu Chenza first, then turned to Chu Xian. "It is urgent. Can we go inside and talk in the yard?" As he spoke, Chu Xian and Mu Chenza almost simultaneously walked to the door. Lu Dapeng sensibly stepped aside so as not to get in the way of unlocking it. After opening the gate, Lu Dapeng tried to help Chu Feng move the potted roses off the cart, but Chu Feng politely refused. "Brother Dapeng, I can do it myself. You go talk to my sister and brother-in-law." Chu Feng figured her brother-in-law probably wouldn't want Lu Dapeng touching those 2 pots of roses. Lu Dapeng had already heard about Mu Chenza and Chu Xian dating, but the word brother-in-law still stung. He replied, a little dejected, "All right." Mu Chenza and Chu Xian led Lu Dapeng to the kitchen to talk. Chu Xian was about to make tea, but Lu Dapeng stopped her. "No need to trouble yourself. This will just take a minute." Mu Chenza looked serious. "What's the urgent matter?" "Go ahead." Lu Dapeng's face turned bright red. "I want to borrow some money from you two to rebuild my house." Actually, he'd meant to borrow from Chu Xian, but since Mu Chenza was here too, he just said both of them. Chu Xian asked straightforwardly, "How much?" Lu Dapeng held up one finger and braced himself. 1,000 yuan. I'll pay it back within a year. I can write an IOU. I know it's a lot, but there aren't many people in our village willing to lend my family money. Just now, the roof of our west room collapsed, almost hit my mom. Chu Xian looked at Mu Chenza, as if asking for his opinion. Mu Chenza nodded at her and asked gently, "Do we still have 1,000 yuan in cash at home?" Chu Xian smiled. "Yes. I'll go get it." To Lu Dapeng, it looked just like a married couple discussing things together. Chu Xian went to the bedroom to get the money, leaving only Mu Chenza and Lu Dapeng in the kitchen. Lu Dapeng forced a smile. "Congratulations on getting what you wanted. I really admire you. You managed to win over Chu Xian, who never wanted to talk about marriage." Mu Chenza smiled slightly. "I wouldn't say I won her over. Xiao Xian and I like each other. When I proposed before, she turned me down because she thought she was too fat for me and pretended not to like me. Now that she's lost weight and doesn't feel that burden anymore, things just naturally worked out between us." "So you mean, she liked you from the start?" "That's right." Lu Dapeng pressed. "Did you like her from the start?" Mu Chenza sensed the trap in the question, but he knew how to avoid it. "If I didn't like her, would I have proposed? Whether she was fat or thin, I liked her all the same." Lu Dapeng gave a bitter smile, then said seriously, "I'm grateful to you both for lending me money today, but let me say this. If you treat her well, I'll quietly wish you happiness. But if you don't, I'll come and fight for her anytime." Mu Chenza raised an eyebrow and said firmly, "Don't worry. I won't give you that chance. Let's write the IOU." "All right." By the time Chu Xian came back with the money, Lu Dapeng had already written the IOU. He counted the money she handed him. The IOU went to Chu Xian. Lu Dapeng thanked them both, didn't linger, and left. Mu Chenza didn't want to leave. He tested the waters. "Xiao Xian, how about I stay in Xiao Feng's room tonight?" Chu Xian rubbed her forehead. "Where did you get that idea? Don't tell me you're jealous just because Lu Dapeng came to borrow money." Mu Chenza looked at her with deep affection. "No. He borrowed money from both of us, not just you. I'm not jealous. I just genuinely want to stay at your place tonight." Chu Xian could tell he was acting cute. In their past life, he'd never acted cute in front of her. At most, he'd do it to cheer up his mother. But in this life, as soon as they started dating, he was already pulling this trick. Chu Xian spoke softly, "Just be patient a little longer. Once we're engaged, you can stay in Xiao Feng's room or even in mine anytime you like. But for tonight, be good and go home, all right?" Mu Chenza focused on her words, "Stay in mine anytime you like." "All right. But you have to keep your word. If you don't let me stay in your room when the time comes, you're a little puppy." "Don't worry. I promise I'll keep my word." Once they were engaged, no one could say anything about them sharing a room. Suddenly, Mu Chenza said, "Xiao Xian, how about we get our marriage certificate on the day of our engagement? It's a good day." Chu Xian smiled. "No problem. Whatever you say. You're really something. Aren't you afraid that if you get the certificate so early, I'll have you but not give you a proper wedding? You're not that kind of person." "How do you know I'm not?" "Intuition." Mu Chenza took her hand, looking solemn. "Xiao Xian, I'll never let you down. Just wait and see how I prove myself. I'm off now. See you tomorrow." Chu Xian really couldn't guess what he'd do to prove himself. "Okay, I'll bring you wontons first thing in the morning." "Great." Mu Chenza reluctantly let go of her hand and walked toward the gate. Chu Xian saw him out and only closed the door after he disappeared from sight. She lingered in the yard for a while, admiring the roses, before going to wash up. When Mu Chenza got home, Qin Mahua and the others were still up, chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds in the main room. "Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law, Xiao Xian said she wants to buy a fishing boat as her dowry. After we get married, we can either rent it out or use it ourselves." When Fu Qing married in, her dowry hadn't been much. Hearing this, she wasn't jealous at all. She was actually delighted. This would bring wealth to the Mu family. She knew well that if the Mu family did well, she and her husband would too. Mu Chenfu, honest as always, was happy for his brother. Qin Mahua and Mu Qinla were overjoyed, repeating how good it was. None of them knew that Mu Chenza had private savings with Chu Xian, or that he planned to use that money to buy her a boat. The next morning at 6:30, Chu Xian arrived at the Mu house with a big tray of fresh wontons. Qin Mahua warmly welcomed her in. Seeing the wontons were uncooked, she muttered happily, "Raw is good, raw is good." There were enough wontons for the whole Mu family. Chu Xian had just set the tray down in the kitchen when Mu Chenza called her into his bedroom. Qin Mahua covered her mouth and giggled, not letting it delay her cooking. Her son and Xiao Xian were getting along so well, she was happy too. As soon as Chu Xian entered Mu Chenza's room and closed the door, he took her hand. "Xiao Xian, close your eyes. I have a gift for you." Chu Xian obediently did as told. "What kind of gift?" "If it costs money, I don't want it." Mu Chenza had already spent a lot on her lately. She needed to keep things in check. Mu Chenza's warm, pleasant voice sounded, "Since you don't want anything that costs money, I'll give you something that's free." Mu Chenza's gaze fell on Chu Xian's face. At this moment, Chu Xian's eyes were closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. The sight made Mu Chenza's heart itch. He'd never noticed before how beautiful her eyelashes were. There was no sign on her face of any weight loss. Her skin was tight and fair, and the best part was, she wasn't wearing any makeup at all. Her beauty was completely natural. A kiss landed gently on Chu Xian's forehead. Startled, Chu Xian opened her eyes. This guy actually kissed her on his own initiative? In her previous life, he had never done anything like this. "Mu Chenza, you?" Mu Chenza smiled with satisfaction. "Do you like this gift? It didn't cost any money, but it's very precious. It's the first time I've ever kissed a girl on my own." Chu Xian's face turned bright red with embarrassment. "You call that giving a gift? It's more like asking for one. Did you get my permission? Well, you just keep getting prettier." I couldn't help myself. Mu Chenza didn't want to have to ask for Xiao Xian's permission every time in the future, so he quickly changed the subject. "Xiao Xian, I'm actually really curious. Your skin is so firm and elastic, and you don't use any creams or anything, but it's still so soft. How do you do it?" Chu Xian was successfully distracted and replied softly, "It's because I keep up with my exercise routine. I just finished working out, so I don't need to use any cream right now, but by the afternoon I'll have to put some on. Otherwise, the sea breeze will make my skin really dry." Mu Chenza kept steering the conversation away. "I wonder if Minnie has made any progress. I'll call him in a bit to check." After coming back from the city yesterday, Chu Xian hadn't told him right away that Liang Shi was dead and Feng Chanhua was refusing to talk, worried that he'd ignore his injured ribs and rush to the city to discuss countermeasures with Minnie. She probably couldn't hide it today, better to just say it directly. If she didn't, Mu Chenza would find out anyway when he called Minnie. The old Chinese medicine doctor who treated Qin Xiahong was killed by Liang Shi while giving him acupuncture. Before he died, the doctor fought back and hit Liang Shi's fatal acupuncture point with a silver needle. Liang Shi died despite rescue efforts. Feng Chunhua still refuses to cooperate. Mu Chenza looked incredulous. Something like that happened? No, I have to go to the city and find out what's going on in person. With Liang Shi dead and Feng Chunhua refusing to talk, there was no way to investigate Xiao Xian's real father's background, and Feng Chunhua's eldest son could keep doing whatever he wanted. Mu Chenza was even more anxious than Xiao Xian about this. If they couldn't find any clues, both Xiao Xian and her brother could be in danger in the future. Seeing Mu Chenza about to rush out without even eating, Xiu Xian quickly stopped him. You have to stay home and rest today. It's not too late to go to the city tomorrow. I'm the victim here and even I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? Listen to me. You're my fiancé, of course I care more than you do. You have to listen to me or I'll get mad. If you don't, I won't let you kiss me again. As soon as she said this, Mu Chenza immediately surrendered. Okay, I'll listen. Just then, Qin Mahua's voice came from outside the door. The wontons are ready. Xiao Xian, Xiao Zhe, come out for breakfast. Coming. Mu Chenza called out, taking Chu Xian's hand and heading outside. Chu Xian quickly whispered, I'm not eating here. I want to go home and have breakfast with Xiao Feng. No way. You're here just in time for breakfast, so you have to eat before you go. In the end, Chu Xian couldn't win against Mu Chenza. Breakfast included wontons and stuffed pancakes. Mu Qinlao and Mu Chenfu weren't home, they had already gone out to sea. So breakfast was just Qin Mahua, Fu Qing, Xu Xian, and Mu Chenza. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After eating, Xu Xian tried to do the dishes, but Qin Mahua and Fu Qing laughed and shooed her off to Mu Chenza's room. They said Mu Chenza couldn't stay in bed and needed Xiao Xian to keep an eye on him. Mu Chenza gave his mother and sister-in-law a mental thumbs up. They really understood him. He wanted to take this chance to spend more time being close to Xiao Xian. Just then, Chu Feng's voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Jia, hurry to the village office, there's a phone call for you. Chu Xian quickly said goodbye to the Mu family and ran to the village office with her little brother. They had just arrived when the phone rang. Chu Xian picked up. Hello. A gentle voice came from the other end. Xiao Xian, it's Mom. Chu Xian sounded a bit emotional. Mom, I've been waiting so long for your call. How's your recovery? I'm doing well. Your Uncle Wu and I are planning to come back to China next month to see you and Xiao Feng. Next month? That's great. I'm so happy. Can you make it before the 9th? On the 9th, Mu Chenza and I are getting engaged. We haven't set the wedding date yet. I wanted to wait for you to arrive before discussing it with the Mu family. Tian Shaoan was overjoyed. Xiao Xian is getting engaged. That's wonderful. Your Uncle Wu and I will definitely make it before the 9th. In her memory, Xiao Xian had always been chubby, and she used to worry her daughter wouldn't find a good match. Hearing that her fiancé was Mu Chenza put her mind at ease. She knew the Mu family, they were good people. That's great. Xiao Feng wants to talk to you. Xu Xian handed the phone to Chu Feng. Chu Feng gripped the receiver tightly, a little nervous. Mom, it's me, Xiao Feng. I miss you. Tian Shaoan choked up. I miss you and your sister too. We'll see each other before your sister's engagement next month. Xiao Feng, I'm sorry for what you and your sister have been through. We both know you had your reasons. Please take care of yourself. Don't worry about us. By the way, my sister is really capable, and so is my future brother-in-law. Life will only get better. Chu Feng just spoke whatever came to mind. No matter what he said, Tian Shaoan loved hearing it. After chatting for a while, Chu Xian took the phone again. Mom, Uncle Long has something important to discuss with you. Remember to call him. Okay. Long-distance calls were expensive, so they kept it brief, exchanged a few words of advice, and hung up. Chu Feng went home first, while Chu Xian headed back to the Mu house. She wanted to finish rebuilding the house before the 9th of next month. At the current pace, starting at the end of the month, there was no way it would be done in time. She needed to discuss with Muchinza to see if he knew any other construction teams who could finish before the 9th. When she brought it up, Muchinza immediately promised to take care of it and told Chu Xian to go home and wait for news. He went out to the village office to make some calls. Half an hour later, Muchinza came to Chu Xian's house with an update. Xiaofeng had gone to school, so only Chu Xian was home. The construction team would arrive tomorrow, providing both labor and materials. She just needed to provide lunch. Chu Xian couldn't help but admire Muchinza's efficiency. Muchinza didn't tell her that he'd secretly paid the team extra to get them there so quickly. Right now, only he and Chu Xian were in the yard. He smiled. Xiao Xian, no time like the present. How about making it up to me today? Chu Xian knew exactly what he meant. She gave him a hug. No problem. I'll just go close the gate. Muchinza looked expectant. Chu Xian had just reached the gate and was about to close it when she saw Wang Dipin walking toward the house. She turned to Muchinza, apologetic. Looks like we'll have to wait for another day. She gestured for him to look outside. Muchinza put a hand to his forehead. Why did the village chief have to show up now of all times? Could it be something important? Chu Xian greeted Wang Dipin warmly. Grandpa Wang, please come in. Wang Dipin looked anxious. Xiao Xian, I heard you can drive a tractor. Could you help out for a day as a tractor driver? The pay is 5 yuan. Sunren has diarrhea so bad he practically lives in the outhouse. Lu Dapeng just finished the night shift and is busy renovating his house, so he doesn't have the energy to drive the tractor right now. Chu Xian agreed without hesitation. No problem. Muchinza looked disappointed. He'd been hoping Xiao Xian would spend the day with him, but now that was out the window. Wang Dipin noticed Muchinza's disappointment and shot him an apologetic look. Muchinza forced a smile to show he understood. Wang Dipin took his leave. Chu Xian noticed Muchinza's gloomy mood. She took his hand and led him into the kitchen, giving him a spontaneous hug. Sorry, I agreed to help Grandpa Wang drive the tractor without asking you first. That hug instantly swept away Muchinza's disappointment, filling him with happiness. He hugged her back and whispered, Xiao Xian, I think I'm sick. You can so easily affect my mood. Chu Xian asked gently, Are you feeling a bit better now? Much better. Go on. Grandpa Wang is still waiting for help. If my ribs weren't injured, he would have asked me instead of you. All right. I'll come see you after work. Okay. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian was driving the tractor to the dock to pick up freshly landed skinned fish. That day, the sight of Chu Xian driving the tractor left a deep impression on the villagers. She looked so spirited and capable. Every time Muchinza heard the chugging of the tractor, he would walk to the gate and wave at Xiao Xian. Even if they didn't speak, just exchanging glances was enough to lift Chu Xian's spirits. She couldn't help but sigh. Being in love feels wonderful. At noon, Muchinza invited Xiaofeng over for lunch. Xiaofeng was more than happy to accept. He didn't come empty-handed. He brought 6 fresh eggs. When he left after the meal, Qin Mahua insisted on giving him 6 salted duck eggs. Chu Xian had her free overtime lunch at the canteen of the village's dried fish factory. After eating, she went to the restroom, then got back to hauling fish with the tractor. Business at the dried fish factory was booming. Besides Chu Xian's previous big clients, Lu Dapeng and Feng Shui had each developed 5 or 6 major customers. They needed to produce over 1,000 jin of dried fish every day to meet demand. After a few more trips hauling skinned fish, Wang Dipin told her to park the tractor by the workshop's drainage ditch. Someone would clean the truck bed. Chu Xian did as instructed. After the truck bed was washed, someone wiped it dry with a big towel and even used a hairdryer to finish the job. Next, Wang Dipin directed Chu Xian to drive the tractor to the warehouse entrance. There, workers loaded the tractor with dried fish. Once it was full, Wang Dipin gave Chu Xian an address, the family shop at the county train station. Chu Xian nodded in understanding and drove the tractor to the county seat with flair. Along the way, she couldn't help but think this village tractor worked even harder than an old ox. The drivers rotated shifts, but the tractor never got a break. It hauled both skinned fish and delivered dried fish. Thankfully, there were people assigned to keep the truck bed clean. After delivering the dried fish to Grandpa Wang's shop, Xu Xian headed back. Passing through town, she bought 2 jean of pork belly, some vegetables, flour, and other groceries, put them in the tractor bed, and was just about to leave when she heard Xiao Huan calling her from behind. Xu Xian, I finally caught you. I just called your village, and they said you were driving the tractor to the county to deliver goods. Uncle Long needs to see you. All right. Soon, the tractor stopped in front of Uncle Long's shop. Xiao Huan stayed outside to watch the tractor for her. Xu Xian went into the shop alone. Uncle Long looked a bit excited when he saw her. Xiao Xian, your mom called me. She said she'll be back before the 9th of next month, and that you and Muchinza will get engaged on the 9th. Why didn't you tell me? If your mom hadn't mentioned it, were you planning to keep it from me? Xu Xian smiled. That's right. We weren't planning a big engagement party. I was going to invite you when we got married. That won't do. I have to be there when you and Muchinza get engaged. I'll also announce that there are no debts between us anymore, and let everyone in your village know that Muchinza and I became friends after a fight. Thank you, Uncle Long. With you backing us up, no one will dare mess with me or Muchinza. Uncle Long laughed heartily. After laughing, he looked proud. Aren't you going to ask what else your mom and I talked about on the phone? Xu Xian played along. I'm asking now. What else did you and my mom talk about? We talked about a business deal. She and Wu Bingqing might help our town's jade factory break into the overseas market. Xu Xian was surprised. Our town's jade factory? That's right. I took the lead in setting it up. 55% of the profits go to the collective, the remaining 45% to me and my brothers. The profit share might look small, but with the factory's name, we can do more business and earn much more. I support you. Then support me with some funds. Xu Xian was straightforward. No problem. How much do you need? She thought Uncle Long just wanted to borrow money. Uncle Long smiled. 3,000 yuan. It'll count as a share. You'll get dividends at the end of the year. Xu Xian looked puzzled. Uncle Long, do you really need investment? Or are you just trying to help me make money? It feels like you're looking out for me. Uncle Long replied seriously, of course I need the money. I've invested all my savings and still need funds to buy equipment. 3,000 yuan gets you 3 shares, and you'll get 3% of the profits at year's end. If you agree, bring the money tomorrow. Xu Xian didn't hesitate. I can bring it today. I'll be passing through town with the tractor in an hour, so I'll drop off the money then. Great. After Xu Xian left, Uncle Long told Xiao Huan to watch the shop while he went to the back to rest. Xiao Huan followed, looking gossipy. Uncle Long, are you really out of money? I heard your whole conversation with Xu Xian. Uncle Long raised an eyebrow. Have you ever seen me truly out of money? So you really are helping Xu Xian in a roundabout way? I'm helping you too. I'm letting you invest 10,000 yuan, and your dividends will be more than 3 times Xu Xian's. That's true. You're not just helping me, but the other brothers too. Just don't mention the word help in front of Xu Xian. Got it? Got it. Of course. Go have your nap. I'll watch the shop. Xiao Huan grinned as he watched Uncle Long head to the back. Following Uncle Long meant not only having enough to eat, but also living a good life. When Xu Xian drove the tractor back to the village, she didn't go home for her bank book right away. Instead, she went to see Muchinza first. He was overjoyed that she made time to see him despite her busy day. Xiao Xian, are you tired? Have some honey water first. He handed her a cup of honey water. Xu Xian took it, sipped, and found it just the right temperature, sweet but not cloying. She took a few more gulps, feeling refreshed and relaxed. She left half the cup for Muchinza. He finished it in one go. Being able to share a cup of honey water with Xiao Xian, he felt pure happiness. Xu Xian said softly, there's an opportunity to invest in the town's jade factory now, but the most you can put in is 3,000 yuan for a 3% share. Do you want to invest? Xu Xian remembered her previous life and knew that investing in the jade factory was a surefire, profitable business. She wanted to share half of this money-making opportunity with the Mu family. Worried that Muchinza might refuse, she deliberately added, investing always comes with risks. Actually, I originally planned to invest 3,000 yuan myself, but I was afraid that if I lost, The loss would be too big, so I wanted your family to share the risk with me. I'll put in 1,500 yuan, and your family puts in 1,500 yuan. What do you think? Muchinza looked puzzled. Why is it you and my family each putting in 1,500 instead of you and me? If it's you and me, how is that any different from me investing alone? True. So you want my parents to help us share half the risk? Exactly. Go talk to your mom about it. I'll wait for your reply. At the latest, we need to give Uncle Long 3,000 yuan by tomorrow. He's the top guy at the town's jade factory now. It's a rare investment opportunity. I'll go ask right now. I'll give you an answer tonight. Okay, I'll get back to work. Xu Xian drove off on her tractor. She went home, grabbed her bankbook, and headed to the dried fish factory to pick up goods. While she was waiting for her order to be loaded, Qin Mahua rode over on her bicycle and quietly handed her 1,500 yuan. To her surprise, her mother-in-law was even more eager than she was about the investment and promised that if they lost money in the future, she would never blame her, and if they made a profit, 1/3 of the dividends would go to her and Muchinza. Xu Xian was deeply moved. Where else could you find such a reasonable mother-in-law? She had to cherish this for life. After delivering the goods, she went to the bank to withdraw 1,500 yuan and headed straight to Uncle Long's shop. When she arrived, Uncle Long had just woken up from a nap. Hearing that Xu Xian was here to invest, he took out the agreement he'd prepared in advance. Xu Xian smiled and discussed, Uncle Long, I want to leave more money for my mom, so I asked my in-laws for 1,500 yuan and put in 1,500 myself. In the investment agreement, can we specify that my family and my in-laws each get 1.5% of the dividends? Uncle Long guessed that Xu Xian wanted to help her in-laws and readily agreed. No problem. Half an hour later, Xu Xian took the investment agreement and went back to the Mu family. She brought 2 copies, one for Qin Mahua to keep, and she'd take the other one with her later. Qin Mahua reminded Xu Xian to come over for dinner that evening. Seeing Xu Xian nod, she let her go. Qin Mahua was generous and warm, always happy to invite her future daughter-in-law over for meals. She watched Xu Xian drive away on the tractor before heading back inside. Muchinza teased, Mom, why do you trust Xiao Xian so much? She asked you to invest, and you didn't even discuss it with Dad, you just agreed. Qin Mahua replied confidently, Xiao Xian has a real knack for making money. I don't know anything about Jade, but I know that following her lead, we'll never lose out. And even if we do, I'll accept it. Just then, Fu Qing came over, smiling. Mom, thank you. Muchinza was confused. Sister-in-law, why are you suddenly thanking Mom? Fu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. You should thank Mom too. She said that if her 1,500 yuan investment earns dividends, 1/3 will go to me and your brother, and 1/3 to you and Xiao Xian. Muchinza grinned at Qin Mahua. Mom, is that true? Qin Mahua replied heartily, of course it's true. Muchinza put on a fawning look. Thank you, Mom. By the way, Mom, starting tomorrow, Xiao Xian's family will be rebuilding their house. Could you and my sister-in-law take turns helping out? I'll get you both some warm winter clothes later. Qin Mahua and Fu Qing answered almost in unison, no problem. Qin Mahua secretly praised her son for being so filial. Fu Qing secretly admired her brother-in-law for being so considerate. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Mu Qinlao and Mu Qinfu came home. Qin Mahua immediately told them about the investment. They had long admired Xu Xian's business sense and were fully supportive. Muchinza took the opportunity to discuss with them that, for the next few days, instead of going out to sea, they should help with the house renovations at Xiao Xian's place. They agreed without hesitation. A little after 6, Xu Xian went home, took a shower, changed into a long-sleeved dress, and took Xiaofeng with her to Muchinza's house. Passing by Lu Dapeng's house, she saw the gate open. Lu Dapeng, working in the yard, couldn't help but sneak several glances at her. He couldn't help but sigh, now that Xu Xian had slimmed down, she was not only pretty, but had a special aura about her. Other girls at over 140 pounds definitely looked fat, but somehow Xu Xian didn't look fat at all. When they arrived at the Mu house, Dinner was already on the table, just waiting for Chu Xian and her brother. No one complained at all. As soon as they saw the siblings, they greeted them warmly. 6 dishes and a soup, a good mix of meat and vegetables. After dinner, they discussed the division of labor for the house renovations at Chu Xian's place the next day. Then everyone went about their own business. Muchenza knew Chu Xian had had a long day and needed to rest early, so he quickly walked her home. When they reached Chu Xian's door, Chu Feng unlocked it and ran straight to his own room, leaving space for his sister and future brother-in-law to talk. Muchenza lowered his voice on purpose. About buying the boat, I told my family it's for your dowry. When it's time to pay, you can use my private savings. Before he could finish, Chu Xian reached out and gently covered his mouth, smiling. From now on, your private savings are mine. You're mine too. Why bother dividing things between us? Her tone was a little domineering. Hearing this, Muchenza felt warm inside. Xiao Xian, I'm really happy. He liked this possessive side of hers. You're happy I'm spending your money? That's right. Very happy. With no one around, Muchenza got bold, quickly leaned in to kiss her on the cheek, then just as quickly stepped back. Chu Xian's face turned bright red. This guy had kissed her without permission for the second time now. And this time, right at her doorstep. Luckily, no one was passing by. Otherwise, the whole village would be talking about it tomorrow. She'd have to set some ground rules with him. Muchenza, we need to lay down some. But Muchenza already guessed what she was about to say. My ribs are hurting again. I'd better go home and lie down. See you tomorrow. He waved and turned to leave. Chu Xian was helpless. She couldn't help but worry about him. All she could do was watch him go. Back home, Muchenza washed up and lay down in his room. He couldn't help but recall every moment he'd spent with Chu Xian that day. It was wonderful beyond words. Tomorrow would be busy. Besides supervising the renovations at Chu Xian's house, he also needed to find time to go into town and get more information from Minnie. He tried to calm himself so he wouldn't get too excited and lose sleep. He knew he should go to bed early, but whether he could sleep or not wasn't up to him. Unable to fall asleep, he decided to write Xiao Xian a love letter. He turned on the lamp and found pen and paper. Xiao Xian, you once asked me when I started liking you. Honestly, I've thought about this for a long time. Maybe it was the day you helped me recover my losses. Maybe it was when you started the dried fish workshop. Maybe it was the day you succeeded in losing weight. Or maybe it was the day you tricked me into kissing you but refused my proposal. Actually, when it comes to finding a wife, I don't really care about looks or figure. What matters most is character and whether we get along. But I never expected that you'd not only have great character and get along with me, but also become more and more beautiful. The next morning, Chu Xian's period had ended. After washing up, she opened the courtyard gate, ready to go exercise. And right in front of her was a living, breathing person. It was Muchenza, sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes. He slapped a thick stack of papers into her hands, his face beaming with happiness. Take your time reading. I wrote all night. I'm heading home to catch up on sleep. Before Chu Xian could reply, he cheerfully walked away. Chu Xian quickly counted the pages, over 20 sheets of letter paper. She couldn't be bothered to go out for her morning exercise and hurried back to her bedroom to read the letters. The first page was a love letter from Muchenza. Xiao Xian, you once asked me when I started liking you. The second page was also a love letter. I can't help it, I want to see you all the time. Whenever I see pretty clothes, I want to buy them for you. Whenever there's something delicious, you're the first person I think of. I still remember you once told me that the kiss was a misunderstanding. That was my first kiss. Whether you cared or not, I definitely did, though I didn't realize it at the time. Because ever since that day, I started paying attention to you without even knowing it. The third page wasn't a letter, but a pencil-drawn comic. A little boy, carrying a bulging sack, jumps into the sea. She turned the page. The second comic, the little boy hides behind a reef while a little girl is out collecting seafood. Next page, third comic, the little girl finds a lot of ribbonfish. Fourth comic, the little girl goes to the dock to sell the ribbonfish, but keeps 2. Fifth comic, the little girl stands at her door, wanting to give the boy a big ribbon fish, but the boy stubbornly refuses. 6th comic. The little girl goes to the kitchen to cook the fish, while the boy hides outside the courtyard wall, sniffing the aroma with a satisfied look on his face. At this point, Chu Xian suddenly remembered that one time she found a ton of ribbon fish while foraging by the sea. Her bucket was overflowing. So it was Muchinza who had secretly gifted them to her in his own way. She flipped to the 9th page, still comics. The little girl is out foraging and the little boy is hiding behind a pile of rocks. 10th page. The little girl finds a lot of prawns and the little boy covers his mouth, laughing. 11th page. The little girl suspects someone is helping her on purpose. 12th page. The little boy, afraid of being found out, doesn't dare dump the bucket of abalone he'd prepared into the area where the little girl is foraging. 13th page. The little boy tells his mother that the abalone is to help the family's health. His mother scolds him for being wasteful. Chu Xian flipped to the 14th page, a letter. Xiao Xian, the comics before this could be titled The Silly Things I Did Over the Years. Ever since you and Feng Chunhua split up the family, I was afraid you weren't doing well, so I tried to help you in some pretty silly ways at first. Luckily, you later agreed to go foraging where I suggested. I drew these not to show off how much I did for you, but to commemorate it. For you, I'm willing to do as many silly things as it takes. 15th page comic. A car comes speeding by, about to hit the little girl. The little boy rushes forward and pushes her out of the way. 16th page, another comic. The little girl runs back to stand with the boy and gets hit too, with a caption, "I'm heavier, I can take the hit." 17th page. The little girl stands up for the boy and beats up a bad guy. 18th page. The little girl knits a sweater and pants for the boy. 19th page. The boy puts on the sweater and pants, grinning foolishly. 20th page. The little girl wears a dress the boy gave her. In the boy's mind, she looks like a fairy. 21st page, a letter. Xiao Xian, I feel like you treat me better than you treat yourself. That might sound awkward, but what I mean is, I'm really touched. Thank you for your tolerance, your care. There's so much more I want to say, but I'm really sleepy right now. Good night. After reading, Chu Xian felt her heart brimming with happiness. She really wanted to run over and talk to that silly Muchinza. But remembering he needed to catch up on sleep, she forced herself to resist the urge. She opened a drawer, carefully put all the letters and comics inside, closed it, and locked it. She almost forgot to brew her herbal medicine. Her period was over, but she still needed to keep drinking it. Just then, her little brother came out of his room, so she greeted him and went out for her exercise. Xu Feng didn't look away from his sister's back until she was out of sight, then glanced at her bedroom. Actually, he'd seen Brother Chinza give his sister that thick stack of papers. He guessed they were love letters. He was very curious about what Brother Chinza had written. But he'd also heard the sound of the drawer being locked. In fact, he had a spare key. Should he open it and take a look? In the end, he decided not to. His sister had given him the spare key, but not so he could snoop. He had to live up to her trust. When Chu Xian was running by the creek, she suddenly remembered her brother had a spare key. Although there was nothing explicit in the letters, they weren't really suitable for a 12-year-old to read. She ran home. As soon as she got home, she said, "Xiao Feng, give me the spare key to my drawer." Xu Feng was in the kitchen making egg noodle soup. "It's under my pillow in my room. Go get it yourself." Okay. Chu Xian took the spare key, put it in her pants pocket, and walked into the kitchen. "Xiao Feng, I lost the key to my drawer while running, so I'll use the spare for now. I'm going out to exercise again. You eat breakfast first, don't wait for me." She ran out the door. Xu Feng muttered under his breath, did she really lose it? At this moment, Muchinza was already on the bus to the city. He told Chu Xian he was going home to sleep, but once he got home, he couldn't sleep at all, so he decided to go find Minnie in the city. A little after 8:30, Muchinza arrived at the security team office. He found Minnie. Have Liangshi's accomplices been caught? Most of them have. By the way, Chi Era from your village was in contact with him too. He's been brought in. According to his confession, Liang Shi paid him to keep tabs on Feng Chunhua. He also confessed that Feng Chunhua paid Lu Xiaodi to poison Chu Xian. What about the others? What did they confess? I can't tell you that, but don't worry, it has nothing to do with Chu Xian. Mu Chenze understood instantly. So Liang Shi really was a pawn for a foreign power. Did Feng Chunhua confess? She did. We were able to catch some people thanks to the clues she provided. So she's making amends for her crimes? Will her sentence be reduced? Yes, but she'll still have to serve at least 3 years. And the matter of her hiring Lu Xiaodi to drug Xiao Xian. She admitted it. But she insists Liang Shi forced her and that he gave her the poison. She also claims she never urged Lu Xiaodi to do it and was just trying to stall for time. Did she mention her biological eldest son? No. She says she has no idea whether her biological son is dead or alive. Oh, and she admitted to her relationship with Yuan Tian, but denies that Yuan Tian is related to Liang Shi by blood. She insists Yuan Tian is a member of the Yuan family. Do you have a polygraph? You should really test Granny Feng. Those machines aren't very accurate. Even if she's lying, if she refuses to talk, no one will ever know where her eldest son is. By the way, I heard there are hypnotists abroad, but almost none in our country. Xiao Xian's stepfather has lived overseas. He'll be back next month. I'll ask him about it then. That would be great. Lunch is on me today, let's get hot pot. Maybe next time. I need to hurry back. Xiao Xian's family is rebuilding their house today. On the 9th next month, Xiao Xian and I are getting engaged. Be sure to come to our house for the banquet. Congratulations to you both. I'll definitely be there. Just as Min Yi was about to walk Mu Chen's out, a colleague ran over. There's a lady named Yuan Tian outside who wants to speak with you. As soon as Mu Chenze heard Yuan Tian's name, he immediately decided to delay his departure. Min Yi and his colleague went to the meeting room to see Yuan Tian. An hour later, Min Yi returned to the office. Mu Chenze, who had been reading the newspaper, quickly put it down and stood up. Well? Did you get any useful information out of Yuan Tian? Min Yi spread his hands. Yuan Tian only admitted to being related to Feng Chunhua by blood and claimed she doesn't know Liang Shi. When Feng Chunhua left Yuan Tian behind and left the Yuan family, she wrote a letter severing all ties, saying Yuan Tian wouldn't need to support her after she came of age. So why did Yuan Tian give Feng Chunhua so much money and property? There must be some benefit involved. She said she longed for motherly love, and since she could afford it, giving Feng Chunhua some money was nothing. She came this time to try to bail Feng Chunhua out. You're not actually going to let Feng Chunhua go, are you? Of course not. Feng Chunhua is of sound mind and should pay for her crimes. Before Qin Xiahong's incident, Feng Chunhua's family didn't have much. That means Yuan Tian never cared about her before that. You mean Yuan Tian might know the true identity of Feng Chunhua's eldest son? That she's only giving Feng Chunhua money because of him. Exactly. My guess is that Feng Chunhua's eldest son isn't dead at all, and he's got quite a background. Just as he finished speaking, one of Min Yi's subordinates rushed in. The doctor Yuan Tian hired is here. Says he wants to give Feng Chunhua a checkup and suspects she has a mental illness. Min Yi sneered. She doesn't get to decide that. I was expecting this trick. Show Yuan Tian the diagnosis the hospital gave Feng Chunhua yesterday. After she's seen it, send her on her way. If she wants to visit Feng Chunhua, she'll have to wait until the case is closed. Understood. The subordinate turned and left. Mu Chenze chatted with Min Yi for a bit longer before taking his leave. He had only walked a few meters from the security office when a stylish woman stopped him. She looked somewhat like Feng Chunhua, but about 20 years younger. You're Yuan Tian? That's right. Yuan Tian looked haughty. Since you recognize me, you must know my family's background. You'd better persuade Min Yi to make things easier for me, or he'll regret it. Mu Chenze snorted. Where do you get your confidence? Sure, the Yuan family has influence, but if the head of the Yuan family finds out you're a fake, do you think they'll still back you? My advice, stop meddling in Feng Chunhua's affairs and go back to being a proper Yuan family member. Yuan Tian's face darkened instantly. I'm not a fake. Mu Chenze pressed on. Don't think that just because Feng Chunhua won't admit it, the rest of us don't know who your real father is. So far, you haven't done anything illegal, just given Feng Chunhua some money, which we can chalk up to filial piety. But if you go any further, things might not be so clean. Think it over. I don't need a country bumpkin like you lecturing me. Yuan Tian was furious, clenching her fists, clearly plotting to get back at Muchinza. He rolled his eyes at her and walked off toward the bus stop. Once in town, he went to the traditional medicine hospital to have Dr. Zhang check his injury, who confirmed it was healing well. He was told not to do any heavy work for the next month. After chatting with Dr. Zhang for a bit, he left. He bought some health supplements near the hospital and went to the inpatient ward to visit Sheng Damei. He found Sheng Damei annoying, but Ji Ping was his good buddy, so he had to pay a visit. When he saw Ji Ping, he handed over the gifts, didn't even glance at Sheng Damei, and called Ji Ping out into the corridor to talk. Sheng Damei didn't lose her job, did she? Ji Ping replied cheerfully, no, she didn't. I went to see the workshop supervisor and told him about her wearing sandals in the workshop. He said he wouldn't pursue Damei's mistake any further. The factory office even sent someone to visit her and reassure her, saying the factory director himself decided she could come back to work once she's healed. Oh, and the factory office made it clear that it was Accountant One from our village who put in a good word for her. When Accountant One heard about Sheng Damei's situation, he asked a few more questions. He said he didn't want the money you spent to buy her job to go to waste. But how did he manage to convince her factory director? I heard the director is new and he's Accountant Wen's father-in-law. Does Sheng Damei know about this? Of course. I told her myself, so she'd stop taking advantage of Accountant Wen. He's her benefactor, she should be grateful. Alright, Xiao Xian is rebuilding her house, so I'll go help out. I won't keep you. On the 9th next month, Xiao Xian and I are getting engaged. Don't forget to come to the banquet. Of course, I'll be there. Ji Ping watched Muchinza leave. Sheng Damei came out of the ward, not at all bothered that Muchinza hadn't spoken to her. Brother, Muchinza brought a lot of supplements just now. Make me a cup of malted milk and open a can of fish for me. Malted milk is fine, but you can't have the canned fish. Why not? That's my supplement. The doctor said you can't eat fish or spicy food right now. The canned fish is spicy. I'll keep it for myself. But I'm craving meat. I bet Muchinza did it on purpose. Except for the malted milk, all the other supplements have chili. He's always disliked me. He only cares about me, not you. You should reflect on yourself. Ji Ping didn't spare Sheng Damei's feelings at all. She fell into thoughtful silence. After taking the bus back to town, Muchinza bought a slab of pork belly and went to visit Uncle Long. They chatted for about 10 minutes, and Uncle Long gave him the phone number for the head of the Yuan family before Muchinza left. He found a public phone and called the head of the Yuan family. When he got back to the village and arrived at Chu Xian's house, the construction crew had already started demolishing the old house. His parents, elder brother and sister-in-law, Gao Meiwan and Wang Dipin were all there. Muchinza greeted everyone, then called Chu Xian out to talk under the big tree in the yard. Chu Xian noticed the dark circles under his eyes had gotten worse and felt sorry for him. You didn't go home to catch up on sleep? Muchinza smiled. Nope. I had more important things to do. You went to the city to see Minnie? That's right. Feng Chunhua provided quite a bit of evidence about Liang Shi's crimes. But she still refuses to admit her relationship with him, or say where her eldest son is. Looks like Feng Chunhua is trying to get a lighter sentence. She's not the only one trying. Her daughter Yuan Tian is working hard on the outside too. Yuan Tian even tried to threaten me today, but I put her in her place. She was so mad she nearly exploded. Yuan Tian came? She's really going all out for Feng Chunhua. The Yuan family definitely won't be happy about her actions. In her previous life, Chu Xian hadn't even heard of Yuan Tian, let alone met her. Maybe this time she would. Muchinza looked relaxed. I've already called the head of the Yuan family and told him about Yuan Tian trying to use the family's money to save Feng Chunhua. I'm sure they'll force her to go back as soon as possible. Just then, an annoying voice called out from the distance. Muchinza, what a coincidence. We meet again. Chu Xian didn't recognize the newcomer, but at a glance, she could tell the woman looked a lot like Feng Chunhua. Muchenza glanced at Chu Xian and said gently, Xiao Xian, that annoying woman who was making noise just now is Yuan Tian. He didn't bother sparing Yuan Tian's feelings at all. In her 40-odd years of life, it was the first time Yuan Tian had ever heard someone call her annoying. The pride on her face was instantly replaced by anger. Muchenza, can't you watch your mouth? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your village? Muchenza knew exactly how to get under her skin and didn't back down. I'm just telling the truth. There's nothing embarrassing about it. It's your behavior that's really disgraced the people of the capital. Yuan Tian put her hands on her hips. How have I disgraced the people of the capital? You'd better explain yourself today, or I won't let this go. Chu Xian didn't like the sound of that. This was her man. She wasn't about to let anyone threaten him. So you're Yuan Tian, huh? You really are clueless. You don't even know how you've embarrassed the people of the capital? Let me teach you. You're over 40, but you insist on dressing young. What's with the pink coat and pink handbag? Do you think you're an 18-year-old girl? Around here, when people see you dressed like that, they just think all capital folks like to pretend to be young. And your makeup, your skin is clearly dark, but you insist on caking your face white like a ghost. Fine, put on makeup if you want, but don't just do your face. Your neck is so dark and your face is so white. You've really shown me the meaning of black and white contrast. Yuan Tian looked herself up and down at her pink wool coat, then quickly covered her neck with her hands. Chu Xian had hit the nail on the head. She really hadn't taken care of her neck. She tried to keep up her tough act. I like doing my makeup this way. If you country bumpkins have the money, why don't you buy some cosmetics and try it yourself? Chu Xian pointed confidently at her own face. What can I say? I'm young. My skin is firm and tight. I don't need any makeup at all. Yuan Tian gritted her teeth, about to curse Chu Xian, but Muchenza cut her off. Old Lady Yuan, my girlfriend only mentioned one reason you've embarrassed the capital. Let me add another. You came here trying to use shady tricks to get Feng Chunhua off the hook. You're worse than a country bumpkin. Even bumpkins know that's not acceptable. Yuan Tian stared at him, dumbfounded. What did you just call me? Old Lady Yuan? Do I really look that old? Muchenza deliberately hit her where it hurt. You're very old, just as old as Feng Chunhua. So calling you Old Lady Yuan is spot on. Yuan Tian's pride in her so-called mature charm was completely shattered by Muchenza. She was so angry her lips trembled. You. Muchenza chuckled. Don't twitch your lips like that. The more you twitch, the more you look like an old lady. Yuan Tian almost choked from anger and had to cough a few times to recover. I came here today to talk to Chu Xian. Muchenza, can you leave us for a moment? Muchenza refused flatly. No. Whatever you have to say it in front of me. Yuan Tian was furious, but helpless. Fine. Chu Xian, I want to make a deal with you. If it weren't for this deal, she would have stormed off long ago. Chu Xian's expression was calm. Go ahead, what kind of deal? Yuan Tian pulled out a thick wad of cash from her pink handbag. This is 2,000 yuan. Take it, and go to the city security team to tell them that what happened between you and my mother was just a misunderstanding. There was no poisoning. Chu Xian didn't take the money. Poisoning is no misunderstanding. Didn't you check before coming here? I, Chu Xian, am not short of money. Yuan Tian looked at her in disbelief. Aren't you up to your ears in debt? Otherwise, my mom wouldn't have split you and Chu Feng off from the family. Chu Xian smiled calmly. That was in the past. The debts have long been paid off. Didn't you see my house is being rebuilt? Not only that, I'm planning to buy a boat or even a house in the city or provincial capital. I have more money than I know what to do with. Take your money and get lost. Seeing she couldn't buy Chu Xian off, Yuan Tian shot her a vicious glare, stuffed the money back in her bag, and stormed off in a rage. Chu Xian and Muchenza exchanged a glance and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Watching Yuan Tian leave with her tail between her legs was so satisfying. Everyone else in the yard had been focused on tearing down the house and hadn't even noticed Yuan Tian come and go. Yuan Tian didn't come back to bother Chu Xian again. Word was, her family urgently called her home. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was November 1st. The rebuilding of Chu Xian's house was finished. There was a bedroom with a heated brick bed, a main room, and a storage room. During this time, everyone who had worked with Chu Xian at the dried fish workshop came by to help. The whole house, inside and out, was cleaned up. At noon, they held a housewarming feast and invited everyone to celebrate. On November 2nd, Mu Chenze and Chu Xian went together to the city shipyard to look at fishing boats. Chu Xian wanted to buy a steel motorboat. Depending on the specs and features, the price ranged from 10 to 30,000 yuan. They finally decided on a 10,000 yuan boat. Mu Chenze had 6,000 in savings, and Chu Xian put up 4,000. Luckily, they didn't have to pay the full amount right away, just a 3,000 yuan deposit. There was a waiting list for boats, with delivery in about 6 months. They paid the deposit, signed the purchase contract, and left the shipyard in high spirits. On the way, they stopped by the security team to see Minnie. They wanted to ask about Feng Chunhua's case in person. They found out Feng Chunhua had been sentenced to 3 years and was being held in the city jail. If she hadn't provided information about Liang Shi's crimes, her sentence would have been even longer. In Chu Xian's opinion, 3 years was more than enough time for Feng Shui to turn Chuji into a good-for-nothing who drank, gambled, whored, and smoked. By the time Feng Chunhua got out, all that would be waiting for her was a mess. Chu Xian and Mu Chenze treated Minnie to lunch before leaving. When they got to the county seat, Mu Chenze accompanied Chu Xian to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to see Dr. Zhang. Before the checkup, they weighed her on the hospital scale. 132 jin, about 66 kilograms. Chu Xian was very satisfied with her weight loss progress. She figured she could get down to 125 jin, about 62.5 kilograms, by the time of her engagement. But Mu Chenze frowned, feeling that Xiao Xian shouldn't lose any more weight. In Dr. Zhang's office, after checking her pulse. Before Chu Xian could speak, Mu Chenze jumped in. Dr. Zhang, Xiao Xian just weighed in at 132 jin. Do you think she should stop losing weight now? Dr. Zhang laughed heartily. Don't worry. Whether she should stop or not isn't up to us, it's up to her body. Let's stop the herbal medicine for now. Go home, eat regular meals, don't deliberately eat less. After this month's period, come back for another checkup and prescription. Keep up the usual exercise. Chu Xian felt incredibly relieved. After drinking herbal medicine for so long, she could finally take a break. What a relief. No matter how tough you are, after months of herbal medicine, it's hard to keep going. After thanking Dr. Zhang, she and Mu Chenze left the office. Remembering that Xing Damei was still in the hospital and Ji Ping had been taking care of her, Chu Xian suggested, let's go see Ji Ping. Mu Chenze hadn't seen Ji Ping in days either. I'll go buy some nutritional supplements. Okay. 10 minutes later, they walked into Xing Damei's hospital room with the supplements. Ji Ping wasn't there, only Xing Damei lay on the bed. Mu Chenze set down the things and casually asked, "Where's Ji Ping?" As soon as Xing Damei heard Mu Chenze's voice, it was like she'd seen her savior. She jumped out of bed. "Please save my brother. He was taken away this morning." "Who took him away? For what reason?" Faced with Mu Chenze's barrage of questions, Xing Damei replied in a flustered mess, "I heard it was the county security team. Apparently, some woman accused him of flirting with her or something. I'm not really sure about the details." Before she could finish, Mu Chenze was already leading Chu Xian out of the hospital room by the hand. Xing Damei let out a long sigh of relief. With Mu Chenze on the case, her brother should be fine. Actually, right after Ji Ping was taken away, she immediately called the village office to look for Mu Chenze or Chu Xian, only to be told that neither of them was home. She wanted to find Accountant One, but as luck would have it, he was in town for a meeting that day. She didn't dare tell the people at the village office that Ji Ping had been arrested, afraid the news would spread and ruin his chances of finding a wife in the future. She'd already heard that Mu Chenze and Chu Xian were getting engaged on the 9th, so she'd given up any hope of matchmaking Chu Xian with Ji Ping. She was also glad she hadn't really tried, otherwise Mu Chenze would be even more annoyed with her. Her gaze fell on the pile of nutritional supplements. Her hands still weren't fully healed, but that didn't stop her from going over to take a look. There was malted milk, canned yellow peaches, peach crisps, pig's trotters, and the like. You are what you eat, and her hands could definitely use some nourishment. But at the moment, she couldn't hold a whole pig's trotter. She'd wait for Ji-ping to come back and have him break it up for her so she could gnaw on it easily. But what if Ji-ping couldn't come back today? Who would take care of her? At that thought, she couldn't help but tear up. Partly out of worry for Ji-ping, but mostly because she was worried no one would take care of her. Of course, the latter weighed more on her mind. At that moment, Accountant Wen had just returned to the village office when a colleague told him that Shang Damei had called looking for him, as well as for Mu Chenze and Xu Xian. Accountant Wen immediately sensed something was wrong. Ji-ping must be in trouble. He notified the village chief and rode his bicycle straight to the county hospital. Meanwhile, Xu Xian and Mu Chenze arrived at the county security team to get information from Wei Chang. Wei Chang was stunned the moment he saw Xu Xian. Is that Xu Xian? She looks like she's lost a ton of weight. He was genuinely taken aback. It was like his heart had been struck. Mu Chenze noticed the admiration in Wei Chang's eyes. It definitely wasn't for him, it was for Xiao Xian. He had to nip any potential trouble in the bud. Comrade Wei, the person standing in front of you is indeed my fiancé, Xu Xian. We're getting engaged on the 9th of this month. If you have time, come to our house for the banquet. Wei Chang's feelings were complicated when he heard the word engaged. His mother had once tried to set him up with Xu Xian, but he'd refused, saying she was too fat. Who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 months, Xu Xian would not only slim down but also become so beautiful and graceful? He deeply regretted it. Still, he kept his composure. Congratulations to both of you. If I have time, I'll definitely come. So, what brings you here? Mu Chenze smiled. A good friend of mine, Ji-ping, was apparently arrested by your team. I wanted to ask about the details. Wei Chang sighed. He's being held in the back. A woman accused him of taking advantage of her, and she brought a witness. But he denies it, insists he's being framed. The problem is no one can vouch for him. I want to go see him. Mu Chenze started toward the back, but Wei Chang stopped him. You can't right now. Mu Chenze looked anxious. His sister is in the hospital and needs his care. You can't just keep him locked up. Can we post bail? Let him out first, and once the truth comes out, we'll deal with it then. Of course you can. But he's being very stubborn. He has money in his pocket but refuses to post bail or call family or friends. He'd rather stay locked up. He even accused the woman and her witness of conspiring to extort him and says he won't leave until his name is cleared. Even if you post bail for him, he probably won't go. Right now, the woman and her witness are also being held in the back, and every few minutes they shout that they're innocent. Wei Chang looked helpless. Xu Xian asked softly, "What are the names of the woman and the witness?" Wei Chang replied, "The woman is Ma Dadi, and the witness is Lu Eryo." Xu Xian had heard those names in her past life. Ma Dadi specialized in getting close to men, while Lu Eryo was in charge of catching them in the act. The two of them worked together to extort money. But in her previous life, they weren't caught until 1985. Over the years, they'd scammed quite a few men. In her past life, Shang Damei hadn't gone to work in the factory, nor had she been injured and hospitalized, so Ji-ping never came to the county and wasn't targeted by these two. Xu Xian racked her brain for more details about them. Comrade Wei, I've heard those two names before. When I was out of town, I heard that they worked together to set men up and then extort money from them. If the men refuse to pay, they accuse them and have them brought to the security team. Could you call the security teams in other counties or towns to check if there are any similar cases involving these two, or if any men have accused a man and a woman of extortion? Oh, and by the way, they're actually siblings. One takes their father's surname, the other their mother's. They're from the neighboring county. Wei Chang didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Mu Chenze was thrilled. He felt like Ji-ping's luck had finally turned. He whispered, "Xiao Xian, when did you hear about these two?" Xu Xian whispered back, "When I went to the neighboring county to look for Qin Xiahong, I heard about them. But I'm not sure if it's the same two, could just be people with the same names. Let's hope it's them." Otherwise, Jiping will never clear his name. About 10 minutes later, after making some calls, Wei Chang had Mu Chenza and Chu Xian wait in the meeting room for the results. It would take some time to verify. Half an hour later, Wei Chang received several calls. It turned out Ma Dadi and Liu Eryo really were siblings. Several counties and towns had cases where they'd accused men, and there were also cases where men accused a man and a woman of extortion, though the names weren't always known. But they did know that the woman had a black mole above her left eyebrow. Wei Chang remembered that Ma Dadi did indeed have a mole above her eyebrow, so he reported it to his superiors. The leaders assigned people to interrogate Ma Dadi and Liu Eryo separately. During the interrogation, the truth came out. Liu Eryo confessed first. Ma Dadi would get close to or kiss a man, he'd take a photo, and then they'd extort money. They'd been doing this for a year and had blackmailed over 100 men, collecting more than 5,000 yuan. As for the camera, he admitted it was stolen. Jiping was released without charge. The security team even called Chu Xian's village office. On the call, they not only praised Chu Xian, but also said she'd be given a reward. As for what the reward would be, that would be decided after a meeting. Wei Chang also received praise from his superiors for his handling of the case. When Chu Xian and Mu Chenza escorted Jiping back to the hospital room, they saw Accountant Wen feeding pig's trotter to Sheng Damei. Accountant Wen got flustered when he saw them, and the pig's trotter fell onto Sheng Damei. Afraid it would roll to the floor, Sheng Damei quickly tried to grab it. She pulled her wound, and the pain made her let go immediately. The pig's trotter fell to the floor and rolled around a few times. Accountant Wen apologized to Sheng Damei over and over. Then he turned to the others. Don't get the wrong idea, I wasn't taking care of her on purpose. She said she was starving and wanted pig's trotter. Now that Jiping's back, I have things to do, so I'll head back to the village. Without waiting for a response, he hurried off. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza didn't linger either, and left as well. An hour later, they arrived at Chu Xian's house. Xiao Feng wasn't home. Mu Chenza wanted to stay a little longer, mainly, he wanted to hug Xiao Xian. Today, they'd secured a fishing boat and rescued Jiping. Definitely worth a celebratory hug. He closed the courtyard gate and gently pulled Xiao Xian into his arms. Chu Xian hugged him back. He whispered in her ear, Xiao Xian, I like you more and more. I wish I could be with you every day. Can I have a kiss? His breath tickled Chu Xian's face. His voice was so soft and tempting, it made Chu Xian feel like she was in a dream. Chu Xian was just about to nod in agreement and put things into action. Suddenly, Chu Feng's crisp voice rang out from outside the door. DeLong, Erlang, our gate isn't locked. My sister's home. You two can go back and report now. Chu Xian hurriedly gave Mu Chenza a gentle push, and he reluctantly let go of her. He helped straighten her clothes. Just as he lowered his hands, the courtyard gate swung open. Chu Feng strode in, greeting them cheerfully. Brother-in-law, sis, you're both here. Just got back? Why are you standing in the yard? Go inside and chat. I'll go wash some fruit. You weren't home at noon, but the forestry farm was selling apples, so I bought 5 jin. Lots of people from our village went. If you went late, you couldn't even get any. She put down her school bag and went to the kitchen to wash the apples. Chu Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Little Feng probably hadn't seen them hugging just now. She was secretly grateful that Mu Chenza had spoken in a low voice earlier, otherwise Little Feng might have overheard. Mu Chenza, on the other hand, showed no signs of guilt. Instead, he looked regretful. If only Little Feng had come back a few minutes later. Chu Xian teased, how do you know I would have agreed to your request? Mu Chenza's heart was pounding, but he replied confidently, I just know. Oh, by the way, I heard a lot of people are going to the village chief to request land to build houses. Everyone's eyeing the plots around your yard. The village chief's in a tough spot. I want my parents to buy a plot here too, build 2 houses, one for me, one for my brother. Then, when they get old, they can stay with whichever of us they like. Most importantly, it's just a wall away, so it'll be easy for you to visit your family. Chu Xian was touched, knowing Mu Chenza was thinking of her and Little Feng. After they got married, Little Feng couldn't possibly go live with the Mu family. That would leave little Feng here all alone. She really was a bit worried about that. Will your family agree? Besides, there's no guarantee you'll get the land. With Grandpa Wang's help, I'm sure I can get it. The key is convincing my family. I'll go talk to them now. Mu Chenza turned to leave, but Chu Xian grabbed his arm. You promised me you'd never make your parents angry because of me. If they don't agree, you're not allowed to sulk or fight with them. We'll take our time and figure it out. All right, I'll listen to you. Then Mu Chenza leaned in and whispered to Chu Xian, mainly reminding her how to explain the 6,000 yuan in front of little Feng. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Mu Chenza called out toward the kitchen, Little Feng, I have something to do, so I'm heading out. You and your sister come to my house for dinner tonight. Little Feng ran out and stuffed 2 apples into his hands before letting him leave. Chu Xian planned to talk to her younger brother about the boat. He knew exactly how much money they had at home. But he didn't know that Mu Chenza had given her some private savings. Mu Chenza had warned Chu Xian not to tell anyone that he was the one paying for the boat. To make the money seem legitimate, Chu Xian had no choice but to follow his suggestion and lie to her brother. Little brother, there's something I want to tell you. You know how we want to look at boats today? I was planning to spend 3,000 or 4,000 yuan on a big wooden boat for my dowry, but on the way, I needed to use the bathroom. There wasn't one nearby, so I went into a little grove. Guess what I found? Back in those days, public toilets were rare, so it was common to go into the woods if you needed to. Chu Feng looked curious. Don't tell me you found gold? That's right. I found a gold nugget. Your brother Chenza went with me to the city to sell it, and we got 6,000 yuan for it. So I gritted my teeth and ordered a 10,000 yuan iron motorized fishing boat for my dowry. You're not mad at me, are you? Chu Xian felt guilty, lying really didn't feel good. But she didn't let it show, instead putting on a proud face. Chu Feng was thrilled. Of course I'm not mad. Sis, you're so lucky. 6,000 yuan in one day. You've earned everything our family has. The more dowry you bring, the more confident you'll be at your in-laws. Don't worry, little Feng. Even after I get married, I'll still take care of you until you grow up. I'm not worried. Brother-in-law already told me that after you get married, he'll help you take care of me, and I'll be like his real brother. He even said I could move in with you. But I told him I'd rather stay here. Now Chu Xian finally understood why Mu Chenza was so determined to buy land here. Turns out he and little Feng had already talked about it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xianjia. It was Lu Zhaoti's voice. Chu Xian and her brother called out almost in unison, come in. They warmly invited Lu Zhaoti into the main room. Chu Feng sliced up a plate of apples and handed a piece to Lu Zhaoti. She took it, then put it back on the plate. I'll eat in a bit. Xianjia, little Feng, I'm here to pay back the money I owe. Chu Feng's eyes widened. Zhaoti, you're amazing. You earned it all in just a few months. Chu Xian stayed calm, guessing that Zhaoti probably hadn't earned it herself. Lu Zhaoti smiled and explained, Uncle Ren helped my dad apply for a second compensation payment from his old job, 5,000 yuan in total. Just enough to pay off our debts. Here's 1,500 yuan, little Feng, count it. As she spoke, she pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Chu Feng. He took it. No matter how close you are, when it comes to money, you have to count it on the spot. He quickly counted it. 1,500 yuan all there. Lu Zhaoti went out to the yard to wash her hands, then came back to the main room, eating apples as she spoke. Back when my mom needed surgery, besides my grandma's relatives, it was your family, Aunt Qin's family, and Grandma Wang's family who lent us money. I, Lu Zhaoti, will never forget your kindness. If you or your family ever need anything, just say the word. She thought eating apples would help her hold back tears. But when emotions came, nothing helped. After swallowing a bite of apple, Lu Zhaoti burst into tears, throwing herself into Chu Xian's arms. Chu Feng looked distressed, but didn't know what to say. Chu Xian gently patted her back and comforted her. Have a good cry, then don't dwell on the hard times. Look ahead. Life will only get better from here. Lu Zhaoti nodded through her tears, agreeing. After crying, she went out to wash her face and came back feeling refreshed. Chu Xian chatted with her. Zhaoti, how's your family's fried meatball business going? Pretty good. We supply 50 jin a day to Grandma Wang's shop, and my mom sells about 20 jin in town. We make 10 cents profit per jin, so that's 7 yuan a day, better than a worker's wage. My mom also asked Grandpa Wang to see if I can go to school this month. Luckily, I've been studying first grade lessons with my brothers at night, so I can keep up. Chu Xian and her brother were both happy for Lu Xiaodi. In her previous life, after Mu Xing passed away, even with Ren Shumin's help, Lu Xiaodi never got to go to school. She took on the role of the eldest, caring for her siblings. In this life, Mu Xing survived and could earn money for the family, and Lu Xiaodi got her chance to go to school. Chu Xian hadn't expected that her rebirth would change the fate of Mu Xing and Lu Xiaodi. At that moment, Mu Chenza was at home discussing buying land with Qin Mahua. Mom, the area near Xiao Xian's house is definitely a lucky spot, close to the sea, and whenever there's a typhoon, all kinds of seafood wash up. Let's buy a plot of land there too. Qin Mahua waved her hand without hesitation. Everyone else thinks the land over there is a good investment, but I don't. It's obvious that area is windier and more humid than ours. Last time the typhoon hit, sure, a lot of fish were brought in over there, but it's also very risky. When it's not the season for heating the Kang, it's not really suitable for living. After you and Xiaoxian get married, bring Xiaofeng over to live with us. We can talk about Xiaofeng moving in after the wedding. Let's focus on the land for now, Mu Chenza tried to persuade her. Mom, when our village develops that area, the property values there will definitely go up. If you want to invest in property, you should consider buying an apartment in the city. Anyway, I'm not agreeing to buying land near Xiaoshuan's house. People in the city can barely buy homes themselves. How would we get a chance? Unless we happen to hear about someone selling at just the right time, we'd never get one. Don't you have classmates in the city? You can ask them to keep an ear out for you. But, no buts. I absolutely won't agree to buying land near Xiaoshuan's house. Qin Mahua was firm, and Mu Chenza didn't try to argue further. He returned to his bedroom, kicked off his shoes, and lay on the Kang, lost in thought. Their family did have a spare room. After he and Xiaoxian got married, there would be enough space for Xiaofeng, but Xiaofeng was unwilling to move in. He needed to find a solution that worked for everyone. Actually, his mother's analysis made sense. Xiaoshuan's place was convenient for going to the sea, but it was indeed damp. When the Kang wasn't being heated, living there long-term would only make the dampness in the body worse. And with too much dampness, all sorts of illnesses could crop up. Unable to think of a solution for now, he simply took out pen and paper and continued writing a love letter to Xiaoxian. That evening, when Chu Xian and her brother came over for dinner, he quietly slipped the letter to her. Chu Xian planned to read it at home and quickly tucked it into her pocket. After dinner, Qin Mahua called Chu Xian into her room for a chat. Chu Xian could already guess that Aunt Qin didn't agree with Mu Chenza buying land near her house. Aunt Qin was always kind and wouldn't treat her differently over something like this. She probably just hoped Chu Xian could help persuade Mu Chenza. Sure enough. Xiaoxian, I called you in because I'd like you to help me talk to Xiaoza. Try to convince him to drop the idea of buying land near your house, okay? Auntie, he just mentioned it to me today. I've thought about it. It's true it's convenient for fishing, but it's not really suitable for living. I'll talk to him. After we get married, I'll live here with him. Qin Mahua looked content. Xiaoza is lucky to be able to marry you. Xiaoxian, don't worry, I'll treat Xiaofeng like my own son. His room is already prepared. Thank you, Auntie. We'll see how things go. Maybe when my mom comes back, she'll stay for a while, and then we won't have to worry about Xiaofeng being lonely over there. Actually, this was something Chu Xian had just thought of. In her previous life, she hadn't gotten along with her birth mother, who never stayed here for long. But this time, both she and her mother wanted to repair their relationship, so her mom would probably stay longer. If they started heating the Kang in advance to get rid of the dampness, the warm house would be better for her mom's health. When summer came and it was too warm to heat the Kong, they could figure out something else. After chatting a bit longer, Chu Xian said her goodbyes. Mu Chenza walked the siblings home. On the way, Mu Chenza said, "Tomorrow I want to take Xiaofeng to see Dr. Zhang for a checkup and some medicine. He noticed that although Xiaofeng had grown taller recently, he hadn't gained much weight, probably because of the dampness in his body. He remembered Dr. Zhang saying that too much dampness could cause either obesity or thinness. If his mother hadn't mentioned how damp it was at Chu Xian's place, he wouldn't have thought of this. Chu Xian had been taking Chinese medicine to improve her health, so she hadn't been much affected by the dampness after moving in. But Xiaofeng had never had any such treatment, so he must have been affected. Mu Chen's words made Chu Xian feel guilty as a sister. I'll take him. I should have thought of this. She turned to Xiaofeng, apologetic. Xiaofeng, I'm sorry. I've been so focused on my own health that I never took you for treatment. Xiaofeng didn't mind at all. Sis, you've made sure I have enough to eat and wear and a nice place to live. You don't owe me anything. I don't need any treatment. I've been growing taller, and it's just that I haven't gained weight in over a month, even with all the good food. Mu Chen's advised if you get treatment, your body will actually absorb the good food you eat. Otherwise, it just passes right through you. A few words were enough to convince Xiaofeng, who agreed to see the doctor the next day. When they got home, Xiaofeng went straight to his room, leaving space for his sister and brother-in-law to talk privately. Mu Chen's glanced at Chu Xian's pocket. You haven't had a chance to read my letter yet, have you? Not yet. But thank you for reminding me about Xiaofeng. If he developed any health problems because I overlooked this, I'd never forgive myself. Xiaofeng's health probably isn't as bad as you think. Don't blame yourself. Since you split the family, you've been so busy, it's understandable you overlooked his health for a while. If anything, I feel guilty. As his brother-in-law, I should have thought to take him for treatment sooner. He's gotten so thin lately, it looks like a gust of wind could blow him over. We'll both go with him tomorrow. Okay. Oh, and about buying land near my house, just forget it. When it's not the season for heating the Kang, it really isn't suitable for living. Let's wait until my mom comes back and then figure things out. All right. I only just realized that myself. Mu Chen's gently took Chu Xian's hand. Xiao Xian, could you write me a reply? Last time, he'd sent her over 20 pages of love letters, but she'd been too busy to write back. This time, he wanted a little something in return. Chu Xian smiled. We see each other every day. Can't I just say whatever I want to you directly? Mu Chen's replied seriously, then I want to hear you say you like me, that you love me. Say it to me now. Chu Xian's face flushed red. I'd better write you a letter. You go home first. Once I've read your letter, I'll write you back right away. All right. It's a deal. I'll come by for it first thing tomorrow morning. Oh, and you don't have to worry about asking for leave for Xiaofeng. I'll call the school's duty office from the village office later. Chu Xian couldn't help but admire Mu Chen's thoughtfulness. Okay, I'm off then. Mu Chen gave her hand a gentle squeeze before reluctantly letting go. Chu Xian said softly, walk slowly and watch your step. Mu Chen walked a few steps, then turned to look at her again and waved. I will. Go lock the door. He waited until he saw Chu Xian close the door before leaving. On his way home after making the call at the village office, he passed by a small grove and heard some rustling. Dashan, let's just go to your place, okay? My place isn't convenient. Xiaoji and Feng Shui are staying over tonight. Then how about my place? No way. Your old mother-in-law is there. If she catches us, we'll both be in big trouble. What if someone passes by? Don't worry. No one will. By this point, Mu Chen had already realized it was Chu Dashan and a woman doing something unspeakable in the woods. He was well aware that Chu Dashan had always treated Chu Xian poorly in the past. Tonight was the perfect opportunity to make a fool out of Chu Dashan. It wouldn't hurt to call more villagers over to watch the spectacle. Just as he was about to head to the village office, a dark figure blocked his way. Mu Chen, it's me. You go home first, leave this to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the outcome. It was Feng Shui's voice. Mu Chen lowered his voice on purpose. What are you doing here? I came with Chuji to set the fire. Setting fires is illegal. I'm not the one doing it. It's Chuji. He wants to set a fire to force Chu Dashan and that widow out. If the fire gets out of hand, will the little woods in our village survive? Go stop him, quick. Looks like it's too late. He was right, it really was too late. Muchinza could already see the glow of fire in the woods. He ran to the nearest houses and shouted, "The woods are on fire. Everyone, come out and help. Bring your buckets." Every household kept water jars and buckets. He planned to fetch water to put out the fire. All the villagers who heard him rushed out with their buckets. Muchinza saw someone carrying 2 buckets of water. He dashed over, grabbed one, and ran toward the flames. 10 minutes later, the fire in the woods was extinguished. Chu Dashin and Widow Chiu, both disheveled, were dragged out from the woods. Widow Chiu was frantically buttoning her clothes, while Chu Dashin looked completely unconcerned. In his mind, he had nothing to lose in this situation. Feng Shui muttered to himself, "It's only been a few days, and that old man Chu already has a new partner?" Everyone started blaming Chu Dashin and Widow Chiu, suspecting the 2 of them had set the fire. Chu Dashin, thick-skinned as ever, said, "It wasn't me. I was just having a romantic moment with Sister Chiu. Who had time to set a fire? I saw a shadow hiding behind that big rock by the woods. It must have been them." He pointed at the big rock. The crowd went over and, sure enough, found someone there. Chu Ji looked apologetic. "I didn't mean to. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. I lit a cigarette, and when I passed the woods, I saw my dad doing something shameful to my mom. I got angry and forgot to put out my cigarette and accidentally set the woods on fire. Luckily, the fire wasn't too big. I'll definitely compensate the village for the loss." He admitted his mistake very sincerely. At that moment, Wang Dipin and the village office staff hurried over. Wang Dipin quickly assessed the situation and shone his flashlight into the woods. "It's too dark to see how many trees were lost. We'll assess the damage in the morning. The village patrol team, keep an eye on Chushi for now. As for Chu Dashin and Widow Chiu from the neighboring village, keep them under watch too. We'll decide what to do after a village meeting." Widow Chiu, hearing she was going to be detained, decided to go all out. "I'm not from your village. Why are you detaining me? Let me go home." Wang Dipin replied sternly, "Fine. I'll call your village office to come pick you up." Widow Chiu's legs went weak in fear. "No, don't call them, I'll go back myself." Feng Shui jumped in, "If you do something so disgraceful, you have to take responsibility, unless my uncle is willing to marry you." That successfully reminded Chu Dashin. Chu Dashin didn't want to be chased down by Widow Chiu's family or her mother-in-law, old Lady Zhang, and besides, he really did like her. "I'm willing to marry Sister Chiu. I asked her out tonight to discuss getting married. I promise, within a month, I'll bring her home as my wife." Someone in the crowd shouted, "Chu Dashin, aren't you still married to Feng Chunhua?" Chu Dashin straightened his clothes as he replied, "She broke the law. I don't want her anymore. I just divorced her this afternoon. I'm a single man now, and I can marry Sister Chiu if I want." Chu Ji looked incredulous. "I don't agree." Chu Dashin just grinned. "Doesn't matter if you agree or not. I'm your father. I make the decisions. Look at you, can't even get yourself a wife. You should learn from me. Plenty of women are interested in me, but I like Sister Chiu the best." Chu Ji, furious, swung a fist at Chu Dashin. He was stopped by the patrol team. Wang Dipin instructed the patrol team to take Chu Ji back to the village office. As for Chu Dashin and Widow Chiu, they didn't need to be taken away. After all, they were both single. Freedom to love. Chu Ji had no choice but to follow the patrol team. Feng Shui followed behind, calling out to Chu Ji, "Bro, I'll go raise some money and get you out." Chu Ji was so touched he wiped away a tear. "You're the only one who cares about me. Hurry up and get the money." "Will do." Feng Shui hurried off. Muchinza hadn't said much the whole time. After everyone dispersed, he ran to Chu Xian's house. He felt something was off about Feng Shui. He knocked on the gate, and when Chu Xian answered, he shared his suspicions and told her about Chu Dashin's divorce. Chu Xian whispered, now that Chu Dashin is divorced from Feng Chunhua, he'll care even less about Chu Ji. From now on, whatever happens between Feng Shui and Chu Ji is none of our business. If Chu Ji really goes bad, the law will deal with him. Muchinza immediately understood what she meant. "You knew all along that Feng Shui wanted to get back at Feng Chunhua's family?" "Yes. I just didn't want to expose him." "I support you. As long as you don't think I'm being cruel. How is that cruel? We're just minding our own business and staying out of their mess. By the way, I bet there'll be more drama tomorrow. What drama? You'll see tomorrow. After I take Xiaofeng to the doctor, I'll hurry back so I don't miss it. It's late, get some rest. Okay. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza got home and shared all the gossip about Chu Dashan's family with his own family. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had finished washing up and was lying on the con, reading a love letter Mu Chenza had written her. Xiao Xian, I feel so lucky. Thank you for agreeing to be with me. And thank you for agreeing to our engagement. Like we said, on the day we get engaged, we'll go get our marriage certificate. You have to keep your word. In just a few days, I'll finally have a wife. Just thinking about it makes me want to spin around in circles. I like you. Do you like me? I know you do, but I want to hear you say it. What color curtains and bed sheets do you like? I want to buy everything in your favorite color before we get married. I guess you like red and blue, is that right? Maybe I'll buy both and put them in your room too. You said after we get engaged, you'll let me move in. And good news, the silk qipao I promised you is already ordered. I'll have it before our engagement. I can't wait to see you stun me in it. After reading, Chu Xian took out pen and paper and wrote a reply. Over an hour later, she lay down to rest. The next morning, a little after 6, Chu Xian got up, washed, changed into workout clothes, and put the reply letter in her pocket, planning to deliver it while jogging. When she opened the door, she saw Mu Chenza standing outside, beaming. Xiao Xian, I'm here to pick up your reply. After your workout, I'll bring you breakfast. Chu Xian smiled happily, took the letter from her pocket, and handed it to him. Read it at home. Xiaofeng isn't up yet. Help me lock the door. Okay. Mu Chenza answered, but his feet were already heading into the yard. He couldn't wait to read her reply. He unfolded the letter and saw the neat, delicate handwriting. They say handwriting reflects the person. Actually, after Xiao Xian had schemed to steal a kiss from him, he had secretly peeked at her handwriting before. It was chubby and shapeless, just like her figure at the time. Later, he learned that Xiao Xian had taught herself middle school subjects and practiced her handwriting whenever she had free time. He was happy to see her so motivated. He just hadn't expected her handwriting to improve so quickly, almost as fast as her weight loss. He quietly read the contents of the letter. Say, I like you. If you ask me when I started liking you, I really couldn't say. It just happened gradually, without me realizing. Maybe it was the day I refused your proposal, maybe it was the day you taught me to drive the tractor, or maybe it was that moment you pushed me out of harm's way. Do you know how grateful I am to heaven? Grateful that fate brought you to me. Grateful that I finally woke up and learned to cherish what I have. I want to be good to you. For the rest of my life. Thank you for proposing to me again. Thank you for everything you've done for me. For the rest of my life, let me repay your kindness with love. Would you like that? You guessed my favorite color right. Actually, there's another color I like too. In fact, I like any color you choose for me. I'm really looking forward to that silk qipao. Mu Chenza pressed his hand to his chest. His heart was pounding faster than ever. His Xiao Xian's love letter writing skills were way better than his. He wished he could hold her in his arms right now. He carefully folded the letter and put it in his pocket. He walked to the courtyard gate, locked it, and ran home. This morning, his mother had made meat-filled flatbreads. He wanted to bring some to Xiao Xian and her little brother. When he got home, the joy and satisfaction on his face didn't escape Qin Mahua's notice. Xiaozhe, did you find money on the road or win the lottery? Why are you so happy? Mu Chenza's smile was as bright as summer sunshine. I hit the jackpot. What jackpot? Isn't Xiao Xian a lucky star? If I marry her, isn't that hitting the jackpot? Qin Mahua chuckled, you're right. Our whole family is lucky. The meat flatbreads are ready, bring 6 over for Xiao Xian and her brother. Take the bike, it'll be faster. No need for the bike, I'll walk and take my time. That way I'll catch Xiao Xian just as she finishes her morning exercise. That works too. I'll wrap them up for you. Oh, and don't forget to ask Xiao Xian when her mother is coming. I'll tell your dad to get some live seafood ready. Okay. Mu Chenza counted out 6 flatbreads and put them in a cloth bag. Then he took 3 more and explained to Qin Mahua with a smile, "I'll have my breakfast at Xiaoxian's place." Qin Mahua just smiled silently. Everyone was young once, she understood. About 10 minutes later, Muchinza arrived at Chu Xian's house with the cloth bag. The courtyard gate was open, looked like Chu Feng was already up. He walked into the kitchen and saw Chu Xian cooking cornmeal porridge. Muchinza handed over the bag. "Xiao Feng, there are meat pies inside. Eat them while they're hot." Chu Feng was about to say he'd wait for his sister, but then remembered he should give Chinza and his sister some time alone, so he smiled and took the bag. "Thanks, brother Chinza. I won't be polite then. You should have breakfast with my sister later." He ladled himself a bowl of cornmeal porridge and started eating the flatbreads. He ate 3 in one go, burped contentedly, and started cleaning up his dishes. While he was washing up, Chu Xian came back. Seeing Muchinza, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile. "I'm going to my room to change." Muchinza grunted in response, his eyes following her every move. He only looked away when she closed the door. While washing dishes, Chu Feng teased, "Brother Chinza, you look like you wish your eyes could stick to my sister." Muchinza was much thicker-skinned now. "Not just that, I wish I could be the handkerchief in her pocket, so she'd carry me around every day." Chu Xian heard this from inside and called out, "Muchinza, watch your mouth. Don't be a bad influence on Xiao Feng." Before Muchinza could reply, Chu Feng laughed and said, "Sis, don't worry. Brother Chinza isn't a bad influence. He's teaching me how to chase girls." "You're still so young and already thinking about chasing girls? Just wait till I come out and deal with you." Chu Xian quickly changed into a long-sleeved dress and came out of her room. She walked over to Chu Feng and playfully smacked him on the back, though not hard. Chu Feng could tell his sister was just messing around and didn't dodge. The slap felt more like a tickle. "Sis, you shouldn't just hit me, you should hit your future brother-in-law too." Chu Xian looked at Muchinza but couldn't bear to hit him. "Still," she said stubbornly, "you're right, I should hit him too. You go back to your room, I'll deal with him." Chu Feng tried hard not to laugh and ran back to his room, secretly peeking through the window to see how his sister would deal with her fiancé. All he saw was his sister warmly ladling cornmeal porridge for her fiancé, handing him a spoon, and after he finished 3 flatbreads, giving him another one. Was this what she called dealing with him? Maybe it was she trying to stuff him to death with flatbreads? In the end, Chu Xian ate 1 flatbread, Muchinza ate 4, and 1 was left for Chu Feng's lunch. A little after 8, Muchinza and the Chu siblings went to Dr. Zhang's clinic. Dr. Zhang checked Chu Feng's pulse. His conclusion: too much dampness in the body, weak spleen and stomach, poor nutrient absorption. They came at just the right time, any later, and it would have affected Chu Feng's growth. He needed herbal medicine. At the mention of bitter herbal decoctions, Chu Feng immediately covered his mouth. "I don't want to drink herbal medicine, Dr. Zhang. Is there another way?" Dr. Zhang thought for a moment. "We can make it into herbal pills, break them into small pieces, and take them with warm water." "Great. I'll take the pills then." Chu Feng felt this was much more acceptable than drinking bitter decoctions. But the pills were more expensive than just taking home raw herbs to boil. Chu Xian didn't mind the cost as long as her little brother's health improved. Dr. Zhang prescribed the pills, and as luck would have it, the hospital had just made a fresh batch. They picked them up right away, bought some fruit, and went to visit Sheng Damei and Ji Ping in the inpatient ward. Ji Ping felt a bit embarrassed. Every time Muchinza and the others visited, they never came empty-handed. Sheng Damei, on the other hand, wasn't embarrassed at all. She even grumbled that they hadn't brought pig's feet. "Didn't they know you should eat what you need to heal?" Muchinza and the others didn't say anything, just left the fruit and walked out. Ji Ping glared at Sheng Damei, but she pretended not to notice. After seeing them off, Ji Ping gave Sheng Damei a good scolding. If this kept up, she'd offend all his friends. He said he wouldn't take care of her anymore and told her to reflect on her behavior. He meant it. He packed up and left. While waiting for the bus, he happened to run into Muchinza and the others. Ji Ping quickly apologized for what happened at the hospital. Muchinza was really fed up with Sheng Damei. "You've been looking after her for so long and still haven't straightened her out? You're a pretty lousy brother." Ji Ping sighed. Yeah, I'll let her think about her actions for a while. I have to go out to sea to earn money, otherwise, both of us will be starving. Just then, the bus arrived. They all got on and didn't chat further. As soon as they got back to the village, they heard the loudspeaker blaring, Chu Xian, please come to the village office. Chu Xian, please come too. It repeated 3 times. The newly installed village loudspeaker was finally being put to use. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza exchanged a glance. What could this be about? Ji Ping joked, could it be the security team coming over to give out rewards? His words reminded Chu Xian and Mu Chenza. Mu Chenza kept his gaze on Chu Xian and said gently, come on, let's go take a look. Chu Feng and Ji Ping also followed to see what was going on. When they arrived at the village office, sure enough, the security team was there. It was Wei Chang and his supervisor Song Zheng, along with a male reporter carrying a camera. They had come specifically to give Chu Xian her reward, but since her house was locked, they brought the prizes to the village office instead. The prizes were pretty nice. A water bottle, a wash basin, a lunchbox, an enamel mug, a towel, and a bar of soap, 6 items in total. The reporter took photos of Chu Xian, Song Zheng, and Wei Chang during the award ceremony. Seeing this, Mu Chenza suddenly realized that he and Xiao Xian had never taken a photo together. Half an hour later, Mu Chenza rode his bike to drop Xiao Feng off at the school gate, then went home to get money from Qin Mahua. After that, he hurried to Chu Xian's house, picked her up, and headed for the county town. They were going to the photo studio to take pictures. Neither of them minded all the running around, since they cherished the time spent together. On the way to the county town, Chu Xian worried that Mu Chenza would get tired and offered to give him a ride for a stretch. He agreed without hesitation, not because he was tired, but because he wanted to experience what it felt like to be carried by Xiao Xian. Chu Xian pedaled slowly at first, and he jogged a few steps before hopping onto the back seat, sitting properly with his hands to himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to hold her waist, but there were a lot of people on the road. As they neared the county town, they switched, and Mu Chenza pedaled with Chu Xian on the back. Soon, the bike stopped in front of the department store. Chu Xian was puzzled. Aren't we going to the photo studio? Why stop here? Mu Chenza looked at her with affection. I want to buy you a few new outfits first, so you can change into them for the photos. Chu Xian didn't want him spending money on her clothes, so she patted her pocket on purpose. I didn't bring that much money. All of Mu Chenza's private savings were with her. As long as she didn't take out any money, he wouldn't have any to spend. Mu Chenza laughed heartily. I brought some. Where did you get the money? My mom gave it to me. She said before the engagement, I should buy you some new clothes. Didn't you say the silk cheepa you ordered for me is arriving soon? I already have something to wear for the engagement. There's no need to buy more. My mom also bought clothes for my sister-in-law before she married my brother. She wants to treat everyone equally. The silk cheepu was my gift to you, not from her, and she's very clear about that. So you have to accept her gift with a smile, or she'll be upset. In the end, Chu Xian was persuaded. After locking up the bike, they walked to the clothing counter inside the department store. Mu Chenza picked out a black women's suit for her, with a skirt for the bottom. Chu Xian changed into it and came out of the fitting room, looking in the mirror and covering her mouth as she laughed. Didn't you used to complain that all my clothes were black? Why did you pick this color today? This outfit was even more stylish than the ones Mu Chenza had bought her before. Mu Chenza smiled and explained, because this one's fashionable and it suits you perfectly. We'll take it. The saleswoman chimed in enthusiastically, you have a great eye, sir. This set is imported. 620 yuan. As soon as she heard the price, Chu Xian waved her hands. That's too expensive. I'm not buying it. She hurried back to the fitting room to change. When she came out in her own clothes, she realized Mu Chenza had already paid. All the clothes the Mu family bought for her sister-in-law before her engagement hadn't even totaled 500 yuan. Chu Xian had known this in her previous life. But this time, just one outfit cost 620. If her sister-in-law found out, how could they get along? Aunt Jean probably gave you at most 500 yuan today, right? You've already gone over budget. It's going to be hard to treat everyone equally, she said. Muchinza could tell she was worried. My mom did only give me 500. I paid the extra 120 myself. My sister-in-law won't think it's unfair. Chu Xian didn't insist anymore. Instead, she bought Muchinza a gray-black wool suit and black leather shoes. He looked sharp and handsome in them, turning heads everywhere they went. It cost over 700 yuan. Muchinza felt a twinge in his heart for her spending, but was also very happy. After all, his fiancée was buying him clothes of her own accord, so he didn't stop her. Chu Xian also picked out a thick tracksuit and sneakers for her little brother, spending over 100 yuan without a second thought. It wasn't until they walked out of the department store with bags of clothes and shoes that she asked, Muchinza, "Where did you get the money? Isn't all your private cash with me?" A charming smile appeared on Muchinza's lips. Well, a man always keeps a little cash on him. Chu Xian reached out her hand, smiling. "How much cash do you have left?" "Hand it all over." "I still have a little over 100, enough for us to take photos." As he spoke, Muchinza pulled out all the money in his pockets and handed it to Chu Xian. Chu Xian accepted it without hesitation. It wasn't that she insisted on managing the money, it was just that this guy was too willing to spend on her. As for the photos, the budget was 5 yuan. But she still underestimated Muchinza's ability to spend. At the photo studio, Muchinza had all sorts of requests. After taking photos in their current outfits, he wanted to change into the new clothes for more shots. After the indoor photos, he insisted on taking some in the park. The studio owner was more than happy to oblige, but Chu Xian felt bad for Muchinza's wallet. At the park entrance, by the river, under ancient trees, beside the woods, by the rockery, on a boat. By the time they were done, they'd used up an entire roll of film, 36 photos. With extra prints and the studio owner's labor, it came to a total of 72 yuan. While the two of them were taking photos, they had no idea that Feng Shui was visiting Feng Chanhua. Feng Chanhua had aged a lot. Her once salt and pepper hair was now completely white, her eyes dull. When she saw it was Feng Shui, her face fell with disappointment. "Where's Xiaoji? Why didn't he come? Did something happen?" A few days ago, Feng Shui had accompanied Chu Ji to visit Feng Chanhua and clear up past misunderstandings. Chu Ji's injuries still hadn't fully healed, and Feng Chanhua knew that for now, Feng Shui and his mother were taking care of him. Feng Shui's eyes reddened as he wiped away tears. He accidentally set fire to the village woods while smoking, and now the patrol team is holding him. He can only be released if we pay for the damages. Neither of us has any money, so I came to ask you if there's anyone else we can borrow from. Feng Chanhua frowned. Is Chu Dashan refusing to help Xiaoji anymore? That's right. He's planning to marry Widow Qiu and says he's already divorced you. Auntie, how could you get divorced from Chu Dashan at a time like this? He's living it up with the money you gave him, and Xiaoji isn't getting a cent. He forced me to divorce him. If I hadn't, he would have falsely accused me, and I'd have spent over 10 years in here. I had no choice. Xiao Shui, thank you for coming to see me and telling me all this, despite everything. Don't worry about the money. Call Yuan Tian and ask her to wire some over. As for Chu Dashan, you and Xiaoji should stay away from him. When I get out, I'll settle accounts with him. Here's Yuan Tian's phone number. 10 minutes later, Feng Shui left. He dialed Yuan Tian's number. Hello. I'm looking for Yuan Tian. A cold voice answered, This is Yuan Tian. Who is this? I'm your cousin, Feng Shui. Aunt Feng Chanhua asked me to contact you. Could you please? You want money again, don't you? I don't have any. Don't call me again. Wait, don't hang up. I have something important to tell you. Yuan Tian's cold, arrogant voice rang out. You'd better make sure what you have to say is really important, or I'll make you regret it. I don't recognize any so-called cousins. Feng Shui cursed her as a nasty woman 30 times in his heart. Of course it's important. My aunt has been abandoned by Chu Dashan, and he's planning to remarry. What's that got to do with me? I wish my mom would get divorced. Otherwise, when she gets out, I'll have to indirectly support Chu Dashan. It absolutely has to do with you. Chu Dashan is remarrying and has declared he won't care about Chu Ji anymore, saying Chu Ji isn't his biological son. Right now, you're Chuji's only support. If you ignore him and he suddenly decides to run off to the capital to bother you, will you still be able to hold your head up in the Yuan family or with your in-laws? Are you threatening me? It's not a threat, just a friendly reminder. Maybe you don't know, but of all the houses my aunt bought, only one is still in her name, left for Chuji as a place to stay. The rest were taken by Chu Dashin. How could my mom be so foolish? It's not that my aunt is foolish, she was forced into it because Chu Dashin had something on her. Now, Chuji can only rely on you. Yuan Tian suddenly realized that, given Chuji's laziness and incompetence, if she didn't give him money, he'd definitely run off to the capital and cause trouble. After their conversation, Yuan Tian agreed to transfer 2,000 yuan to Chuji, but she demanded that Fengshu pass on a message. Chuji had to help her with something, namely, to make things difficult for Mu Chenze and Chu Xian. Fengshu readily agreed on Chuji's behalf. With this 2,000 yuan, he could encourage Chuji to indulge himself and go further down the wrong path. As Fengshu was riding his bicycle back, he ran into Mu Chenze and Chu Xian. He briefly explained Yuan Tian's request and made it clear he would keep a close eye on Chuji. Mu Chenze and Chu Xian thanked Fengshu and invited him to their house for a banquet on the 9th. Fengshu replied, "I probably won't be able to make it, but I'll definitely send a gift," and rode off. Mu Chenze carried Chu Xian on his bike as they hurried home. "Xiao Xian, don't worry. I won't let Chuji hurt either of us. When we get back, I'll have a talk with him." Chu Xian smiled confidently. "No need to talk to him. From what I know of Chuji, he wouldn't dare try anything against us. And even if he did, he'd drag Fengshu into it, and Fengshu would let us know." "All right, I'll listen to you. By the way, last night you said there'd be something exciting in the village today. We've been out taking photos for almost half a day. Did we miss the show? Then I'll pedal faster. Let's try to get back to the village early. Maybe we'll catch the action. Let's have lunch at my place. I'll cook for you." "No need. Let's eat at my house." Before we left, my mom said she'd save us some food and bring lunch for Xiaofeng too. Hearing this, Chu Xian felt a warm glow in her heart. "Mu Chenze, help me think, when we get engaged, what gifts should I prepare for your family? Aren't you knitting a sweater and pants for my mom? That's perfect. As for my dad and big brother, just get them each a pair of rabbit fur knee warmers. For my sister-in-law, a pair of leather shoes. I'll ask my brother what size she wears." "Okay." Mu Chenze continued the topic. "Actually, I've been thinking about what gifts to get for Aunt Tian and Uncle Wu. For Xiaofeng, I've already decided a new school bag and a set of school supplies. When I see my mom, I'll ask her indirectly and let you know." "Great. By the way, we're about the same age, but why do you always call your mom Ma instead of Nyang? After we get engaged, do we need to change how we address each other's mothers?" Chu Xian covered her mouth and laughed. "That's a hard habit to change. How about this, on our engagement day, I'll call Aunt Qin Niang with you, and when we talk to my mom, we both call her Ma. Or we can just call them whatever feels natural." In those days, people called their mothers whatever they'd been taught since childhood. Some said Nyang, some said Ma. "All right, we'll just go with what feels right. By the way, has Aunt Tian set the exact date she'll be back? We should set aside some fresh seafood in advance. I haven't heard from my mom yet. Let's wait a bit longer." "Okay. Xiao Xian, can we discuss something? Haven't we been discussing things this whole time? Go ahead." As he pedaled, Mu Chenze said, "Just now we were talking about family, but this is about me. From now on, can you not call me by my full name? Just call me Chenze, okay?" To avoid a rock, Mu Chenze quickly turned the handlebars, and Chu Xian almost fell off the back seat, but managed to steady herself by grabbing his waist. "So many people call you Chenze. It's not very original." Mu Chenze steadied the bike and kept pedaling. Chu Xian let go of his waist. Mu Chenze thought maybe he should run into rocks more often. He'd get more perks that way. "How about you call me Xiaozhe? My mom always calls you that. You must have a childhood nickname, right? How about I use that?" In her previous life, she'd only known he had a nickname, but when she asked, he wouldn't tell her. Maybe this time he would? "I do have a nickname, but it's not very nice." "What is it?" "Erdan. Literally, second egg. Erdan? Chu Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. No wonder in her previous life Muchinza never told her his nickname. It was so ridiculous. After laughing, she said, I grew up in the same village as you and never knew you had such a funny nickname. My grandma, who passed away long ago, gave it to me. My parents thought it sounded silly, so they never told anyone. As they talked, they reached the outskirts of their village. Muchinza stopped the bike and turned to look at Chu Xian. With a serious expression, he said, How about you give me a new nickname? Chu Xian's eyes were gentle. Nicknames are usually given by elders, but I can give you a pet name. How about Zheji, brother Zhe? Usually, Chu Feng called him Chinzaji, but no one called him Zheji before. Xiao Xian, why don't you try calling me that? Chu Xian called out boldly, Zheji, how's that? Do you like this nickname? It sounded a bit like a gangster nickname. Muchinza rubbed his forehead. How about we drop the G? Chu Xian said softly, Zhe, let me push the bike for a while so you can rest? Hearing her call him that, Muchinza felt great. Let's go with that. Xiao Xian, I'll push the bike. Let's walk and chat. Okay. Just then, a noisy group from the neighboring village came by, heading toward Chu Xian's village. That bastard Chu Dashan, he's impossible to kill. He's marrying Widow Cho. What about my big sister? Is he just going to walk away like nothing happened? We can't let him get away with this. Hearing this, Chu Xian realized she hadn't missed the excitement. A few minutes later, the group gathered outside Chu Dashan's house. Many villagers came to watch, including Chu Xian and Muchinza. Chu Xian wasn't interested in Chu Dashan's gossip, but she was more than happy to see him get beaten up. Several families from the neighboring village had come. It was clear they wouldn't let Chu Dashan off easily. But what she didn't expect was, Chu Dashan walked out the gate with a calm expression. Everyone quiet down. Let me see how many families have come. At first, the outsiders. Chu Xian was a little disappointed, but this incident made both her and Muchinza realize that Chu Dashan was no simple man. Feng Shui, who was watching the commotion in the crowd, also came to the same realization. Normally, Chu Dashan seemed afraid of Feng Chunhua, but now it looked like he'd just been pretending. Half an hour later, after lunch at Muchinza's house, Chu Xian quietly suggested, Zhe, I'm going to the shore to collect seafood tomorrow. Do you want to come? Muchinza loved this nickname. It made him feel warm and happy. Of course I'll go. I'm not going to the city to sell seafood for now, so I have plenty of time to go with you. He planned to wait until after their engagement to go to the city to sell seafood, and maybe pick up some rare goods to sell in the county and town. These days, he'd used his injury as an excuse not to go out and earn money. No one in his family had pressured him or given him a hard time. Instead, they'd taken extra good care of him. He was really touched by this. After walking Chu Xian home, he didn't stay but went to the village office to make a phone call. On the call, he confirmed that the custom-made silk cheongsam he'd ordered was ready. He could pick it up anytime or have it delivered for an extra 10 yuan. Muchinza immediately asked for home delivery. 10 minutes later, he returned home. Qin Mahua was looking at the new set of clothes he'd brought back. Did Xiaoxian buy these for you? Muchinza replied proudly, That's right. Your future daughter-in-law really dotes on me. She really does. This outfit and shoes must have cost more than 500 yuan, right? I only gave you 500 to buy clothes for Xiaoxian, so she actually spent her own money. I'll give you another 500. Buy her a piece of gold jewelry, but keep it a secret. Just say you bought it with your New Year's money, so your brother and sister-in-law don't get upset. Every New Year, Qin Mahua would give both sons and her eldest daughter-in-law New Year's money, so this reason made perfect sense. As she spoke, Qin Mahua pulled out 500 yuan and stuffed it into Muchinza's hand. Muchinza happily pocketed the money and started massaging Qin Mahua's shoulders. Mom, you're so good to me. When I earn more money, I'll buy you a piece of gold jewelry too. Good. I'll be waiting. But you still haven't told me, how much did those clothes and shoes cost? They cost over 800 yuan in total. Qin Mahua gasped. Xiaoxian is really generous with you. And you, why didn't you try to stop her? I did. If I hadn't, she would have bought a set for you and Dad too. We already have plenty of new clothes, no need for more. Good thing you stopped her. Xiaoxian is so devoted to our family, we have to treat her well too. She's bringing a motorized fishing boat as her dowry, worth over 10,000. We can't give her the same bride price as your sister-in-law got back then. Let's keep the official bride price the same as my sister-in-law's, and you can give us extra privately. You're right. I'll give her 5,000 yuan privately. Qin Mahua said it lightly, but Muchen's eyes widened. Mom, you're really giving 5,000? Isn't that too much? Qin Mahua smiled and waved her hand. Not at all. If Xiaoxian weren't bringing a boat as dowry, your dad and I would have to buy one for you after you get your share of the family property. Giving her 5,000 now actually saves us money. Muchenza massaged her shoulders even more diligently. Mom, you're the best mother and mother-in-law in the world. So, should you give the 5,000 directly to Xiaoxian, or should I? When are you planning to give it? I'll go to the county tomorrow to withdraw the money and give it to Xiaoxian quietly. Mom, don't rush. I suggest you wait until we split the family property. Then you can explain to my brother and sister-in-law that the family boat goes to them and instead, you give Xiaoxian and me 5,000 as compensation. Muchenza figured that if his mom gave Xiaoxian 5,000 now, Xiaoxian would definitely refuse. But if, when splitting the family property, the boat went to his brother and the money to him and Xiaoxian, it would be easier for her to accept. The family boat had cost over 10,000 yuan. His brother and sister-in-law would definitely want it. Qin Mahua smiled kindly. Zay, you make sense, but I have my reasons. The 5,000 must be given before the engagement. You have to listen to me on this. As long as Xiaoxian accepts it, I don't care what people say about you living off a woman, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. If people say I'm living off a woman, so be it. Xiaoxian said she's happy to spend money for our family, happy to bring a fishing boat as dowry, no one else can say anything. But if you give it to her tomorrow, she definitely won't take it. Don't worry about it. Your aunt wants you to help her with some wiring at her house. Looks like you're free now, so hurry over. All right. Muchenza rode off on his bike. He made a detour to Chu Xian's house to give her a heads up. Xiaoxian, my mom might come by tomorrow to give you some money. She said it's a hidden bride price, not to be mentioned to anyone. Chu Xian remembered there hadn't been any hidden bride price in her previous life. Is it because I'm bringing a fishing boat as dowry? That's right. She wants to give you 5,000. You've already paid 6,000. I can't take Aunt Qin's money too. Xiaoxian, whatever you do, don't let it slip tomorrow. Don't mention the 6,000, no matter what. If you don't want to take my mom's 5,000, just tell her to give it after the wedding. Actually, I hope you'll accept it. How could I? By the way, what's the official bride price? 1,000. Same as my sister-in-law's. Compared to your dowry boat, it's really too little. That's why my mom is so eager to give you 5,000 as a hidden bride price. She said as long as you accept it, she doesn't care what the villagers say about me living off a woman. Chu Xian was surprised. I've only mentioned the dowry boat to a few people. How did the gossip about you living off a woman start? It must have been my family who let it slip. They meant to praise you, but the villagers twisted it. Do you mind people saying you live off a woman? Of course not. I actually want to. Not everyone gets the chance. Muchenza burst out laughing. Chu Xian didn't mind either. She said boldly, no problem. After we get married, I'll support you. I'll take care of you for a lifetime. Muchenza half joked, half serious, then will I still get to be in charge at home? Chu Xian responded without hesitation, as long as we don't upset our elders, I'll listen to you about everything else, big or small. You're in charge. Muchenza couldn't help but sigh. What good deeds did I do in my past life? What kind of karma did I accumulate to be so blessed in this life and marry such a wonderful wife like you? Chu Xian replied softly, maybe you treated me really well in our past life, and you're good to me in this life too, so you're blessed. Muchenza's face was full of happiness and contentment. I'm going to help my uncle with the wiring at his house. I'll come back to keep you company when I'm done. Definitely before dark. Oh, and someone will be dropping off the qipao later. You'll need to pay another 10 yuan. Okay. After watching him leave, Chu Xian muttered under her breath, I owed you and your family so much in my past life. Never mind just this life. Even if I had to take care of your family for 10 generations, it'd be fine. Around 5 in the afternoon, the long-sleeved silk qipao was delivered to Chu Xian. The red silk qipao, hand-embroidered, shimmered beautifully with a fresh and elegant air, exuding both nobility and grace. After trying it on and looking in the mirror, Chu Xian found that not only did the qipao make her figure look even better, it also brought out a sense of elegance in her. In her past life, she looked like a country girl no matter what she wore. But this time around, she had changed so much, she now had a unique aura. What amazed her most was how perfectly the qipao fit, even though she hadn't been measured for it. Muchenza had simply given them her clothing size. In her previous life, Muchenza had never paid attention to her clothing sizes, but this time, he always noticed. Suddenly, she felt that Muchenza had endless potential. He just needed a chance to shine. Around 5:30 in the afternoon, Xiaofeng came home from school. Yeah, today it was brother-in-law who picked me up on his bike. My classmates were so jealous. Chu Xian glanced outside. Where's your brother-in-law? Why did you come in alone? He said he was going home to get some seafood and would come over for dinner. Oh, and he said he wants to eat your handmade noodles. Xiaofeng kept mentioning brother-in-law with such affection that Chu Xian could tell he really liked Muchenza. No problem. I'll start kneading the dough now. Tomato and egg sauce, okay? Brother-in-law said he wants mushroom and pork sauce. He's bringing over some pork belly from home. We have mushrooms here. All right. Chu Xian got busy kneading the dough, while Chu Feng washed the mushrooms, started the fire, and boiled water to blanch the mushrooms. Yeah, wouldn't it be great if we had a fridge? We could buy more pork and freeze it instead of having to go to town or the county every time we want meat. We could freeze seafood too. I asked. Brother-in-law's family's fridge cost 3,000 yuan. When we see Mom, if she doesn't need that much for medicine, let's get a fridge, okay? Looking at Xiaofeng's eager eyes, Chu Xian couldn't bring herself to refuse. Okay. Chu Feng cheered. With a fridge, we could freeze popsicles. Then I could eat so many popsicles. Chu Xian couldn't help but suspect that her little brother wanted a fridge just to eat more popsicles. Too many popsicles aren't good for your teeth or stomach. Even if we get a fridge, we can't fill it with popsicles. You can only have them once in a while. Chu Feng grinned. Even just once in a while, I'll be happy. As they were talking, Muchenza rode his bike into the yard, a basket hanging from the handlebars. What are you two chatting about? Chu Feng blurted out. Brother-in-law, we're talking about buying a fridge. A fridge? You have to know the right people for that. Money alone won't get you one. I'll ask around for you tomorrow. At the moment, the only family in the whole village with a fridge was the Mu family. By now, Chu Xian had finished kneading the dough and was rolling it out with a rolling pin. She looked up at Muchenza. No rush. Let's wait until we see my mom before deciding whether to buy a fridge. Got it. That's what Muchenza said, but in his heart, he was already planning to ask around as soon as possible. He took a piece of pork belly, 6 sea urchins the size of a grown man's fist, a 2-meter-long ribbon fish, and 6 small abalone out of the basket. The pork belly was for the mushroom and pork sauce, the ribbon fish for braising. The abalone would be boiled and eaten with ginger, soy sauce, and vinegar. The sea urchins would be mixed with beaten eggs and steamed, making a silky custard with a rich, fresh seafood flavor. After the meal, Chu Feng felt sorry for his brother-in-law. If they sold all that seafood, it would fetch a good price. But the 3 of them just ate it all up. Brother-in-law, don't bring such good seafood over next time. You should sell it. Muchenza gently ruffled his hair. When there's good seafood, of course my family gets it first. Especially your sister. She's the most important person in my life. There's nothing I wouldn't give her. Don't feel guilty. You're just benefiting from your sister. Chu Feng was still a little worried. You keep bringing all these good things to our house. Won't your family mind? Muchenza smiled gently. Of course not. Before my eldest sister-in-law married my brother, she ate plenty too. My parents treat their daughters-in-law very well. Chu Xian smiled. Xiaofeng, don't worry. Aunt Qin never begrudges family good food, I can guarantee that. Only then did Chu Feng relax. After dinner, they washed the dishes. Chu Feng found an excuse to go back to his room, giving his sister and brother-in-law some time alone. Mu Chenza handed Chu Feng a packet of ginger candies. When you take your medicine, have a few pieces. It'll help with the bitterness. I asked Dr. Zhang about it. Chu Feng happily thanked his brother-in-law and took the candies to his room. Only then did Mu Chenza look at Chu Xian with deep affection. Did the qipao arrive? Chu Xian smiled blissfully. It did. Try it on for me, will you? No problem. Wait for me in the main room. Okay. Chu Xian went to her bedroom. A few minutes later, she walked into the main room wearing the silk qipao. Mu Chenza was so stunned he didn't dare look straight at her, completely awestruck. He'd imagined that Xiao Xian would look even more elegant in this qipao, but he'd never expected her to look so noble and refined. Compared to a few months ago, she seemed like a whole new person. If he hadn't witnessed her weight loss himself, he would have thought she was someone else. Chu Xian smiled shyly. You asked me to try it on for you, but now you won't even look at me? Mu Chenza walked up to her and gently took her hand. Just now, your presence was so strong that this fisherman suddenly felt like he wasn't worthy of you. Chu Xian squeezed his hand back. I'm just a country girl. What's wrong with being with a fisherman like you? If I have any presence, it's because of the confidence you've given me and the qipao you picked out for me. Honestly, I was worried I wasn't good enough for you. You're the most handsome and eye-catching man in our village, maybe even the whole town. Xiao Xian, after you said that, I'm so happy I could float away. Suddenly, I feel like we're the perfect match. I don't even know when I started getting so anxious, sometimes happy, sometimes worried. Maybe it's because I love you. Mu Chenza took Chu Xian's hand and led her toward the bedroom. Let's go to your room and have a good talk. Chu Xian blushed a little. It's so late, should we really go to my room? I just want to whisper a few things to you. I'll leave in a bit, okay? Mu Chenza kept changing his mind, saying first that he wanted to have a good talk, then that he just wanted to say a few words. Chu Xian was amused by his contradictory words. You came to my bedroom, not just to talk, right? Mu Chenza, seeing through, blushed a little, but still thickened his skin and replied, That's right. I want to give you a hug. If you're not afraid of Xiao Feng seeing us, I don't mind doing it right here. He spread his arms as if to hug her. Chu Xian immediately surrendered. Not here. Come with me. She definitely couldn't let Xiao Feng see the two of them hugging and cuddling. The two of them walked into the bedroom one after the other and turned on the light. Mu Chenza closed the door, drew the curtains, and gazed at Chu Xian with deep affection. Xiao Xian, you're so beautiful. He gently pulled her into his arms. Just as he was about to kiss her, Chu Feng's voice sounded from outside the door. Brother-in-law, I have a question I can't solve. Can you help me take a look? Okay, I'll be right there. Mu Chenza let go of Chu Xian helplessly. He went to Xiao Feng's room to help him with his homework. Chu Xian covered her mouth and laughed, amused that Mu Chenza's attempt at mischief had been foiled. Tonight, Xiao Feng had an unusually large number of questions he couldn't solve, keeping Mu Chenza occupied for more than an hour. Only then did Mu Chenza realize Xiao Feng was doing it on purpose. He was probably worried Mu Chenza would take advantage of Chu Xian, so he kept interrupting. After finishing the questions, Mu Chenza didn't linger. After seeing Mu Chenza off, Chu Xian locked the courtyard gate and was just about to return to her bedroom when Xiao Feng pulled her into the main room. Sis, before you and brother-in-law officially get your marriage certificate, you'd better keep some distance. I heard from my classmate that his sister kissed her boyfriend in the bedroom and got pregnant. You can't get pregnant before you're married. It's fine to talk in the living room or the kitchen, but you can't go to the bedroom together. Chu Xian rubbed her forehead. Kissing won't make you pregnant. Besides, your brother-in-law and I didn't even kiss. Chu Feng frowned. Then how do you get pregnant? Chu Xian was too embarrassed to explain. Look it up in your middle school biology textbook another day. Xiao Feng, I know you mean well. I'll keep my distance from your brother-in-law from now on. Now go get some rest. Okay. The next day, Chu Xian and Mu Chenza both put on rubber boots, grabbed their tools, and headed to their secret spot by the sea. It had been a long time since they'd been there. The tide was going out. They followed the receding tide and picked up 6 fist-sized sea snails, a base over 30 centimeters long, and more than a dozen swimming crabs. As for the small clams and such, they didn't bother with those. The tide continued to recede. A piece of kelp over 5 meters long was left on the beach. They put it in their basket. After waiting a bit longer, a dozen or so tide pools were exposed. They checked them out. There were probably over 100 gene, about 50 kilograms, of filefish. The local dried fish factory was buying those at 5 cents per gene. They loaded all of them into their baskets, enough to sell for over 5 yuan. There wasn't much else of value, so they didn't mind taking the filefish. Just as they thought that was all they'd get for the day, and were about to head back, a wave crashed onto the beach. A large Spanish mackerel, about half a meter long, was left on the sand. Muchenza and Chu Xian exchanged glances. Was this a gift from the sea god? Before they could go pick up the fish, another wave came. This time, an even bigger mackerel was left on the beach. Chu Xian looked out to sea. "Zay, look over there. I think there's a blue whale." Muchenza looked, and sure enough, in the distance, a blue whale leapt out of the water in a beautiful arc before diving back in. Just as they thought the whale had left, it breached again, as if waving hello to them. Then, yet another wave crashed onto the beach. And once again, a big mackerel was left behind. Suddenly, Chu Xian remembered the blue whale she had once saved. Maybe it's the one I rescued. Could these mackerel be its gifts? Muchenza cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the sea, "Blue whale, thank you for the mackerel. Your savior and I are getting engaged on the 9th. Be happy for us, okay?" Chu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good thing it can't understand you. If it could, wouldn't it think you're hinting for engagement gifts? Muchenza kept shouting, "Let's just say these 3 mackerel are your engagement gifts to me and Xiao Xian." Chu Xian imitated him and shouted, "Blue whale, it's easy to get stranded here. Go back to the deep sea. Go on, go back." The blue whale swam 3 circles on the surface, then left. Luckily, they had brought baskets, a shoulder pole, and rope. The 3 mackerel weighed over 100 gene, about 50 kilograms, and were loaded into a basket. Muchenza wanted to carry them with the shoulder pole, but Chu Xian grabbed it from him. "Your ribs still need to heal. Let me carry it." Muchenza patted his ribs lightly. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I can carry it, no problem. It takes 100 days to heal bones and tendons. I'm already happy you can come to the shore with me. I can't bear to let you carry such heavy fish." With the filefish included, the load was over 200 or 300 gene, 100 to 150 kilograms. "I can carry over 50 gene, no problem. Let me take some." At Muchenza's insistence, Chu Xian gave him 1 basket of fish. She carried the rest of the seafood herself. They took the mountain path to the dock to sell the mackerel. At Li Tong's stall, Muchenza spoke first. "Boss Li, Xiao Xian and I were bored at home and thought we'd try buying up some fish to make a little profit. Turns out we got a few big ones. Want to take a look and see how much you'll pay?" He would never admit they'd gathered the fish themselves to avoid drawing attention. Whenever they had big catches before, Muchenza always sold them under his own name. This time was no different. Li Tong was amazed. "Such big mackerel. I'll pay 1.5 yuan per gene for them. Filefish at 5 cents a gene, same as the dried fish factory. That way you don't have to lug them all the way there." The price was fair, so Muchenza and Chu Xian agreed on the spot. The mackerel weighed a total of 135 gene, the filefish 126 gene. The rest of the seafood they kept to eat at home. The total came to 208.8 yuan. Li Tong rounded it up to 210 yuan. Chu Xian was in charge of counting the money. After confirming the amount, she and Muchenza took their leave. Their day's earnings were more than several workers' monthly wages, and they were both delighted. The money was in Chu Xian's hands. Muchenza didn't want to share. "Xiao Xian, let's go home, get cleaned up, and then go to town for a stroll, okay?" His mother had told him to buy Xiao Xian some gold jewelry, and he hadn't done it yet. The 500 yuan was still hidden under his pillow at home. Chu Xian didn't know about this. "Didn't we just go yesterday? I want to see if our photos are ready." Mu Chenza knew that if he told the truth, Xiao Xian definitely wouldn't go. Chu Xian was surprised. Didn't the photographer say it would take at least a week? We can go and ask and stroll around together, spend some time together. Do we really need to work on our relationship? Of course we do. I want to take you to every corner of the county while we're not busy. All right then. In an hour, ride your bike to my place. Take the rest of the seafood home, and I'll come to your place for dinner tonight. Okay. They each went home to bathe and change. An hour later, Chu Xian had just finished showering and changing into clean clothes when there was a knock at the door. She thought it was Mu Chenza. Hold on, let me bring in the laundry from the yard and I'll be right out. But outside, Aunt Qin's voice called, Xiao Xian, it's me. I need to talk to you, open the door first. Chu Xian suddenly remembered something Mu Chenza had mentioned before. Could it be that Aunt Qin was here to give her money? She didn't even bother to collect the laundry in the yard and hurried to open the gate. She welcomed Aunt Qin in warmly. Auntie, come on in and have a seat in the main room. I thought it was Chenza, I didn't expect it to be you. Qin Mahua came in with a crossbody bag and pushing her bicycle. She parked it in the yard. I didn't go home, just came straight here. He's probably waiting at home for the bike right now. I rode it out. She chatted as she walked into the main room. Chu Xian busied herself making honey water for her. Qin Mahua didn't refuse. She was indeed thirsty from the journey. Xiao Xian, it doesn't need to be too hot, just warm is fine. Okay. Chu Xian handed her a glass of honey water. Qin Mahua took it and drank it down in a few gulps, quenching her thirst and feeling refreshed. Chu Xian made her another glass. This time, Qin Mahua drank slowly. After finishing half, she set the glass on the coffee table. Xiao Xian, you spent a couple thousand on renovating the house, invested in the jade factory, and ordered a boat. Once you pay the balance, you won't have much left. When you see your mother as her daughter, you should give her a few thousand as a token of respect. I came today to give you an extra betrothal gift. Let's keep this between us. When the time comes, you can give it to your mom. The official betrothal gift will be given to you on the engagement day. Qin Mahua took out 5 thick stacks of cash from her bag. All in 10 yuan bills. Looked to be about 5,000 yuan. Chu Xian was moved. Auntie, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept this money. To tell you the truth, I still have several thousand left. I'm marrying Chenza willingly. You don't need to give me so much extra betrothal money. I'm happy to bring a dowry to my husband's family. Let people say what they want. She remembered that in her previous life, before long, Mu Chenza's uncle would need tens of thousands to take on a construction project and would borrow money from Qin Mahua. Back then, she had a big argument with Qin Mahua about it, saying the Mu family's money shouldn't just go to the Qin family for nothing. But the Qin family had always treated the Mu family well. In this life, she definitely wouldn't stand in the way. Qin Mahua said kindly, silly child. I'm giving you money and you won't take it? Haven't you heard the old saying? A gift from an elder must not be refused. I'm your elder, and if I say you should get more betrothal money, then you must. Take it. Otherwise, I'll be upset and won't be able to sleep. Insomnia is no joke. If you take the money, I'm sure my insomnia will be cured. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, Chu Xian tried another approach. Auntie, how about this? You keep the money for me and Chenza for now. When I need it in the future, you can give it to me then. This way, it wouldn't interfere if Qin Mahua needed to lend money to her own family in the future. Qin Mahua pretended to think about it. Xiao Xian, do you know, a lot of people in the village say you're paying to marry into your husband's family, that you're foolish. I'm not afraid of what people say. I like supporting my husband's family. Not just in our village, even in the whole county, you won't find another girl who brings such a big dowry. Most girls just want to get as much betrothal money from their husband's family as possible, but you're always thinking about how to help out. Have you thought about the fact that I have 2 sons? If you don't want anything, it might all benefit my eldest son in the end. In her past life, Chu Xian owed her brother and sister-in-law a lot. In this life, she wanted to repay as much as she could. Auntie, all I want is Chenza. He respects his brother and sister-in-law, and so do I. No matter how much you give them, I won't be jealous. Big brother did a lot for him. I know that when your family was poor, Big Brother gave up his chance to go to school for him. Whenever there was something good, he always let Chinza have it first. Xiaozhe told you all that? Well, that's what Big Brothers are supposed to do. Big Brother was good to him, and he's grateful. Since I chose to marry him, I'll share that gratitude and repay Big Brother too. Auntie, don't worry, I really do still have money. You keep this money for now, and like I said, if Chinza and I ever need it, you can give it to us then. As she spoke, Chu Xian put the money back into Qin Mahua's bag. She finally persuaded Qin Mahua. Qin Mahua finished the rest of her honey water in one gulp, then took out 2 new skeins of yarn from her bag for Chu Xian to knit a scarf for little Feng. Chu Xian accepted them happily. Qin Mahua rode off on her bike. In her heart, she came to a conclusion. This daughter-in-law is a bit silly, always thinking of her husband's family first. What kind of love potion did her younger son give her? She'd have to treat Xiao Xian even better in the future, to live up to her kindness. When she got home, only Mu Chinza was there. Qin Mahua didn't hide anything. You found yourself a silly wife who's always thinking about our family. There's nothing I can do with her. I couldn't even give her the 5,000 yuan, just 2 skeins of yarn. Mu Chinza was all smiles. I wanted a wife who cares about our family. I knew she wouldn't take the money. She told me herself, she only cares that I'm a good person. He definitely wasn't going to mention that he'd given his own savings to Xiao Xian to buy the boat. Qin Mahua teased him on purpose. What's so good about you? I don't see it. Mu Chinza replied confidently, in Xiao Xian's eyes, I'm the best. She even said that after we get married, she'll support me. You agreed to that? Of course. I agreed. You little rascal. If I catch you bullying Xiao Xian, I'll stand up for her. Mom, I'm your own son. That's exactly why I'll hit you. Qin Mahua pretended to go for the broom. She glanced at the broom in the corner of the yard, but by the time she got it, Mu Chinza had already ridden off on his bike. As he rode away, he called back, Mom, I'm just joking. Don't be mad. After we get married, I'll earn even more to support the family. Tonight, Xiao Xian and I will eat at home. She told me to bring back those seafoods in the kitchen. Let's cook them all tonight. Qin Mahua finally let out a sigh of relief. At least her son didn't really plan to be a freeloader. About 10 minutes later, Fu Qing came home, looking like she wanted to say something. Qin Mahua noticed. What is it, eldest daughter-in-law? Just say it. We don't keep secrets in this family. Fu Qing finally spoke up. Mom, there are rumors in the village saying that Xiao Xian didn't actually pay for the boat herself, that you secretly gave her half the money. They also say you went to her house to give her money. Is it true? Qin Mahua hadn't expected that someone had seen her withdraw money and go to Xiao Xian's house, but she kept a straight face. Who's been spreading such nonsense? Fu Qing, having started, decided to say it all. It was Sun Ren. He said he saw you withdraw cash at the bank, then go straight to Xiao Xian's house to give her money. He said she happily walked you out, and your crossbody bag looked much flatter afterwards. Qin Mahua silently cursed herself for being careless, but outwardly remained calm. Did Sun Ren say how much cash I withdrew? Fu Qing held up 5 fingers. He said it was 5,000 yuan, all in your army green crossbody bag. After you left Xiao Xian's house, the bag was much flatter. Qin Mahua stared at Fu Qing and asked seriously, do you also think I left 5,000 yuan at Xiao Xian's house? Fu Qing felt uneasy under her mother-in-law's gaze, but forced herself to say, Sun Ren's story sounded so convincing. Mom, I believe you. Whatever you say, I trust you. Qin Mahua immediately understood the implication behind her eldest daughter-in-law's words. She didn't really believe her and wanted a proper explanation, one with evidence. I did take out 5,000 yuan, and I did go to Xiao Xian's house, but I didn't leave any money for her. My shoulder bag looked flat because I dropped off 2 balls of yarn for her on the way, so she could knit a scarf for Xiao Feng. The yarn she bought before was all used to knit things for me and Xiaozhe, you know about that. Also, my shoulder bag is in my bedroom. You can go in and check it yourself, count the money and see if any is missing. She would never admit that she'd almost secretly given Xiao Xian 5,000 yuan. After so many years managing the household, Qin Mahua knew it was impossible to treat everyone exactly the same, But on the surface, you had to appear fair. Fuqing didn't dare enter her mother-in-law's bedroom. "No need, Mom. I trust you." She said so, but her eyes drifted toward Qin Mahua's bedroom door. Qin Mahua could tell her eldest daughter-in-law still wasn't fully convinced. Smiling, she took Fuqing's hand. "Come, I'll take you in to see for yourself. It's nothing, after all, we're family. If there's any misunderstanding, we need to talk it out and clear the air. We can't let outsiders sow discord among us." Fuqing didn't refuse. Once inside, she finally believed after seeing the 5,000 yuan and the withdrawal slip lying quietly in the shoulder bag. "Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have just listened to Sunren's gossip." Qin Mahua sighed. "There are people in the village who can't stand to see our family doing well. Next time you hear rumors, be more discerning. I withdrew 5,000 today because Xiaozhe is getting engaged soon. We'll need 1,000 for the betrothal gift, money for the banquet, and I wanted to get new clothes for all of you. There's so much to spend on." After a long explanation, Fuqing felt even more ashamed. Once things were cleared up, Qin Mahua sent Fuqing off to do the laundry. Left alone, Qin Mahua sat on the kang and sighed again. Thank goodness Xiao Xian hadn't taken the 5,000 today. Otherwise, the eldest branch of the family would have made a scene, and who knows, her eldest son and daughter-in-law might have grown apart over it. Xiaozhe and Xiao Xian were more understanding. She'd just give them the 5,000 when the family eventually split up. Being the head of the household was truly no easy job. Over an hour later, Mu Chenza rode his bike with Chu Xian on the back, arriving at the county department store. Chu Xian was puzzled. "Why are we at the department store again?" Mu Chenza played it cool. "Just for fun. We can window shop without buying anything." "All right then." After locking up the bike, they went inside together. Before they knew it, they ended up at the jewelry counter. Mu Chenza pointed to a delicate gold bracelet in the display case and said to the clerk, "Comrade, could you please take that one out for us?" The clerk wasn't particularly enthusiastic. "Fixed price, 520 yuan. No bargaining. If you're okay with the price, I'll take it out." Mu Chenza didn't mind her attitude at all. "No bargaining, that's fine. If my girlfriend looks good wearing it, I'll buy it right away." Chu Xian didn't want Mu Chenza to spend money on her, so she smiled and said, "I don't like it. I won't wear it." She turned to browse another counter, thinking this would put an end to Mu Chenza's idea of buying her a gold bracelet. Little did she know, Mu Chenza went ahead and asked the clerk to ring it up. He bought the bracelet, put it in a small box, and slipped it into his pocket. When the two of them left the department store, he took it out with a smile. "Xiao Xian, this is from my mom to you. But to everyone else, let's say it's from me." He opened the box and continued, "Trust my taste, you'll look great in it." The clerk said, "No returns or exchanges." Since it was already bought and couldn't be returned, Chu Xian had no choice but to hold out her hand and let Mu Chenza put it on her. It made her wrist look even fairer and more elegant. The more Chu Xian looked at it, the more she liked it. "When we get back, I have to thank Aunt Qin properly." "Thank her all you want, just don't let my sister-in-law hear. Aunt Qin always says she treats everyone equally. But honestly, I think she's getting more and more biased toward us. How can things ever be truly equal in a family?" "Xiao Xian, I want to ask you something. If I hadn't paid for the boat, would you have accepted the 5,000 yuan from my mom?" "No." "Why not? Did I really find myself a silly wife?" Chu Xian couldn't reveal her past life memories, so she made up an excuse. "I'm not silly. The dowry boat belongs to me, so I get to decide how we use it to make money. With my parents' attitude, of course it would be up to you." "I think so too." The two continued strolling around the county. At 6 in the evening, they returned to the Mu family home. Chu Feng was there too. Qin Mahua had called him over. Soon, dinner was served. During the meal, Fuqing immediately noticed the gold bracelet on Chu Xian's wrist. "Xiao Xian, is that a new gold bracelet?" "It's beautiful." Chu Xian smiled. "Yes, Chenza bought it for me today in town." Qin Mahua deliberately asked, "Where did you get the money?" Mu Chenza played along perfectly. "It's my New Year's money I've saved up over the years. I'm buying a gold bracelet for my future wife. Mom, you're not against it, are you?" Chin Mahua waved her hand with a smile. Of course not. It's your money, spend it however you like. Chinyu, don't you have New Year's money too? Haven't spent it all these years, right? Find some time to buy your wife a bracelet. Mu Chenfu grinned. I haven't spent it, I've saved it all. I'll go tomorrow. Fu Qing was overjoyed. It seemed her mother-in-law wasn't holding today's incident against her. She whispered to Chu Xian, you'll get New Year's money too this year. In our family, everyone gets it at New Year's, no matter their age. Chu Xian pretended to be pleasantly surprised and nodded. She'd known this in her previous life. But back then, she'd made a fuss over the New Year's money, complaining that Chin Mahua gave her less than Fu Qing, saying that since she'd joined the family later, Chin Mahua should make up the difference for the years she missed. Chin Mahua was furious and refused. So Chu Xian made a scene, ruining the family's New Year celebration. This time, she would never make the same mistake. Whatever the elders were willing to give, she'd accept. Dinner passed in relative harmony. After the meal, Fu Qing took the chance while heading to the outhouse with Chu Xian to confirm if her mother-in-law had really given her the yarn. Chu Xian admitted it right away. This made Chu Xian realize her sister-in-law might have guessed something, but she didn't say more. Soon after, Mu Chenza took Chu Xian and her brother home. Meanwhile, Chin Mahua called Mu Chenfu into her and Mu Chenlao's bedroom for a talk. Fu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, her mother-in-law was definitely going to bring up what she'd done today. Would her husband scold her for it? Or stop liking her? Would the bracelet be off the table now? She regretted it deeply. Why had she doubted her mother-in-law and gone to confirm things with Xiao Xian? If they all talked things out, wouldn't she be the awkward one? She'd never been so petty before. Why had she let Sun Ren's words get to her today? At that moment, Chu Xian was quietly telling Mu Chenza about her sister-in-law asking about the yarn, probably as a roundabout way of confirming the money situation. Mu Chenza comforted her softly, trust my mom, she'll handle it well. Chu Xian didn't want this matter to affect harmony in the Mu family. In her previous life, her eldest sister-in-law had never quibbled with her over anything. But this time around, she hadn't even married in yet, and she was already being petty? Suddenly, Chu Xian realized something. In her previous life, she had married Mu Chenza earlier than in this one. Back then, she was extremely lazy and never bothered to ask where the secret fishing spot was. Later, Mu Chenza simply told his sister-in-law the location. For years, it had always been her sister-in-law who went to the secret spot to collect seafood. Could it be that, in her past life, her sister-in-law only treated her so well because of the seafood from that spot, and that's why she was willing to help whenever Chu Xian needed it? In this life, since her sister-in-law hadn't received such a big favor from her and Mu Chenza, it was only natural that she'd be more particular about things. Should she tell her sister-in-law about that spot? As they reached their courtyard gate, Chu Feng took out the key to open the door. Chu Xian pulled Mu Chenza aside under a nearby tree and whispered, should we tell sister-in-law about the secret fishing spot? If there's money to be made, shouldn't the whole family earn it together? Mu Chenza sighed lightly. You really are silly, just like people say. Sister-in-law is already being so petty with you, and you still want to hand her money? There are only so many tidal pools over there. The seafood is limited. One more person means splitting the money even more. Chu Xian couldn't exactly say that she owed her brother and sister-in-law too much in her past life, so she just made up an excuse. I just want to do it for Big Brother's sake. He's always treated you well since you were kids, hasn't he? That's true. Well, let's wait until after we get our marriage certificate. Then you can give it to sister-in-law as a wedding gift. With that, she'll definitely be more accommodating to you in the future. But who's to say she'll keep it a secret? What if she tells her own family? I can guarantee it. Sister-in-law would never tell. In her previous life, her sister-in-law had never told anyone. Every time she went to the secret spot, she'd sell the seafood together with the family's regular catch, and no one ever suspected a thing. After selling the seafood and returning home, her father-in-law would always calculate her sister-in-law's earnings separately. In this life, with Chu Xian's guarantee and Mu Chenza also wanting to help her gain some face, they finally decided to tell sister-in-law about the secret spot after they got their marriage certificate. When Mu Chenza got home, Mu Chenfu was just coming out of their parents' bedroom. Seeing the smile on his brother's face, he immediately guessed that their mother hadn't mentioned to his brother the incident where sister-in-law pressed for the 5,000 yuan. But his sister-in-law, who had just finished working in the kitchen, didn't notice this and looked at him nervously. Mu Chenza greeted them both and went to his own room. Mu Chenfu was tired and didn't notice anything unusual about his wife. "Wife, can you get me some water to soak my feet? I want to relax and go to bed early." "Sure." A moment later, Fu Qing nervously brought in the water. "Chenfu, what did Mom talk to you about?" Mu Chenfu took off his shoes and socks and soaked his feet. "She just talked about how many tables to set for Chenza's engagement, how much candy to prepare, how much money to spend, and asked me to help out more." Fu Qing muttered softly, "Why did Mom only discuss this with you and not me? You were cleaning the kitchen just now, weren't you? Talking to me is the same as talking to both of us. Aren't I telling you now? Go on then. Mom wants the engagement to be just like ours. The bride price is the same too, 1,000 yuan. She didn't say I did anything wrong, did she? No. Why are you asking all of a sudden?" Facing her husband's puzzled gaze, Fu Qing had to make up a reason. "I was just thinking that when I married you, I didn't bring much of a dowry. It still bothers me. Look at Xiao Xian, she's bringing a whole fishing boat as her dowry. So impressive." Mu Chenfu comforted her gently, "I married you for who you are, not for your dowry. People in the village are all saying Chenza is living off Xiao Xian, and that she's silly for bringing so much dowry to her husband's family instead of saving some for her brother. Who cares what the villagers say? If you ask me, Xiao Xian isn't silly at all. She never does anything on a whim, she always has a plan. With that fishing boat, she can make money. Who knows, maybe she'll earn enough for several more boats. Then she can help her brother whenever she wants. But the money she earns from the fishing boat she brings here, doesn't it have to go into the family pot? Why would it? She bought that boat with her own money. The earnings are hers." Fu Qing slapped her own forehead. "Why didn't I think of that? You should talk to Mom about investing in Xiao Xian's boat. Then we can all share in the profits. Xiao Xian's always been lucky with money. We'll definitely benefit." She completely forgot how angry she'd been when she heard from Sunren that Qin Mahua had given Chu Xian a bigger bride price. Mu Chenfu glared at her. "She's not even in the family yet, and you're already eyeing her fishing boat? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? You just said people are gossiping about Chenza living off a woman. Do you want the whole village to say our family is living off her too?" Fu Qing was left speechless. She decided to get along well with Chu Xian after she married in and try to get a share in the fishing boat. 10 minutes later, she and her husband lay down to sleep. Soon, her husband was snoring. But she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She wanted to earn more money, buy a job in the city, then buy a house. When they had kids, their children could get a better education. This was actually advice from a good friend who'd married into the city. Right now, she didn't dare discuss these things with her in-laws, knowing they didn't have the money to help her buy a job or a house. The family's money, aside from what was needed for Chenza's marriage, plus whatever they earned in the future, was all being saved up to buy a bigger, better fishing boat. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the 8th. Chu Xian still hadn't gotten a call from her mother and was starting to worry. She'd gone to the village office several times over the past 2 days. The people there assured her repeatedly that as soon as they got a call from Tian Shaoan, they'd announce it over the loudspeaker so she could come answer it. She could take the call at the village office or at the dried fish factory's gatehouse. The gatehouse had an extension phone. That extension was installed after Wang Dipin, inspired by Chu Xian, asked the telephone bureau staff to bring in a professional to set it up. They hadn't let Chu Xian install it herself because she couldn't solve the noise problem with the extension. Chu Xian thanked the village staff, went home to get her water buckets, and headed to the creek. At the creek, she suddenly saw a short, refined-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses standing on a rock. By her estimate, he was shorter than her, maybe about 165 centimeters. She'd never seen this man before. Not in either of her lives. Still, despite his height, he had a gentle, scholarly air and looked to be in his 40s. Chu Xian nodded politely and started fetching water. When she finished and was about to head home, the man spoke up. Miss, does your village rent out its tractor to outsiders? Chu Xian thought the voice sounded familiar, almost like Uncle Wu's accent, but not quite. If he was Uncle Wu, shouldn't he be with her mother, Tian Shaoan? She looked around but didn't see anyone else. So she replied politely, "You'll have to ask at the village office. I can take you there if you'd like." The man pointed at the buckets of water next to Chu Xian. "How about you carry the water home first, then take me to the village office? Would it be all right if I follow you and have a bowl of water at your place? Of course, if it's inconvenient, I can just wait here." Chu Xian didn't sense any malice from him. Besides, Xiao Feng hadn't left the house yet, so bringing this man home for a drink of water wasn't out of the question. "No problem. Please, come with me and have a bowl of water at my place." "Thank you. You're welcome." Chu Xian hoisted the 2 buckets of water with her shoulder pull and headed home. They walked in silence along the way. The man didn't offer to help carry the water, and even if he had, Chu Xian wouldn't have agreed. He didn't look any stronger than she was, after all. When they reached the gate, Chu Xian called into the courtyard, "Xiao Feng, we have a guest. Bring him into the main room and make a cup of honey water." "Okay." Chu Feng came out from the kitchen and greeted the man warmly. "Hello, uncle. Please come in." The man replied kindly, "Hello." Soon, Chu Feng brought him a cup of honey water at just the right temperature. The man thanked Xiao Feng and sipped the drink gracefully, asking a few questions as he did, like whether the house was newly built, if it got cold in winter, and so on. Chu Feng answered each question. Chu Xian poured the water from the buckets into the water vat, then walked into the main room. She patiently waited for the man to finish his drink before offering to take him to the village office. The man nodded and followed Chu Xian out. Xiao Feng planned to ask about the man's background after his sister returned. At the village office, after Chu Xian explained the situation, Wang Dipin immediately agreed to let the village tractor give the man a free ride to the county seat. What Chu Xian didn't know was that after arriving in the county, the man went straight to room 109 at the county guest house. "Cousin, where's your wife?" he asked. Wu Bingqing smiled and pointed outside. "She went to the restroom. I've already taken care of what Aunt asked me to do." Chu Xian and her brother were very warm and polite, and their new house is really impressive. There's a heated Kong bed, so it's nice and warm in the winter. Also, Chu Xian has gotten thinner and prettier, and she carries herself with real poise. I'll call Aunt right now. Once she hears this, she definitely won't object to you reconnecting with them. Wu Bingqing looked confident. "Lin Ling, I've always said Chu Xian and her brother are good kids and capable too. My mom just wouldn't believe it. Go call her. I'll wait here with Shaoan, and we'll all go to Nanyu village together." "All right, I'll go now." Huang Linlang walked steadily to the front desk to make the call. Tian Shaoan came into the room. "Bingqing, after breakfast, let's go see Xiao Xian, okay?" "Shaoan, let's wait a bit longer, all right? My mother should be coming too. Let's wait and go together." "Your mother's never liked me, and she likes my child even less. Why would she suddenly want to come along?" There was something Tian Shaoan didn't dare ask out loud. Was her mother-in-law coming to cause trouble? Wu Bingqing gently reassured her, "Don't worry. Mother means well. She's coming to support Xiao Xian, not to make things difficult. She might have issues with you, but not with the kids. She has every right to be upset with me. After all the money we've earned over the years has gone to my medical bills, and I haven't given the Wu family a son or daughter. I've let you and your family down. If you hadn't jumped into the sea to save me back then, I'd have died long ago. Shaoan, you haven't let me or my family down. I love you and you love me, that's enough." Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Huang Linlong's voice came from outside. "Cousin, I'm coming in." Even through the door, he could hear his cousin professing his love to his wife. Fortunately, he was used to it by now. Wu Bingqing smiled at Tian Shaoan, then called out, "Come in." Huang Linlang looked at the couple with envy. "You two are really something. Aunt should arrive a little after 10:30. The driver's bringing her over, so you two can ride with her to Nanyu village. Sister-in-law, I know you're worried about your kids, but please be patient with my aunt. She specifically asked for you to wait for her." Tian Shaoan was understanding. She's never asked me to wait for her before, so this must be important. I'll wait. Besides, Beijing is more than just a 2 or 3-hour drive from here. For her mother-in-law to arrive around 10:30, she must have set out long ago, just waiting for Linlong's report. If she was satisfied with the report, she'd keep coming. If not, she'd turn back. It seemed she was satisfied. Huang Linling smiled, pulled a red envelope from his pocket, and handed it to Wu Bingcheng. I have other things to do, so I won't go with you, but the gift money must be delivered. Please give this to Xiaoxian for me. Before the couple could thank him, he waved and left. Tian Shaoan looked at Wu Bingcheng and asked softly, was it Lin Lang who paved the way, saying good things about Xiaoxian and her brother so your mother would agree to come to the engagement banquet? Wu Bingcheng hugged her gently. It's because Xiaoxian and her brother are truly outstanding that my mother was convinced and willing to acknowledge them as family. Tian Shaoan knew that having her mother-in-law's approval would be a great help to the children's future. Bingcheng, thank you for mediating and paving the way for them. It's the kids themselves who made us proud. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself for raising such wonderful children. I haven't been a very good mother and there's not much I can do for them. This time, I want to stay a bit longer. No problem. Linling said Xiaoshuan's new house has a heated Kong, so we won't be cold this winter. That's great. I'll call Xiaoxian now so she and Xiaofeng don't worry. I'll go with you. Okay. Chu Xian had just finished filling the water vat when she heard the village loudspeaker. Chu Xian, come to the village office to take a call. Chu Xian, come to the village office to take a call. By now, Xiaofeng had already left for school. Chu Xian locked the gate and rode her bike straight to the village office. After a few minutes, the phone rang. She picked up. Hello. Tian Shaoan recognized her daughter's voice. Xiaoxian, it's me. Mom, are you and Uncle Wu here already? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Tian Shaoan didn't say they'd already arrived to avoid a long explanation. We'll get there a little after 11. This time, it's not just me and your Uncle Wu, his mother is coming too. When you see her, you and Xiaofeng can call her Grandma Huang or just Grandma. That had never happened in her previous life. In her last life, even up to her death, she'd never met Uncle Wu or the Wu family matriarch. This time, they were coming to visit. Chu Xian was delighted. She knew this was a gesture of goodwill from the Wu family and a sign of respect for her own mother. Okay, Mom, do you have any dietary restrictions? Nothing in particular. In fact, the old lady especially likes seafood. Great, I'll make sure there's plenty. We'll have lunch at our place. It's spacious enough for everyone. My in-laws will join us too. Tian Shaoan could feel how much the Mu family valued Xiaoxian. Wonderful. What about Xiaofeng? Is he at school? Yes. Mother and daughter chatted a bit more before hanging up. As Chu Xian left the village office, she saw Mu Chenze waiting outside. He looked happy. What brings you here? Mu Chenze's lips curled into a smile. Of course I heard your name announced over the village loudspeaker and guessed it was your mom calling, so I ran over to wait for you. What time are your mom and the others arriving? Chu Xian hadn't expected him to say, our mom, so naturally. They'll get to our village a little after 11. Uncle Wu's mother is coming too. My mom reminded me to call her Grandma Huang or just Grandma. Chu Xian understood why her mother was giving her a choice of how to address her. She was worried Chu Xian might not be comfortable calling her Grandma right away. Mu Chenze understood as well. That's great. It means the Wu family values your mom and us too. We have to call her Grandma. It makes things so much closer. Do they have any dietary restrictions? Then I'll call her Grandma. They don't have any restrictions. Grandma loves seafood. Well, seafood is the one thing we have in abundance here. How about they have lunch at my place? Let's have lunch at my place first, then dinner at yours? Sounds good. I'll bring some seafood over later. Thanks for your trouble. What trouble? Entertaining my future mother-in-law's family is a joy. Remember to have your whole family come for lunch. Of course, everyone will be there. We have to roll out the red carpet for our distinguished guests. Hop in, I'll drive you home first. Okay. A little after 10:30 a.m., a black sedan stopped in front of the county guest house. Wu Bingqing and his wife were already waiting there. Wu Bingqing stepped forward and opened the back door. "Mom, do you want to get out and use the restroom?" Old Madame Wu, her face dignified, replied, "I already went on the way. Put your luggage in the trunk, you two get in." "Okay." Soon after, with the luggage stowed, the two of them were ready to get in. Wu Bingqing pointed to the front passenger seat, signaling Tian Shaoan to sit up front. After all, his mother usually didn't like sitting in the same row as his wife. Tian Shaoan glanced at her mother-in-law. Old Madame Wu patted the seat beside her. "Shaoan, sit here." "Okay, Mom." With a gentle smile, Tian Shaoan sat in the back. Wu Bingqing got into the front passenger seat, and almost at the same time, he and Tian Shaoan greeted Uncle Zhang, the driver. Uncle Zhang responded with a smile and started the car. Old Madame Wu handed Tian Shaoan a jewelry box, about 20 centimeters long, 10 wide, and 10 high. "Ever since you married into the Wu family, I've never given you a proper gift. Today, I'm making up for it. Everything inside can be passed down as heirlooms. Since Xiao Xian is about to get engaged, you can let her pick 2 pieces." Tian Xiaoyun's eyes reddened. "Thank you, Mom." All these years married into the Wu family, this was the first time she'd received a gift from her mother-in-law. It was all thanks to Xiao Xian and her brother. They'd earned her this respect. Otherwise, her mother-in-law wouldn't even spare her a glance to this day. Wu Bingqing was genuinely happy for his wife. Honestly, whether he had children or not didn't matter. After all, his older brother had 3 sons, more than enough to carry on the Wu family line. In the past, he'd wanted to treat Xiao Xian and her brother as his own, but his mother always stopped him. Now, it seemed his mother was no longer opposed. He quickly chimed in, "Thank you, Mom." Old Madame Wu snorted. "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Xian. She's the one who earned you both this respect. Have you ever seen someone so young become a 10,000 yuan household all on her own? Xiao Xian did it. Sure, you two made good money, but it was all built on the family's foundation. Xiao Xian is different. She started from scratch. Not only can she make money, she has great character. I heard the grilled fish snack factory in her village was all her doing, and she's led the villagers to prosperity. You won't find another granddaughter like her anywhere." The Wu family had plenty of sons and grandsons, but what they lacked were girls. Her mother-in-law's high praise for Xiao Xian made Tian Shaoan truly happy. Wu Bingqing also chimed in with a few compliments for Xiao Xian and threw in some praise for a few nephews, which put old Madame Wu in a good mood. Tian Shaoan added a few words here and there as well. The atmosphere along the way was warm and pleasant. This was the most harmonious time Tian Shaoan had ever spent with her mother-in-law since marrying into the Wu family. This time, old Madame Wu took the initiative to ask about her health. "Shaoan, how's your recovery going?" Tian Shaoan replied with a smile, "About 80 to 90%. The doctor said if I take good care of myself this winter, I'll be fully recovered by spring." Wu Bingqing seized the moment. The doctor also said it'd be best if she could sleep on a heated brick bed this winter. Xiaoshuan's family has one, so I'd like to spend the winter here with Shaoan. "Mom, could you not assign me any work this winter?" Old Madame Wu, in rare good spirits, said, "Fine, I won't give you any work for now." "Mom, you really are the most understanding mother in the world. I love you so much." Despite being in his 40s, Wu Bingqing could sweet-talk his mother like a pro, making old Madame Wu even happier. Tian Shaoan was deeply grateful to her husband. Back then, old Madame Wu had been firmly against her marrying in. But Wu Bingqing had used his silver tongue to persuade his mother, and finally married Tian Shaoan. That's how Tian Shaoan got the chance and the money for surgery. And thanks to Wu Bingqing's efforts over the years, even though her mother-in-law never liked her, she never forced them apart. Tian Shaoan was also grateful to the Wu family. Without their strong support, she and her husband could never have saved up enough for her expensive surgery in just a few years. The closer they got to Nanyu village, the more nervous Tian Shaoan became. She hadn't seen her 2 children in years and was filled with guilt, not knowing how to face them. Her hands kept fidgeting with the jewelry box. Old Madame Wu placed her hand over hers and comforted her. You have to trust your children. They won't embarrass you, and they won't embarrass me or Bingqing either. According to her nephew, Xiao Xian and her brother were both very well-mannered. Tian Shaoan gave her mother-in-law a grateful smile. I'm not as wise as you. After your encouragement, I feel much better. Her nervousness melted away, replaced by excitement at the upcoming reunion. At exactly 11, Chu Xian and her brother, along with Mu Qinze, stood at the village entrance with their bicycles, glancing into the distance from time to time. Before long, they spotted a black sedan approaching. From afar, Tian Shaoan recognized her children. No matter how much Xiao Xian had suffered or how much Xiaofeng had grown, she recognized them at a glance. That's Xiaofeng and Xiao Xian. The car stopped beside them. Tian Shaoan and Wu Bingqing got out almost simultaneously to greet them. As soon as Chu Xian saw Tian Shaoan, tears streamed down her face. She rushed over and hugged her tightly. Mom, I'm so glad we can see each other again. Tian Xiaoyun's eyes blurred with tears. Xiao Xian, I finally get to see you. Chu Feng wanted to hug his mom too, but remembering he was a man, he held back and instead greeted Wu Bingqing. Hello, Uncle Wu. Mu Qinze also stepped forward. Hello, Uncle Wu. Then he greeted old Madame Wu. Hello, Grandma. His sunny smile, white teeth, and melodious voice were as pleasant as a violin, reminding old Madame Wu of her beloved eldest grandson. Good. You must be Qinze, right? Yes, Grandma. The elder driving up front, I should call him Uncle, right? You can't call him Uncle. By seniority, you should call him Grandpa Zhang. Hello, Grandpa Zhang. With just a few words, Mu Qinze had already closed the distance between himself and old Madame Wu's group. He didn't know that old Madame Wu had already had him investigated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let him call her grandma so easily. Chu Xian and Tian Shaoan had finally calmed down. With Tian Xiaoyun's introduction, Chu Xian politely greeted the elders. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Uncle Wu. Hello, Grandpa Zhang. Chu Feng followed right behind, greeting everyone as well. A few minutes later, they all walked into Chu Xian's house together. The Mu family had already been busy in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, they came out to the courtyard and warmly welcomed everyone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Grandma Wu suggested taking a look at the newly renovated house and the surrounding yard. Mu Qinze, Wu Bingqing, and little Feng accompanied her. Mu Qinlao, Mu Qinfu, and Uncle Zhang the driver carried the luggage from the trunk into the house. Chu Xian and Tian Shaoan tried to go into the kitchen, but Qin Mahua and Fu Qing stopped them. They shooed the mother and daughter into the main room to talk. Everyone understood, after all, they hadn't seen each other in years, and the two had a lot to catch up on. The spacious, clean courtyard, the bright rooms, the tidy kitchen and bathroom all made Grandma Wu look at Chu Xian with even more approval. Grandma Wu had a habit. The bathrooms she used had to be spotless, and Chu Xian's home was just to her liking. Just for that alone, she liked Chu Xian even more. To give Chu Xian and Tian Shaoan space to talk after their tour, they didn't go to the main room, but went straight to the kitchen to see how Qin Mahua and Fu Qing were handling the seafood. Big abalone, sea cucumber, prawns, mantis shrimp, swimming crabs, sea urchins, oysters, king razor clams. Hairtail, Spanish mackerel, red snapper, sardines, octopus, squid. An endless variety. Mu Qinfu and Mu Qinlao played Chinese chess with Wu Bingqing and Uncle Zhang. Mu Qinze and Chu Feng went into the kitchen to help. At that moment, Tian Shaoan was holding Xiao Xian's hand, chatting. Xiao Xian, you and Xiao Feng have really had a hard time these past years. Mom, ever since we split from the family, Xiao Feng and I have been doing better and better. It's you I worry about. You've been fighting illness all these years. How are you feeling after this last surgery? I'm about 70 or 80% recovered. If I take good care of myself this winter, by next spring I should be completely fine. Stay here for the winter. We have heated brick beds, it'll be nice and warm. All right. Mom, I'm so glad you can stay. Oh, and if Uncle Wu and Grandma want to stay too, they're more than welcome. We have 3 heated beds, plenty of room. Your Uncle Wu will definitely stay. As for Grandma, that's up to her. I'll invite her later. Good. Chu Xian unconsciously reached out to touch her mother's eyes. Your eyes are all better now, right? They're fine now. I can see you clearly. My daughter has grown so beautiful, like a lotus, pure and elegant, like a chrysanthemum, standing proud in the frost, and like a plum blossom, blooming in the wind. Chu Xian blushed and covered her face. Am I really as wonderful as you say? Of course you are. Go call Xiaofeng in, I want to tell you both about what happened all these years. Don't you need to keep Grandma company? No need. She knows I want to explain things to you two first. Okay, I'll go get Xiaofeng. Chu Feng was called into the main room by Chu Xian. With no one else around, he shyly asked, Mom, can we have a hug? Of course. Tian Shaoan gave him a big, warm hug. Chu Feng, who had been holding back his tears, couldn't control himself anymore and started crying. Tian Shaoan took a clean handkerchief from her pocket and wiped his tears. Don't cry, Xiaofeng. I'll never leave you two again. Even as she comforted her son, her own eyes turned red. Chu Xian quickly poured a cup of tea. Xiaofeng, let Mom have some water first. Look how dry her lips are. That successfully distracted Chu Feng. Feeling sorry for his mother, he took the handkerchief from her, quickly wiped away his tears, then took the teacup from his sister and fed his mother a drink. Tian Shaoan took a sip, looking content. This tea is so sweet. Chu Xian looked at Xiaofeng. Mom wants to tell us about what happened all these years. Chu Feng nodded at his mother. Tian Shaoan began slowly. Back then, leaving you two was the hardest thing I've ever done. I was diagnosed with stomach cancer. The doctors in China told me that surgery only gave me a 30% chance, and without surgery, I'd live at most a year. At that time, your father had already passed away. I talked it over with Feng Chunhua. She advised me to leave you both with the Chu family, walk away with nothing, and not drag you down. I took her advice and told everyone I was going to remarry. After that, I left Nanyu village. In reality, I went to another coastal city and found work on an ocean-going ship, hoping to earn as much as I could for you two before I died. That job is how I met your Uncle Wu. One day, he was out at sea with friends, lost his balance, and fell into the water. He couldn't swim, and no one on his boat dared jump in after him. The ship I worked on was nearby. I thought, I don't have long to live anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Without hesitation, I grabbed a rope and jumped in to save him. I really did manage to pull him back on board. The moment I saw him wake up, I couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. When I woke up again, I was in a hospital room. He'd already learned about my illness from the doctors. Unless I went abroad for better treatment, I wouldn't live another year. He told me to thank me for saving his life. He'd marry me and take me abroad for treatment. I told him I had no money. He said he'd pay for me, and once I recovered, I could work to pay him back. Thinking of you two, I decided to give it a try. If fate was kind, after I got better and paid off the debt, I'd come back for you. We got married without a hitch and went abroad. At the hospital there, after a full checkup, the doctors recommended immediate surgery and further treatments, at least 200,000 yuan in medical bills, to be paid in advance. Your Uncle Wu lied to his relatives to borrow the money for me. I had the surgery and follow-up treatment in time. A year later, the doctors declared me cured. My first thought was to call you too, but with 200,000 yuan of debt hanging over me, I decided to pay it off first. It wasn't that your Uncle Wu was pressing me for money, but his relatives found out about our secret marriage and the debt, and demanded I pay them back. Your uncle Wu helped me raise another 50,000 yuan and taught me how to do business. We'd agreed to divorce after the debt was paid, but as we worked together, we gradually fell in love for real. We paid off all the debts and even saved a little. But fate played a cruel trick. I was diagnosed with tumors again, this time in my thyroid and brain. I lost my voice and my optic nerve was compressed. It took a lot of effort to scrape together enough for another surgery abroad. Luckily, the pathology was benign. Around that time, I received your letters. Your Uncle Wu read them to me. With your support and understanding, I felt better every day, both in body and spirit. Chu Xian and Chu Feng's hearts ached. Their mother had battled illness all alone, and they hadn't been there for her. Chu Xian held her mother's hand and softly asked, "Mom, you said you're only 70 or 80% recovered. Is there still something wrong?" "This afternoon, let me take you to see a traditional Chinese doctor." Tian Shaoan wore a gentle, kind smile. "There's nothing major. Other than my arthritis, everything else has healed. You two don't need to worry. Just sleeping on the heated brick bed will cure my arthritis." Chu Xian still wasn't reassured. "I know a very skilled traditional Chinese doctor. I'll only feel at ease after taking you to have your pulse checked." Xu Feng chimed in, "That's right. That old doctor is amazing. After drinking the herbal medicine he prescribed, my sister went from 200 pounds down to about 130. Her health is much better, and she's 100 times prettier than before." Chu Xian put her hand to her forehead. Was her little brother complimenting her or putting her down? Well, she had to admit, she really wasn't good-looking when she was overweight. But what woman doesn't care about her appearance? Tian Shaoan was intrigued by the word pretty. "Then after Xiao Xian gets engaged, you can take me to see that doctor." "Okay." Chu Xian held her mother's hand, her face full of concern. "Mom, you've had such a hard time these past years." Even though her mother never complained, only recounted what had happened, Chu Xian could still feel the hardship behind her words. How hopeless must it have felt to be told by the doctors she had less than a year to live. Stomach cancer. The tumor made it impossible to eat or sleep, yet she still worked hard to earn money, trying to leave something for her children. How much strength did that take? She'd had surgery abroad, endured all the pain after anesthesia, all the side effects during recovery and treatment. Her mother had borne it all. After recovering, she faced huge debts, 200,000. What a crushing burden. Finally, after paying off the debt and finding love, she was diagnosed with another tumor. How devastating must that have been? In her previous life, Chu Xian had never understood her mother's hardships. Not only did she never write or call to encourage her, but every time they did talk, she would only complain and ask for money. In this life, she was determined to make it up to her mother. Unconsciously, she hugged Tian Shaoan. Tian Shaoan gently patted her daughter's shoulder. "Xiao Xian, all the hard days are behind us. From now on, we'll all be fine." Chu Xian nuzzled her mother's shoulder. "From now on, Xiao Feng and I will be good to you. Oh, and Mom, Xiao Feng and I have saved up quite a bit. I'll give you our bank books later. You can use the money to take care of your health." Tian Shaoan was deeply moved. "No need to give them to me. You two keep them. Didn't you say you'd take me to the doctor? You can pay for that." Though she said that, she was already thinking about how to help her children in other ways. Just then, Wu Bingqing's voice came from outside the door. "Shaoan, let me walk with you in the yard." He was worried his wife might get too emotional and wanted to help her calm down. Tian Shaoan quietly explained to Chu Xian and her brother, "Your Uncle Wu is worried about my health. He's afraid I'll get too happy or too sad, which isn't good for my recovery. I'll go out and get some fresh air, then join everyone for lunch. Tonight, we can talk more." Her heart was indeed beating a bit fast, but she didn't tell her children, afraid they'd worry. Chu Xian and her brother understood there would be plenty of time to talk in the future, so they nodded in agreement. A little after noon, everyone gathered around the big round table in the main room. They chatted as they ate. The big round table and wooden stools had just been delivered a few days ago after the house was renovated. The table could seat more than a dozen people. Everyone loved seafood, so the meal was a lively, joyful affair. At the table, Chu Xian invited Old Lady Wu to spend the winter with them, and Qin Mahua generously promised that as long as Old Lady Wu stayed, she'd provide all the seafood every day. Old Lady Wu happily agreed. Wu Bingqing was quite surprised. His mother had never stayed at anyone else's house before. What had gotten into her today? He'd have to ask her privately later. After lunch, Fu Qing, Mu Chenfu, Chu Xian, and Mu Chenza took care of cleaning up, while the others drank tea and chatted. It was only during the conversation that they learned Chu Xian's dowry included a fishing boat worth 10,000 yuan. Old Lady Wu looked at Tian Shaoan with a stern face. "Did you know about this?" Her tone carried a hint of anger. Tian Shaoan hadn't known about it before and was a bit stunned. Wu Bingqing quickly answered for her, of course she knows. Xiao Xian earned the money herself. She can decide how much to bring as dowry. Tian Shaoan finally came to her senses and quickly tried to smooth things over. That's right. Bingqing and I both respect Xiaoshuan's wishes. The couple both thought the old lady was angry because the dowry was too generous. The Mu family thought the same. Qin Mahua smiled at old lady Wu. Auntie, don't be upset. It's fine even if Xiao Xian doesn't bring a boat as dowry. We value her as a person. Before she could finish, old lady Wu interrupted. I mean the dowry is too little. Xiao Xian calls me grandma. I can't let her do that for nothing. I'll give her 10,000 yuan for her dowry, and her mother will give another 10,000. Originally, Tian Shaoan had planned to quietly give her daughter 5,000 yuan, but with her mother-in-law's declaration, not only was it all out in the open, she'd also get an extra 10,000 from her. She knew her mother-in-law well. Whenever her mother-in-law decided to give money, she'd always pay out of her own pocket. Clearly, she'd already prepared 20,000 yuan. Tian Shaoan smiled and thanked her. Qin Mahua and Mu Qinlao couldn't help but gasp. These in-laws were so generous. Was it time to discuss the bride price next? 1,000 yuan as the bride price. Qin Mahua felt a little embarrassed to bring it up. But she had to make her position clear. So she braced herself and said, in-laws, with Xiao Xian bringing such a generous dowry, we should offer a matching bride price. But our family circumstances are limited, and we have to be fair since we gave the same amount when our eldest son got engaged. So we'll give 1,000 yuan as the bride price. Compared to Xiaoshuan's dowry, it's nothing, but please rest assured, my husband and I will treat Xiao Xian as our own daughter. At those words, the stern look on old lady Wu's face was replaced by satisfaction. Very good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The amount of the bride price doesn't matter. What's important is that Xiao Xian won't be mistreated after she marries. Qin Mahua and Mu Qinlao exchanged glances, surprised at how easily the bride price issue was settled. When Xiao Xian and the others finished cleaning and returned to the main room, they found out the dowry had increased by another 20,000. Xiu Xian didn't refuse the kindness and thanked everyone one by one. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Thank you, Mom. Old lady Wu glanced at her son. Did you hear what she called us? I'm Grandma, Shaoan is Mom. You're the only one left. Tomorrow, make sure you prepare enough red envelopes. This is your one and only chance to have your daughter and son-in-law call you Dad. Xiu Xian was quick-witted and immediately understood from old lady Wu's words that the Wu family was more than happy to accept her and Xiao Feng. Thinking of how Uncle Wu had cared for her mother all these years, she looked sincerely at Wu Bingqing. Dad, thank you for taking care of my mom. Without you, my brother, my mom, and I wouldn't have been reunited. Xu Feng was also very grateful and called out Dad. Thank you too. Wu Bingqing, moved, responded twice in quick succession, then hurriedly took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Xian and Xiao Feng. I took care of Shaoan willingly. Besides, if it weren't for her back then, I'd have been lost at sea long ago. We're all family now, no need to say thank you. Qin Mahua quietly tugged at Mu Qinza's arm. Mu Qinza immediately understood and gave his mother a reassuring look. Mu Qinza was quite the sweet talker. Since his wife had already called Wu Bingqing Dad, he figured there was no need to wait until tomorrow to change how he addressed everyone. With a playful smile on his face, he looked at old Madame Wu. Grandma, I'd like to take advantage of your presence and change how I address everyone today. Is that okay? He had already noticed that old Madame Wu was the real head of the Wu family. Old Madame Wu replied kindly, of course. Go ahead and change how you address us today, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow for the red envelope. Mu Qinza cupped his hands in thanks. No problem. Thank you, Grandma, for allowing it. He then turned to Wu Bingqing and Tian Shaoan. Dad, Mom. I'll start calling you that today, and tomorrow, Xiao Xian and I will formally serve you tea together. Wu Bingqing and his wife responded almost in unison, all right. Xiu Xian, always sensible, looked at Mu Qinlao and his wife. Then I'll change how I address you today too. Father, Mother. Mu Qinlao and his wife also replied at the same time, grinning from ear to ear. They were overjoyed. Next, Xu Xian turned to Mu Qinfu and his wife. Big brother, sister-in-law. Mu Qinfu and his wife answered together as well, perfectly in sync. About 10 minutes later, the Mu family invited old Madame Wu and her family to have dinner at their house that evening. Old Madame Wu happily accepted. After chatting a bit more, the Mu family took their leave. Old Madame Wu instructed Wu Bingqing to drive them home and to bring along the gifts they had prepared for the Mu family, which were already in the trunk. Wu Bingqing did as told. After seeing the Mu family off, Tian Shaoan quietly reminded Xu Xian, "Your grandma needs a nap. Which room should we arrange for her? Oh, and don't worry about Grandpa Zhang's room. He'll be leaving soon to catch the train back to Beijing." "All right. Grandma can have a room to herself. She can stay in Xiaofeng's room. Xiaofeng and Dad can use the new bedroom we just built. You and I will stay in my room. We'll do it this way for now, and in a few days, once the heated bed in the new room is completely dry, you and Dad can move in there. Xiaofeng can stay with me. Xiaofeng is getting older. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to share a room? My room has a curtain. If we pull it across, it splits the space into 2 rooms." As they spoke, Xu Xian took her mother to check out the curtain in her room. It was thick and not see-through at all. Her mother finally agreed. Before long, old Madame Wu went to Xiaofeng's room for her nap. The heated bed was just right. She drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Xu Feng escorted Grandpa Zhang to the edge of the village to catch a carriage. Tian Shaoan took out some Beijing specialties, imported chocolates, canned goods, bread, and candies from her luggage and bags, spreading them out on the coffee table in the main room. Some of these were also for the Mu family. Wu Bingqing would deliver them since they were in the car trunk. Xu Xian divided everything into 6 portions. 4 were for gifts, and the other 2 were for the family to enjoy. After arranging for her mother's nap, Xu Xian rode off with 4 bulging cloth bags. She visited Grandpa Wang's house first, then Lu Xiaodi's, then Aunt Hua's, and finally Aunt Nyo's. Once she delivered all the gifts, she rode back home. The car was gone, so it was clear Wu Bingqing hadn't returned from the Mu family's place yet. She wheeled her bike into the yard and propped it up. She saw her younger brother tidying up the leftover seafood ingredients. "Sis, I'll pack these up and take them to brother-in-law's house. We can eat them tonight or put them in the fridge." "Good idea." Soon, Xu Feng finished packing everything into a basket. Before heading out, he quietly asked Xu Xian, "Sis, is it true that Grandma and Mom are each going to give you 10,000 yuan?" Xu Xian smiled and replied softly, "Of course it's true." "That's amazing. I never thought the Wu family would accept the 2 of us. Honestly, when I first saw Grandma, I was a little scared. He was afraid she'd be like Feng Chanhua, who used to beat and scold him and his sister and wouldn't even feed them. Fortunately, reality proved otherwise. At their very first meeting, Grandma was already giving his sister tens of thousands of yuan. Xu Xian gently ruffled her brother's hair. "Don't be scared. Grandma is tough-talking, but soft-hearted, the kindest grandma you could ask for." Xu Feng grinned. "Yeah, I think so too now. By the way, sis, how much was in the red envelope Dad gave you?" 1,000 yuan. "What about you?" "Also 1,000. Sis, can you keep it for me? I would have before, but from today on, you need to get used to Mom being back." "Who do you think should keep it for you?" Xu Feng immediately understood. "I'll wait for Mom to wake up and ask her to keep it for me. I'm off to brother-in-law's house now. Go ahead." After watching her brother leave, Xu Xian went into the bedroom to nap with her mother. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Xu Xian woke up. She went out into the yard and saw that neither Xiaofeng nor Dad had returned. Tian Shaoan was still asleep. Xu Xian didn't wake her, guessing that her mother had been rushing around for days and hadn't had a good rest. She didn't wake Grandma either. Grandma was elderly and had traveled a long way. She needed extra rest. Xu Xian slipped quietly out the door. Her bike was gone. Xiaofeng had taken it. She had no choice but to walk to the Mu family's house. When she got close, she finally understood why no one had come home yet. Wu Bingqing was sitting in the front passenger seat, teaching Mu Qinze how to drive. Mu Chenfu, Chu Feng, and Mu Qinlao were all in the back seat, learning as well. Chu Xian couldn't help but marvel at Wu Bingqing's patience. Looking through the car window, she studied Wu Bingqing's profile and couldn't shake the feeling that he looked a lot like the bespectacled man she'd met that morning. Their accents were similar, too. If Wu Bingqing weren't a good 10 centimeters taller than that man, she might have thought they were the same person in disguise. Just then, Mu Chenza spotted Chu Xian. After greeting each other, Mu Chenza gave up the driver's seat, and Mu Chenfu immediately took over. Wu Bingqing patiently instructed Mu Chenfu on how to drive. Mu Chenza walked over to Chu Xian, his eyes shining with excitement. "Xiao Xian, I learned how to shift gears. It's even easier than driving a tractor." Chu Xian smiled and teased, "You pick things up so fast. You were really sweet today, too, calling my parents mom and dad so nicely." Mu Chenza grinned. "From now on, your family is my family. You like me, so of course you think I sound good calling them that." "Xiao Xian, I'm really happy today. But honestly, I'm almost dizzy from all the money your family gave us. Your family is really loaded. I didn't expect it either. But there's something I want to talk to you about. Let's go to my room." "Okay." The two of them walked through the gate together. After greeting Fuqing and Qin Mahua, they went into Mu Chenza's bedroom. Fuqing quietly said to Qin Mahua, "Mom, should we increase Xiaoshuan's bride price? I'm not trying to compete or cause trouble, but her family gave so much dowry. If we don't give more, it just doesn't feel right." Qin Mahua smiled and waved her hand. "No need. I already understand old Madame Wu's intentions. She doesn't care how much we give as a bride price. She only cares that we'll always treat Xiaoxian well." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Chu Xian and Mu Chenza were also discussing the Wu family. "Xiaoxian, what did you want to talk about?" "This morning, a man who looked a bit like Uncle Wu came to our village. He was about 10 centimeters shorter than Uncle Wu. He even came to my house for a while and chatted with Xiaofeng. Then I took him to the village office to arrange for a tractor. I have a feeling he was sent ahead by Grandma and the others." This made Mu Chenza think. Could it be that you and Xiaofeng passed the Wu family's test, so Grandma came in person to accept you both and attend our engagement party? Chu Xian was still puzzled. "But that man didn't test us or anything, he just chatted about daily life." Mu Chenza looked worried. "Do you think the Wu family might have some ulterior motive toward you?" Chu Xian was silent for a moment. In her previous life, not only did the Wu family never reach out to her, even Wu Bingqing himself had never shown up. It was probably because she hadn't treated her birth mother or her in-laws well, had a bad reputation, and the Wu family didn't want anything to do with her. But in this life, she'd split from Feng Chanhua for her mother's sake, taken responsibility for her little brother, treated her in-laws well, and most importantly, she was motivated and hardworking. Seeing Chu Xian lost in thought and not saying anything, Mu Chenza waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Xiao Xian, what are you thinking about?" Chu Xian snapped back to reality. "The Wu family probably doesn't have any ulterior motives toward me. Maybe they see potential in me and my little brother, so they're willing to accept us. The reason they never contacted us before was likely because they were worried we'd bring shame to the Wu family. Don't forget, our reputations weren't exactly great before." Mu Chenza was always on Chu Xian's side. "You and your brother only had a bad reputation because of Feng Chanhua. Ever since you cut ties with her, you started your grilled fish business, helped the village set up a factory, took care of your little brother, lost weight, and improved both your character and looks. Xiao Xian, maybe you should find some time to ask Mom about the Wu family." "I will. I'll definitely ask before bed tonight. By the way, what's for dinner?" "All I know is we're having mackerel and chive dumplings. As for the other dishes, I haven't asked Mom yet. Should I go check?" "Remind Mom to go easy on the seafood tonight. I'm worried Grandma and the others might not handle too much seafood well." That was a lesson Chu Xian had learned in her previous life. Outsiders would come to their village and eat seafood, thinking it tasted great, so they'd eat as much as they wanted, 3 meals a day of nothing but seafood. By nighttime, they'd end up with food poisoning and have to be rushed to the hospital. Mu Chenza pretended to think it over. How do we reduce the amount of seafood without making the meal look less impressive? Chu Xian suggested, mix in some vegetables and eggs with the seafood. Like braised eggplant with ribbon fish, shrimp stir-fried with cucumber or celery, radish braised with mackerel, sea cucumber and vegetable oatmeal porridge, steamed egg with sea urchin, fish roe scrambled with eggs, or scallops stir-fried with onions and peppers. Great idea. Muchinza ran off to the kitchen to remind Qin Mahua. Qin Mahua immediately took it seriously. She couldn't let her in-laws get an upset stomach from eating too much seafood. Luckily, besides seafood, the family had also prepared vegetables, pork, and other dishes. Chu Xian didn't stay long. After all, her grandma and mother were still at home. She had to go back and wait for them to wake up so she could bring them to the Mu family's house. She walked home. As she approached the gate, she heard Uncle Zhang's voice. Chu Xian was surprised. Hadn't he left? Why was he back? She didn't rush in. The courtyard door was ajar, so the people inside couldn't see her. Uncle Zhang sounded a bit anxious. Sister-in-law, I just can't rest easy. I had to come back and remind you before I head back to Beijing. Old Madame Wu sounded relaxed. What's there to worry about? Just because Chu Xian and her brother call Bingqing dad so easily. That's right. The two of them must have found out about the Wu family's background and wealth from Bingqing's wife, and now they're eager to acknowledge him as their father. You're mistaken. Chu Xian and her brother are just grateful that Bingqing took care of their mother all these years. That's why they sincerely call him dad. Tian Xiaoyun's health is so poor, but she still managed to make Bingqing fall head over heels for her. Now her children are going to charm you too. I'm not being charmed. I just see things clearly. With Xiao Xian's abilities, even without the Wu family's help, her future is limitless. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? What kind of bet? I bet that within 3 years, without any help from the Wu family, Xiao Xian will earn 100,000 yuan. Deal. If she does, I'll give you my family's heirloom jade pendant. And I'll never doubt Chu Xian and her brother again. Good. That jade pendant is valuable. But that's not enough. You also have to give Xiao Xian that courtyard house you have in Beijing. No problem. But what if she doesn't make it? If she doesn't, you can pick any 10 antiques old Wu left me. And I'll cut off contact with her. It's a deal. It's a deal. Chu Xian hadn't expected her grandma to have so much faith in her. She pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Her expression was calm. Grandma, Grandpa Zhang, words are just words. Let's put it in writing. Within 3 years, she would definitely earn 100,000 yuan with her own abilities. She'd prove Grandpa Zhang wrong for talking behind her back. Grandpa Zhang, caught red-handed, wasn't embarrassed at all. I agree, let's put it in writing. Old Madame Wu admired Chu Xian's resolve and didn't mind at all that she'd overheard their conversation. I agree too. Chu Xian got out pen and paper. The 3 of them went to the main hall and wrote 3 identical agreements, each signing and stamping their fingerprints. Grandpa Zhang took 1 copy and left. Old Madame Wu put 1 in her own pocket. Chu Xian took 1 to her bedroom. Seeing that Tian Xiaoyun was still asleep, Chu Xian simply invited old Madame Wu to have tea and chat in the main hall. Grandma, from what Grandpa Zhang said just now, does the Wu family have a really impressive background and a lot of money? Old Madame Wu replied modestly, it's only in the last couple of years that things have really picked up. Your grandfather used to have a few companies overseas that did pretty well, but after he died suddenly of a heart attack, the companies started going downhill. Your uncle and I struggled to keep them afloat, but now together, the companies make a net profit of several 100,000 yuan a year. Chu Xian looked at her with admiration. Grandma, you and uncle are amazing. Your dad and mom are very capable too. Otherwise, they couldn't have paid off 200,000 yuan in debt in just a few years. There's something I should explain. After your mom's first surgery, when relatives came to collect debts, the family couldn't help your parents because the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Things only got better later. Otherwise, your mom would have come back to see you and Xiaofeng years ago. She was carrying so much debt and didn't want to drag you two down. I understand why Mom did what she did. Grandma, thank you for all you've done for her over the years. You really don't need to thank me. Actually, back then, I was against your parents being together. Who would have thought, when I was against it, they weren't even really together, it was a fake marriage. Later, when I found out the truth, I couldn't be bothered to interfere anymore. And then, somehow, they really did fall for each other. I still have to thank you. That's not called not caring, it's called letting things take their course. Can you tell me about a time you turned things around for the company? A few words from Chu Xian had old Madame Wu beaming, and she started telling stories of past business battles. When Tian Shaoan woke up and walked into the main hall, she saw her mother-in-law and Chu Xian chatting happily. As soon as Chu Xian saw her mother, she quickly whispered to her grandma, reminding her not to mention the bet to anyone. Old Madame Wu nodded, promising to keep this secret. Tian Shaoan, intimidated by her mother-in-law, didn't dare ask what they'd been whispering about. She greeted her mother-in-law properly before giving Chu Xian a gentle smile. Suddenly, Chu Xian realized her mother seemed a little afraid of her grandma. Why was that? She'd have to find a chance to ask. Just then, Mu Chen's voice came from outside. Grandma, Mom, Xiao Xian, I'm here to pick you up. Let's get in the car. Chu Xian ran outside and saw that Mu Chen had actually driven the car over. You're driving around without a license? I'm not driving around, just in the village. Mu Chen got out, opened the back door, and waited for old Madame Wu and the others to get in. He didn't notice the figure hiding behind the big tree. Chu Xian didn't notice the figure hiding behind the tree. A few minutes later, Madame Wu and the others walked into the Mu family home together. Naturally, the Mu family welcomed them warmly. Dinner was a balanced spread of meat and vegetables, and everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After dinner, the elders went to the main hall to drink tea and chat. Mu Chenza and the others stayed in the kitchen to clean up. In the main hall, Qin Mahua looked at Madame Wu and said, Auntie, I'd like to discuss the wedding date for Xiao Zhe and Xiao Xian with you. Could you take a look at these dates first? She handed over a red slip of paper with 3 auspicious dates written on it. Actually, she wanted to discuss it with Tian Shaoan, but she could tell that Madame Wu held the real authority in the Wu family, so she decided to talk to her first. Judging by Madame Wu's sensible demeanor, she'd probably pass it on to Tian Shaoan anyway. Sure enough, Madame Wu smiled as she took the red paper and handed it straight to Tian Shaoan. This is something you and Shaoan should decide. Tian Shaoan smiled happily. Mom, let's look at it together. She took the red paper and unfolded it between herself and Madame Wu. The 3 dates were December 6th, December 16th, and December 18th. Qin Mahua explained cheerfully, the dates are all pretty soon. I thought since everyone's around these days, we should hold the wedding banquet for the kids sooner rather than later. Tian Shaoan knew her daughter was very happy with this marriage, and she also knew that it was common here to get married about a month after the engagement. She looked at her mother-in-law and asked, Mom, what do you think? Then she handed the red paper to Wu Bingcheng. Bingcheng, what do you think? She was giving both her mother-in-law and husband enough respect. She knew her husband would definitely defer to her, but in front of her mother-in-law, she had to ask. Wu Bingcheng responded gently, Chenza is a steady, ambitious young man. I like him a lot. I agree that the kids should have their wedding soon. As for which of the 3 dates, you and Mom can decide. Tian Shaoan handed the red paper back to Madame Wu. Mom, you're the elder. You make the final call. Madame Wu replied kindly, my decision is to let you decide. Go ahead. Tian Shaoan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, let's set it for December 16th. Qin Mahua and Mu Qinla replied in unison, great. After that, they discussed the wedding house and whether to build a house in the village or buy one in the county after the family splits up. The bride's side wasn't greedy for anything from the groom's family, so the discussion went very smoothly. At this moment, Chu Xian called Mu Chenza aside and whispered, the gifts for the elders tomorrow. Before she could finish, Mu Chenza replied quietly, everything's ready. Don't worry. Chu Xian was a little curious. What kind of gifts? Let's keep it a surprise. You'll see tomorrow morning. All right. A little after 10 that night, Chu Xian and the others returned home. Madame Wu called Tian Shaoan into the bedroom and handed her 2 large red envelopes. This is 20,000 yuan. 10,000 is from me for Xiaoxian, and the other 10,000 is from you for Xiaoxian. I know you and Bingqing don't have that much saved up. Tian Shaoan accepted them gratefully. Thank you, Mom. Once Bingqing and I save up 10,000, we'll definitely pay you back. That's not necessary. When you and Bingqing got married, I didn't give a dowry. Consider this making up for it. Thank you for recognizing me, Mom. Take good care of your health from now on. Don't always make Bingqing worry. I will. By the way, Mom, about Xiaoxian and Xiaofeng's surnames. No need to change them for now. Wait a few years. If we really can't find out who their biological father is, then we'll change them. You know about all this? I not only know, I'll do my best to help them find their real grandparents. Madame Wu had a hunch that Chu Xian's biological grandparents might be from a distinguished family. Suddenly, Tian Shaoan understood why her mother-in-law was willing to accept the two children. Madame Wu smiled calmly. Are you thinking that I only accepted them because I guessed Xiaoxian's real grandparents might be someone important? If so, you're wrong. I accepted them because Xiaoxian is capable and grateful, and Xiaofeng is polite and ambitious. That's why I'm willing to help them. Tian Shaoan felt a little ashamed of her own suspicions. She apologized, Mom, I was being narrow-minded. Thank you for explaining all this to me. Well, Bingqing likes you. As his mother, I can't let you have any hard feelings toward me. Go get some rest. Okay. Tian Shaoan walked out. A little while later, Xu Feng knocked on Madame Wu's door. Grandma, I brought you some water to soak your feet. A smile appeared on Madame Wu's face as she opened the door and reached for the basin. Thank you, Xiaofeng. It's my duty to be good to you, Grandma. Xu Feng didn't let her take the basin. I'll carry it in for you. I'll keep you company while you soak your feet, and when you're done, I'll take the water out. Madame Wu happily agreed. They sat on the heated brick bed, chatting as she soaked her feet. Xiaofeng, why didn't you bring your mom some water? My sister is taking care of my mom. I wanted to take care of you first. I'll go keep Dad company later. What a thoughtful child. Grandma hasn't even given you a gift for meeting you, or a change of address gift. Just as Xu Feng was about to say there was no need, Madame Wu took off a pendant from around her neck and put it in his hand. This is Grandma's gift for you. Grandma, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. When an elder gives you something, you shouldn't refuse. Take it, or I'll get upset. Xu Feng didn't refuse anymore. Thank you, Grandma. He smiled contentedly and put it around his neck. It was a jade pendant with a cloud pattern. At this moment, Tian Shaoan was soaking her feet in Chu Xian's bedroom. She pushed a jewelry box toward Chu Xian. Xiaoxian, open it and pick 2 pieces. These were all given to me by your grandma, and she specifically told me to let you choose 2. Xu Xian glanced at the brand new jewelry box. Grandma just gave these to you, didn't she? That's right. Thanks to you and Xiaofeng helping me save face. Otherwise, your grandma wouldn't have accepted me as her daughter-in-law. Xu Xian didn't rush to pick jewelry, but asked softly, Mom, you seem a little afraid of Grandma. Why is that? Tian Shaoan didn't hide anything. I couldn't give the Wu family any children, so I feel guilty. Also, I know that without her approval, I wouldn't have been able to earn enough money to pay off our debts. Every time I see her, I feel like I owe her a lot. But now I realize she's just tough on the outside and soft on the inside. Mom, you can relax more when you're with Grandma. Just treat her like you did Grandma on your side of the family. At the mention of her own parents, Tian Shaoan choked up a little. Your grandparents passed away early, and I never got the chance to be filial to them. You're right, I should treat my mother-in-law like my own mom. That way, things will be easier. Seeing her mom about to cry, Xu Xian quickly changed the subject. Mom, help me pick out some jewelry, okay? She opened the jewelry box. Inside were a pair of jade bangles, a pair of gold bracelets, a pair of gold earrings, 3 gold rings, 2 jade rings, 2 gold necklaces, 2 gold bracelets, and a diamond necklace. Xu Xian said she wanted her mom to pick, but she already knew what she wanted. Tian Shaoan took out the diamond necklace and said generously, This one's for you. Try it on. Xu Xian took it and pretended to act spoiled. I think it looks better on you, Mom. It suits your age more. Tian Shaoan reminded her This diamond necklace is really valuable. Look at the size of that diamond. It's as big as a pigeon egg. Chu Xian happily carried the diamond necklace onto the Kong bed and circled behind Tian Shaoan. Mom, I really don't like this style. Let me put it on you first. As she spoke, she fastened the necklace around Tian Xiaoyun's neck. The diamonds sparkled, highlighting her noble and elegant aura. Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "This necklace really suits you. It's obvious Grandma picked it out just for you." She quickly fetched a mirror. Tian Shaoan looked at her reflection and saw that it truly elevated her presence. This was her first time wearing a diamond necklace. With her and her husband's current finances, there was no way they could afford something like this. Now that she had one, her first thought was to give it to her daughter. "Xiao Xian, this necklace makes my neck uncomfortable. I'll give it to you." She reached up to take it off. Chu Xian grinned playfully. "I don't like diamond necklaces, I prefer gold. I've got my eye on this gold ring and this heart-shaped gold pendant." She took them out of the jewelry box. "Mom, can you help me put them on?" "Of course." Tian Shaoan turned and helped Chu Xian put on the heart-shaped gold necklace. It gave off a classic, elegant, and fresh vibe. Chu Xian slipped the gold ring onto her own finger, making her hand look even more slender. "These two are perfect for me. I'll take them." "Thanks, Mom." Tian Shaoan smiled gently. "As long as you like them. I'll keep the rest of the jewelry." Chu Xian teased, "You can't save it all for me. You still need to save some for your future daughter-in-law. And who knows, maybe you'll give me a little brother or sister someday." Tian Shaoan laughed at herself. "I'm already 41. How could I possibly get pregnant? As for a future daughter-in-law, that's still a long way off. I can always earn more money and buy more." "Mom, Auntie Zhai from our village had surgery and still got pregnant at 42 and had a son. I'll take you to see an old Chinese doctor to help with your health." "Which Auntie Zhai are you talking about?" "The one from the east end of the village." "That's right. Her youngest is 8 months old now. He can already call Mom and Dad. If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself in a couple of days." "I believe you. I'll go see the old doctor the day after tomorrow." Tian Xiaoyun's tone was filled with excitement. She really hoped to have another child for her husband. Boy or girl, it didn't matter. She pointed at the 2 thick stacks of cash on the king and continued, "Xiao Xian, this is dowry money your grandma and I prepared for you. Buy whatever you want." It was the first time Chu Xian had ever seen so much cash. "Thank you." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chu Feng's voice came from outside. "Mom, sis, I need to talk to you." Chu Xian called out, "Come in." Chu Feng pushed the door open, holding up a pendant with a happy grin. "This is Grandma's gift for me." Tian Shaoan smiled. "Keep it safe." Chu Feng glanced at his sister, then his mom. "The necklaces you're both wearing are beautiful. You should dress up like this tomorrow. It'll really make a statement." Tian Shaoan and Chu Xian agreed in unison. Tian Shaoan wiped her feet with a cloth, put on new cloth slippers, and said, "Xiao Feng, Xiao Xian, I'm going to Grandma's room for a bit." She reached for the foot basin, but Chu Feng grabbed it first. "Mom, I'll dump it out. You go ahead." Tian Shaoan felt a wave of warmth in her heart. "All right." As soon as she stepped outside, she saw her husband waving her over. She had to postpone her visit to her mother-in-law and walked toward her husband. She spoke gently, "Bingcheng, what is it?" Wu Bingcheng took her hand and led her into his room. "Shaoan, you look so dignified in that diamond necklace, so noble and elegant." Tian Shaoan blushed at the compliment. "I'm just a village woman. How could I possibly be called noble or elegant? If I say you are, then you are. No more being modest." "All right. Thank you for the compliment, Bingcheng. That's more like it." "Did Mom give you the 20,000 yuan?" "She did. I already gave it to Xiao Xian. How much should we give our son-in-law as a wedding gift tomorrow?" "How much is Mom giving?" "We can't give more than her." "Good thing you reminded me. Should we go ask her together?" "Okay." Wu Bingqing kept holding her hand as they walked outside. Tian Shaoan gently placed her hand over his. "Let go. If Mom sees, she won't be happy. I've always been like this. She should be used to it by now." He insisted on holding her hand as they knocked on the door. Old Madame Wu called out, "Come in." Wu Bingqing led his wife inside. Old Madame Wu's gaze landed on her daughter-in-law's diamond necklace. She'd never understood why her son liked the frail Shaoan, but now she was starting to get it. She had to admit, Tian Shaoan could really pull off a diamond necklace. It was as if she was born with a noble aura. Thinking of Tian Xiaoyun's background, old Madame Wu felt a bit wistful. She'd come from a scholarly family, but her relatives had either passed away or gone missing. Not bad. Wear it again tomorrow. Tian Shaoan realized her mother-in-law was complimenting her and was both surprised and flattered. Okay, Mom. At that moment, old Madame Wu noticed her son was still holding his wife's hand and shot him a glare, as if annoyed at his lack of propriety. Did you two want something? Wu Bingqing let go of his wife's hand and stepped forward to massage his mother's shoulders. Mom, how much are you giving Chenza as a wedding gift tomorrow? Old Madame Wu decided to tease her son. Nothing. Who told him to start calling me Mom early? Mom, I know you're joking. Should we give him the same as our eldest grandson's wife? Tian Shaoan was surprised. She hadn't expected her husband to ask for so much. That was 5,000 yuan. She quickly whispered, "That's too much. Just give a little." Old Madame Wu looked at her daughter-in-law, her expression serious. You tell me, how much is a little? Tian Shaoan was no longer nervous like before. Instead, she smiled easily. 500 or 1,000 is fine. Old Madame Wu hadn't expected her daughter-in-law to be so relaxed around her. Shaoan, you're not afraid of your mother-in-law anymore? Tian Shaoan walked over and took her mother-in-law's arm. Not anymore. Xiao Xian told me to treat my mother-in-law like my own mom. She also said there's a woman in the village who got pregnant in her 40s. If I take care of my health, maybe I can too. Old Madame Wu nodded approvingly. I'm glad you're willing to have a child for Bingqing. But you need to take care of yourself. You're Bingqing's lifeblood. He'd rather not have kids than lose you. He told me that himself. Tian Shaoan couldn't help glancing at her husband, surprised to realize how much she meant to him. Wu Bingqing gave her a loving smile. Old Madame Wu felt like a third wheel. All right, enough. I'll give 5,000 yuan as a wedding gift tomorrow. How much you two give is up to you. Go discuss it in your own room. Don't make eyes at each other in front of me, it's blinding. The two of them were shooed out by the old lady. Wu Bingqing was delighted that he'd secured a generous gift for his son-in-law. Back in their bedroom, Tian Shaoan looked serious. Bingqing, I know you love me, but I never realized you loved me so much that you couldn't live without me. I've never asked you why you love me. Today, I want to know. Why? She had given birth to 2 children. In the past, she suffered from a serious illness, looking haggard and frail, and after losing all her hair, it only started to grow back a year later. Her skin and looks were still decent though. But when it came to status and background, she and Bingqing were worlds apart. Bingqing was like the clouds in the sky, while she was the mud on the ground. But in Wu Bingqing's eyes, she was something else entirely. Wu Bingqing reached out to gently smooth the stray hairs on her forehead. Her hair was naturally curly, and even though she was already in her 40s, not a single strand had turned gray. Her hair was incredibly soft. Wu Bingqing's hand brushed through her hair. You don't still think I married you just to repay a debt of gratitude, do you? I'll admit, at first, marrying you really was to repay your kindness. But later, I truly fell in love with you. I told Mom that I could live without children, but I couldn't live without you, and that was because of your cooking. Actually, there's something I've never told you. He paused for a moment. Tian Shaoan gently urged him, come on, tell me. I'm all ears. The food you make tastes exactly like the flavors I remember from my childhood. I'm really picky about taste. I grew up with my grandma, and after she passed away, I never tasted that familiar flavor again until I met you. Really? What a coincidence. It's true. Just that much of a coincidence. I was just thinking you loved me so much you couldn't live without me. Turns out it's all for a good meal. Shaoan, I'm being honest, don't be mad, okay? Even if you didn't cook for me, I'd still love you. You sweet talker. Did you eat enough at dinner? Want me to make you a late-night snack? I'm full. You've had a long day too. Just make me breakfast tomorrow morning, okay? All right. If I want you to never leave me, I have to keep your stomach tied to me. Thank you, wife. I'm going back to my room to rest. I'll walk you back. It's just a few steps. I still want to. I haven't been able to sleep in the same room with you for several nights. I'll miss you. Tian Shaoan didn't find her husband clingy at all. She covered her mouth and laughed. All right, walk me back then. At that moment, Sunren was at Feng Shuai's house, quietly whispering to Chu Ji, "Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Mu Chenze and Chu Xian? I've got news." Chu Ji was very interested. "Then hurry up and tell me." "Well, you have to." Sunren made a gesture with his fingers, like counting money. Chu Ji was able to return to Feng Shuai's house to recover because Yuan Tian had sent him money, which he used to compensate the village committee. He had to pay 200 yuan for the trees he burned down. Yuan Tian sent a total of 3,000 yuan. After paying compensation, he had 2,800 left. Since he took Yuan Tian's money, he had to do things for her. Yuan Tian wanted Mu Chenze and Chu Xian to get into trouble. So he had to make sure they suffered, without anyone knowing it was him. He took 5 yuan out of his pocket and slapped it into Sunren's hand. "Go on, spill it." Sunren pocketed the money before continuing. Today, Mu Chenze was driving a car without a license. "I heard Chu Xian's stepfather's family won't be leaving for now, so the car will stay around. I'm sure you'll see Mu Chenze driving without a license again. When that happens, just report him to the authorities." Chu Ji scratched his head. "That can't be right. He should have a truck driver's license. I heard he used to drive trucks. He only has a tractor license, not a truck license. Truck licenses aren't easy to get. You need to be attached to a company, and you have to know how to repair trucks before you can pass the test. No one's reported him before, that's all. Then keep an eye on him for me. As soon as he drives without a license again, especially if he leaves the village, report him for me. I'll give you 50 yuan as a thank you." "You got it." Sunren left happily. He didn't realize that Feng Shuai had overheard their conversation. After Sunren left, Feng Shuai went out for a bit. The next morning at 7, Chu Xian woke up to find the space beside her empty. She got up and found Tian Shaoan in the kitchen. Tian Shaoan was cutting handmade noodles. "Xian, breakfast is tomato and egg noodles. I asked Xiaofeng, he said you both love it." "That's right." Chu Xian walked over, happiness written all over her face. "Mom, let me help you cut." "No need. I'm almost done." Chu Xian glanced at the noodles. They were a pale yellow. "Mom, did you mix cornmeal into the noodles?" "Yes. This is the first time, Xiaofeng, and I have had your handmade noodles." Back then, the family was too poor to afford handmade noodles. Tian Shaoan felt a pang of guilt. "I didn't give you and Xiaofeng a good life before, but from now on, whatever you two want to eat, I'll make it for you." Being able to eat her mother's cooking was a true happiness. "Okay, but Xiaofeng and I can cook too. The 3 of us can take turns and taste each other's cooking." Tian Shaoan beamed. "All right." Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Chu Xian went to open it. She saw Mu Chenze standing outside with his bicycle, dressed in the suit she'd bought him, his eyes full of affection. "Xian, after breakfast, let's go get our marriage certificate, okay?" "Okay." Both families had already approved their marriage, so any day was fine for registering. After eating the noodles, Chu Xian went back to her room and changed into a long-sleeved silk qipao. Mu Chenze tied a thick cotton cushion to the back seat of his bike. After saying goodbye to the family, Mu Chenze rode Chu Xian toward town. They already had the letter of introduction ready. When they arrived at the registration office, Mu Chenze took out 2 handfuls of wedding candies from his pocket and placed them on the staff's desk. Normally, people only gave 2 or 3 candies, maybe 6 or 7 at most. The staff thanked them and quickly processed their marriage certificate. They left the office, certificates in hand, beaming with joy. As luck would have it, they ran into Wei Chong. Wei Chong didn't even need to ask to know that today was not only their engagement day, but also the day they got their certificate. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Especially Chu Xian, beautiful, graceful, and with a great figure. Wei Chong suppressed his regret and forced a smile. "Congratulations to you both." "Thank you." Here, have some wedding candy. Mu Chenza pulled out a handful of candy and placed it in Wei Chong's hand. Thanks. Wei Chong didn't refuse. After watching them leave, he unwrapped a piece and popped it into his mouth, tasting the bittersweet flavor. Chu Xian sat on the back of the bike and patted Mu Chenza's pocket. Your pants pocket is huge. There's still so much candy in there. Gotta be prepared. Just then, someone darted out in front of them, and Mu Chenza slammed on the brakes. Chu Xian grabbed him to keep from falling off. Sunrin, what are you doing? Trying to get hit? Sunrin chuckled. I didn't mean to. I was just walking fast and didn't see you too. Mu Chenza recalled what Feng Shui had told him last night. I think you did it on purpose, trying to make me brake suddenly. Sunrin waved his hands frantically. No, I swear I didn't. I'm sorry. I apologize to both of you. Chu Xian tugged lightly at Mu Chenza's sleeve. Forget it, let's go home. We've got important things to do. Mu Chenza whispered in Chu Xian's ear. That guy's Chu Ji's hired informant. He wants to report me for driving without a license. After hearing this, Chu Xian jumped off the bike and looked Sunren up and down. Sunren felt a chill. Chu Xian, why are you staring at me like that? Chu Xian snorted coldly. In her previous life, she knew all about Sunren's dirty tricks. If she didn't expose him a little, it wouldn't be fair after all his spying. Sunren, haven't gone to the neighboring town to play cards lately? You always lose to someone else's wife. Does your own wife know? Your 6 brothers-in-law aren't pushovers. The makeup and sanitary pads you managed to get your hands on for your wife ended up being used by someone else's wife. Sunren's eyes widened in shock. He never expected Chu Xian to know so much. If his brothers-in-law ever found out about this, they'd definitely beat him to a pulp. He tried to sound tough. I didn't do it. Chu Xian gave him a meaningful smile. Not admitting it, huh? Then I'll have your brothers-in-law go ask Lulian themselves. At the mention of that name, Sunren immediately begged for mercy. Don't. Please, I'm begging you, don't tell anyone. Chu Xian's tone turned cold. Then tell me, why did you suddenly jump out just now? Sunren hung his head. I wanted Mu Chenza to slam on the brakes so you'd fall off and land on your butt. If I happened to get hit, I could blackmail you two for money. Anyway, someone wants the two of you to have bad luck. Chu Xian knew it was Chu Ji, but she asked anyway, who was it? She wanted to see if Sunren would tell the truth. Mu Chenza clenched his fists and shot Sunren a warning look. Sunren lowered his voice. It was Chu Ji. He promised me 50 yuan if something bad happened to you two. Oh, and he told me to keep an eye on Mu Chenza. If he drives again, I'm supposed to report him for driving without a license. That's everything. Chu Xian, Mu Chenza, can you keep this a secret for me? Mu Chenza sneered. Do something for me, and we'll keep quiet. What is it? Teach Chu Ji a lesson for me. If I don't hear that he's been beaten up within 3 days, my wife and I won't keep your secret anymore. Deal. Can I go now? Of course. Only after getting a definite answer did Sunren run off. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza and Chu Xian walked out of the photo studio, holding dozens of photos of the two of them together. Every single one turned out great, and Chu Xian no longer felt the slightest regret over the 72 yuan she'd spent. From now on, she'd take a few photos every year as keepsakes. Half an hour later, Mu Chenza gave Chu Xian a ride back to the village on his bike. Xiao Xian, I forgot to tell you, when Feng Shui came to see me last night, besides telling me about Chu Ji hiring Sunren to spy on me, he also left a wedding gift, a new kind of lighter. I really like it, it's in our bedroom. Got it. Chu Xian changed the subject. I'm really looking forward to the gifts you're giving Grandma and the others. I have a feeling there'll be a surprise. There has to be. They gave you so much dowry money, I can't let them down. I'll be waiting to see. Back home, Chu Xian put away their marriage certificate and photos. Before long, Mu Chenfu, Fu Qing, and her sister-in-law each rode over on bicycles to pick up Grandma Wu and the others and take them to the Mu family home. Chu Feng had gone to school and would only head to the Mu house at noon. They didn't ask Wu Bingqing to drive, since there would be drinking today. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Mu family's house. It was lively outside the Mu family's courtyard. A stove had been set up outside the wall, with people busy preparing the banquet. With relatives and friends as witnesses, the Mu family gave Chu Xian a bride price of 1,000 yuan, and Mu Chenza and Chu Xian went around collecting red envelopes from the elders. Chu Xian handed out the gifts she'd prepared in advance to her parents-in-law and her eldest brother and sister-in-law, just as she and Mu Chenza had discussed. Then it was Mu Chenza's turn to give gifts to Chu Xian's elders. Each gift was packed in a delicate wooden box, with the lids open. He gave Grandma Wu and Tian Shaoan pearl necklaces and gave Wu Bingqing a jade pendant. To Chu Xian's surprise, Mu Chenza also gave her a pearl necklace. Each pearl was perfectly round and lustrous, about 8 millimeters in diameter. They were all pearls Mu Chenza had personally harvested over the years, and he'd had someone string them into necklaces. As for the jade used for the pendant, it was a raw jade stone Mu Chenza had salvaged from the sea a year ago. Both the necklaces and the pendant were worth a lot, but they hadn't cost the Mu family a cent, so her sister-in-law had nothing to complain about. In her previous life, when Mu Chenza got engaged, he didn't give out these things. Later, Chu Xian stumbled upon them, secretly sold them, and gave the money to Feng Chunhua. This time around, Mu Chenza loved Chu Xian dearly and gave away all his best treasures, just to surprise Chu Xian and her family. Mu Qinlao and his wife had known about this in advance and supported their youngest son's decision. After all, the Chu family had provided such a generous dowry, and since the Mu family couldn't match it with the bride price, they had to make it up in other ways to show respect. The engagement banquet went very smoothly, with everyone enjoying themselves. It ended a little after 2 in the afternoon, and Grandma Wu and the others returned to Chu Xian's home. Grandma Wu called Wu Bingqing into the bedroom to talk and to take a look at his jade pendant. It was as big and thick as a 5-year-old child's hand. Warm and smooth all over, simple and elegant, carved with a dragon and phoenix motif. Bingqing, this jade pendant would fetch over 20,000 yuan abroad. Your son-in-law is really generous. Wu Bingqing picked up the pearl necklace from the box. Such round and full saltwater pearls are rare. You'd have to save up for years to get this many, and only if you're very lucky. Some people can't collect this many in a lifetime. Exactly. I didn't mention the value of these gifts in front of all those relatives and friends. I don't want the Mu family to become a target. If a family is too wealthy, it attracts thieves. Wu Bingqing told his wife about the conversation. Tian Shaoan then told her daughter. When Chu Xian heard how much the jade pendant was worth, she could hardly believe it. In her previous life, she'd secretly sold the pendant and the pearls and only got 2,000 yuan. Only in this life did she learn their true value. Just then, Mu Chenza came over. Zhe, I need to talk to you, Chu Xian said, taking his hand and leading him into the main room. Mu Chenza was overjoyed that his wife took the initiative to hold his hand. Sitting together at the round table, he asked gently, Xiao Xian, what do you want to talk about? Do you know how valuable the jade pendant and pearl necklaces you gave away are? I have a rough idea, Uncle Long told me. How much did he say they're worth? He said the jade pendant is about 5,000 yuan, and the wild saltwater pearl necklace is priceless, at least 1,000 yuan, I'd say. Grandma knows the overseas market. She said the jade pendant could sell for over 20,000 yuan abroad. She didn't estimate the necklace, but I bet it's not cheap either. Grandma knows jade? Maybe we should take her to Uncle Long's jade factory sometime, who knows? Maybe she could help open up the overseas market. I'll ask her later. She's resting right now. All right. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Accountant Wen's voice called from outside. Xiao Xian, someone named Wu Bingwen just called. He said it's urgent, and he needs to speak to Wu Bingqing. Wu Bingqing, who was chatting with his wife in the bedroom, hurried out, thanked Accountant Wen, and then drove him to the village office. Mu Chenza took out the engagement banquet ledger from his pocket, pointed to the name Huang Linlang, and asked, Is this a relative of the Wu family? There was 1,000 yuan recorded under the name. Quite a sum. Most of the relatives and friends in the ledger had given a few coins, a few yuan, 10 at most. Only Huang Linlang stood out. Tian Shaoan walked into the main room, smiling kindly. That's your grandma's nephew. He had to go back to Beijing for something and couldn't attend the banquet. You'll meet him someday. The three of them chatted over tea. More than 20 minutes later, Wu Bingcheng drove back. Shaoan. Has mom woken up yet? He didn't look too good. Tian Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen? Wu Bingcheng glanced at Chu Xian and Mu Chenza. Since they were all family now, there was nothing that couldn't be said. So he got straight to the point. Big brother said there's been a problem with the overseas business. We got hit with a return order and lost over $500,000. He's hoping mom can go handle it in person. The combined annual net profit from the family's companies was just over $500,000. If they lost that much in one deal, it would be like working the whole year for nothing. Madame Wu was fluent in foreign languages and had no trouble communicating with clients. Plus, as a board member, her personal involvement would show sincerity and give the clients enough face. Maybe there'd be a chance to turn things around. Tian Shaoan remained calm and looked at her daughter and son-in-law. Looks like your grandma will have to leave today. Then she turned to her husband. Let's wait until mom wakes up to tell her. Otherwise, with all the travel, she won't be able to handle it physically. All right. Once mom wakes up, I'll drive her back to the capital, and she can catch a flight overseas from there. You should go with her to handle things abroad. Don't worry about things here. Although his mother-in-law had promised Bingcheng some time off, Tian Shaoan knew how to prioritize. When Bingcheng was needed, she wouldn't hesitate. Okay. Faced with such an understanding wife, Wu Bingcheng felt deeply grateful. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza, sensing the situation, tactfully found an excuse to step outside and started preparing some local specialties for grandma to take with her. Wu Bingcheng took Tian Xiaoyun's hand and led her into their bedroom. A little after 5 in the afternoon, Wu Bingcheng drove Madame Wu away. When Qin Mahua heard the reason for Madame Wu's sudden departure, she couldn't help but sigh. Making more money also meant taking on more risk. The next day, Chu Xian took Fu Qing to her secret spot by the sea. When Fu Qing saw the variety of seafood in more than a dozen tide pools, she was so shocked she ran several laps around them. It wasn't until Chu Xian reminded her that she quickly started loading the catch into the buckets she'd brought. They ended up with 6 sea bass, over a dozen sea urchins, more than 60 large sea snails, plus some small fish, shrimp, and common shellfish. Xiao Xian, did we stumble upon a sea snail nest? I've been foraging by the sea so many times, but this is the first time I found so much. Sis-in-law, these tide pools are always full of surprises. It's not just sea snails, you might find swimming crabs, abalone, sea cucumbers, and more. You'll see in time. Fu Qing was so excited she was practically dancing. You're sharing such a great spot with me, I really don't know how to thank you. We're family now. We'll make money together. But you have to keep this a secret, only the Mu family can know. Don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Xiao Xian, honestly, I really want to save up, buy a job in the city or county, then get a house. Once I have kids, I'd like to settle there so they can get a better education. Hearing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but recall her previous life. Her sister-in-law really did buy a job and a house in the city. Having such a capable partner wasn't bad at all. Sis-in-law, from now on, we'll split the profits from whatever we catch here 50-50. Fu Qing quickly protested, I can't take that much. 30% is enough for me. You found this place. If you hadn't told me, you could make even more by yourself. It has to be 50-50. Besides, I might not always have time to come out here. You'll have to do most of the work. Even if I don't help, I still get a share. If you don't want 50%, I'll find another partner. Don't. I agree. I'm not afraid of hard work. I've got plenty of energy. Then it's settled. Great. Xiao Xian, let's take this seafood home first. When our fishing boat comes back, we'll sell it all together. Sounds good. If we ever find a big haul of abalone or sea cucumber, we'll have Chenza take it to the city. They'll fetch a better price there. Fu Qing nodded enthusiastically. Today, Mu Qinlao and Mu Chenfu had already taken the boat out to sea, and Mu Chenza had started hiring vehicles to deliver goods to the city. When the two women returned to the Mu house, Mu Chenza also came in. He didn't bother catching up on sleep. He wanted to take his mother-in-law to see the old Chinese medicine doctor in town. But Chu Xian stopped him and sent him back to his room to rest. Chu Xian went home, changed into clean clothes, grabbed some money, and took Tian Shaoan to the county hospital by bike. They went straight to Dr. Zhang's clinic. After taking her pulse, Dr. Zhang gave his diagnosis: qi stagnation and blood stasis, dryness and phlegm accumulation, which, if left unchecked, could lead to tumors. If not treated proactively, more tumors could develop in the future. Tian Shaoan didn't want to undergo surgery again and promised to follow the doctor's orders, no matter how bitter the medicine. She asked Dr. Zhang to write a prescription. The prescription would be adjusted every 7 days. As for dietary restrictions, everything was written down on a piece of paper. Back home, Tian Shaoan couldn't wait to brew her herbal medicine. She hoped to live as long as possible. After catching up on sleep, Mu Chenze brought over some ingredients to see Chu Xian. He planned to have dinner there that night. "Xiao Xian, I heard Chu Ji got beaten up. Someone put a sack over his head and gave him a thrashing." Chu Xian covered her mouth and laughed, guessing it was Sun Ren's doing. He deserved it. Did Chu Ji report it to the security team? No. Apparently, he was peeping at a widow taking a bath. How could he have the nerve to report it? By the way, Xiao Xian, how did you know about Sun Ren's business? He wanted to ask yesterday, but Xiao Xian had changed the subject, so he'd forgotten. Chu Xian gave the excuse she'd prepared in advance. Didn't I help drive the tractor for the village fish jerky factory before? I happened to pass by the woods and overheard Sun Ran and Lu Lian talking. I remember Sun Ran had diarrhea that day. He was faking it, just making up an excuse. I see. Did the two of them hug or anything? No. Sun Ran was pursuing Lu Lian on his own. He lost money to her, gave her gifts. Lu Lian's too shrewd. She just took the gifts and money, but didn't care about him. Is Sun Ran stupid? For Sun Ran, the harder something is to get, the more he wants it. After dinner, Mu Chenze lingered, not wanting to leave. "Xiao Xian, I want to stay here tonight. You said after we got engaged I could stay. There aren't any deep-sea fishing boats coming in early tomorrow, so I don't have to get up to deliver goods." Chu Xian pointed to Xiao Feng's room. "You can stay with Xiao Feng. Mom and I will be in my room." "No problem." Mu Chenze felt that his relationship with Xiao Xian had taken a big step forward. Even if they weren't sharing a room, he was still happy. Tian Shaoan didn't object to this arrangement. As long as he was sharing a room with Xiao Feng, he couldn't take advantage of her daughter. Even after getting their marriage certificate, people in the village still cared more about the wedding. Until the wedding was held, Tian Shaoan didn't plan to let her daughter and son-in-law share a room. She privately told Xiao Feng to keep an eye on Mu Chenze. For her sister's sake, Xiao Feng was more than diligent. Mu Chenze suddenly realized that staying at Xiao Xian's house wasn't as free as being at his own. At least at home, when he was alone with Xiao Xian, no one interfered. But now, Xiao Feng always seemed to show up at just the right moment. Was a legal husband really going to be watched by his brother-in-law like this? He'd have to think of a way to bribe him. But Xiao Feng wasn't short on money or food. What did he lack? He thought and thought, but couldn't come up with anything until his gaze landed on a diary. It was Xiao Feng's diary. There was a drawing of a little girl on the cover. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Mu Chenze came up with an idea. He called Xiao Feng into the bedroom for a private chat. "Xiao Feng, we haven't seen Erling and Sanling for a while. How about inviting them over to our house tomorrow?" Chu Feng replied without hesitation, "Yes. I've been wanting to invite them, but our family's been busy lately, and I haven't had the chance." "All right. I'll talk to your sister about it." Mu Chenze deliberately avoided mentioning Lu Xiaodi by name. Eventually, Chu Feng couldn't hold back. "Brother-in-law, can we invite Erling and Sanling's sister too?" Mu Chenze pretended to suddenly realize. "So you're looking out for Lu Xiaodi, huh?" Chu Feng refused to admit it. No. I just said that because Erling and Sanling always think of their sister when something good happens. If we only invite the two of them and not their sister, it wouldn't feel right." "I see. Then let's invite the three of them over more often. I'll cook for them myself." "You're the best, brother-in-law." "Xiao Feng, your sister and I want to talk privately for a bit. Can you go keep Mom company?" "No problem." Xu Feng had already forgotten his mother's advice and his worries about his sister possibly getting pregnant. All he could think about was inviting Jiaodi and her brothers over the next day. After a while, Chu Xian walked into her brother's bedroom, but he was in another room with their mother. Mu Chenze closed the door and gently pulled Chu Xian into his arms. Xiao Xian, I missed you. We see each other every day, and you still miss me? I miss you even after a short while apart. If I hadn't come up with a way to get Xiaofeng out of here, I wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of your clothes right now. Why don't you come to my place tomorrow afternoon? Okay. Don't blame Xiaofeng, though. He still thinks kissing leads to pregnancy, so he keeps a close eye on you. You haven't explained it to him? I tried, but he wouldn't listen. By the way, how did you convince Xiaofeng to go keep Mom company today? That's a secret. Xiao Xian, can I have a kiss? Chu Xian blushed and nodded shyly. She kissed him on the cheek. This was the benefit Mu Chenze had been hoping for. His heart was full of happiness. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was chatting with Tian Shaoan. Tian Shaoan didn't really notice which room Chu Xian had gone into. By the time she realized, Chu Xian was already back in her bedroom. As someone with experience, when she saw her daughter's slightly swollen lips, she didn't even need to ask to know what had happened. Actually, her expectations for her daughter and son-in-law weren't high at this point, just as long as they weren't living together yet. Once the wedding was over and her daughter married into the Mu family, she wouldn't need to worry anymore. When Chu Feng returned to his room, he saw his brother-in-law lying on the king with his eyes half closed, as if savoring something. Brother-in-law, you're not asleep, are you? Mu Chenze opened his eyes, clearly in a great mood. No, I'm awake. Did you talk to my sister about inviting Jiaodi and her brothers over tomorrow? Chu Feng looked at him expectantly. Mu Chenze sat up and patted his shoulder. I did. Your sister agreed. I'll come over tomorrow evening to cook. Great. In fact, Chu Feng had always wanted to invite Jiaodi over for a meal, but was too shy to bring it up. The next afternoon, a little after 1, Mu Chenze welcomed Chu Xian at the door and gestured for her to keep quiet. Chu Xian immediately understood. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were napping. She tiptoed into Mu Chenze's bedroom. Mu Chenze closed the door and pulled her into his arms. Last night, they'd felt like thieves sneaking around. But today, on his turf, there was nothing to worry about. Even if his mother and sister-in-law woke up, they would never come in and disturb them. Just as he was about to kiss his Xiao Xian, she stopped him. No kissing. Why not? Because last night my mom noticed my lips were swollen. If they're swollen again today, I'll be too embarrassed to go home. Then just stay here. My mom wouldn't agree. Mu Chenze took her hand and asked seriously, if Mom wasn't home and I asked you to stay, would you? Xu Xian smiled and answered softly, no. Because Xiaofeng would come out and stop me. No wonder you agreed so readily before to let me stay at your place. You must have known your family would stop us. My heart is wounded. You have to make it up to me. How should I? Xu Xian's words were swallowed up. A little after 4 in the afternoon, Mu Chenze rode his bike to take Chu Xian home, with vegetables, seafood, and pork hanging from the handlebars. Chu Xian unconsciously covered her mouth, afraid her mother would notice. Mu Chenze whispered to reassure her, don't worry. Mom will pretend not to see. She's been through this herself. She understands us young people. Only then did Chu Xian lower her hand. She went straight for the water buckets and yoke, calling toward the bedroom, Mom, I'm going to fetch water. Mu Chenze also called out, Mom, I'll go with Xiao Xian to fetch water. The ingredients for dinner are in the kitchen. All right. When Tian Shaoan came out of the bedroom, she only saw their backs. They went to the kitchen to wash vegetables. As she picked vegetables, she wondered if her husband had arrived overseas yet. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenze came in carrying a bucket of water. Mom, Xiao Xian went to the village office to take a phone call. She'll be back soon. Tian Xiaoyun's first thought was that Wu Bingqing was calling. Chenze, take me to the village office on your bike. Maybe it's your dad calling. Okay. Less than 10 minutes later, Mu Chenze and Tian Shaoan arrived at the village office. Just then, the phone rang and Chu Xian answered. Hello. Wu Bingqing's voice came over the line. Xiao Xian, it's me. Dad, have you arrived overseas? Yes, I have. Mom's here too. Do you want to talk to her? In a minute. I need to talk to you first. Go ahead. Don't tell your mom about this. I'm afraid she'll get upset. That's why I asked the folks at the village office to call you. I understand. There's a big problem with the business here, and I need some cash flow. I've already borrowed from every relative in the Wu family, but it's not enough. Can you help me raise 100,000 yuan within a day? If you can, I'll have your cousin Huang Linlang come pick it up. He knows how to get it to me. Dad, hold on a moment. Chu Xian covered the receiver and waved Mu Chenza over. He caught on and quickly came to her side. Xiao Xian, what's up? Tian Shaoan also came over, but didn't say anything. Chu Xian looked at Mu Chenza and found a suitable excuse. Zay, remember that piece of amber we found together? I want to ask Dad to sell it for us. Is that okay? Mu Chenza hadn't thought much of the amber. Of course it's okay. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. She spoke into the phone again. Dad, I have a piece of amber that's worth some money. Let Uncle Lin Lang come get it. There are some other things too. He can bring them all to you. Please help us sell them. Wu Bingcheng sounded delighted. Thank you, Xiao Xian. I'll have Lin Lang come right away. Let me talk to your mom for a bit. Okay. Chu Xian handed the phone to her mother and went outside with Mu Chenza to wait. Now that it was just the two of them, she spoke frankly. Zay, Dad asked me for 100,000 yuan. That's why I suggested selling the amber. Mu Chenza was a little surprised. Dad sure has faith in you, asking for 100,000 just like that. Can that piece of amber really fetch that much? Probably not. So I'm planning to give Uncle Linlang the 20,000 yuan in dowry money from Grandma and Mom as well, and have him pass it to Dad. Mu Chenza had only spent a few days with his father-in-law, but he trusted Xiao Xian's judgment and instincts. Count me in too. My grandma gave me 5,000 yuan as a wedding gift, and my parents each gave me 2,000. If I ask my mom for a bit more, I can scrape together 10,000 yuan. Chu Xian quietly tried to dissuade him. You should discuss it with your parents first. Don't just decide on your own. It's my money. I have the right to use it as I want. Worst case, I won't ask Mom for more. I'll just put in 9,000. That's still not okay. Listen to me. Talk to your parents about it when you get home tonight. All right, fine. In the office, Tian Shaoan and Wu Bingcheng were talking on the phone. Bingcheng, how's everything going? I'm handling it. It's not a big problem, don't worry. Shaoan, did you see the doctor? I did. I got some herbal medicine and I'll take it on time, don't worry. Just now, Xiao Xian asked you to help sell the amber. Why didn't you take it with you before? Wu Bingcheng had already thought of an excuse. I needed to check the market first, didn't I? The market's pretty good right now, and Lin Lang is coming over anyway, so I figured I'd talk to Xiao Xian about it specifically. All right then. Is Mom still holding up okay? She's a bit tired, but there's no choice. She has to handle this herself. After chatting a bit longer, they hung up. About 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived home. Mu Chenza went to the kitchen to help out, while Chu Xian and Tian Shaoyun went to the bedroom to look at the amber. When Tian Shaoyun saw the piece of amber, she gasped in surprise. Xiao Xian, this piece of amber would sell for at least 100,000 yuan overseas, maybe even more. I've seen a similar piece before, a bit smaller than this one, and it fetched 150,000 at auction. Chu Xian only knew that in a few years, amber would fetch a good price in China, but she hadn't expected it to be worth so much abroad right now. The more money they could get, the more they could help her father. Just then, they heard Chu Feng and Erling's voices outside. Chu Xian and Tian Shaoan stopped talking about the amber, and Chu Xian quickly put it away. A moment later, the two of them went to the main room to greet Erling and the others. Lu Zhaodi had come too, bringing a bag of homemade fried meatballs. After greeting Tian Shaoan and her daughter, she insisted on helping out in the kitchen. They couldn't stop her, so they let her go. Chu Feng followed her into the kitchen. Erling and Sanling, being sensible, also insisted on helping. Mu Chenza was in charge of cooking. Tian Shaoan and her daughter didn't get a chance to help at all. During the meal, Chu Feng kept putting food into Zhaodi's bowl. Tian Shaoan took note and planned to ask Xiao Xian about it later. After dinner, Mu Chenza was heading home and offered to walk Lu Xiaodi and her two brothers back. Chu Feng insisted on tagging along. Mu Chenza didn't object. About 10 minutes later, after dropping Lu Xiaodi and her brothers off, Mu Chenza called out to Xiao Feng to come to his house, saying he'd go to Xiao Feng's place later. Xiao Feng didn't have anything else to do, so he went along. After Erling and Sanling got home, they ran to their mother, Mu Xing. "Mom, my classmates were wrong." Mu Xing gently patted both her sons' heads. "What did your classmates say?" Sanling spoke up first. "My classmate said that Xiaofeng's family is showing off because they have rich relatives now, and that inviting us over for dinner was just to flaunt it. They said we'd just get to watch and wouldn't actually be given good food. But that's not true at all." Erling added, "Exactly. Xiaofeng really treated us to lots of delicious food, and Chenza cooked it himself. There was braised pork and expensive seafood we never get to eat at home. There were 8 dishes and a soup." Lu Xiaodi came over, looking a bit embarrassed. "Mom, the food was so fancy, I feel bad about going over again." Mu Xing could see her daughter's hesitation. "Is it because the fancy meal made you feel their family is so much better off than ours?" Lu Xiaodi nodded. "Our family is so much poorer than Xiaoxian's. They treat us to such nice food, but we can't return the favor at that level." Mu Xing gently reassured her, "Xiaodi, you know Xiaoxian's family. They never look down on the poor or fawn over the rich. Good friends like that are hard to come by. Don't let a little bit of inferiority complex make you distance yourself, or you'll lose a great friend. You may not have much money, but you have sincerity." Lu Xiaodi was enlightened. "Mom, I get it now. We'll treat them sincerely too. Next time, we can invite them over for dumplings or steamed buns. They love those. We don't have to spend as much. And if they ever need help, our family will pitch in." That's the right attitude. At the Mu house, Mu Chenza had Xiao Feng eat fruit in the main room, then went into Qin Mahua's bedroom. He spoke quietly, "Mom, the Wu family's business is having some trouble and they need some cash flow. I want to help." Qin Mahua smiled. "How do you want to help?" "I want to give the wedding money I received, plus another 1,000, to make it 10,000 yuan for my father-in-law." "Mom, do you agree?" "Of course, you have to keep this a secret from my mother-in-law. Her health isn't good, and my father-in-law doesn't want her to worry." "Did your father-in-law ask you for money?" "No, he asked Xiaoxian. I'm offering on my own." "How much do you know about the Wu family's business?" "Not much." "Mom, you're not against me giving this much, are you?" "Don't forget, that money was a wedding gift from the Wu family." "That's not what I mean. I mean, if you knew more about their business, our family could lend them 20,000. Mu Chenza waved his hand. "No need to lend that much. Earlier, Xiaoxian found a piece of amber that can sell for tens of thousands. You keep our family's money safe. We'll need it to buy a new boat in the future." Qin Mahua looked delighted. "Xiaoxian is so lucky to find something so valuable. Did you ask her where she found it? Maybe we can go look too." "She found it by the sea. Not all amber is valuable. She just happened to find a really good piece." "Mom, tonight my father-in-law's cousin will come by to pick up the money. I'll give the cash to Xiaoxian first." "All right. I'll add another 1,000. Don't tell your brother or sister-in-law about this." "Got it." About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza and Chu Feng returned home. Mu Chenza quietly handed 10,000 yuan to Chu Xian. Chu Xian whispered, "Does Mom know?" Mu Chenza replied softly, "She knows." She agreed and didn't tell anyone else. Okay. Mu Chenza didn't stay long, since he had to go to the dock early in the morning to get supplies and then deliver them to the city. Around 10 at night, someone knocked on Chu Xian's courtyard gate. Chu Xian went to open the door. When she saw who it was, she immediately understood. She'd seen this refined man before. He was the one who'd come to her house asking for water. "Hello, uncle. Please come in and have a seat." Huang Linlang looked apologetic as he walked toward the main room. "Last time we met, I didn't introduce myself properly." "Please forgive me." Chu Xian smiled. "I understand. I should thank you for speaking up for me and Xiaofeng. Otherwise, Grandma wouldn't have accepted us so quickly." Huang Linlang sighed, wanting to say, "What's the point of acknowledging relatives? I didn't benefit from the Wu family, and now I have to help you out financially." But remembering his cousin's warning, he didn't say it out loud, afraid his cousin's wife would hear. If she knew the Wu family had just reconnected with relatives and was already asking Xiaoxian to raise so much money, her heart wouldn't take it. He said tactfully, Xiaoxian, we help each other. Why don't we take a look at that piece of amber first? Chu Xian understood what Huang Linlang meant when giving the cat. Linlang, you must be tired from the journey. Would you like a late-night snack? We have handmade noodles. Huang Linlang had been driving for 6 or 7 hours, only taking a short break on the way and eating a plain steamed bun. He was indeed a bit hungry. Sister-in-law, that's great. I'll cook the noodles myself. He knew his sister-in-law well. She would never let him do it, so he was just being polite. Tian Shaoan smiled and replied, You're a guest from afar, how could I let you cook? Go wait in the main room, the stove is still hot, and the noodles will be ready soon. Thank you, sister-in-law. No need to be so polite. I should be thanking you for making this special trip for Xiaoxian. As they were chatting, Chu Feng ran out of the bedroom and greeted Huang Linlang. Hello, uncle. Hello, Xiaofeng. Huang Linlang gently ruffled his hair and took a fountain pen out of his pocket. Last time I came, I didn't bring you a gift. Here's a little something to make up for it. Chu Feng looked at Tian Shaoan, and only after seeing her nod did he accept it. Thank you, uncle. Chu Xian walked over holding the amber and softly reminded him, Xiaofeng, go back to your room and sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. She didn't want him to know what was about to happen, worried he might accidentally let something slip. Chu Feng was indeed a bit sleepy. Okay. He waved goodbye to Huang Linlang and went back to the bedroom. While Tian Shaoan was busy cooking noodles in the kitchen, Chu Xian took the opportunity to hand over 30,000 yuan to Huang Linlang. He didn't even bother to count it, just put it straight into his crossbody bag. When Tian Shaoan brought the steaming handmade noodles to the main room, Huang Linlang was examining the piece of amber. Linlang, eat first. You can look at it later. Huang Linlang put the amber into his bag. I've pretty much finished examining it. My initial estimate is that it's worth 180,000 to 200,000 yuan. That's what I thought too. Let's hope the auction goes smoothly overseas. Now, eat your noodles. All right. About 10 minutes later, Huang Linlang finished eating and got up to leave. When Chu Xian walked him out, she quietly reminded him that no matter how much the amber sold for, she agreed to let her father use all the money for his business needs. Huang Linlang gave her an admiring look and a silent thumbs up before driving away. No one could have expected that the Wu family, having just reconnected with their relatives, would immediately receive such crucial help. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of November. That day, Chu Xian and Fu Qing had just returned from collecting seafood when Tian Shaoan came looking for her. She said Wu Bingqing would call again in about half an hour. He had something he needed to discuss with Xiaoxian personally. Chu Xian didn't even take the time to change out of her wet clothes and headed straight to the village office. Since Tian Shaoan had already spoken with Wu Bingqing on the phone, she didn't go along. Chu Xian waited a while at the village office before the phone rang. She answered. Hello. Wu Bingqing recognized her voice. Xiaoxian, I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The good news first. The good news is, your piece of amber fetched a high price, 220,000 yuan at auction. And the bad news? The bad news is, I can't give you that much money right now. You'll have to wait until next year. The 30,000 yuan you and Chenza lent me will also have to be repaid next year. That's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Dad, when will you be coming back? I'll definitely make it back before you and Chenza get married. That's wonderful. Mom's health is much better, Xiaofeng and the others are all doing well. You don't need to worry about things at home. Good. Xiaoxian, thank you so much for your help. Without you, the Wu family would have been in real trouble recently. We're family, there's no need to think. At this point, Chu Xian realized that she had only discussed selling the amber to raise 100,000 yuan with Mu Chenza, but after learning it could fetch over 200,000, she hadn't talked to him about giving all the proceeds to the Wu family. 100,000 and 250,000, a difference of 2.5 times. She immediately apologized. Chinza, I'm sorry. I made the decision without consulting you. That was wrong of me. I'll reflect on it seriously. Mu Chinza wasn't angry at all. In fact, he smiled. Xiao Xian, you misunderstood. I'm not upset you didn't talk to me first. As long as you tell me now, it's fine. Since you agreed to let Dad use the money, I won't blame him. But don't tell anyone else the sale price of the amber, especially not my family. Xiu Xian looked apologetic. Okay. Chinza, thank you for being so understanding. Mu Chinza gently pinched her nose. It's our money, you can decide what to do with it. Money's not a big deal. If my mom asks about the amber, what will you say? I'll just say it hasn't been sold yet. When Dad called Mom earlier, he didn't mention the sale either. Good. Xiao Xian, promise me, don't get your hopes up too much about getting the money back next year. If they pay us back, great. If not, we won't be upset. I know you. You've probably already planned what business or factory to start with that 250,000. Xiu Xian was a little surprised. You guessed right. Okay, I won't make such big plans. I'll just think about a few small businesses. Once I decide, I'll tell you right away. All right. At that moment, Ji Ping's anxious voice came from outside. Chinza, are you home? I'm here. Mu Chinza walked out to the yard. Pingzi, is something wrong? Ji Ping pointed toward the dock. You'd better get to the dock. There's a problem with your family's boat. Qin Mahua and Fu Qing, who were both resting in their rooms, rushed out to the yard at almost the same time and asked, Is everyone all right? That was exactly what Xiu Xian and Mu Chinza wanted to know. Everyone turned to look at Ji Ping. Ji Ping hurriedly waved his hand. Everyone's fine. It's just the boat that's damaged. I didn't have time to ask about the details. Uncle Mu told me to call you all over. Mu Chinza and the others rushed to the dock. When they got there and found out what had happened, they learned that their boat had been hit by the Qi family's boat. Just the repair costs alone would be around 1,500 yuan, not to mention the loss from not being able to go out to sea during the repairs. The Mu family demanded 3,000 yuan in compensation from the Qi family, but the Qi family refused to pay. Even if they couldn't get compensation, the boat still had to be repaired otherwise. If it soaked in seawater, the repair costs would only go up. The Qi family had already sold their catch and gone home. Mu Chenfu found a repairman to fix their fishing boat, with Ji Ping helping out on the side. Meanwhile, Mu Chinza took his parents, his sister-in-law, and Xiu Xian to the Qi family's house to demand compensation. No matter how hard they knocked, the Qi family refused to open the door. Xiu Xian racked her brains, trying to recall anything about the Qi family from her previous life. This Qi family was Qi Hong's uncle's family, but Xiu Xian didn't have much impression of them. Mu Chinza shouted into the courtyard, Qi Diren, do you think you deserve that name? Diren virtue and benevolence? I think you're lacking both. If your ancestors knew you were doing such shameful things, they'd be rolling in their graves. You hit our boat and now you're hiding at home like a turtle. Qi Diren shouted back through the door. The boat hit itself. It's not like I was steering it into yours. He didn't stoop to argue. Just wait for your boat to get smashed and take in water. Just as Mu Chinza was about to lead everyone away, Qi Diren's wife, Ma Jinhong, came running back, forcing a smile. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. My husband won't admit it, but I will. As soon as I heard about this, I took leave from the factory to come handle it. So, how much do you want in compensation? She couldn't let their own boat get smashed. These days, Ma Jinhong worked at the dried fish factory as a fish cleaner and transporter, earning a decent wage, so she didn't go out to sea with her husband. Mu Chinza held up 3 fingers. 3,000 yuan. Not a cent less. Ma Jinhong was so startled she stammered, 3,000 yuan? That? Please, help us plead with your in-laws. We're all villagers. 3,000 is too much. The most we can pay is 1,500. Even when threatened, Xiu Xian's expression stayed calm. And if I refuse? Ma Jinhong, emboldened, said, then I'll spread the word everywhere that the Wu family is fake rich, just got to know you and already asked you for money. Your mother doesn't know about this yet, does she? If she finds out, won't she be furious? Xiu Xian sighed. My mother's health really isn't great. I can help plead your case, but the compensation can't be less than 2,000. And you have to write a promise. If you tell anyone about this, you'll have to pay another 1,000 in compensation. Otherwise, we'll go down together. Knocking 1,000 off at once, Ma Jinhong was overjoyed. She hadn't expected that phone call to be so valuable. She grinned. Deal. I'll go home and write it now. You go talk to your in-laws. All right. Chu Xian called Mu Chenza over and whispered, Zay, Ma Jinhong overheard my call with my dad and is threatening me. Her family can only pay 2,000. If we ask for more, she'll spread the news about the call. Mu Chenza looked worried. That call can't get out. 250,000 is an astronomical number in the village. And we can't let Mom find out. I told Ma Jinhong it was foreign currency, only 2,500 yuan in our money. I'll have her write a promise. If she tells anyone, she has to pay us another 1,000. Smart. Xian, you're amazing. He whispered to Mao Xing, Mom, Brother Xiaofeng really cares about people. He's always been so nice to Sis. Back at school, he'd often sneak her treats, sometimes candy, sometimes eggs. How about letting Brother Xiaofeng be my and Sanling's brother-in-law? Xiaofeng had good character, and Mao Xing thought it was worth considering. But then she realized it was still too early to talk about such things, better to let things take their natural course. We can talk about marriage after your sister turns 18. Erling couldn't help but pout. What if, in a few years, Brother Xiaofeng liked someone else? But he didn't dare say that out loud. He was afraid his mom would twist his ear. But there was one thing he had to say. Mom, Xiaofeng's mom found him a new dad, and he treats Xiaofeng really well. Can you find a good dad for the three of us too? Mao Xing sighed. Good dads aren't so easy to find. Lu Zhaodi chimed in, I think Uncle Ren is pretty good. I asked him about it last time we talked on the phone. Ever since his wife passed away, he hasn't remarried. He doesn't have any kids of his own, and he said he'd treat me and Erling and Sanling as his own children. Mao Xing put a hand to her forehead. What are you talking about? I've only met your Uncle Ren once. There's no way. Why not? He wouldn't be interested in me. And don't bring this up again. Mao Xing knew her own situation, 35 years old, with 3 kids. How could she be a match for someone like Ren Shuman, who had a good government job? The 3 siblings had no choice but to drop the subject. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza walked Chu Xian and her brother to their doorstep. Chu Xian told her little brother to go inside first. She and Mu Chenza held hands and went to chat under a tree outside. With her brother around earlier, they hadn't dared say much. Why did you suddenly come to pick me up tonight? I missed you, so I went to your house. Mom told me you and your brother were at the Luz for dinner, so I thought I'd come pick you up. You must have waited outside the Luz for a long time, right? No, I just arrived when you came out. Xiao Xian, I want to hold you. Before Chu Xian could reply, he was already hugging her. Chu Xian whispered a reminder, Grandpa Wang and Grandma Gao will be coming by soon to talk to Mom. I'm watching the road. As long as there's light, I'll see them coming. As he spoke, he gently led Chu Xian behind the tree trunk. This spot, no one can see us. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza left. Chu Xian slipped back home while her mom wasn't paying attention and went straight to her bedroom. She was secretly glad her mom had moved into Wu Bingqing's old bedroom. Otherwise, her mom would have noticed her swollen lips again. She quickly drank some warm water, hoping it would help. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Outside, Gao Meijuan's voice called, Shaoan, are you home? I'm here. Auntie, uncle, come in and have a seat. Tian Shaoan hurried to the gate to warmly welcome Gao Meijuan and Wang Dipin into the main room. There was tea, fruit, and nuts already set out in the main room. Once they sat down, they chatted as they ate. Wang Dipin was the first to speak. Shaoan, I want to sell our village's grilled fish fillets overseas. Do you think that's possible? As she poured tea for him and Gao Meijuan, Tian Shaoan replied, Of course it's possible. But it depends on which country you want to sell to. For example, if you want to sell to country A, you have to meet their food standards, which are quite high. If you meet them, though, you can sell at a good price. If you sell to country F, the standards are lower, but the price won't be as high. To be honest, My mother-in-law and Bingqing left in a hurry this time because a batch of goods didn't meet Country A's standards and was returned. The loss was huge. They lost all of last year's net profit. The batch had passed inspection before shipping, but failed on arrival. It's very likely something went wrong during transport. Hearing this, Wang Dipin immediately lost interest. After all, he could only guarantee the goods were up to standard when they left the factory. He couldn't guarantee there'd be no problems during overseas shipping. It was better to develop steadily and consider exporting only after the business grew stronger. Then let's not sell overseas for now. Do you have any sales channels in the domestic market? If you do, the factory can offer a sales commission. Tian Shaoan also wanted the village factory to do well. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll call a few of Bingqing's friends in the domestic market and see if they're interested in buying grilled fish fillets. As for the commission, I don't need it. That won't do. You must take a commission, or how can I work with Bingqing in the future? Just because I'm not exporting this year doesn't mean I never will. Once the factory is big enough to handle the risks, I'll still consider opening up the overseas market. In the end, Wang Dipin persuaded Tian Shaoan. The sales commission would be 1% of the sales amount. Out in the courtyard, Chu Feng knocked on Chu Xian's bedroom door. Sis, Grandpa Wang and Grandma Gao are here. I'm going to the main room to say hello. Are you coming? Chu Xian checked the mirror again, her lips. I have a headache and I'm already lying down, so I won't go. Help me explain to them, okay? Okay. Soon, Chu Feng entered the main room and greeted the guests politely. Hello, Grandpa Wang, Grandma Gao. My sister has a headache and is lying down. She asked me to welcome you on her behalf. Wang Dipin and Gao Meiwan exchanged a smile, thinking Chu Feng was becoming more and more well-mannered. Wang Dipin praised Chu Feng a bit before continuing his conversation with Tian Shaoan. But they didn't talk business anymore, just shared stories from over the years. They chatted until after 10, then Wang Dipin and his wife said their goodbyes. After seeing them out, Tian Shaoan knocked on Chu Xian's door, her voice full of concern. Xiao Xian, open up. I heard from Xiao Feng that you have a headache. Let me give you a head massage so you can sleep well. Chu Xian feigned a sleepy voice. Mom, my head's fine now. I'm really tired, so I'll just go to sleep. All right then. Tian Shaoan didn't knock again. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, she'd have to give Mu Chenza a piece of her mind. Every time he kissed her, he left marks, forcing her to lie. At that moment, Mu Chenza, who was napping at home, was having a nightmare. He dreamed that the Wu family lost a lot of money, old lady Wu fell gravely ill, and the 250,000 yuan Xiao Xian had lent to the Wu family was gone for good. Wu Bingwen refused to acknowledge the debt, leaving Wu Bingqing and Tian Shaoan responsible for repaying it. When Tian Shaoan found out, she was so shocked that she had a heart attack and passed away not long after. When Mu Chenza woke up, he was drenched in sweat. He glanced at his watch, 11:55 p.m. He carefully recalled his dream, making a mental note to tell Xiao Xian about it when he saw her the next day. After washing up, he headed to the docks to pick up goods. The next morning, a little after 9, Mu Chenza returned home, changed into clean clothes, greeted Qin Mahua, and rode his bike out. When he arrived at Xiao Xuan's house, it happened that she was home alone. He wheeled his bike into the yard and parked it. Hearing the commotion, Chu Xian came out of her bedroom, ready to settle last night's score with him, but he grabbed her hand before she could say anything. Xiao Xian, I have something important to talk to you about. Can we go to the main room? Okay. Chu Xian had to suppress her urge to confront him. Once inside, Mu Chenza still didn't let go of her hand. They sat down facing each other, hands entwined. Xiao Xian, I had a nightmare. I dreamt that Dad lent the 250,000 yuan to Wu Bingwen, but Wu Bingwen's investment failed and he lost everything. Grandma was so shocked she fell gravely ill. Wu Bingwen then shamelessly demanded that Dad and Mom pay you back the 250,000. Mom was so angry she had a heart attack and didn't make it. He couldn't go on. The dream had felt too real. Chu Xian remembered he'd had nightmares before, like the time he dreamt she drowned at sea. So this time, she didn't dare take it lightly. Say, I'll find a way to contact Dad and warn him. Mu Chenze looked deeply moved. Xiao Xian, you really take me seriously. Last time, when I told you I dreamt you drowned, you believed me and learned to swim without hesitation. And now you believe me again. I'll always believe whatever you say. Even if it's just a dream, I'll take it seriously. I'm so happy. Mu Chenze gently pulled Chu Xian into his arms. After a night of deliveries in the city, he was exhausted. Xiao Xian, I'm so sleepy. Go nap in Xiaofeng's room. Okay. Let go of me first. I'll help you over. Okay. Mu Chenze let go, but deliberately rested his head on her shoulder. Chu Xian put her arm around his waist and helped him to Xiaofeng's bedroom. He fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Chu Xian took off his shoes, covered him with a blanket, and closed the door. She locked the gate and rode her bike to the village office. Tian Shaoan was there making calls to friends, trying to help the grilled fish factory sell its products. When Chu Xian arrived, Tian Shaoan had just hung up. Chu Xian called her outside for a private chat. Once they were somewhere quiet, Chu Xian lowered her voice. Mom, do you know much about my uncle's family? Tian Shaoan shook her head lightly. Not really. I just know your uncle and aunt manage the Wu family business. I've only met them twice over the years. Why do you ask? Dad and Grandma went to help them out this time, so I need to know what kind of people they are. I'm worried Dad will help them and just end up being blamed for it. Your dads never said much about their character. Mom, when you were sick, didn't Dad borrow money from the Wu family relatives? Did Uncle's family lend you any? No. Your dad borrowed from his uncle, aunt, and other relatives. The Wu family business wasn't doing well then, so I don't think he asked your uncle or grandma for money. Is there any way to contact Dad? I want to call him to ask about selling the amber and also to ask about Uncle's character. If Uncle isn't trustworthy, we can't let him handle the amber auction. Chu Xian deliberately used this as an excuse. Hearing that it involved her daughter's interests, Tian Shaoan was determined to contact Wu Bingqing. Xiao Xian, I'll call your cousin. He should be back in Beijing by now. He can get in touch with your dad directly and ask him to call back as soon as possible. Okay. Tian Shaoan acted immediately, returning to the office to make the call. Luckily, she reached Huang Linling. Linling, I need to talk to Bingqing about something important. Please contact him and have him call me back right away. I'll wait for his call at the village office. Sure. Sis-in-law, can you tell me what it's about? I'd rather not. All right. I'll call my second brother now. After hanging up, Tian Shaoan took a deep breath. She hadn't asked Huang Linling about Wu Bingwen's character. After all, he was Wu Bingwen's cousin and probably wouldn't be honest. About 10 minutes later, the office phone rang. Tian Shaoan answered. Hello. Wu Bingqing recognized her voice and asked anxiously, Shaoan, is something wrong? Tian Shaoan glanced around the office. Only Xiao Xian was there, so she said, nothing's wrong. Xiao Xian needs to talk to you. I'll put her on. Okay. Chu Xian quickly took the receiver, gestured for her mother to stand guard outside, and waited until she left before lowering her voice. Dad, do you still have my money? Wu Bingqing replied, not at the moment. Your uncle has it. He said he wants to invest in another batch to make up the losses. Did he give you an IOU? No. The money went into the Wu family company. He said the company would eventually be ours, so I didn't ask for an IOU. Dad, you only get a salary from the company, right? No dividends. No. But Uncle's family gets dividends, don't they? Yes. They've been running the company for years, so they've earned it. I only joined this year and was supposed to get a year-end bonus, but the company lost money, so there was nothing. When Mom was sick, did you borrow money from Uncle? I tried, but the company was struggling, so he refused. Later I found out he actually had money. I never told your mom about this. If it weren't for Grandma and the Wu family company, I wouldn't have lent him money this time. Talking about this made Wu Bingqing uncomfortable. From this, Chu Xian guessed that Wu Bingwen's character wasn't great. She trusted Wu Bingqing, but not Wu Bingwen. Dad, please ask Uncle to write me an IOU with his fingerprint and personal seal, and have it notarized by the relevant authorities overseas. Bring it back when you return. If he asks you to write the IOU and then gives you one in return, don't agree. If he refuses to write one, ask grandma to help get the money back immediately. Okay, Xiaoxian, you're right. Even between brothers, accounts should be clear. Before hanging up, Xu Xian emphasized, the doctor said mom's heart can't take any more stress. Don't let the debt between uncle and me involve you or mom. Wu Bingcheng understood the warning, not to go soft on Wu Bingwen. I understand. If I can't get a notarized IOU, I'll find a way to get all the money back. With their mother around, his brother wouldn't dare deny the debt. But then it hit him. If their mother was gone one day, would his brother really give him half the company? People's hearts are unpredictable, especially when money's involved. There's no guarantee. Wu Bingcheng glanced at his watch. There was a time difference between the country he was currently in and where Xiaoxian was. It was 8 p.m. local time. He walked to his mother's bedroom door and knocked. The door opened quickly. Mom, I'm going over to Big Brother's place for a bit. Madam Wu frowned slightly. Is there anything you can't discuss at the office tomorrow? Wu Bingcheng smiled easily. It's a personal matter. Not convenient to talk about at the office. It's already late and you still have to drive out. Can't you just talk on the phone? No, because I need Big Brother to write an IOU. Madam Wu had no idea about the 250,000 yuan. You and your brother need to write IOUs between yourselves? It's not between the two of us. Mom, actually, there's something Big Brother and I have been keeping from you. Big Brother suddenly got an extra 250,000 yuan, and it's from Xiaoxian. Even Xiaoan doesn't know about this. Madam Wu raised her hand and smacked Wu Bingcheng on the back. You and Bingwen are something else. We just acknowledged Xiaoxian as family and you two are already borrowing money from her. Aren't you ashamed? And you borrowed 250,000? Wait a minute. Where would Xiaoxian get that kind of money? Don't tell me she borrowed it from others. Wu Bingcheng didn't want to take the blame for his brother, so he dodged while explaining. Most of it is Xiaoxuan's money, and a small part is from Qinza. Xiaoxian asked me to sell a piece of high-quality amber for her, and it sold for 220,000. The more Madam Wu missed hitting him, the more she chased after him. Wu Bingcheng kept dodging. Mom, don't hit me. If you want to hit someone, hit Big Brother. He was the one who begged me, practically in tears, to help him borrow money. I really couldn't get it anywhere else, so I called Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian is a good kid. She wanted to help our family out of a tight spot, and handed the amber to Linling to sell abroad without hesitation. We can't possibly not even write an IOU, right? Madam Wu stopped. You're right. We must write an IOU. Your big brother is the company's legal representative, so he should be the one to write it. Drive me to his place. Okay. With his mother's support, Big Brother wouldn't be able to make much of a fuss. Wu Bingcheng quickly went out to get the car ready. 10 minutes later, the mother and son arrived at Wu Bingwen's villa. Coincidentally, Wu Bingwen had just gotten home. Seeing his mother and brother, he greeted them with a smile. Mom, Bingcheng, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have picked you up. Madam Wu snorted coldly. Let's talk in the living room. All right. Wu Bingwen took out his keys and opened the door as he spoke. I'm the only one home tonight. Guizhi and the kids are away on a business trip. Ming Guizhi was Wu Bingwen's wife. Madam Wu and Wu Bingcheng said nothing. At the entrance, Wu Bingwen took out 2 pairs of slippers and handed them over. Change into slippers. Madam Wu rolled her eyes at him. No need. We're just here to say a few words in the living room. Why bother changing slippers? Wu Bingcheng knew his mom was doing it on purpose. She was usually a stickler for cleanliness, but she was angry now. Wu Bingwen noticed too. All right, we won't change. Mom, did I do something wrong to upset you? He put down the slippers and took Madam Wu by the arm, leading her to the living room sofa. After sitting down, Madam Wu leaned back and crossed her legs. You two stand. Even though Wu Bingwen was the company's legal representative, Madam Wu held veto power at the company. Wu Bingwen didn't dare disobey and stood up straight. Wu Bingcheng stood too, out of respect, though not as rigidly as his brother. He found it funny. Big Brother was 45, but in front of their mother, he was like a student before the dean. Well, this way, he'd write the IOU more thoroughly. Wu Binwen said respectfully, Mom, say what you need to say. Madam Wu stared into his eyes. You used Xiaoshuan's 250,000 yuan? Aren't you ashamed? I just showed off our family's wealth in front of her, and you turn around and slap me in the face? Where did you get the nerve? I see you haven't improved at all these past 2 years. Wu Bingwen's gaze flickered. He couldn't afford to anger his mother, or she might hand the company over to someone else. Let me explain. Actually, I borrowed money from Bingqing, and Bingqing borrowed from Xiaoxian. At that moment, Wu Bingqing felt a million curses run through his mind. Wasn't Big Brother just shirking responsibility? So he was the only shameless one, borrowing money from Xiaoxian right after acknowledging her as family? Big Brother had forgotten what he'd said before. He'd said he heard Mom had given Xiaoxian a generous dowry, that Xiaoxian was now family, and asked if she could help raise 100 or 200,000. He'd been in tears at the time. But now that Mom was holding him accountable, Big Brother was playing turtle?